Welcome back to here at the Merit Complex, where it is, of course, La Notte Degli Assi Day 3. Andrew, this one attracted an incredible 1,133 entries.
Yeah, amazing turnout here, and we are getting down to the business end of things. Coming back today, 210 players remaining, 134 of them, James, are going to be paid, all with their eyes on that massive first place money, $355,000 up top.
Well, that is an incredible payout for a $2,000 buy-in event. Well, action about to get back underway. Me and Andrew will leave the boys to it. David and Ali are going to pick up the action right now.
Grazie mille e buon pomeriggio a tutti e benvenuti. How'd I do there, David? Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the Dolce Vita series here at Merit Poker in northern Cyprus. Today is day 3 of our main event, a $2,000 buy-in. James already walked us through the staggering numbers. The $1.5 million guarantee shattered, and of course, the total payout of over $2 million does find us with a set prize pool. Here's a quick peek at La Notte Degli Assi's remaining schedule. That was in honor of our largely British booth that I decided to say. I say British, UK, I think is a better way to describe that. You two are British then, Labby, you're Irish. That's what I'm saying. And Ireland is not part of it. It is all kicking off. Here are the chip leaders overall in the event. The Italians represented proudly by Ermanno Pacini. Almost 1.7 million in front of him. Good for 212 big blinds. Guillermo Cifuentes, followed by the couple of Israelis. A Grecian, a Frenchman, Lebanon always well represented, and then the Romanian Adrian State rounding things out. Those are the healthy stacks in the room.
Monster stacks there, all well over $1 million.
Yeah, healthy might have been an undersell, if I'm being honest. 4,000, 8,000 with an 8K big blind ante. That's what we're going to be kicking off with. And Mr. Lappin, there is our official first glimpse at today's feature table. And I don't know if you got a chance to take a sneak peek at it, but it contains some now familiar names. If you've been not only down the streets of this particular main event or Dolce Vita series, but also a frequenter of the Merit Complex. Basel Moussa, namely, there in 6th of Lebanon. A name we know well. Issues clearly for the Turk, Kerem Turuskan with 13 big blinds. Couple of Persians in the 7 and 8 slot there. But everybody being led by Alexander Savchenko, a mighty $1.25 million roughly in front of him.
What I'm most happy about is I get to do this particular frame. This is a period of the tournament I really love. We are bubble adjacent. We are not at the bubble. I think it will go toward the end of this frame. I think we're about 55 players away, something of that nature. And maybe a little bit more, actually. I think maybe not doing a 15% on this one, maybe something more like a 12.5%. So it'll probably be towards the end of it, but that is a fun period because all these middling stacks sort of get lock jammed together and they have to be very, very careful. Big stack starts pummeling. Short stacks really want to just make it to the money. They sit in their hands for a while. Some very interesting spots with extra risk premium.
No question about that. 210 souls on board as we embark on today's voyage. Remember, this was a 4-day 1 event. No telling how many bullets were expended in the effort to work our way into this day 3 by those remaining 210 players.
Yeah, an interesting structure we have here where there's quite a long period of late registration, but the blinds only creep up during that pre-reg phase. So we still allow people to buy 25 bigs at the very last moment, which is actually quite a big last-minute late reg stack if you want to avail of that option. But we let them play for almost 2 days before that. So really, that explains these really monster stacks we see all over the room.
Savchenko, the chip leader, will be the first man to make noise here. Making it 21 to go with King 4 suited.
Yeah, love to see a proactive open like this one. Suited kings in the hijack. Rock bottom, but very much playable hands here. Interesting to see he's going for this, you know, almost 2.6x sort of open. Definitely trying to get a few more folds from the big blind here.
2 jacks, 2 diamonds, and a 7 as that big blind makes trips here. The German Przesny, beneficiary.
Doesn't he just wish he'd got a few more folds from the big blind now?
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, the Jack 10 offsuit, well worthy of defense. Granted, it was a little bit north of the min raise, but nevertheless, the extra 13,000 was invested, and Przesny will check call this 11K c-bet. Ace on the turn, and that's actually the kind of card you really like to see if you've got these trip jacks, hoping that perhaps this paired board texture was inducing some sort of ace-x to follow through, one that has now hit this turn. And despite the fact that that is not the case, Savchenko, tempted by what he feels is more his texture here, barrels once more.
Yeah, this is an interesting sizing. Obviously not going to really root out any hand. Even a 7's maybe going to have to be sticky to this size. So maybe just getting rid of the 8-9s, 9-10s, 8-10s. Diamonds obviously going to have to still call as well. Oh my goodness.
Quad jacks, an ace-king high for Savchenko, as you see Przesny checking one more time. I wonder whether or not Savchenko thinks that he can target a 7 or something along those lines. Maybe a card we expect to fold the turn, if I'm being honest, but here he is perhaps a bit ambitious, David, this 31K?
Well, his King 4 will beat some of those draws. Obviously, if there's diamond draws out there, often his King High will be good. This is a slightly unusual line here. Repping, obviously, going for value with jacks full of aces and maybe just trying to level the 7x into a fold somehow. Not quite sure the functionality of this one. Expected to see a bigger sizing on the turn, and definitely expected to see a bigger one if you're going to go for it here on river. Well, there we go. Obviously pursuing value here from an ace. Dreamy spot here, but Savchenko nowhere to go. Przesny obviously loving life right now, thinking he is going to get paid. Maybe wondering if his opponent has pocket aces. Either way. Savchenko out of the way. The slightly funky bet sizing there would raise a couple of question marks over those. Obviously, he was destined to lose some chips in that hand anyway. Maybe lost the minimum, actually, in the end.
In a way, it does inform us with respect to how Savchenko is going to be navigating the chip lead that he brings into this featured table. Not going to be sitting back and admiring it, is my guess, given the line he took there. But a lovely start for the German.
Yeah, daily quads right out of the gate.
Hour-long levels here. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin will be bringing you a couple of levels of play before we go to a break. Nothing interesting developing thus far. Now an ace-10 for Eftekhari. Sayed Amir Eftekhari. Min-raise open. Queen-jack offsuit. Dare I describe it as the term you introduced me to, David, a tempter?
Yeah, tempting to go either way, I suppose. Flatting would seem a little bit maybe unappealing for a few reasons. Obviously, not a hand you can continue it unless you connect, and you could always be behind. Sometimes goes into a 3-betting range. In the end, decides to let it go. I don't hate that either. Definitely a tempter, right on the border. Such a difference, the suitedness of a hand in terms of its playability, and I think out of position there, recognising that the offsuit variety just didn't offer up a huge amount of profit potential.
Nope, certainly didn't.
Take a look there at Basil Musa.
Savchenko playing Jack-10 offsuit as a limp. No sooner do I suggest that he's going to be aggressive with the chip lead than we see a very different and, dare I say, not necessarily recommended approach.
Yeah, not quite sure what he's at here. Just sort of limping in here with the connected Broadway.
Szczesny with the king-queen suited, pardon me, David, on the button, activating 4x, and Gaidukov now in the small blind chewing on a king-10 offsuit, but go on.
No, I like this from Szczesny. I think king-queen suited definitely a hand you want to isolate your opponent with. If they are in there with some Broadway combos, you're probably dominating. If they are in there with a small pair, you get to just take it away from them on a lot of flops, even when you don't connect. And Savchenko actually just folding, so a limp fold, not the greatest approach here. Obviously recognizing that he didn't want to send maybe good money after pad. But yeah, interesting line here from the chip leader, who we would ordinarily expect, now that we're, what, 18% of the field left, to be ramping up the pressure on these guys with some opens. That king 4 suited hand, for example, really liked the open. Obviously, as the board ran out, it didn't look nice for him. But you know, that is the kind of approach I would prefer to see from him.
Suited king, not appealing enough for Eftekhari. Gaidukov giving us a glimpse of how he feels when it's folded around to him on the button. The 7-3 suited having far less to do with his choice to raise it up than what he might think are a couple of cookies in the big blind and small, respectively, which he will snack on.
Are you a snacker?
Beyond. I would almost prefer to just snack as opposed to dime, if given the option.
And as a snacker, is that a sort of, you know, maybe some crudités, some healthy stuff, or is it always the more evil end of the food pyramid?
I want to say it's more the evil end. You know, snacking to me is not a healthy activity. But I do appreciate that, you know, there are options.
Crisps, or as the Americans would say, chips, are my weakness.
Oh, yeah. I can rifle through an entire bag shamelessly.
Family size.
Oh, yeah. Not quite family size, the open from Savchenko. In fact, this is fun size, just the minimum. 2-10s for Basil Musa.
Nicely done.
Defends and looks up at 1 over card. His hand still best. 2 very quick checks. And how about a big, beautiful 10 of hearts on the turn, giving Musa a set, but Savchenko has picked up the nut flush draw. Basil bets. Savchenko will make the call.
Oh my goodness me, what a card.
A board pairing heart on the river. Full house for Musa. Nut flush for Savchenko. And there is something ugly in store for Savchenko, who, by the way, just snap called the 65,000. Never gave it a second thought whatsoever. And was well served.
I didn't even realize he lost there at the end. It's so funny, as a commentator, you start to, I don't know, maybe in an evil part of your brain, think of the action cards. And there, just as the dealer was about to deal the river, I was thinking Jack of Hearts, 3 of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, and then it comes, and you're like, oh my goodness me.
Then you almost feel like responsible at times. Did I do that? Have I put that into the ether?
Did well to get away for just one more bet. Didn't give any consideration to raising with the nut flush there on river.
Not at all.
Very fortunate to be thinking that way. Musa, one of the familiar faces here in the Mirror Poke Room and on the stream. He's had a lot of stream love over the last couple of years. Deep runs. Is he about to make another one today?
First opportunity to see Farshad Rahili get involved, doing so with the little suited connector. Picks up a customer in Testori's pocket 7. Savchenko also out of the big with ace queen. Could make some noise.
Yeah, Testori probably feeling a little bit protected by the early position open here, that it would get squeezed a little less frequently, I should say. And Savchenko, with a hand that can certainly go either way, does decide to go for the 3-bet from the big blind. Okay, we've talked about this type of spot on previous streams, myself and Andrew Headley in particular, how underbluffed the big blind 3-bet over an early position open is. Now we see it. Ace Queen clearly part of the value range, but also a hand that doesn't love to be 4-bet. So it's sort of an interesting candidate. Often we like to go a bit more polar, something like the King 6 suited, the Ace 5, Ace 4 suited, you know, and then maybe look for the slightly better ones as our value, the Ace Kings, and maybe some big pairs.
Yeah, you've got to have some balance. Don't want to be doing anything with 100% frequency that is of that nature. But note the might. He caught, obviously, the opener with a very easily foldable holding, but then the 7s also don't want to play out of position for 65K, and they concede as well.
Well, you just mentioned something that I think is superbly important here, and actually not something we talk a huge amount about, which is frequency. Not doing the same thing all the time. Ace Queen, probably a hand you are going to 3-bet out of that big blind sometimes, but not all the time. It might be held back on occasion as part of your strongest big blind defense. Yeah. Very deceptive then when you have it. Boards will appear where your opponents will rep your hand. That's a nice way of getting your equity. But then also, by using it as part of the 3-bet range, some percentage of the time, that's also quite nice and makes you harder to play against.
9-7 suited. Little gapper. Taken upstairs by Sprzesny. And look at the 10-8 of hearts. A jigsaw piece. Defending from the big. Queen 9-4, good shot straight draw against middle pair.
Yeah, always likely to see these hands interact on some boards, and this is one of them. Middle pin, gutter. Certainly see this pot develop.
Eftehadi content to simply check fold to the C-bet.
Yeah, I'm guessing there if the 4 had been a heart, he would be in there. Nice to have another way to win that one. Very important in the big blind to have what we term these days as a minimum defense frequency versus a variety of sizes. And when the small size comes, it really just put pressure on hands like gut shots to continue. If we give up on those type of hands, we're maybe sometimes folding a little bit too much. I think that one was borderline, by the way, because outs were not clean, and certainly reasonable to think in a borderline spot where maybe the defend again on flop would not be printing money, making incredibly little, in fact, if anything at all. Certainly letting spots like that go, very reasonable, especially as we get closer and closer to the bubble.
Szczesny's most recent scores, by the way, Bodo Szczesny that is, who on the Hendon Mob is listed under the Austrian banner, actually came at the Irish Poker Open. At least most recently recorded scores. I know oftentimes for tax purposes, those who play under the German banner will abscond their results from being publicly available. I would guess he's played some poker since 2019.
No doubt. It was 2019 at the Irish Open.
Yeah.
Okay.
King 6 suited here for Eftachari facing the Musa cutoff open. Small blind, he will flat. Heads up. 48,000 in the middle. 7-4 deuce. Nobody interacting.
Yeah, and Musa very likely to take a stab here. Obviously, just jack high. Wants to find a way to win this one right away. Not a board that will connect massively with the condensed range from the small blind. Of course, you could be up against some pairs which will stick around. Pocket 8s, pocket 6s, that stuff is pretty reasonable, but so is a lot of Broadway stuff and these King X suiteds. So yeah, gets that one through. Nicely done from Musa, recognizing that with jack high, needed to take an immediate stab.
Players still feeling one another out here on day 3, as you touched upon at the top of the show, David. It's the portion of the tournament that you in particular enjoy being on comms for as we approach the bubble and then eventually pop it.
Yeah, I guess I feel most studied down the years in high ICM spots. I made satellites my bread and butter for a long time, and myself and Darrow Carney, who of course wrote the book on satellites, a shout out for Poker Satellite Strategy there. Yeah, we crunched the numbers on some really extreme ICM situations and tried to figure out the optimal way to approach these pre-bubble phases. Of course, in a satellite, even more extreme. You're winning 10 buy-ins, maybe, or 20 buy-ins, or nothing if you bubble. Much more extreme than just a min cash. But nonetheless, this is one of the times in a tournament when ICM starts to ramp up now. Obviously, we're whatever it is, 65 players from the money. It's going to go fairly quick. Everything we've seen about this poker room implies that players do not care too much about min cashing, and they do play to accumulate chips at all times in the tournament.
9-8-6 flop here, 2 overs and the open ender for Rahili, which is checked over. The Turuskans, 2 overs in the gut shot, and then the pair of 8s for Gaidukov closes the action with a check back, in spite of the fact that he was the guy that kicked us off in this pot with the raise to 18,000. And this turn, which pairs the 9, actually is a card that he's not going to mind.
Yeah, interesting one here when you see a flop like the 6, 8, 9, and then we look at the hands. Everyone's sort of got a piece. Everyone's got some incentive to continue, but actually nobody had enough of an incentive to put chips in. They all felt like they were better off keeping this pot small. We see now Gaidakov, as you mentioned there, would feel better about his 8 with the 9 pairing, although it is Turkestan who is thinking about this Rahili bet. I like the fold. Obviously, the gutter no longer a clean out.
Jack on the river connects with Rahili for a winner. You see him mulling over whether or not he wants to come out swinging once more.
Yeah, pretty reasonable to maybe check this one over. The Queen 10 looms as the double gutter that may have been interested here on turn. Also by checking, the 7x may take a stab as well. He has decided he's going to target the exact hand that Gaidakov has, an 8 in this spot.
It is a little bit difficult, though, to give Gaidakov the 8 in consideration of his position, which is early,
yeah,
and the fact that he checked back to close the action on the flop. Now, granted, board texture skews more toward the blinds, so we proceed with some caution. And maybe he's quite comfortable that he's not up against a 9, of course, but there could be maybe some overpairs over there from time to time.
Yeah, and then you wonder what the function of this bet is. Yeah, I think you've highlighted one of the problems here. Rahili, I think, would have been better served checking this one, treating his hand like a nice bluff catcher. But you know what? In game, he has actually targeted successfully the kind of hand Gaidakov has. But Gaidakov makes a great fold in the end, recognizing that his opponent, you know, can be all over this very, very wet texture.
Nice pickup for Mr. Rahili, one of 2 Iranians here at our feature table today, but one of many who have worked their way over to Northern Cyprus for this Dolce Vita series. It's actually quite interesting the way that things work here at Merit in terms of the poker. There are a number of international ambassadors, dare I say. They're referred to as junket operators, and, you know, they are sort of leaned upon to help market the property and what is going on at any given time here, and use their Rolodexes to bring people over. And we've always maintained the toughest thing is just getting somebody to get down here. Once they get down here, the rest of the work is downhill and quite simple. You know, nobody ever leaves here going, oh, I wish I wouldn't have taken that trip. I mean, it really is, in terms of anybody who's played enough poker around the world or been a part of enough poker tournaments, just a different cut than, you know, most anything else that you'll experience out there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As a poker player who does grind the mid-stakes circuit on both sides of the Atlantic and all over Europe, I do feel like a cow being herded with some operators. Yeah. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. Obviously, not all. Some of the operators are very good to their players and do appreciate, but many don't, and many just treat you like, you know, somebody who's going to be a bum on a seat for some amount of the day and pay some rake to help the machine operate. But no, here is where you get your value back. Beautiful property, wonderful facilities, so much to do here. And yeah, once you come down here, you probably instantly become a regular.
Testori with the suited connector. Speaks up. Min raise. There's Savchenko. He wants to play with this 3-5 suited, so we're seeing some interesting things that perhaps have a little something to do with how it is that he earned himself that big stack. We don't expect raises to be called with kits such as this, but he's playing all parts and he's doing it in all manners. Now Gaidukov with raise and call in front of him in the big blind, a very pretty queen jack of spades. It'll be happy to drop in another 8,000 and see what's what. So 60 in the middle. Queen 7-6 board, top pair for Gaidukov. Open ender and backdoor hearts for Testori, and the backdoor diamonds and a gut shot for Savchenko. So a little something on the stovetop for everybody in this kitchen. And into the 60, the pre-flop raiser will deliver a 21,000 chip payload.
Yeah, and Savchenko can't really be calling hands like the 5-3 of diamonds and demur from a board such as this one. It just feels as though he's in there to try to use position against his early position opponent, who probably has premium range. Obviously, we see he's in there with the light portion of his own range, but you know, that has to be part of the game plan, and that drags everybody and generates what is quite a big pot now going to the turn.
An ace on that turn after no one was shed by the C-bet.
Would love to see a big bet from Testori here. He's still got that open ender for some very clean outs, and he can really put some pressure on the Queen X here. Represent that ace.
I also think that the fact that 21,000 was called by his opponents does remove a decent amount of just the ace X sort of hands, right? There's no immediate straight or flush draw that could be associated with an ace holding, and you really shouldn't be peeling, you know, and so really the ace is Testori's to represent, yet he does pump the brakes, and now Savchenko, he's considering whether or not he'd like to seize the initiative. Brief pause, but in the end he decides against it, and the board pairs on the river, improving Gaidukov's kicker.
Gaidukov can consider a blocker here. I think that's probably the way you want to go, something around 15%. That's exactly what he's done. Very nice bet here from Gaidukov, recognizing that he can avoid maybe facing a very big bet from an ace-X, set his own price, but at the same time pursue value from a hand like maybe pocket tens, maybe queen 10.
Nobody in a position to pay it off. So a nice pickup there for the Russian.
Yeah, and I've seen a little bit disappointed in Testori not going for that second barrel. A really, really pure spot betting into two players, getting, you know, a lot of folds, I feel. Very convincing. As you pointed out, Ali, the fact that he got the two calls probably removes a lot of ace-X from his opponent's range, and he absolutely can have a lot of it. He can have sets. He can have the ace-X as well. Very much uncapped, as we say. And would have been a great spot, and it would have worked in this instance, which I guess is why maybe I'm making such a big deal about it. But I think, you know, regardless of outcome, it was just a good spot to keep telling that story, and you had that backup equity. Very important, of course, if you do get called, if somebody is in there with maybe a weak two pair, or does somehow have an ace that got to turn, you have a way to take them out. Now Savchenko with his own suited connector, going to get busy again. So, okay, he's on the chip down at the moment. He started this feature table with 1.25 million, down to about $1 million at the moment, but is staying very active, still obviously aware of that looming bubble, that portentous cloud overhead for some of these players who will be wary of busting in the next hour or so.
He's off of the high water mark that he brought into the day as the chip leader here at this table by a considerable amount, already having lost roughly $250,000. Still does maintain the chip lead, however, in spite of that, and he will be hauling this one in.
And I do like the 6-5 suited as a candidate to open from early in his situation. Most of the players are still fairly deep here. 5-6-2 is actually one of those sort of special hands, if you like, that tends to perform better on the grid than most people think, maybe intuitively, and gives you some board coverage, which is always very important in this game. That's why we open the ace-x suiteds all the way down to give ourselves board coverage. 5-6 suited, a lovely candidate that does the same.
In particular, when those boards come deuce, 3, 4, 5, and the ace-x has the wheel, we get paid. Ace-10 off here for Eftekhari. Min raise open has been somewhat adopted at this point. Seen players toy with 21,000 as well. More in the 2.5x-ish range. Aslanli of Azerbaijan now in the big blind, 7-4 suited. Defendable, but obviously we defer. He will indeed invest the extra 8,000. First participation from that seat. Not one, but two diamonds on the board along with the 4. Pair in the flush draw. A whole lot of hand here as Aslanli checks with the flow of play.
Yeah, tends to be the hand category where you want to either play very fast or very slow. Play it slow, look to improve to a flush or 2 pair or trips, and then activate once you've made that hand, or play it very fast and just recognize that you have a lot of equity even against a top pair candidate or over pair, and look to really put pressure on those hands with the fast line that resembles a set.
So bet out of Eftekhari, a call from Aslanli, who checks once more. Now the Broadway gut shot. That which presents itself courtesy of the Jack of Spades, 72,000 in the middle. And this second bet is drawing a head nod from Mr. Lappin to my side here. In favor of it, given we're not so concerned about being up against some King X as played, maybe more the 8X, 4X, we feel we can lean on more heavily.
Yeah, the objective here is to clear out the 8X and 4X, charge the diamond draws with a hand that has showdown against those. Obviously, again, the fact that we've picked up a good shot is very helpful in case our opponent does have a very strong hand. We can get there, we can make the nuts. Aslanli going to be sticky for now.
Running jacks. Really dry run out here. We'll see whether or not Eftekhari senses that he can target. And there's our answer. A bet of 77,000. Having the diamonds is quite poor here for Aslanli, who would love to be able to assign that to his opponent. And there really weren't any draws that should be associated with the pre-flop opener in that position on this particular board other than that.
Yeah, I think as played, we actually have a very good candidate to fold. Obviously, we see that he is winning right now and is giving it some thought, so credit to him for that. Obviously, feeling he has a capable opponent who would bet a King X, an Ace King, a King Queen across 3 streets in this fashion. Eftekhari maybe feeling as though he could get a hero fold from a King 5, a King 7, maybe, having told this very consistent story. Basically selling the idea of King Queen, Ace King, pocket aces, and possibly even a hand like Ace Jack that sort of got there in the end. Don't hate the fold. Actually think on balance it's correct. Credit to the man finding the triple barrel. Always takes some guts.
Yet to see any real collisions thus far. Again, a bit of tread lightly seems to be the order for the time being, other than Savchenko, who's obviously been doing a bit of dancing.
Yeah, and I think they've called for one more tune here from the crowd, because Savchenko going to dance once more.
King Jack suited, understandably responsible. Over and out for Basel Musa there with the 10-4.
Very good.
194 players remain, so we've lost about 30 in about 30 minutes. Gives us a suggestion of how long this one might take. We need to lose about 55 or 60 more, so I still sense that it will happen in this frame, although you never know, maybe, just maybe it slows down. It does make sense for it to slow down. We just don't tend to see it here.
No, you're right about that. I don't know, though, as I glance upon, and granted we have limited data points for the time being, this particular collection of characters, that it contains sort of some of the usual suspects that might be more apt to give us shenanigans, that might be more inclined to create discomfort out there. Again, bar the chip leader, who's shown us a couple of different things, but nevertheless, still early.
Indeed. And poor old Turuscan really needs a spot here. 8 big blinds. Wondering how wide Rahili might open this one. He's got a pretty one. I don't think you want to get this one in second. Maybe first, absolutely. If that had folded around to him, I think getting that 10-jack suited in might have been just about a qualifier, but not over the top with no fold equity.
That's absolutely right. So critical to allow yourself a potential opportunity to win a pot without having to make a hand, and that's only achieved when we're able to raise and open the pot, if not 3-bet to an amount that we know that the opener is going to potentially fold to. But off of that stack depth for the Turk, it's not going to happen. Also not going to happen in all likelihood. A Savchenko call versus what we imagine to be a C-bet from the opener, Rahili, with top pair and the gutter. There it is. Snap fold.
Yeah, and that 10-8 defend may look a little bit loose, but Savchenko is the man with the chip lead over everybody at this table and can apply some post-flop ICM pressure on his opponents, which is always very valuable. He's sort of put in that threat bet on some turns, maybe really lean on the ranges of these guys. So I like that he defended the 10-8 here. I think he is entitled to be in there with a wider range, and they actually need to be in there with a slightly tighter one.
He was talking. Ah, he talked? Yeah. Okay, speak Russian, no problem. After we...
Well, this one would be very loose from Rahili. Did give it some pause.
Разбавил, да. Да, то все грустные сидят.
Basel Musa finally presented with an opportunity to get involved. A regular name around these parts. On the button, makes it 16,000. Savchenko, king-queen offsuit.
I would prefer a 3-bet to a call here. Both are avenues to continuance, but I think you want to apply the pressure here, if I'm honest. It's exactly the kind of hand that likes to lean into the button range. But very friendly, we're chatting away, we're joking.
Yeah, Savchenko with different ideas. Flats invites Eftekhari's Jack-7 suited into the pot, and it comes Ace-7-4. And while it's always tempting to say, well, it's a good thing Savchenko didn't 3-bet because look at this flop, and it's one that leaves Eftihadi in a bit of trouble, by the way, with second pair here versus the C-bet of Musa. The right size 3-bet, and I think Musa's just simply going to fold the ace-deuce, and we win the pot pre.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think Musa can take any heat with this particular holding. Ace-deuce, notoriously difficult to play. Very hard to win a big pot. And yeah, this one was the chip leader's pre-flop, but now as played, it's become a battle between Musa and Eftekhari in the big.
That it has.
Musa can definitely go both ways here. Check for a little bit of pot control, induce some bluffs maybe on rivers, or bet again, small advance blocker.
So the follow-up to the 21,000 that he fired on the flop is 46,000.
It's a healthy size. I expected something more in the region of a third, but half pot we go.
36,000 rather, forgive me. Corrections made. Eftihari sticking around, by the way, perhaps a non-believer, and now the backdoor club draw shows up. Musa all done barreling and quite pleased to have the ace-deuce be a winner.
Yeah, very confident in the line he took there. Was absolutely understanding that he was deploying an advanced blocker there on the turn, unimproved. He wasn't going to go for more value. And interestingly, with the ace of clubs in hand, had his opponent come out leading, I wonder if he would have used it as a bluff. But that is for a different node, a different universe.
Я всегда смотрел по телевизору, на финальном как-то все смешно получается. Все веселятся, все. А здесь все грустные. Либо кто такой?
Well, as is oft the case here at Merit, much more than just English heard when you're waltzing about the room.
Just getting word of a very big stack on the outer tables. Sami Ayub up to 1.8 million after a favourable clash of big pairs. So Sami, our new tournament chip leader. Those updates courtesy of Poker News, and David Salaturu, one of the best in the business, who is out there in the poker room, roving about, finding us key hands from outer tables and keeping us updated on the chips. Never seen a man quicker at discerning the amount in a chip stack, by the way.
It is a skill, and one that you are well served to get good at if you're doing any poker reporting, that's for sure. Meanwhile, ace-4 suited takes us to 17,000. A 3-bet from ace-jack offsuit, direct left by the Italian, David Testori. It's a healthy ask, too, here of 34,000 more. Too much for Gaidukov's taste.
What? What he wants? Oh, I think kings.
Well, Testori with a bit of a menacing offer to show one, which was turned down, by the way. He seems to be a strictly business type of guy.
Indeed.
Just 191 players remain now. If I'm not mistaken, David, 134 are paid here today. Is that right?
I think that's right. 3,000 or maybe just north of is the min cash. So a buy-in and a half.
And by the way, that min cash stays static across a number of payouts.
I hope you get fine. Thank you.
Yeah, reasonable to say that this one is quite top heavy. 355k up top. I said last night I thought it would be around 300, so that is a slightly more than average top-heavy structure lends itself to players playing for the win. Not that you don't play for the win, but you know, maybe you play for what seems to be the most profitable in every given moment.
Yeah, not everybody. And in fact, Merit Poker Optimal would suggest that we're not here to chisel away at pay jumps. But prudent poker tournament strategy, obviously, these things need to be taken in consideration.
It's a pretty one.
King, queen suited. For a time, I was trying to push forth nicknaming this particular holding the throne.
Nice.
A suited king and queen. It didn't stick. Pocket eights. They'll be sticking around. And the cutoff here. Saeed Amir.
Are there some Aliisms in the vernacular now, in the parlance? Is there something that I just say every day I don't realize you originated 20 years ago?
I know this is going to seem ambitious. I was a part of two things that are very much in the zeitgeist today that people would think to themselves, no chance. And by the way, these eights have stuck around in the form of a 3-bet to 42,000. Tuduskan's looking for some sort of spot. I don't know if our final 65 wants to work its way in behind a raise and a 3-bet with ace-jack offsuit. But you can see the temptation, given that he's been a bit card dead.
Yeah, so frustrating for Tuduskan, who's looking for a spot and would have been more than happy, I think, to get the ace-jack in over the top of 1-bet.
Sure.
But yeah, finally he wakes up with a real hand and there's 2 bets before him.
So the term donk, by the way, as it comes 7-5-3 here after the flat from Gaidukov, not in terms of donk bet, but just donkey even. Many, many moons ago. I'm talking like late 90s. Prahlad Friedman and I were tossing that one around before we had ever heard anybody else saying it. And then more recently, and I will stand by this, my game in Las Vegas was the first time that I had ever seen or heard, we just came up with it one night, the stand-up game happening. I just decided everybody needs to stand up and you don't get to sit down before you win a pot. And a no-limit game that included Johan Gilbert, by the way, was right beside us as we see the overpair barrel and take it down here for Eftihadi. And I believe he was quite keen on the concept, and then that's how it was adopted in, and it became more of a gambling game. And now we see Squid, also another sort of iteration of it that's been put out there.
Dare I say, Johan made it viral.
Well played. He's the man for it.
Нет, нормально. Что еще раз? Накаленная аура какая-то.
Аура.
Да.
Да нормально вроде.
Надо это, чтобы солнышко светить начало.
Okay, so anybody out there calling their table mates donkeys,
Yeah.
pay some respect to the man.
I'm pretty sure Prahlad also came up with the term luck sack, which I really enjoyed.
I like that one too. We have one in Ireland, I don't know who it belongs to originally, called Drooler.
A drooler.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I know where it's going. It's similar sort of usage. Ace 10 for Rahili. The opener picks up Gaidukov's big blind, which turns into the second nut flush draw on an ace-high board. Gaidukov taking his time there before checking over, which would be just kind of the expected course of action.
I always think it's the buy a check,
Yeah,
tank check.
I do too. I think a lot of times we invoke that, whether consciously or otherwise, in an attempt to get a free turn. Of course, non-compliance out of Rahili, who fires with top pair, and now a fourth club on the board presents quite clear issues for his holding. With another 32,000 having slid into the middle, he looks out at 76 and pumps the brakes.
Yeah, it would have been reasonable to check back flop in a lot of worlds there. Decided to take the aggressive line, and then once that club comes, it's very pesky. You gotta pump those brakes, as you say.
Sure.
And Gaidukov, well, second nuts, going to pursue value here, surely. There's going to be plenty of ace-X here that contain a club. Not too greedy either. Actually, he's picked a size that might even get a call out of an ace-10. Rahili pondering, is this a post-oak bluff?
That's a term you don't hear all that often anymore, but it was the genuine article.
I think Harrington was the first time I read that term.
Yeah, Action Dan. The original Action Dan, dare I say.
Yeah. We have another Irish one. I'll test you out. Flop the gaff.
Flop the gaff.
What's that mean?
Instead of the joint?
What? Well, specifically flop the gaff. What would you
Well, a
think has
gaff is
happened?
usually like a, you know, a mistake of some sort.
Oh, okay, this is gaff without the E, and it is an Irish expression.
Ah, okay. I don't know that I've ever heard it, in spite of the fact that I've spent some time in Dublin and have a very close friend
If I said,
who's Irish.
I'd love to invite you over to my gaff.
Ah, Full House.
There we go.
I like that. Ace-5 offsuit for Savchenko, early position. And he's going to raise it up. It's weird because a lot of what I'm observing is the sort of stuff that I would expect out of Savchenko, much more so if we were 140 remaining with 134 paid. But we're sitting at 191 right now. There's a lot of runway between here and sort of the bubble period where he can get away with abusive behavior more so. There's going to be a lot of fight spread about still for the time being.
Absolutely, and I think based on that, my hunch is that this is just the way he plays.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't have anything to do with, you know, current phase of the tournament. He does pick up a couple of callers, one of whom has him outkicked on the ace-queen-9 board. Pair and a heart draw for Testori being mulled over. Granted, the heart is small. Round of checks, delivering the 7. Testori might be tempted here, given the 2 checks behind him. I mean, I would think that either the raiser or the caller would be interacting with that ace or queen. He does end up checking it.
While striking quite the pose.
Yeah. Was it blue steel?
It had touches of Zoolander.
Savchenko, perhaps sensing the ace independent of kicker is enough. Bets 14,000. Of course, Sprzesny not looking to go anywhere. And this is an interesting peel from Testori with such a small heart and third pair. Pot grows to 102,000, and there is the fourth heart on board. Now, the reason that the peel is so ambitious, of course, David, is because you're never going to be able to lead and try to get value out of your hand. You would simply be turning it into a bluff inadvertently. We can see its best.
Yeah, weak pair, weak draw, always a dicey candidate here. Does he go for the sort of one big blind blocker to try to avoid facing something bigger, something that he might not like to call? Does he check and call? Does he check and fold maybe sometimes? Well, delighted to see it quickly check round, and the story with pride can show this 6 of hearts now.
That's going to raise some eyebrows, I would imagine, from the opposition. Yeah.
Very good for TV.
Drawing some reprimand, perhaps, from even parties not involved in the pot. We're taking note of that. He doesn't seem bothered, though. I'll tell you that much. Was it Basil Musa, perhaps?
I think it might have been.
Had a mischievous Musa-esque finish to it, didn't it?
Yeah, not mousy, moosey.
I gotta say, I don't know if it's just the climate, the energy, the vibe at this particular feature table, or if it's the play, but things feel cagier than they ought to be to me right now. Now, I say that having just observed 9-6 overcall, you know, and take that pot down, but are you with me? Do you know? I mean, I know there's data points to the contrary that we've seen, but just a weird, like, hand-wringing almost, like a strange, you know, where are we? What are we really doing right about now?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think there is a lot of middling stacks, actually, in the context of the tournament. A lot of players that are maybe just above the average and are sitting in a sort of comfort zone, knowing that bubble is away maybe 50 minutes from now, whatever it happens to be. It's lending itself to what I would call tippy-tappy sort of play.
Yeah.
We're still seeing fights, 4 pots, but they're not big scraps.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's a lot of pawing at one another in the middle of the ring, you know, just a feeling out of things. Testing the durability of the ice beneath their feet. Bottom pair here for Aslanli, being asked for 15,000 by the King 10 of the German, who did min-raise pre. And how about this? A check raise to 40,000 with that queen working, plus the backdoor spades, and a desire to not take a passive line. And no sooner do I suggest that maybe, you know, we've got some jabs going and we see a nice stiff right cross come across the bow.
Yeah, I like that. Obviously, bottom pair, a hand that needs protecting. When you've got all those back doors to go with, you can maybe apply the pressure. Also a spot where you have 2 pair combos and your opponent doesn't, so they are somewhat capped. Yeah, quite like it, actually. I think that's probably the right way to proceed. And picking up on your point there, Ali, is a point very well made. One of the things I love to do in the booth, and I get a lot of derision from my co-commentators for this, I should point out, is that I love to scribble with pen and paper.
Okay.
They're very much in the digital realm. There's a lot of screens around me. James Dempsey has touch screens that it's like he's a Wall Street trader, and I'm here with scraps of paper and a biro. But I do like to keep tabs on how the chips are moving, and very little movement. Most players holding steady with not much different to what they began. So that adds to your point very much so.
Yeah. And maybe that's, you know, what it is that has really kind of invoked that sentiment from me. That things are cagey. It's the lack of movement, the lack of significant pots. In those situations, though, David, do we not kind of take stock if we're somebody who has the chips with which to make the adjustment and tell ourselves, all right, this seems like a ripe piece of fruit for me to sink my teeth into potentially and loosen up my ranges?
Yeah, it's certainly there for somebody to drop the hammer, so to speak, now over the next hour or so. Players best positioned to do so obviously include Asllani, Sprezhny, and well, I don't think Savchenko really needs to change much. He has probably been getting after it more than most. But again, meeting just enough resistance most of the time, rendering him somewhat static.
Both players connecting with the 8 on this 10-high flop here. Whereas Szczesny has the better kicker, but an interesting turn card after Musa check called the 15K on the heels of defending versus the min raise.
Be surprised to see another bet here from Sprezhny. I think he has a very nice check back candidate, and these guys going to assess river. Probably just checks through now, both with enough showdown.
Second overcard to the 8. And 8 is exactly what you want to hear when you have an ace kicker.
Bad beat.
Well, that's our first level of the day in the books, and a not at all insignificant bump in terms of the blinds here. A 25% increase to both small and big blind as we go from 4 and 8,000 to 5 and 10,000, and you can observe the effect that that has on all stacks with great immediacy. Kerem Turuskan now with just 7 big blinds, and Savchenko, both the product of this level up and then also the fact that he has lost about $250,000 since the onset of today's play, sits with just about 100 bigs.
Yeah, I'd actually, to again emphasize that point, because I have our start of day stats and the stats now after exactly one level. 7 of the 9 players are within 40K of where they began.
That's remarkable. That is really remarkable. I mean, it almost suggests that they've done nothing but spectate over the course of the past hour, because, you know, one orbit will cost you, when we were playing 4 and 8, 20K.
Yep.
If we got through 2 orbits over the hour and, you know, play was not brisk, then that's really all you would have spent is 40K to just sit and watch poker.
So this table very much in a holding pattern right now, as the ticker ticks down to 188, so just over 50 players from the money, and we've seen the back of about 45. So actually, I'm going to have to review my guesstimate from the beginning. Don't think it's going to go in this frame. I think that's going to be an event enjoyed by Andrew Headley and James Dempsey in the next one.
Savchenko keeping himself entertained here. I kind of like this guy. Queen 4 suited in the big. He defends, pardon me. The ace-5 of Asllani not looking to bet on the paired flop, and a very nice turn for that ace-high. Still no betting. Now an ace on the river for Asllani. He's a bit torn about whether or not to bet into the chip leader in this spot, because obviously if the check raise were to come in, which certainly we could see from a jack or an 8 for that matter as played, it would really pose a problem, but relief will come once that chip leader does lay down.
A good fold from Savchenko there, not tempted to get the chop, recognizing that his opponent would find some thin value bets.
Вы тоже по-русски разговариваете, да? Ага. Разменяйте. Целый час посидел, ничего не сказал. А, понимает все.
Да. Не, молодец, молодец.
Pocket threes for Farshad Rahili. He's going to raise it up from under the gun here, David. Not generally the sort of thing that we see from pocket threes up front. And obviously, he's got himself a situation courtesy of this jam by Turuskan. Under the gun +1 to his direct left with the ace-6 suited. Another 45,000 on request. And Rahili will make the call. So we've got our first all-in of the afternoon. And it will be 2 overs against the underpair with 155 in the middle.
Yeah, brutal hour of poker for Turuskan, who just never found a spot and now has just decided to go with this ace-6 suited. Can he survive?
It doesn't look that way, David. You would think under normal circumstances, flopping the nut flush draw would give you some hope, but not when the full house is what is out there for Rahili. Turn makes it official. And
Don't say that to the man.
I mean, by the way, the comment came in on the river. It was already there on the turn. That's, yeah. Hey, did you know you made clubs? Oh, yeah, I did.
Online many times.
So Rahili thins the herd here.
I had one very humorous moment. So, Ali, I was at the World Series, as you know. We bumped into each other a couple of times, and I didn't have a good one. All the bigger events, all the main, the proper World Series Bracelet events starting at 10 a.m., midday, whatever they were, generally tended to be gone by 4 or 5 p.m. So, found myself in the daily deep stack room much more often than I would have liked.
Okay.
So I'm in the daily deep stack room. We get to the bubble, and it's not the best organised daily deep stack bubble I've ever seen.
Okay.
And, but a couple of players seem to leave the table at around the same moment, and one of them goes off and another goes off. And there's actually 3 bust outs at the same time. And as people are leaving, we realise that one of them has actually made the money. So the bubble has overburst.
Okay, yeah.
And the TD shouts to the back of the room, "Come back." And the 2 guys come back.
Oh.
And they're on different sides of the room, so they don't realise.
Oh.
And then when they both arrive back, the gentleman on the right was just told, "No, not you."
Oh.
And he has to do the walk of shame all over again.
Twice. That's painful. Note, by the way, that the Italian Testori here is lying in wait, playing pocket kings as a flat against the under-the-gun open of Sprezesny, who's got 2 undercards. And Rahili taking a price with a very suspect Queen-3 offsuit, performing horribly.
Yeah, it's not been a squeezy sort of table.
Look at this flop. Queen-Jack of hearts has turned into the nuts with a straight flush redraw.
Yeah, savagery from the dealer here. I was about to say it hasn't been a squeezy sort of table. I would have preferred to see a 3-bet from the kings, given the current dynamic. As played, it's a disastrous situation now for the kings. The board you absolutely hate to see, the board where you will take it slow, but it's going to be hard not to lose, I think, 2 streets in this situation.
This is really something else. Sprezesny's bet of 22,000, again flatted by Testori. 2-tone texture on the turn.
And I think you just have to call once more as Testori. Not a scare card, not a jack, not a 7. Opponent will be in there with weaker.
little south of half pot, the turn bet sizing. And look at this. Testori almost appears resigned to play a small one, almost like a strategic deal. Now this backdoor diamond and four-liner on board sort of card could be one that would relieve Testori of further losses. 229 in the middle, and let's see whether or not Sprezesny, who really does not welcome that river, will continue to pursue value.
Yeah, I think this has saved Testori from losing a decent-sized river bet here.
Well, let's see how greedy.
Oh, wow.
Sprezesny goes full milk, man. 30K.
Nice flop, yeah.
Does he show the kings?
He hasn't yet.
All he said was nice flop. No. Kings just quietly end up in the muck.
Well,
I'll tell you what, go on. I think you're going to make the same point I am.
This one could have got really nasty.
Yeah.
Testori 3-bets, I think the Queen Jack suited being such a pure flatting hand is in there. And then, okay, it probably goes check on the flop, but then it gets expensive on turn and river.
Yeah. It's exactly my thought. Oddly enough, we really didn't have a taste for the approach pre-flop, and yet it's one that potentially saved Testori from further losses.
7-6 of diamond. No?
7-6 diamonds, he wins.
I think.
He wins.
If he shows down.
Yeah, of course.
I believe we overheard Testori mention kings out loud, and there they are once more, this time in the hands of Said Amir Eftekhari, and on the button, facing the Aslanli Open.
It's like Beetlejuice. You say it, they
Yeah.
reappear.
And this time the kings do get played as a 3-bet. Little baby suited connector wouldn't have minded getting in there for the minimum, but certainly not for a total of 65. Now it's back over to Aslanli, and the ace-10 offsuit in particular really performs quite poorly post-flop, David.
Yeah, this is rock bottom of the opening range, so it should really be shed at this point to further action. It hasn't been a very 3-betty sort of table, so I think you don't really want to ever deploy the 4-bet. It would be overly optimistic to do so. And Aslanli, a very, very wily player, I think understands. We saw him with that Queen 5 suited earlier on, a really nice raise on the flop. I think understands the ace 10 has shriveled up there.
So a proper release. As David scribbles away, one of the things that I had the privilege of casting my eyes upon was a note that you had made, David, that I feel compelled to kind of guide you into sharing with those who are streaming right now. But earlier, I had suggested that, you know, things felt a little bit cagey, couldn't really identify why it was. You talked about the fact that chips hadn't been moving around. There's 185 players left, 134 get paid. We don't consider this the bubble by any real metric. However, here, we have ourselves a 2K buy-in. We have ourselves perhaps a slightly more recreational heavy field, many of whom would love to find their way to the money, and perhaps we actually are within the realm of play being adjusted. We've seen play slow down.
Yep.
And we've seen in particular, the two kings of Testori is what really highlighted this for me. You know, some very passive, let's play small one sort of attitudes.
Yeah. No, it's a really good observation. And
Not one that's supported.
Yeah.
Not one that's supported by what's on our screen right now, as Testori opens under the gun with pocket fives. Musa 3-betting the 2 10s.
Yeah, certainly reasonable for Musa to go either way here, flat or 3-bet. He's opted for the aggressive route, maybe recognizing that aggression will pay off here at this table that seems a little bit more circumspect.
Sprzesny laying down the king-queen offsuit there.
Yeah,
grudgingly.
It's reminding me of a story by Kafka, First Sorrow, all about a trapeze artist who is so fearless, and he basically never comes down from his trapeze, and he's considered one of the great circus acts around. And the ringmaster wants to exploit this fact, so he wants to move from town to town, but he doesn't like coming down. So the idea is that the ringmaster says, okay, well, I'll build a trapeze in the next town so it's ready for you, so the length of time that you're on the ground will be minimized because you don't like coming down.
Yeah.
So he moves from town to town, but every time he comes down, he sort of becomes aware of how high up he is. And suddenly, at the end of the story, it's sort of the first reckoning of fear as he stares down at the abyss beneath him, recognizing how high up he's been all along.
Yeah, sure.
I wonder if that's starting to creep into Merit Poker's room.
Right? I mean, listen, this main event began 7 days ago. Day 1A, B, C, D, right? Then we had day 2. Well, I guess 6 days then. Forgive me. Math is hard. But nevertheless, we're talking about the better part of a week that this has been underway. And when you get within sniffing distance, as Musa once again looks down at a couple of 10s, this time opening and running in to 2 aces for Savchenko.
And the dynamic between these two guys is going to be crucial here. It's been very friendly, it's been very jokey, lots of smiles. I guarantee you there will be no smiles through this hand. This will be a business hand. Savchenko's going to 3-bet this one. Musa's going to probably have to call, and we are going to a very, very big and important flop here between two of the biggest stacks. In fact, the 2 biggest stacks at the table. The jovial back and forth between Savchenko and Musa, I predict, is over. Things just got serious.
3-bet to 82,000. 62 more on request. 10s is a good bit of hand, but to have to play them out of position, and in particular this 3-bet is coming from the man who has us covered, Savchenko, and it's coming versus our early position and an early position of its own.
Oh, Musa is going to probe here with some friendly banter.
Translate.
His first time on the TV table.
Ah, first time on
Cat's out of the bag. Look at Musa. Find the fold right away. What a sicko. What a sicko.
You know, it was a healthy 3-bet in context, and I think, honestly, Musa's got some good sniff on him. You know, he paused, he looked over, and the minute that Savchenko had all of that comfort about, he instantly speculated kings. I mean, same sort of kit.
Maximum you have jacks. No, it's no jack. Ace king off. For sure.
Maximum
You
9.
wanna bet? Ace king off? No. No ace king off? Queens? I will see, tell me.
Looks like 4-4.
No, ace, for sure.
He said ace for sure. How about that?
Yeah, and it was a big sizing from Savchenko, but I do actually like the sizing, even though it may have discouraged action on this occasion, because you're generally playing strong range against strong range early position. You're not going to have a lot of bluffs in that seat, so you may as well charge the other likely good hands quite a bit pre-flop here with your nutty good hand.
Musa once again opening, this time from pure under the gun, and he's going to get a smack on the back of his hand once again. Or not, as on the button, Ace-King is played as a flat. David, don't adjust your screen. This is a bit of Merit Poker optimal protracted bubble behavior.
Yeah, this is exactly what you described a few moments ago as being this sort of more careful, small ball approach that we're starting to see here.
And the 9 somehow connecting with Musa, his only clean out other than diamonds.
It's tough now for Gaidakov, who's under-repped his hand.
Wow.
Good fold.
Wow.
Very good fold.
I have very good hands. You see.
Very good flop.
For you.
Not very good hand, very good flop.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this is the bubble. In everyone's mind right now,
Yeah.
this is the bubble. That much is clear.
Yeah, because if you are going to take the passive line with Ace-King on the button there versus admittedly an under-the-gun open, perhaps a strong enough range from Musa, you just have to continue on a board such as that one. You're just going to be ahead. You actually could be very far ahead. If your opponent has Ace-Jack, well, you're miles ahead.
Yeah.
So just giving up to one small 1/3 pop bet, while we see it actually turned out to be genius, I don't think it's a good overall policy. And I think that is, again, another data point backing up your theory here, Ali, which is that these guys are feeling very tight pants,
Yeah.
bubble adjacent.
Yeah,
Oh, Sunday.
irrefutably so.
Well, another premium hand now for Savchenko under the gun.
Pocket.
Opening into the big blind, bear in mind, of Musa here.
King, queen for Eftekhari. Under normal circumstances, this is something attractive, but boss stack, under the gun. Maybe we feel a bit more bashful. He does find the flat. Now an ace-jack suited for Gaidukov. We saw him flat ace-king from the button earlier. Hops in there, pocket 9s for Testori, who's shown he can flat kings, so neither of those boys looking for a 3-bet. Now, is this pocket 10s on the 3rd straight? Maybe not 3rd straight, but...
Wow, look at this.
I mean, 3rd occasion in the last 4 or 5 hands for Musa. And how tempting is it to potentially squeeze?
It's very tempting to squeeze. There's a lot of dead money out there, theoretically.
And how big does he go? 88,000.
I love the dynamics of this one. Given all the chat, the immediate sort of reaction to Savchenko's open under the gun. After Savchenko opened it and gave him a little nudge to remind him he was opening into his big blind. Then we see some very legit flats there. Okay, King Queen's a bit speculative. Ace-Jack suited, absolutely reasonable. 9's a slam dunk. 10's could have gone for flat, but Musa, recognizing all that dead money, thinks he could maybe take it upstairs, win quite a nice pot for 88k here. Savchenko can't go away with these jacks, though. Here we go. Testori will have an interesting decision once it gets back on him. I don't think either Eftekhari or Gaidukov could think seriously about this situation now. It's all just got a little bit expensive.
Well, not unlike a junior high school photo. This one got awkward.
Yeah, and Testori is actually getting the right direct price to set mine here when you think about it like that, or give or take. Probably needs to get a little bet out of somebody, but that's very likely to happen. Problem for him is it's quite a lot of his remaining stack here.
I was just going to say, he's got 400,000 remaining. He's doing a little inventory.
Yeah, 16 to 320, so he's getting 5 to 1. Needs about 6.5, 7 to 1 to justify. Certainly can make that back if he flops his set. He's going to go for it here. A board of baby cards could get very expensive for all 3 players here.
Sure. Six, 5, 3. All 3 players with over pairs. 1 pip apart. Musa continues. The kind of board texture, by the way, which she's a big fan of, not imagining that anybody is going to be lurking with pocket 3s, 5s, or 6s as played, let alone with a hand better than pocket 10s, because I think he feels as though he would have heard from such things. But now that Savchenko is flatting this 78K C-bet, you see Testori recognizing the gig is a bit up, his 9's out of the way. We'll see whether or not Musa recognizes that as well. But remember, these 2 are the guys, as you pointed out, Lappin, coming into this one, that have some context, a little bit of history.
Yeah, this would be a SETI board in a single race pot. It's not really a SETI board versus the 3 betting hands. So with that in mind, both players probably afraid of what the other one might have and very happy to get to showdown now. Musa will be thinking to himself, Savchenko could have queens or jacks, not going to have aces or kings, could also have 9s or 8s, and he's beating those. So very good reason to just, you know, check it over. Yeah, and in the end, both players enough showdown to just hang on. Savchenko obviously worried about the bigger pairs as well that Musa might have, so that makes a lot of sense as that one played out.
You know, that one could have been more expensive for Musa potentially. I mean, Savchenko kind of gave him a bit of a break as played, but you know, and I think he's getting a bit of an earful from his compatriot over there with respect to the fact that he didn't get after it a little bit more, but nobody's looking to kind of enter murky water, I suppose, right now, or, you know, stir up sediment from the bottom.
Yeah, I think the only misbet is potentially the last one. As thin as it would be, I think Musa would have bet something with queens on river. It might have gone bet flop, check turn. Now we feel a bit safer about life. We'll bet something on the river and target 10s and jacks. But when he checks, I think jack suddenly becomes a more interesting hand to maybe pursue value from 10s and 9s, feeling like you would have heard from aces, kings, and queens.
Look, 3s, 5s, and 6s not there, and granted the board double paired, making it even less likely that they were there. Musa just never has that part of the board, nor 4-7, nor deuce 4. So we can safely remove all of that. And I don't think he's ever going to check queens, kings, or aces both turn and then one check back to also river. So that's when we need to stop and consider that the jacks really should be doing a bit of betting. Now maybe they're thinking to themselves, what could call me? And if I get check raised, then that's a big problem. And if I don't identify, you know, he doesn't think maybe Musa would have played 10s, 9s, or 8s as a 3-bet in that situation from the big blind. Now you can kind of sympathize with, well, nothing's going to pay me off, and some things might check raise me and give me a big problem. But nevertheless, onwards we march with Eftihadi's Jack-10 suited. The opener under the gun. Testori again with a pocket pair, this time 8s. Again, he flats them. 1-8 busy in Musa's hand, who comes along with the suited connector and flops trip 7s.
Wow, Musa with the loose image right now. Eftikari with some backdoors, going to take a stab at this one. I can't see him getting any folds. No, Testori interested here, still with the overpair, and Musa in a dreamy spot here. Now, how worried does he have to be about Testori having pocket 5s, maybe a better 7? Not too worried, to be honest. He's going to proceed cautiously, though. Obviously, a couple of diamonds out there. Let's see, a safe turn might be the thought going through Moose's mind. No, in fact, he is going to send it upstairs with a
111,000 in total.
I didn't know whether to risk the Nelson-esque bet there, because I don't know how many cricketers are listening.
Certainly there's zero other than yourself in the booth.
Sometimes pleasing myself is enough.
Listen, I'm not sure what you meant by that, David, but I tend to concur in both contexts. Testori shows the 2 8s and recognizes that Musa isn't going to be dancing around.
Yeah, and concerns now for Testori, who is approaching the 20 big blind zone. He started this feature table with 570k, actually chipped up a little bit initially, but has now taken a few hits down to 270k. We've obviously lost Turscan already. Is he going to be the next man to depart this feature table pre-bubble? We hope not.
Well, plenty of post-mortem there taking place. His spirited conversation.
Explain.
Savchenko, 1.3 million plus.
Crazy man, I know. Sunday. Yeah. I cannot believe him in anything anymore. He check.
Pre-flop.
Pre-flop.
Ah, Pucci.
I don't go in if you...
He was on the feature table last night.
That he was.
I don't want... All table.
Michele Pucci.
We had some great fun, Ali, last night with an axis of 3 players in a row. Bonucci, Pascucci and Pucci.
Yeah. Bonucci, by the way, he was quite gothic. The black fingernails and the... I, for one, love watching the Italians play because Italians in general are very, you know, demonstrative, very passionate people.
Yeah.
So watching them take a bad beat comes with some added intrigue. King 4 versus 10-4, Savchenko just sprinkles and takes it in this blind versus blind spot.
Yeah, lots of index finger to thumbs expressions.
Yeah.
Я не постоянно.
Нет, ну я вообще играю. Я чисто приехал в удовольствие, чтобы поиграть.
Я тоже.
Yeah, this has ground to a halt. 179 players. We've only lost 9 players in the last maybe 35, 40 minutes. Wow, this is something we're not used to here in the Merit Poker Room. Usually it's bish bash bosh and we're almost at the bubble already.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's a generally breakneck pace that we head toward the bubble and then blast right through it.
Yep.
Thin membranes generally here in northern Cyprus. Not today. Although once we get closer to the actual stone bubble, you know, perhaps we'll be able to reassess.
Gaidukov now with some kit, pocket 9s. Going to look to accumulate here. Gaidukov started the feature with 720. One of those players who's virtually been in a holding pattern, held solid. Well, he's about to get tested by Basil Musa.
And by the way, Musa's friskiness has been very much on display here. Now, granted, he's had hands, but they haven't all gone to showdown.
True. And this 3-bet will not be met with a lot of faith that he has the kit required. And Gaidukov, obviously, yeah, it's an interesting one. You've got a nice solid medium pocket pair. Even if your opponent has a strong hand, you can navigate, maybe hit a 9 and get paid big. If he has overcards, maybe the board runs out in such a way that you can be the right amount of sticky. Big 3-bet though from Musa. Again, very similar sizing to what we saw a few moments ago from Savchenko versus Musa. And look at that. Allows him to get away. Gaidakov scot-free. Great outcome for him.
Maybe you don't believe me. Don't wait TV, I'll show you directly.
I got to give some credit.
That's why it's expensive.
Yeah.
To those who have found folds against the 3-bets pre-flop here, which include Musa with the 10s versus aces against Savchenko, and then here, especially because, you know, you begin to question if we are going to collectively assess present phase as, okay, this is the bubble. Not under normal tournament circumstances. Here in this one at Merit, this is the bubble. Still 40 some odd between here and the money, and yet we're going to assign it that, right? You expect some of the more aggressive characters, some of the bigger stacks, to be leveraging during the bubble. And in particular, if that is the case, options that we could potentially salivate over where we're thinking, okay, that's a hand that's out of line. Maybe I can put a 4-bet out there and pick off, you know, a nice chunk of chips and then sit back for an orbit or two once more. You know, just pop our head up out of the sand. But they have just fought clean.
Yeah, and I think it's probably a virtue, to be honest. You know, we often talk about bubbles and ICM peaking, but actually it's not one of these things that just suddenly becomes a big factor. It's a creeping factor, and it's like ramping up step by step. It's been there since the beginning of the day, frankly. Players should be taking into account a little bit of ICM, not obviously, you know, avoiding all collisions, but they should be a bit more circumspect in their procedures. This is starting to get a bit more serious.
Yeah.
With 20 from the money, it'll be very serious. 10 from the money, of course, then it gets very, very serious.
It's almost like a torque wrench, and each successive hand we ratchet a little bit further and further. King-Queen turns into top pair here on a King 9-3 board as Rahili flatted from the small blind versus the Testori open.
Yeah, and I would expect to see Testori fire a little c-bet here. Obviously that king, oh well, he may not be given an opportunity. Bit strange to go counterflow with the donk bet here. Might end up costing him chips, because I feel like Testori had an obvious c-bet here. Yes, the small blind range is condensed and does have a lot of Broadway stuff, but with those backdoors, the ace-10 of diamonds in particular, seems like a nice candidate to fire a small one yourself. Not given that option, Rahili. Maybe he's happy, though. Sometimes players feel like, okay, I'm going to do this, and really what I want is just to clean this hand up. I just want it to be over fast. So maybe getting the desired outcome, actually, but it doesn't feel like the way to proceed most profitably.
No, I tend to agree with you there. You're going to get that c-bet so often. Granted, maybe as a small blind defender versus a big blind defender, your range is going to look a little bit more skewed towards some of the King X combos, but nevertheless, facts remain. Pre-flop Razor is always tempted to put a little sprinkle out there and see whether or not he can just usher you out and take it down heads up in position.
Yeah, because a hand like pocket 7s or pocket 8s that could call from the small blind, certainly not likely to continue there. And, you know, a player such as Testori may well just try to fire out a small bet to clear that kind of hand away right away.
Pocket Kings for Michele Pucci. As he is welcome to the table in relatively short order. Somebody working a tee quite hard somewhere out there. That's a rigorous spoon. After Hardy giving us a look, by the way, this 10-7 suited is a slight bit out of character. 22 becomes 70, and aces directly behind for Sprezesny. A disaster for Pucci.
Wow.
Well, we talked about the lack of violence on the scale that would be seismic in nature to this point, and I don't think there is any escaping that sort of incident here.
Pucci has not been on this table for very long, so will not be aware perhaps of some of the dynamics leaning towards passivity and tightness. Facing a 4-bet as he is virtually certain to do so now. Does he ever come with a call? And is there ever an escape path presented post-flop? That's the question. Perfectly reasonable to stick it in here with kings, but we haven't seen a 4-bet at this table yet. It's likely to be loaded. Oh, this is tough though.
The 4-bet to 165. Pucci's sort of salivating right now. He is blocking the ace-king with the 2 kings, which he might be considering as a prospective candidate to be played this way from the big blind.
Can he find a call here, and can the dealer provide him with an escape route? Or is he going to just put all the money in here and now?
Yeah, he started this one with right around 800,000 in chips. And the aces are the covering stack. You know, you can really sense the discomfort of the situation that he's been placed in.
Is that a click?
300? Yeah.
Yes. So he's found the non-all-in 5-bet. It's going to be met with a 6-bet sometimes from a player who just presumes you have no folds when you put this much in.
Okay.
Sometimes maybe. If there's serious dynamics afoot, does Brezhny ever find just the flat call?
I was just thinking the same thing, because the 6-bet is an absolute declaration of aces, right? And you don't expect that extra 478 is going to get in there 100% of the time. I know that when we're looking at it, we think, you know, is Pucci ever going to 5-bet to 300,000 and then fold when asked for the rest? Isn't this a pot committal right now? But if this is the bubble in his mind, and if he thinks that there's only a world where aces are contained by the 6-betting stack, then Szczesny would be well served to flat. That said, the flat looks very strong as well. In fact, the flat would feel to me like kings, the other 2 kings, more than anything else.
Yeah, kings or queens.
But would queens really? Oh, there's the all-in, and this is, yeah, immediately an issue for Pucci. He knows it.
He's going to go into the tank here. Credit to him. Obviously, we normally don't like these informational sort of bets, but he did go for the non-all-in click, and then it would have to be a 6-bet. And when is a 6-bet in the modern game? Not aces.
Just, you tell me. It just is.
Whatever he says.
Yeah. And shakes his head, lamenting the poor fortune.
I feel like he knew.
He did know. He did. And by the way, he was told.
Brezhny not all in right now. If his aces were to be cracked, he would be left with 17 big blinds.
Oh my goodness! King 9-5, top set, and this is unjust.
Now straight. Isn't straight.
Turn is ace free, and Pucci simply needs to fade 2 outs to deal Szczesny a very filthy beat late.
Б, когда вот такие карты раздают,
A3.
ну, это невозможно выкинуть все остальное.
Это просто любые стейки выставляют.
Oh my goodness.
I'm breathless. Generally, one needs to trek
Я думал, они сейчас
into the Himalayas to find a lack of oxygen like this. This is...
блефуют реально, я так думал, ну, честно.
ouch.
I think they are bluffing, you know?
Brezhny, crestfallen, all of those hard-earned chips.
The picture table, what?
He'd be sitting with 1.8 million, 3 times the average, approaching the bubble, the dreamiest of situations in a poker tournament. But instead, left with just 17 big blinds now, and it's Pucci, the latecomer to this feature table.
This was like taking a big spoonful of what you thought was green tea ice cream, only to find out it was wasabi. The one thing I'll say, David, about beats like these, you just don't need to hold yourself accountable in any way, shape, or form. There was truly nothing that could have been done.
Там же паса точно не будет.
$688. How much? 788.
It's like 800.
لعبتك لشويتة
You have 700. No?
شويتة ضعفة ضعفة.
We're still here. We're
We're still counting those chips.
just shell-shocked.
شايل الميكرو
600, да, получается?
700 ليك
700, да?
كينج ايس سبوك 3 مليون
778, да?
كينج
Poker can be a very cruel game.
حرام بس والله حرام.
That it can.
Люблю, когда ее обижают.
ايه والله.
Это всегда принято было.
I mean, and you heard Pucci, it was so remarkable. He said, whatever. He kind of had that sense of, if it's aces, if this is my fate, so be it. He really accepted it. And then all of a sudden, the deck had a different idea in store. And the chosen one was Michele Pucci of Italy.
Yeah, I think probably the most significant hand in this tournament so far.
Oh, yeah.
Окей. Можно поменяться. Change.
$171 players remain. 134 will make the money. Brezhny, with his short stack, will look to now navigate that short stack through the money bubble here. The Merrick Crystal Cove. La Notte Degli Assi, the night of aces. Sometimes you don't want the aces.
No. No, sometimes you don't. You're right about that, Mr. Lappin. Well, it didn't take long for Pucci to emerge as the chip leader here at the feature, and undoubtedly one of the biggest stacks in the room. Over 150 bigs, roughly 1.6 million in front of him. Eftachari. Red eights. Hijack open.
Rahili in the tank, Pucci on the button.
Not sure this A7 is as worthy of the consideration it's being given as Farshad is providing it.
Cheeky one.
Yeah, very much so. I quite like the choice to 3-bet it versus flat it, of course. I just don't know whether or not it's the appropriate candidate. Now all of a sudden, Szczesny, 2 nines in the small.
So hard to reset here. You have to reset and think about. So tempting to just stick it in. It actually would have been a great spot, as it turns out. But so hard to reset yourself. Huge credit to him for recognizing.
You know what's wild? And you know, maybe this is the sick and twisted, demented nature of my mind, but when I'm running bad, I look at a spot like this, in retrospect, right? Once Szczesny is able to go back on a break, perhaps after the delay catches up. And I say, I'm supposed to have been able to get it in against 2 red 8s here 99 times out of 100. But for some reason, I'm running so bad that Rahili espoused this ace-7 offsuit and decided to 3-bet, which kicks me out and prevents me from, you know, a prompt double off of the low water mark. But that, you know, run bad comes in a lot of different forms.
It sure does.
A little skeptical was Eftekhari, by the way, as he looks over, but he too bins it. And credit to Rahili for activating and getting both 8s and 9s out of there. With a lowly ace-7, no less.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and Szczesny getting very wet right now. Oh, don't deconstruct the hand. Don't do it to him.
Ouch.
If I just call, but then I hit a set, do you get away? I don't think you get away. Maybe you get away.
Ouch.
If you flat,
I have 2 aces, so it's difficult to have ace king.
I'm sure he's loving this.
No, no.
What might have happened?
He definitely is not loving it.
the other flat.
He was the other option. When I 5-bet, I play for all the money. Yeah. I swear, I ate my life, but I have to fold.
Of course. But now you hit your right, you know, after the flop.
Savchenko getting frisky with the suited 1-gapper. Credit to Szczesny, by the way, who seems to be taking it in stride and, you know, perhaps knowing that really there was nothing that he could do other than be a passenger there.
Yeah.
Lending to his ability to do that. Pucci flatting a Jack-9 off. I mean, those chips aren't going to collect any dust, it would seem. Ace-King now for Gaidukov.
Why? What did you call me?
The icon man. The icon.
Ah, icon man.
Yeah,
Okay.
You have
Item man.
No, I didn't think. No. Sorry.
Three bet to 112,000.
Yeah, and into the 2 big stacks as well.
112.
No messing with this bet size. Going to charge these guys. If they do want to continue here, Savchenko, this would be splashy.
I think this is just a bit of posturing so as to make it seem as though the open was attached to something far better than 5-3. Jack-9 quickly and predictably binned as well. A nice little pickup there for Gaidukov.
Yeah, Pucci looking to play a pot with Savchenko, the other deep stack, with the Jack-9. You know, probably reckoning that the big blind comes in often enough, but he gets position in the hand, gets to play a deep stack pot against the player who can do him the most damage, but you know, who he can eliminate, unlike anybody else at the table. In the end, they both get outmaneuvered by the Ace-King. And both recognizing that it had become a very different spot. Credit to them for a lack of stickiness there. It's tough here for some of these players in the middle stack area, and even the shortest ones too, who have every reason to believe that they could, with a couple of shoves, maybe even a cheeky double up, make it through this bubble. Wow, Musa with another pocket pair.
The deck has really been kind to him in terms of quality of pre-flop kit. Granted, it hasn't always worked out, but still, facts remain. Ace-10 suited for Eftekhari now.
And he's going to activate here, feeling like Moose is taking liberties.
57,000 in total. Now let's see how Musa chooses to approach. 341 back for Eftekhari, and Musa is going to flat.
Yeah,
you prefer that?
Yeah, I do like that. I don't think you're doing well against the 5 betting range. Don't want to click 4 bet it. Lamping seems like a lot of chips.
You also don't want to see an ace on the flop, but that's exactly where Musa finds himself here. Eftekhari out flopping. And checking back, David. Little sneaky.
Yeah, a bit of pot control there, recognizing that Musa may be in here with ace queen, ace jack as played. Certainly could have the ace 7, ace 8 suited as well now. So he's going to tread lightly with what was a fairly loose 3-bet, it must be said. Musa does check his jacks over one more time, and maybe Eftekhari comes with an advanced blocker. Maybe he checks one more time and then feels very happy to call anything on the river or pursue value on river. Looks like the former.
So the c-bet comes on the turn in the amount of 31,000.
Tricky for Musa here because he could be up against a bigger pocket pair that would take this line. He could be up against a premium ace that may be deciding on a somewhat deceptive flop line, and he also is behind some of the lighter 3-bets that would be the ace 5s and ace 4s. So just hanging on grimly right now. Musa, not likely to be facing pocket 9s, pocket 10s too often, which are maybe the only hands he can beat. King Queen, I guess, might be in there too. But Eftekhari, could pursue a tickle of value here, but it's a little bit dicey. You could be up against ace jack as played. You could be taking yourself to value town.
And by the way, Musa did not make a meal of the fold on the river whatsoever, convinced that if it wasn't the ace, it was queens or kings. Maybe, perhaps Eftekhari just shuts down on the river with the ladder. But correctly, he finds the muck.
Yeah, Musa has to basically call once in that spot and can't really take any further heat. Not impossible for his opponent to have pocket aces with that line as well.
I must say I quite like Basil Musa's game. I mean, granted, he's had strong holdings pre-flop with which to kind of show it off, but he's also managed to find folds and not really cost himself too much when beaten specifically with those good pre-flop starting hands.
Yeah, strikes me as a man who has been around the block, a lot of experience, has seen a lot of poker play out, understands where he's at, and actually even in those couple of murkier situations where he's probably not sure where he's at because it is exceptionally tough, he uses live reads really well as well.
That's right. You remember him engaging Savchenko in conversation when it was under the gun +1 and +2, raise and 3-bet, 10s versus aces, and he simply mucked it, and that was quite early in play as well. Here we have Pucci putting his big stack to work, ace 8 offsuit, that which is responsible on this occasion, a suited king on the button, played as a flat by Testori, who's down to 229,000 to start this one, and he's got himself middle pair in the best hand on a 10-high rainbow board, which Pucci quickly checks.
You have to say, I really don't like this flat from Testori. These hands, these suited kings, are quite nice hands to flat, small blind, button in a lot of spots. But with the additional ICM pressure right now, being one of these 20 big blind stacks right now, I really don't like this line. However, it may work. Pucci, big stack here, could decide to put a lot of pressure on Testori, doesn't, so it works for Testori, but I'm not a big fan of that line, to be honest. Credit to him for looking to stay active and still accumulate some chips in this phase, but that's a dangerous situation.
Well, I don't know about you, but the image on my screen when the cameras are trained on Testori is not one of a man who's bothered by danger.
Indeed. Okay, I don't think I'm going to get the opportunity to do it if I don't do it now. I had prepared a little something for the pre-bubble phase. I'm not going to get to be the person in the box for it.
Okay.
But at one point in the film La Dolce Vita, Fellini's protagonist, Marcella, I'm sure you've seen this movie, Ali.
Yes.
Is reflecting on his life, and he says, I'm wasting time. I won't manage anything anymore. Once I had ambitions, but maybe I'm losing everything. It can sometimes feel that way in a poker tournament. If you're short to middling stack approaching the bubble, time is being wasted. Ambitions once held to have a big stack have been superseded now by the need to survive with every tight fold and decision not to defend the blinds. It can seem as if we are indeed losing everything.
Well, as long as we've not lost, quote, everything. And we've always got hope in any given poker tournament. And that is something on the mind of Sprzęsny, by the way, who suffered that violent beat. Aces versus kings. Now, an ace-king for Aslanli, who's been largely uninvolved. And when he has been, it hasn't been anything of great consequence. Facing the 4-5 suited cutoff open from Testori, he will 3-bet to 60.
We're leaving, yeah?
Oh my. These are big investments to be made off of a stack that continues to dwindle more often than not for Testori. Makes the call and makes nothing more than backdoor diamonds and backdoor straight. If it comes perfect, perfect. The ace-king in position as well. Can we not simply find the bin with 4-5 suited pre-flop if we're Testori, David?
I think we can find the bin immediately. Facing a 3-bet, we absolutely should. I think we've moved from inadvisable to reckless. Again, I don't know how this one's going to play out. I assume Asllani will fire a bet that Testori cannot call, but this is so optimistic from Testori to still be in this hand. I would not have opened this hand. I certainly would not have called a 3-bet with this hand. At least for his sake, he gets away now.
Yeah. Well, perhaps a bit too much risk tolerance from Testori, who really did not get much going over the better part of the first two levels of play on the day, which do come to a close with a player break. So David and I will step aside.
Specific way you want it.
Enjoy some highlights. We'll be back shortly.
On the turn, said I want it on the river. Little does he know that the other four have been folded.
Oh, it was? The old one-outer? Wow. I'm just glad I wasn't losing my mind. I thought we'd spelled it wrong. It turns out it's a different gentleman. Well,
Bellico, ace queen on the button. Let's go. He's always asking about the shot clock. He protects his time. The timekeeper, I'm going to call him, I think. The time lord, perhaps. Goes for 2.5x. Almost like he's, hey, I'm going to fight your 505. You like bigger opens? Have one of these yourself. It's Cove. Cove is going to defend with 10-7 off.
yeah, not a bad hand to drive more money into the pot with either. Ace-queen.
Oh. 7 in the window. Ace rolls off behind it. Cove with a diamond as well, and perhaps some danger ahead. Again, acting quicker than he's acted thus far, but it does seem like he's a little bit more composed, at least body language-wise this time. Dreamy spot here with ace-queen.
Yeah, already deciding mentally how to line this one up down the streets. It's gone pretty large on flop.
And a snap call again. It's just unraveling here for Cove. Needs this break to come up soon. There is one coming. He needs to survive this hand first. Oh, wow, he's going to more than survive as things stand. what looks like a brick for Berlaku is tragedy.
Goodness me.
And I mean, is there any way this... I mean, this might just end up on the turn here, right? This might just go check jam.
Very strong chance that Berlachu sizes this on the turn to get it in by river. Koza may just send it. He's not toying with the lead, is he? He is.
And he just announces $1 million. Now, was Berlachu...
1 million. I said 1. 1 million.
Did you thought she said all in? It wasn't. It was 1 million. Now, Berlachu with an interesting decision. Does he just jam it himself here now? I mean, does he just call? Do we want to deny equity against the draws that might take this side? How do you construct the range of Cove? Because Koze's been fairly passive in all the hands he's played, right?
Yeah, without being unkind, it's such a sort of button clicky turn lead. It's not something that you see too often here.
He does just say, I'm all in, I want to run it. Koze's going to love this scenario. Well, that's just going to feel like, not that it's a slow roll, but it's a nit roll of sorts. He's going to feel for sure he's got the best hand when he doesn't get snapped. As it is, he needs help. 2 pair on display. Ace, queen, or deuce is what's required. They're all live. They're all in there.
Yeah, wry smile from Berlachu. Can't believe the combo he's run into here. He's going to have to improve.
10 million chip pot. Berlachu all but all in himself. Holds just 125k back. And is that deuce?
It is.
It is the deuce, the dirty way. The counterfeit. Even the dealer missed it for a second there. As it dawns on Koze now.
Oh.
He sees the bad beat.
Lucky twice, my friend.
Lucky?
Got lucky twice.
Do you see the start here?
And once again, a playable one for Berlachu, who seems to be playing almost every hand at the moment.
Yeah. And Saeed out of the way. Now, here we go. This will give us a glimpse into the psyche approach of Zargaran. I mean, pretty big hand, David, obviously. This one wouldn't be out of line by any stretch. Interested to see how he wants to approach this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him bump it up to about 1.8, 1.9 here.
Yeah, looks like 1.625. Just under 7 BBs.
It's a little small from out of position, but I guess you start being allowed to have smaller sizings with ICM about.
Yeah, I think I would agree. It's one of these spots where Berlachu is going to have to tread cautiously and may not peel in position as liberally. Oh, here we go. Looks like we have lost a player on the outer table. So it looks like final table is imminent. As the players rack up their chips. Now back to Berlachu. I did say, David, it's going to be tough for him to defend as often, but Queen Jack of Diamonds, he can, and he's jammed.
Wow, big play here.
Credit to him. Thinks Zargaran is going to be out of line and sends it for just a shade under 40. Love this. Credit to Berlachu. For finding this for 40 blinds.
It's a huge moment in the tournament right now. We've obviously seen that the final table bubble has effectively just burst. These guys are going to play their next hand on the final table. And Zargaran can basically be sitting fairly pretty here with the chip lead and 20 million if he lets this one go. On the flip side, he could have almost 30 million if he calls and wins the hand, and then he can really take liberties on the final table. But if he calls and loses, he's back in the pack, and Berlachu looks like the kind of front runner who might run away with this as well. So it's very, very interesting dynamically.
Yeah, agreed. And also, Berlaccio knows. Like, do you think the fact that the players know that the final table bubble has just burst means that Berlaccio is going to play... Oh, counting the chips. Like, is Berlaccio going to play tighter now, knowing that, okay, I'm on the final? You know, with the 4-bet jam, do you think he's going to be tighter? Because he's like, right, I'm on the final now. I can just play a bit more honestly and fold. Very interesting.
Well, I think what we can be sure of here, I made the point that maybe ace-queen and ace-jack don't find the call, and that's what's kind of cool about using the queen-jack suited, because the hands that dominate you actually, you know, can fold here. But I think given the duration of this tank already, we can be pretty sure Zargarian would have gone with ace-queen.
I know, credit to him for thinking this long. I think most people would end up folding here to a 40 big blind 4-bet jam. Still deep in the final. Time bank goes in. Each one, guys, worth 30 seconds. So basically now with 30 seconds to act. Big sweat here for Berlaccio.
What a hand we have here. Oh, he's...
Oh, my goodness. Is that an angle? Was he looking for the reaction?
Oh, he absolutely was.
Oh,
he's made the call! What a call from Zargaran! We do not know how this one is going to finish, but what an absolutely phenomenal in-game call there. He read his man as capable, Andrew.
Beast of a call from Zargaran. Will he be rewarded? Biggest pot of the tournament, 20 million in the middle.
This is huge. This will decide the type of final table we play, and would you believe it? It's never easy.
Goodness me, 10-9-4. Backdoor diamonds and an open-ended straight draw for Berlaccio. 38% of the time he gets there. Not on the deuce of clubs turn. We've seen him survive on the river twice already on the main table. Can he do it again? And he he doesn't get there, sorry. Jack of hearts.
That's
on the river.
Pandemonium here in the booth and on the table. Berlaccio will now feel as though he punted a little bit. But to be honest, that was a ballsy play. Take another hand in here. Already action whipped round to the hijack, and Sarakoglu with a potential bottom of range cheeky open here. He's going to turn it down. I like that. I generally steer clear of those offsuit ace-5 and worse in that spot.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think when we have a really big stack and we, you know, cover everybody behind, I can get behind it more. Very impressed with Zargaran, really just getting after it here, even into 2 short stacks. Yeah, Solovev confirmed over it, as we say in Scotland. Now then, Barbarix.
Yeah, this is definitely a defendable one, and could actually consider a non-all-in 3-bet as well. I think with the king-6 suited wouldn't be unreasonable.
It's actually one of the exact ones in theory world that you don't see people take it much, but 3-bet jam is preferred. Just rifle it in, you get so many better hands to fold.
Well, we've got an action flop here. Clubs for Barbarich. Zargaran with enough of it to not feel obliged to bet.
Oh, trouble. Big trouble here for Zargaran. Actually improves to a gut shot straight draw and flush draw of his own. Some real potential here to lose a lot of chips. Like this from Barbarix, gonna fast play. Recognizing, of course, that when his opponent checks back, he's gonna have a bunch of showdown value, David, that will always continue on turn. And Zargaran doesn't know it, but he is drawing dead. This would be an outrageous laydown if he could somehow find it. Does look concerned. Don't think we can ever fold this one, though. Way too strong.
Yeah, our equity's in a few different places here. We can have the best hand right now.
Yeah.
We can have the best draw. Oh, that could be a nasty one. Although, obviously, the ignorant end of the straight here on a flush board. One would presume, depending on size here, Zargaran would call a bet. But Barbaric could come with the sneaky little check here, hope that his opponent has a queen and will do the betting himself. Then he can go for the check
beautifully
shove.
played.
Wow. So very tempting now for Zargaran with a 7 or a queen indeed, but 7 kind of also to target some 2-pair combos, to kind of think to himself, I can get Jack 9 to call here, I can get Jack 8 to call here.
This is lovely stuff from Barbaric. Really, really like it.
Yeah, beautifully played hand.
You know, you can get a hand like Ace of Clubs X to bluff, right? You can get some straights, of course, to value bet. Even a hand like a pocket 9s should probably bet if it hasn't bet by now. Like, you should value bet a set, but people maybe don't find it in game enough. This is beautifully done by Barbaric.
I'm presuming he puts it in here, or at least puts in a very large raise here.
Yeah.
Then we have to start thinking about the bluff combos, and that's going to be hands like Ace of Clubs, King of Clubs with a pair. So it's going to be something like the, you know, Ace of Clubs 10, Ace of Clubs 9 maybe also makes some sense because your hand has some showdown. You don't mind it going check, check, but then you can turn it into a bluff if your opponent bets. That's going to be the issue for Zargaran now, is how capable is Barbaric of a move such as the one I just described.
Yeah, this is very spicy stuff. I really like this line from Barbaric. Beautifully played. And you've just called it, David. Zargaran now going to recognize, of course, against this polar all-in. His opponent's mostly saying he has a flush or a bluff, right?
Yep.
Maybe occasionally, like just the Queen of Clubs thinks it can free roll. That would make some sense too. So something for Zargaran to factor in my opinion, if he does want to put on the hero call in boots. And having that 10 of clubs in hand makes this quite a little bit more problematic, of course. Sometimes really just does come down to, is my opponent capable? I think he announced call. He did make the call, David. Huge pot goes the way of Barbaric. Fantastic hand of poker, very well played. Zargaran back at it, pocket 8s. Like, credit to him though, really earned that pot.
Yep.
I think most players there would flat flop and proceed. Solovev having a very grim time. Round 2, Barbaric. Fresh off that big double. Finds a very playable king-queen. Here we go again. Round 2 between these two. Is reaching for 3-bet.
Yeah, and
I like it.
I assume Zargaran will take this one to the streets, keen to win back those lost chips from a few moments ago. Interesting spot here. These guys have virtually the same stacks here, and they're two of the deeper ones, 40 bigs deep here at our feature table. If you're Zargaran, do you always make the call?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
40 bigs effective or so. Too much to shove, but we have too much hand really to fold. You never know with this man though. It's not a lot of fun, of course, out of position with a middle pair.
No, and I wonder if he's the type of person who sort of goes for this like depolarized 4-bet here with sort of an in-betweeny hand.
I'd be very surprised with this exact hand, but you never know.
Given just what we saw on the other hand, where we saw a raise that we didn't expect, I wonder if he just wouldn't want to proceed. He just doesn't feel like somebody wants to proceed passively. I suppose that's what I'm trying to get at.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Much more conventional play so far.
Yeah, just one of these hands that it just feels too strong to fold, but it's very uncomfortable. Off to the streets we go. Another inflated pot between these two. Jack 7-7. Zargaran here, still best.
Yeah, and I presume we're going to see a down bet here from Barbaric, something in the region of 200k, which, yeah, Zargaran's going to call here, and we're going to probably end up in a very interesting and shallow turn situation.
Yeah, Barbarix will be aware this hand's likely going down the streets. Already need to start analysing, do I have a good hand to start bluffing off down multiple streets? Have a lot of good things going for it. Block pocket kings, block pocket queens, block the natural top, some of the best top pairs. King Jack of diamonds and Queen Jack of clubs. And look at this, Zargaran deciding. I'm gonna raise flop. Very spicy stuff. Makes it 415k.
It's a little fishy though. Like,
yeah, will Barbarix be able to sniff this out?
Again, Zargaran with a very non-standard line here. I wondered if he would do the non-standard thing pre-flop, but he's actually decided to do it post-flop here, like he did.
Look at this.
We're playing some poker here.
Beautiful stuff. Barbarix finds the float. Recognizes he has all of the really strong hands, all of the overpairs.
Sorry.
And if you're Zargaran, you're feeling very much like your opponent has aces or kings now.
Big turn incoming. Oh
my goodness
drills the 8 of hearts on the turn.
Credit to him for an absolutely steely poker face as he spikes dirty here.
Can he find
check now?
Spicy check.
Or does he think his opponent has aces or kings and is in call down mode and doesn't want to do that? We obviously see that it was a float, but it's actually not going to be a float very often.
Goodness me. If he can find it.
Put you all in. There is going to be chips left. I check.
Oh my goodness, gives the speech then check.
Wow, this is poker, ladies and gents. And Barbarix has to go for this now because he's floated with intent.
I wonder how Barbarix perceives that little speech, though. Is your opponent really gonna give you this little speech? Here we go.
Sort of like fake strength. It reeked of fake strength, but it's actually real strength.
I really like this from Barbarix. We have a hand like aces. Oh no, and he does just snap shove. And that is hand over.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
He had so much hand, his hand wasn't vulnerable.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the Dolce Vita series, here in beautiful northern Cyprus. And that picture's not live, because I haven't seen a cloud for about a week, Andrew.
Blue skies, lovely warm waters in the ocean. Yeah, the weather's been sensational all week, Demps. I'm with you, haven't seen a single dark cloud, nothing on the horizon, no thunder, no lightning, just sunny days.
Well, there's some thunder and lightning ahead, surely, in this event as we hurtle towards the bubble. Navid Samavati, the one leading the way here, 153 big blinds. That's a big stack. Couple of Lebanese in there, Ghassan Bitar, Joseph Kouafani. I'm going to go with Kouafani. What do you like on that one, Andrew?
I'd say Choufani.
Choufani is even better.
Choufani.
So neither of the ones I went for. I like that. You're very good at these, I have to say. I think you get away with it with the Scottish accent. Then is in here, the lone Turk on the table. And Tambov Staev, who we saw a little bit last night at the end of the day. He's still here with 335k, but that is obviously now what a drift of the average stack, which is just a shade under 700. We're still so deep here. As I say, we're heading towards the bubble, and we are, what, 31 away.
30 away.
But when the average stack is like over 50 blinds, that's going to take a long time, right? We expect to see the average kind of creep down to 40 and below in normal events with our long levels, but this is merit.
This is the thing. MPO active, all this kind of stuff in play here in these tournaments. Sometimes it can just be bish, bash, bosh. And 10, 15 players out the door. We will see as cards are back in the air. First look at Bitar under the gun with the 6s.
One of those big stacks, 1.4 million. He's not too concerned at the moment with the prospect of busting out before the money. He's just still in the chip accumulation and then maybe leveraging some shorter stacks as we get towards the money. And Mustaev, just like he was last night, looking at a bad hand. Didn't get to enter a pot last night for the final frame of play.
Now round to Manny Karos. Seen him before, recognize him from events here at Merit. Gets out of the way with 7-8 suited. Gonna go round to the big blind. This one.
There are a lot of chips on this table.
Yeah. Super deep. Tadic. King 9 off. Never thrilled with this one, James, versus Under the Gun specifically. But it's going to be just good enough to make the cut. And does defend.
Yeah, it feels like King 8 probably hits the mark.
Yeah,
King 9.
It's super, super on the margins.
And if we were 15, 20 players close to the money, maybe even
fold
start
for
to
sure.
fold
Yeah.
now. But as we said, like, 30 away, but it feels like that's a long time away.
Yeah. Not much working for him here on the 10-7 deuce. You know, a couple of backdoors in there, but not much to go with. Nice pickup for Bitar. Always nice to pick this one up with a C-bet with the under pair. I'm just waiting to have a look at what the min cash is, because this can also color, you know, people's approach.
Right.
If it's, you know, a very, like, sort of 1.3x type min cash, people may fly a little closer to the sun.
Yeah.
You know, whereas if it's a full 2x min cash, right, it really should alter your strategy in general.
I hear you on that one.
A big old prize pool. Close to 2.1 million. This, of course, was a 1.5 million guaranteed, so has crushed that landmark. And $355,000 awaits the winner. Of course, continuing coverage today and tomorrow, and we'll be crowning the champion on Sunday evening. Bunch of folds here. Round 2, Ciufani gets out of the way. Rutsari, one of those short stacks, 200k.
I just hear his cap here. Very Merit on brand, isn't it?
I like it.
Normal rules don't apply. That should be the tagline to MPO. Merit Poker Optimal. Normal rules don't apply.
That could be the tagline of the entire festival, right?
It really could.
The real poker experience.
Yeah.
Normal rules don't apply.
Yeah.
I like it. Open from the button here from Samavati with ace-10 off. Down to Bitar, the two biggest stacks at the table, well over 100 bigs for each of them. 8-9 off, likely to defend. Is reaching for calling chips. In they go.
Yeah, seems like a pretty standard defend here for Bitar. And Jack 6 tray. Nothing for either. This table seems very serious. I know we are.
Yeah.
Getting closer to the bubble. And it is a serious time of the tournament. But, I mean, first to crack a smile. We're going to give a prize.
Go on. Who's it going to be? We'll have a side bet.
I mean, I'm a bit worried about Tadic in the middle. If his eyes go any wider, I think they might pop out. What is going on?
Right.
This isn't a ghost.
It's just his normal look. Wide-eyed and focused. C-bet from Samavati. Interesting combo here for Bitar. Does have this 8-9 with a diamond that sort of, you know, multifaceted, wraps around the 6 and the jack. Some potential there for a bit of spice, but you don't really feel compelled to tangle with your fellow big stack. Does just get out of the way. We're, of course, always looking for blood in the booth. So that min cash demps $3,020. So about 1.5x, shade under. Something to keep an eye on. I've yet to see an event here, to be perfectly honest, where people care about the min cash.
I think you were just going to say in general, just don't care.
Oh, people care, of course, but you know that it's quite refreshing for us. You don't see, you know, egregious tanks too often, which I like.
Ignat. Popping up to 25k. That min raise plus a chip. I'm always at the 12k big blind level. I go up to 25. Just easier.
Just
Maybe that guy going in the 4-5ks and the 4-1k. You just throw in the one chip and say raise.
Okay. You're right, though. Very sort of tense atmosphere. Oh, that's nice of Bitar. Saying be careful, I can see your holdings.
And yeah, Tadic's sort of taking it the wrong way. He was almost like offended. I was like, you should be saying, oh, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. And the right thing to do, of course.
A very playable combo here out of the small. Can certainly call. Very occasional 3-bet. Could be a thing too. Does look like calling chips in hand.
25.
Sorry?
Oh, he hasn't seen the raise. He hasn't seen the raise. Here we go.
Okay, so he thought he's limping from the small. In actual fact, he is flatting the raise. I mean, he would have had the option there to fold the additional 12, but obviously once you're in for 12, you're in.
Yeah, 10-8 suited pretty reasonable anyway versus the open.
Yeah, it's one he would consider playing for sure anyway, but especially with this commanding chip stack in this pot. And there we go, 10 high board. And this is interesting now because obviously now the ranges all move around a little bit.
Yeah.
Like now he's not playing a complete small blind range because there are some hands he would still maybe fold for the 12k, but he's playing way wider than Ignat would normally be up against.
Yeah, makes this spot a little more intriguing. I did wonder before we saw Tamvoptsev's holding, you know, whether, you know, we can pounce on this with a squeeze jam quite wide.
Right.
Ignat, though, in a c-bet here, 2 overs, backdoor opportunities. Oh.
He's reaching for raising chips.
He is.
And there we go. Setting out his stall right now. And it's funny because obviously we can hear it. It's not a merge, it's not a blend, but it's certainly a hand that we'd expect to see check call more often than not. It's not a bluff, but it kind of makes everything better fold-ish. I mean, there are some worse that might call, but on the flip of all that, he does actually have like way more of the 2-pair combos than he's supposed to have because of that misclick pre-flop.
Yeah, it does muddy the waters somewhat. I mean, Ignat, even if we suspect here, it's fairly chunky. You know, if we have a backdoor flush draw here, James, I could see float being a thing. I think much less likely now with the offsuit variant. Just lets it go. Well done, though, Bitar. That's a nice place to be. 1.5 million chips at 12k big blind.
Yeah, average, as I said, just under 700k. And we've got, what, a 200k stack on this table? A 300, a 450, and then a couple of players in the mid 500s, and then we have what, 4 stacks over 1.3 million. No, million. We've got a 1.3, a 1.5, a 1.5, and a 1.9. There are a lot of chips on this table.
That's chunks.
There'll be tables out there where someone has like 700k and is able to boss their table on the bubble here. Whereas here, if you have 700k, you're kind of you're not handcuffed because you're so deep still. You can, of course, play hands, but you have to approach it with a strategy that I need to try and keep pots small.
Have to tread a little more carefully for sure. Manny Karos, one of those big stacks, doesn't need to worry about that. Min raise here. This is a pretty tilting spot to find Queen Jack of Hearts for Rudzari.
Yeah.
We will see if normal rules do not apply. Yeah, I'm sure he would like to play this one, but versus under the gun, not much latitude to peel off our stack depth. Gets out of the way.
I can't stop looking at Tadic's eyes now. Thank you, James. Thank you, James.
Like what? Has he lived a hard, like, he's just traumatized? What's he seen?
I'd like to see what happens when he does get excited or surprised.
Right. Well, yeah, well, I don't want to see. I mean, it might be the end of him.
Interesting spot here for Tambovtsev. What were you saying, Tambovtsev?
There was an eye in there yesterday, I'm sure, on the graphic. So it was Tempostayev, I thought, but now,
I like that.
Seems to be a correction. So
yeah, it does get out of the way there with King 10 suited. Difficult to blame him. Only 25 blinds deep. And we are sneaking, of course, closer to the money. Sir, though, deciding 6 deuce suited passes the litmus test.
Ooh.
I mean, this flop is all Manicaros. These spots are kind of interesting in the modern game. The big blind, of course, supposed to have way more flushes than us. So you do actually start to see people, in theory, checking back a lot more than I think people do in real life. Not that it matters here, of course, against deuce. But something of note. Hand over.
Yeah, I guess, you know, specifically those like the king queen high boards, obviously still just there's enough in there, right?
Sure. Oh, you can still, you know, I don't think people do check very often on these monotones, even from under the gun. You know, just a lot less flushes, excuse me, for us from that position. But I do think people just go ahead and c-bet for a small size, and it's going to be more than fine as an overall strat. I recognize Ignat. We've seen him before, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Into one of the big stacks. Shufani out of the way. So you referenced Rudzari just was looking at terrible hands all day yesterday. This is my first look at him. I wasn't in the booth when he was on the feature.
No, not Rudzari. It was Tambovtsev. I mean, he was only on the table for, I believe, an hour. But he literally just didn't get to play a hand on a table that was playing a lot of hands. It was the sort of table you think, just give me a handful of opportunities and I'm in.
Give me a Jack-9 suited. So raise from Tadic, 24k. Action on Bitar. A couple of ways to go with this one, Demps.
No, route 1. Let's say you get to 1.5 million.
Quite like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, from cutoff. You know, we want to enter with 3-bet more often from cutoff than button. For example, like it. Let's put pressure on this opening range. Always very uncomfortable spots, these ones. Sitting with, you know, shade under 50 blinds. Can't shove our hand, really. Calling, you know, is kind of fraught with danger. Going to be tough to define your opponent's range. I don't mind this. You know, you're not quote-unquote supposed to fold, right? Too many pairs facing 3-bet, even at 50, but don't mind it at all. Approaching this money.
Right, that's what I was going to say. We're, you know, 30 off, or not even 30 off, 25 off now, and a 1.5 min cash. You say it sways it a bit. I mean, it certainly makes a difference whether it's 2, whether it's 1.3, but I think, you know, generally, we're just supposed to play a little more snug. Like, seriously, Tadic, what's in the past, buddy? We'll leave him alone with that now. I don't want to be the guy
absolutely
calling out, but it's just been intensity. Turn into a weapon. Just start staring opponents down. It would petrify me.
Action back on Rudzari. Now, you know I'm a fan of a good beard, Demps. That's a very good one. Strong beard game.
Look, everything's tight. The T-shirt is as wide as it could be. The beard's trimmed perfectly. The cap, the glasses, those lenses in the glasses look like they've never seen a smudge in their life. The man's turned out well. You know what else has turned out well? Getting aces. Samavati with the biggest stack. Finding a spot to raise it up.
Oh.
These guys are like 130, 120 deep.
130 big steep.
Now these are the sort of, this is a spot where like, okay, Bitar's, there's obviously some level, and I can imagine Lappin's going to scream and tell me I'm wrong, of ICM here, but at the same time, like chip accumulation, when you've got that many chips, must be so much more important. So
yeah,
I kind of think
he's going for it again.
Yeah, he just gets to just play aggressively. I like this. I mean, I don't like it when my opponent's got aces, but
sure,
I like the way he's going to set things out.
I kind of love seeing this from Bitar, sort of coming out of the gate firing. We've seen him take the aggressive route now. The third time.
Well, this is just obviously at this point now, understandably, perhaps a little bit of tanking, because he definitely wasn't doing this yesterday. So with that, what, 25 big blind stack, recognizing just 25 away from the money, you can just burn a few seconds here and there. Ignat having to fold the Jack-10 suited would have loved to have seen Bitar just flat instead of this 3-bet, would have taken this flop as well. As it is, Samavati, I guess at this stack depth, there's no real option but to come out with a 4-bet.
I'm intrigued to see the size he chooses, because we are so deep that really should be 4-betting actually pretty large here.
So you're like 250 plus?
Yeah, you can go really, really big here. Well, you understand what I mean, not really, really big, but yes, I like that. A much larger size in at 130 blinds than you would at 100, for example, which is where we're kind of used to navigating from often.
He's gone pretty small. I wonder if this is just a, you know, an exploit in the particular sense that, hey, I've got aces, as opposed to obviously range wants bet bigger.
Sure.
But I've got aces. Maybe my opponent just thinks I bet this size all the time.
Yeah, this is interesting, and we do kind of have the type of hand that could peel here. We've got position. We're incredibly deep. You know, if we hit this flop hard, we can win a massive pot.
Right, it's not the sort of hand that if he hits an ace, he has to necessarily put infinite in.
Yeah.
As you mentioned.
I don't mind this at all. Love seeing it, Bitar. Let's go. Let's go.
Here we go.
Big old pot.
We build action. That's what you get at Merit. Aces v ace deuce. 420k in the pot as we head to the 10-6-7 board. Not one that Samavati's particularly going to enjoy seeing.
Yeah, he's not going to be thrilled. I think, you know, going to tread a little cautiously, but for the most part, we're still pretty happy. Shouldn't really be pocket 6s and 7s.
Right, the 8s and 9s are going to just flat the opens.
Mostly flat.
Okay.
I mean, people should play them as 3-bets, but I don't think they do often enough. Pocket 10s, okay, this could be a thing. An 8-9 suited, a spicy one could be in there. For the most part, we're going to recognize we're still mostly good, but a lot to protect from, of course. 2 hearts on board. It's gone pretty small here, and Bitar with a hand that really just is completely whiffed.
Right.
Probably got to just get rid of this one. Stranger things have happened, of course.
Not to be that guy, but Ignat would have peeled in the big. We checked 10.5.
Right.
Been some sort of spiciness going on here.
Yeah, if Bitar got out of the way pre, we could have had a very big pot between the chip leader and Ignat. Well done, Samavati.
Yeah, furthering that lead. 2.1 million chips.
Loving that from Bitar, though. He's going to be one to watch.
He's fighting.
Yeah, we've seen him check raise the 10-8, right? And the 10-7-5, which lots of people would just call. We saw him 3-bet ace-jack, 3-bet ace, just suited call 4-bet.
He's clearly very comfortable playing big pots.
Yeah, I like it. Certainly is an all-business table. Not much banter, for the time being at least. Now then, Rudzari has this tricky depth. 17 blinds. Actually really don't mind that at all. Ace-10 off into the muck. Hand that really can be a struggle to continue facing any aggression. Can, of course, use it as a min-raise fold, but decides he's probably going to get quite a lot of opportunities to reshove here with 4 big stacks at the table, so that's something to factor in.
Again, should make sense to burn some time in this seat. Oh, clock showing one more player eliminated as we inching towards the money. It'll take a bit of time.
Yeah, Manikaros here, just eyeballing the stacks behind. Has Ignat in there with 40. Chufani, though, with 1.3 million. Makes that king deuce shrink up a fair bit from the button. Battle of the Jack Sevens. Let's go limp check. Fanny here. I'm going to seek value, excuse me, immediately on the 7-6-3 board.
Yeah, these hands are so great, aren't they?
Yeah, this is tricky for Ignat. Certainly not going anywhere for one bet. But already kind of fraught with danger, this board, in terms of navigating down the streets. Through to the ace of spades. Not a complete blank, but relatively so.
Should, if anyone, favour Ignat, right, with the
Yes.
small blind limp.
Yeah.
Chufani perhaps recognising that as well. Checks back, and now, again, a pretty bricky river. I guess some 8-9, 8-10 stuff gets there,
Yeah.
9-10, but all the 5x, the clubs, have all missed.
Yeah, Ignat perhaps thinking about a very small block here. Just try and get a little bit of value. Okay, he's gone a little larger than that. 35k, shade under half. Kind of just recognizing where he's at, Demps.
As I say, it seems reasonable. I mean, we're up against a lot of, I mean, hopefully some other 7x, but maybe some 6x, and perhaps even a curious 3.
Yeah, a little tricky for Chufani. Can, of course, run into something like an 8-9, like a 9-10, 5-8 suited types. That would be the second nuts. Does pay this one off, though, against a capable player like Ignat. Seems pretty reasonable to call here.
Yeah. After all that, we chop it up.
Yeah.
Some of the silverware on offer. The Notte Degli Assi trophy, and of course, you double up in this event with that beautiful Dolce Vita series trophy. I've only just noticed the lemons in the glass as well. I noticed the base the other day, but that's a lovely little touch.
That's really nice, isn't it? Little teardrop type design. I like it. I quite like that they've been switching up the sort of designs of the trophies. You know, it's not like one bog standard trophy for all. We did have the sort of PTSD-inducing Joker trophy that I'm still a little horrified by it.
You're scared by that, aren't you?
I really didn't like it. The rest of them have been beautiful. It was like a deformed Joker, you know. It was, yeah, a little creepy.
All right, leaders in the club slightly. Please open with the roll. Second players on tournament break.
Tambov Steev continuing this small tank. Pre does make sense, of course. We're down to 155, sort of 20 away. Oh, all right, the old.
Oh, yeah, let me just check how many chips
I can't believe he got me there for a split second.
Yeah, the old. I'm just going to count my stack to see if this one's worth playing. It's just the game.
It is all part of it.
It's just what you got to do, I'm afraid.
What did you say? You got away with a 5-minute pre-flop tank this summer, and then is it on me?
Yeah, the 3 minutes of. And I was in seat 1, and Matt Franklin was in seat 9. And the dealer's in between us, and I sort of I did the old. Oh, sorry, Frank, have you folded? Like, didn't realize it was on me.
It's so ridiculous, isn't it, that we have to do this little dance, but it's good fun. Yeah,
it is what it is.
I tend to just make a big joke out of it and say, like, I'm about to have 5 tough decisions in a row, just to the table, and like, if everyone's similar stack,
right, you might induce them to do the same thing.
Everyone loves it, yeah.
Hey, by the way, guys, you should be doing this too. Like, wink, wink.
That's it. Nudge, nudge. There's normally one big stack, though, who, if they're smart, they'll be clocking people relentlessly.
Right, yeah,
as they should.
I've done that a million times. And I remember it got really kind of heated at the table. A lot of the guys, some other people spoke up for him. My hair's not that long. I went, no, but he's stalling. I know what he's doing. Floor came over. He was like moaning, fighting his corner, which is, of course, is what he's got to do. And then they put him on like an automatic 5-second clock at one point, you know, as the bubble went through.
Aye.
And he was like, I mean, and people, you know, it was the old, everyone thought I was the arsehole kind of thing. And then
sometimes you have to be, don't you?
You do. I was protecting myself. I had a big stack. This time I can prosper. And yeah, he was fighting his corner, blah, blah, blah. As soon as the bubble burst, I was like, sorry, dude, you obviously, like, I had to do. He goes, no, I would have done the same thing in yours, you know, fought so hard. But then it was like, no, you were doing the right thing. I was doing the right thing. There's no bad feelings. It's just, and I said to him, hey, look, I was the same thing I said. If I was in your spot, I would have been stalling as well. But
that's it.
The game is the game. Don't hate the player.
Yeah, gotta do what you gotta do. That is a beautiful trophy. One of the remaining of 155 players will have that on their mantelpiece at home.
Because the floor, this blonde woman, the floor, can we call her?
Oh, Shafani asking for the floor.
This is a woman with blonde hair. Can we call her down? Ah, okay, you are cameraman.
Yeah, camera operators are very capable. I'm not sure they're able to abandon the camera, run to the floor, and.
Is that who he was asking?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Don't worry about the coverage. Can you go and get the floor?
Yeah.
It would have been great if he just said, sure thing, come and hold this. Come and hold this camera. I'll take a wee stroll.
This is the very camera we're viewing this action through. So there we go. Vitar from +1, King 10 of clubs. Raising up, Tambov Stev. Another tough decision.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if he'll continue here. What do you reckon? Out of the way.
It's funny, cause like Sir's there with 400k, which is obviously well below average. And on a table, he doesn't get to play many hands. I kind of feel like, hey, like this is an invitation to join me in this quest. At least do the old pretend you haven't looked at your cards yet. Don't just turbo fold after me.
See, that's it. Here at Merit, some people, they really don't care. Like, you just see the turbo fold. I've seen it off like 4 bigs, right? Where like 5 from the money, 4 bigs, just absolute turbo fold in the way. Whereas some people, you know, a little more shrewd, some might say.
Round 2. What does Samavati do?
I think call here.
I like this.
I like call.
I think he's recognized that Vitar's dangerous, right? Like, okay, hey, I've got 2 million, you've got 1.3, we're near the money, but he also thinks Vitar just doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's in that camp you just mentioned. And so if they don't care, how can you ever leverage pressure on them?
That's it. And it's also nice to just have some like really strong hands in your just call range pre. This one could get interesting.
You want to 3-bet this hand, you want to play a bigger pot with it, but you certainly don't want to play a 4-bet pot with it.
No.
So let's avoid that situation against this player who's so aggressive. And look at this, he still bets out 30k on the flop. So it's not like you can't win a big pot post.
Exactly.
It is with clubs though. Vitar looking for a 5th. And that's what he's found on the top card pairing. If you're choosing a club, I guess, if you're Vitar, that might be the one, right? Your opponent just has a lot of Queen X when they check call flop.
Exactly right.
All these kind of hands that he probably doesn't necessarily expect jacks to be in here, but all the 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, the 3x, they all kind of don't mind this card.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because the initial raiser should check quite a bit. Right, on this card. Big blind has all the flushes, big blind has a lot of Queen X, as you've referenced. So this is very polarizing on the turn from Vitar.
Right, we're never expecting aces or kings to bet here, are we?
Right. That's it. You expect to see a lot of checking, so this is kind of fraught with danger, and Samavati deciding Vitar might be leaning more towards the sort of 1 club in hand, ace of clubs X type holdings that
ace
are
X
kind of barreling.
King X of clubs maybe, some king jacks, ace king with the king of clubs, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it kind of depends how he perceives him. If he thinks his opponent will go for a second barrel with a hand like 9s or 10s even, maybe that should check. Like, I'm not to cast too many aspersions on how Vitar plays. He's not going to check this back, is he?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not in a million years. But he was given that sort of body language, wasn't he? But like a displeasure.
Great spot. Gonna go chunky.
Is that yeah, what are the arguments here for all the different sizes?
Definitely large, like on the sort of 3/4 pot plus for me in this situation. I think most of the 3x and deuce x and pocket 4s, 5s, 6s have folded turn.
Right.
So now we really do start to zone our opponent in on something like a queen. I mean, potentially a flush lower than ours, not impossible. Stuff like this, and some bluff catchers, right? Like a hand like this, jacks, 10s that is just called pre. So we want to bet chunky. He hasn't gone too greedy. 150 into 330, shade under half.
What a horrible spot for Samavati now.
Yeah, this is nasty. I mean, we don't have a club in hand. I think if we have jacks with a club, it becomes more reasonable to call here.
Right.
Locking some flushes. But on the flip side, maybe you want your opponent to have ace-jack with jack of clubs.
Yeah, that's the question. Is that
the tricky?
Would he be bluffing as low as the jack of clubs? That's the question, right?
This is it.
Obviously.
I mean, like, it does feel pretty underbluffed, so...
And maybe he's just seen enough aggression from Batar up to now, and here we go. He's going to pay it off. Obviously, we saw they just played out a 4-bet pot. We saw Batar with a couple of other 3-bets in there as well.
Yeah, well done, Batar, and the sizing kind of worked perfectly, right? It seems like the max he was getting, so very well done. And yeah, maybe some, like, respect from Samavati in terms of, right, I think you're aggressive enough to just sort of be barreling. Good hand from both. Batar, one to watch here in the early going.
Loving it. It's the star of the show thus far.
Yeah. I would actually have bet more than this and potentially not have got called, so he really has landed on the sweet spot.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those spots, right, where you sort of paint yourself into this corner mentally of, oh, I've only defended jacks here.
Right.
I'm so much stronger than it looks, so now I need to call. But then we are still facing a line that's pretty underbluffed.
Right, and a spot where we do get to have much stronger than jacks in the sense of a queen and flushes, as you mentioned.
Sure. Tricky.
Tambostev, 2-6 is an actual hand, but I don't suspect he's going to want to play for 25 blinds. If he were to win 5 more blinds, it doesn't really change his prospect in this tournament, but obviously losing those 25 he has is a complete disaster this close to the money.
Yeah, I think we'd just rather raise like a king-queen, something like this.
Where'd you draw the line? Like 9s we raising? Is that enough of a hand? 10s?
I wouldn't fold 8s, I don't think, but it, again, sort of depends. Oh, he's going to raise this one. That's intriguing. Maybe try and take advantage of his image, which is one thing working for you. You know, if you've tanked every hand, like looking as if you're trying to get in the money, and then all of a sudden you
raise it. Oh, there must be a good one.
It's not going to work.
Yeah, Shufani. It's just not what you want to see, is it? Shufani, who hasn't, since we've joined this table, played too many hands.
Yeah.
Suddenly asking for the balance.
I like where you were coming from, though, where it just has such bad playability. We can't call a 3-bet. It's going to be a lot of spots where even if we're out of position facing an IP call, we're going to have to check fold loads.
Yeah.
Just doesn't do well. 6s, this type of hand. And you're right in saying that even a hand as good as 9s, we might have some similar problems.
Right, I think I'm with you. I think I don't think I can bring myself to fold 8s.
No.
But I feel like I probably should.
I mean, I might fold a table that's 3-betting a lot and peeling loads. And if it's a fairly tight table playing sort of ABC and I'll get it heads up a lot, then sure, let's open.
Yeah, well, of course we are still 20 away. It's like if we were 5 away, then I'm folding a lot of hands.
It, yeah. Yeah, we're just in the bin now. Can't imagine we do anything but fold. Maybe just... I mean, it's a little unfortunate, of course, around to a big hand, but maybe just a little combo choice gone awry for an open. Feels like you always get punished as well. You know, when you look and go, you know what, my image is pretty good.
Yeah. It never seems to work.
I'm like 2 pips too wide, but it's fine. I'll get it through this time.
Yeah.
But at least he doesn't compound the error.
I see some love in our YouTube chat.
Oh.
For Samavati. Remember, those of you viewing on YouTube, please feel free to fire any questions or support for your favourite players in the chat. We're periodically keeping an eye on there, and Parham cheering on his man, who, well, took a downward trend there. with his 2 jacks, but did with a nice pop before that with the aces, so kind of countering that somewhat.
Oh, there we go. Jay, honestly, foreshadowing or what?
Yeah, he's got the upside down 6s. Now this does look a lot stronger, right? When you, he's supposed to be like, okay, yeah, I'll just play tight. Just try to get one through. It didn't work.
I'm really intrigued to see.
I
mean, he certainly could 3-bet fold here.
Right.
And you can go tiny. You can go like 4 to 4.5 blinds here.
Wow. Okay.
You really can. I mean, it's one of these where what is Tambovtsev going to do with king, queen off, ace, jack off here when he mins as a steal, and you make it 4.5 blinds? Like, can't peel, can't really jam. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Well, he's reaching for chips, and I doubt it's for cooling.
I like this a lot. It's going a little bigger, it looks like to me. 5.5 bigs, maybe? 68, 66. Yeah.
Yeah. I personally like going just that slightly larger just because it kind of, I feel like it gets more folds, you know, just like, I don't want them peeling with some hands.
Someone was telling me recently, something that I need to start looking out for is when people are picking up chips they can't out of bet, and they just keep adding on.
Right.
Like 1 more, 2 more, 3 more. They normally have something pretty good.
Yeah.
Like especially on like the river.
I want paying. Like, yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of nasty now. We are basically just having to decide how often is Manny Karos going to go for me here. Horrible spot.
Tanking and folding, tanking and folding. And raises under the gun +1 and under the gun and gets 3-bet both times.
Fold. I like the laydown.
Wow.
Frustrating one.
Kick in the face. Sand in the face. Poker's fun.
Yeah, I guess just, again, speaking to what we've been talking about there, opening these mid to low pairs is really, really dicey as we approach the money. Well done, Manny Karos, for pouncing. Not always easy to do with just queen 10 suited.
King. Yes. Same.
Now then, let's see how Sir wants to proceed with 6s from under the gun. He also is going to open it up, albeit off a slightly deeper stack, 25k. Another one of these situations now. Shufani, will he decide to implement the same sort of aggression against somebody with 30 bigs back, approaching the money? Certainly could. It's not a bad candidate.
Oh, he thought about it. Obviously, he got one through a minute ago with the ace king. Not going to try the ace deuce, but it certainly feels like these small to medium-sized stacks.
Yeah, these 30 big blind stacks, you can just really put them in horrible spots. I mean, if you're getting people to fold hands as strong as 9 when you 3-bet, it's just a huge print. Now then, our man of the moment. Vitar. You actually could jam here, and it wouldn't be bad in my eyes. I don't think he will shove. It might be a little too much, but he has Tambovtsev behind him with the short stack.
Right.
Both of them are sort of handcuffed. You know, if you shove here, like ace-queen, it can't call off. All the good pocket pairs up to sort of 10s even are not loving life.
Right. I mean, you block tracks and 10s anyway, right? All the 9s down. Even if they make a hero, you're flipping.
Exactly. Like... I wouldn't have minded it.
King queens have to fold the king jacks. Well, as it is, an ace-7 3-flop. One that certainly suits Sir's open range from under the gun. Let's see if you can find a c-bet.
Yeah,
against the live wire.
You know, you don't want to say a great board, but one of the sort of better boards against all the suited broadways that are in there from the small. Good result for him. Works out.
Double steps like, hang on a second. How come I raise twice and get 3-bet both times? You let this guy raise. He gets 1 call and you guys check fold to him. What is this? You feel the victim.
Action back on our resident Greek, Manikaros. Queen 10 of hearts from under the gun, in for the min raise. Pocket nines, hand of the moment. Now then, Rudsari. 13 big blinds, how do we want to approach it? He says all in, understandably so. Still need to lose 20 players, can't just blind our way into the money. Got to take spots. Says nines, passes the test, in they go. This one will be getting through. Going to be too many chips from Manikaros, you would imagine.
Alright, players in the OP Cup, there is something 6. We continue in just over 2 minutes.
Shade over 13 blinds. Should be too much. Unless he's feeling really lucky.
Oh, really did think that one through, didn't he?
Yeah. Got to fold this one.
I guess just trying to do some face saving perhaps for next hour. Well, this is the worst thing in these situations though, is like, people do that. They feel like if I've got to take 10 seconds and make it look like I might have called it was close. But you're allowed to have raise fold.
I just turbo fold, yeah. I don't know whether it ever loses me some future.
I don't mind like the 2 or 3 seconds because you don't want them to get the instant gratification. You want to think, oh, could be a mistake. Just subliminally, like subconsciously lay down emotion. That was scary. I didn't enjoy that. I sweated a bit, but you know, you don't have to take that long.
No, I agree.
You just have some raise folds.
Yeah, I just don't really... I always act quite quickly in general unless I have a big decision. And the rest, yeah, like these raise folds or raise calls or whatever, I already kind of have an idea in my head. Maybe if you're really deep in the tournament, you want to make sure that count's correct and all that type of stuff take a little bit longer, but... Rudzari gets that one through. Won't be going anywhere here with the king 6. Well, whoever is sweating Samavati in the chat, he has got a lot. 1.8 mil.
Yeah.
Might well be sweating him through to tomorrow, and hopefully for him, the final day's got a lot of artillery. Interesting there to see Bitar fold an ace in the cutoff. Like, is raising into Manikaros in the big blind something of note, who has a lot of chips? But, you know, approaching the bubble, pretty hard for button or small blind to do anything. Look at this. Okay. Way off then. This is ambition. Into the big stack on the soft bubble.
When he's just raised folded twice from the first 2 spots, it's like these guys might be thinking this guy's raising too many hands. They don't know he had 6s and 9s. Like 6s maybe questionable, the 9s obviously entirely reasonable.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure about this. Hopefully for his sake it works out. Does of course have a king in hand.
Right.
Blocking some continues. Dicey.
No, the 5-5-4 sees him still holding the best of it, and that board is going to want to bet here.
Like, it is really problematic here, of course, we face any aggression.
Right.
But fortunately, Manikaros with the pretty much complete whiff. Listen, credit to him, he's not going to sit back and blind into the money. Wants to take spots. Some of them may be dicey, but he gets it done.
Rutari. He's king suited. Is this one we just lamp it this close to the money, or are we still looking to get some value here?
I'd definitely min raise still. I think, you know, you still, even though we have a very strong hand, you still give yourself the chance in that, you know, very infrequent 3-bet, cold 4-bet, you know, 5-bet shove, we can make a decision. I think, and we still want to let some big stacks potentially 3-bet fold. There's still room for it. In my eyes, it would be too much to jam for, what is it, 18 blinds?
19, yeah.
Yeah, a little too much. Maybe 15,
sorry,
I think,
18,
would be...
18, you're right, sorry. Yeah.
Maybe 15 would be pretty reasonable, I think, to just rip it in. I mean, you could just jam, of course. More than one way to play the game.
If there were 134 paid, if there were 138 left, is that a spot where we may just jam it? Or would you still, you'd still just go for it?
I would still min.
Just try and induce those 3-bet folds.
Yeah, just... The hand plays so well, right? Also against big blind defend, like we're going to get a lot of boards where, okay, we may end up in some tricky spots and could lose 2 big blinds here. I'd still rather, the hand's just too good in my eyes to want to open shove. Maybe offsuit more reasonable, I think.
Okay. We must step back to the usual. We're going to just do a lot of folding and a lot of tanking. This is safer.
Yeah, now this is potentially one of those spots. Like Sir could make this 50k, right? 55k and fold to jam. And even if we get him to call here, right? It's not a bad situation to be in, heading to the flop. Interesting to see how he approaches it.
Himself, of course, is far from out of the woods, and yeah, I think I like just folding here.
I like it too. We had all that discussion about what we should do. Nothing happened.
The normal rules don't apply.
That's a cool hat.
It really is.
It is. I might get you one of them demps for your Christmas.
Oh, there we go.
You can wear that on the golf course.
Oh, yeah.
It's very serious, this table, huh? Normally, you know, Merit, you'll have a bit of banter, like a bit
Tadic is scaring them all.
Like normally in this poker room,
yes.
You get a lot of chatter, fun, banter. At the moment, everyone with their eyes on the prize. Tadic, not much has gone his way. I can't recall him V-pipping a hand yet.
Nope.
Just been dealt out.
That's okay at this stage.
Yeah. If there's ever a time where you don't mind folding,
it's got
as a mid-stack, it's now.
What, 45 blinds, something like that?
Sure.
Not far from the money. He's okay. He'll happily take... Give him his napkins for an hour and a half, and then he'll take his good hands after that.
And take the good ones. I do love the inventory check. It's good fun. I do love it though. Sir's just like, yeah, whatever. Turbo mark.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm going to Kiros. I'm not going to give it a go from the button into that 1.4 million stack in the big blind. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
If it was against a couple of 25 big blind stacks, maybe.
100%. Yeah, I mean, you start opening deck, I think. I will say that Shufani has been a little on the snugger side. Of course, nothing wrong with that. But Ignat, we've seen him complete twice with sort of suboptimal holdings. Maybe recognizing that Shufani won't isolate as wide as he potentially could.
And this is a potential nice one to isolate with, right?
Yeah.
8 deuce, it's suited.
Here we go. Like it.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, we do a lot of checking back with suited hands, but these really kind of dusty ones that have a deuce in them particularly like to just sort of raise it up, and if we get re-raised, it's not like we burned a very playable suited hand.
And again, just in this situation here where we have implied extra fold equity being bubble adjacent.
Yeah, very nice. I like it. Almost like he heard me say, "You're not isolating enough, sir."
Yeah, if it was on point. But it's nice. You know, you were...
Oh, he's got the game for it. We can see, you know, he took his time with the suited ace deuce, I believe it was, after we'd seen some 3-bets attacking the mid stacks. He took his time. It looked like he might take it, decided not to, but he's in there.
Yeah, another one of those players, again, I don't think I've seen before, but just demeanor at the table, the way they carry themselves, you can kind of tell there's many an hour logged.
Yeah, nice and composed.
In fact, that's kind of the case for everyone on this table. I think everyone here.
It seems pretty tough. This. Yeah. No one's spewing chips. No one's, you know.
No, it's this. Again, we've only watched what, not even an hour of coverage at this table, but you can tell that this isn't a good table to be at.
No.
Like, there's.
It doesn't look like many free chips, that's for sure.
Right. Like when this man looks like your best avenue, then that's because he's playing hyper aggressive and building a big stack. It's not good news. You want. We so often see it, Merritt. The guys at this stage still limping in like 30% of hands.
You do.
No care for their
We haven't seen any of that whatsoever.
Yeah. If there's a mistake here at this table, it's been over-aggression, which is... I don't know what you want to be up against on a bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been very impressed with Bitar.
Yeah.
You know, like nothing out of this world, but taking the aggressive route every single time, which is great.
And a good adjustment, especially as we say on this sort of table here, where everyone kind of knows the rules.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're likely to see. That's a good point, because I think you're likely to see all of these sort of sub-30 blind stacks all behave themselves, so to speak, and just. You know, this one's an intriguing one. Let's see how Ignat responds, because he's kind of deep enough to take a flop here. And yeah, he is reaching for chips. I like this. Hand's a bit strong to 3-bet fold, I think, but it would also be fine. You know, against someone as wide as, or how he will perceive Bitar to be pretty wide, is what I'm getting at. King Queen performed pretty nicely here as a call. And there's not really much Rudzari can do, right? He's not going to make it 3-handed too often, not going to squeeze jam that much. Now this I don't like. If he continues, this is way too wide in my eyes.
Right, especially.
It's just dusty.
3-way.
Just a dusty combo. It does feel compelled to come in.
Normal rules don't apply.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I forgot.
So he will take this dusty holding 3-way up against two pretty good hands in the ace-5 suited of Bitar and Ignat's King-Queen. And both of those players finding a piece on this bit. And for Rudzari, kind of a good result in that perhaps no more money goes into this pot. Very hard for him to flop a really good hand in a 3-way pot. Bitar looks like going to fire out third pot with that flopped second pair, has the backdoor nut spades as well. We're kind of on board with this, right?
I think it's fine. You know, he's relatively early position. We can do a lot of kind of small c-betting here. Another good thing you have going for you with the specific stage of the tournament, if Ignat, let's give him King Jack of Diamonds, for example, something that will float often, it may just fold in this type of scenario. And so when you're generating more folds from the sort of half-hand float types, like an ace-4 of hearts, maybe he'd probably call that, but you understand where I'm coming from.
Yep.
Of course, Ignat.
You put Ignat, the man in the middle, in a tough spot.
Yeah, that's right. Doesn't close the action.
Obviously, you know, there's an argument that says, hey, I want King Jack to float me because I've got a pair of fires. But you don't, because it's so hard to win, isn't it? Because the King Jack ends up bluffing you so often.
Tough to navigate it. And we can see Ignat has closer to top of his range, so to speak, with the King Queen. Bitar now. Intrigued to see how he approaches it. I mean, it would be a pretty spicy one to sort of merge and bluff. I'm not sure I'm loving it, but I mean, you can put real pressure on something like pocket 8s now, right? Which starts to be really difficult. Pocket 7s, kind of hands that can't continue. You know, a hand like 6s, for example, will, because it's turned to gutter. But it's an interesting one, this. You can fold out some better hands, I think.
And can we still make maybe even some worse calls? Like, if ace-10 of diamonds flat the flop, does it kind of call now? Or?
I'm not sure about that one.
Here we go. Going to stick around, of course, with that King-Queen.
Easy continue here.
Now, will Bitar get out of it on the river? He does. He finds aces up. 3 makes a wheel, but bar pocket 3 is not really something Ignat could have. I suppose ace-3 suited.
Yeah, only really worried about those combos. And ace-queen's definitely a thing. Like, I think Ignat will play call, pre, and flop and turn with ace-queen. There would be no real reason to do anything else. So we are pipped by a few combos.
But now you're kind of going after just the queen X at this point,
Yeah.
right? And look at this.
This is really nice.
Saucy bet, 100k, going milky.
Really nice.
Going after exactly these hands.
A very tilting river, of course, for Ignat. Like, lots of the barrel bluffs get there on river, of course.
Right. Those ace highs that bet once may bet twice because they pick up that gut shot draw.
Yeah. It's not great, obviously, to have a king in hand here. You know, blocking some sort of king jack, king 10 that decides it has decent blockers to the queen. And let's just go for it and try and leverage folds against some ace highs and some of those pocket pairs we talked about. Pretty grim spot, this one. You have to give your opponent some real kind of wilder trebles, like 9-10, jack-10 type hands. Does my opponent have a 6-7, 7-8 suited in there that will just bet a third as the sort of value bluff size? I really like it, though, from Bitar, because we can still sort of talk ourselves into calling this sizing.
Right. Is there any world in Ignat's mind that Bitar might have
a worse
queen as well? Like
Jack, queen 10.
1/3 pot?
I don't think people will find it. They might, but it seems less likely.
But if someone could, would it be Bitar?
Yeah, it might be Bitar. Maybe king queen exactly also that we shop with could be in there. I feel like Ignat will get away from this. I mean, there are some bluffs, but it's... And do people really block bluff enough is something that I think they should. And I think it's a great idea. Well done. Very well done.
Good fold, Ignat. Well played all.
Yeah, great hand.
Bitar in the ascendancy once more.
Tough run out for Ignat. Showing his chops and experience, just taking his time on that river. Well done.
So then, 150 remains, still 16 away from the money, I believe. We're coming towards the end of this level, and I think we came back with, what,
165, I believe. Right. 30 away.
Yeah, and we've only lost, what,
15,
half of those. Of course, we are going to be kicking the blinds up shortly from 612 to 1015. Does make a big difference. Obviously, 40k in orbit instead of 30. There'll be some attrition there on the bottom stacks.
Bit more blood on the felt, we would imagine.
Oh, the clock just ticked down to 148 as the floor run around, picking up seat cards.
Yeah, Bitar kind of being the star of the show. But just incredibly competent table. Very difficult to think of really any big mistakes. They've been very small, if any.
Yeah.
I would be wanting a dealer change. Sorry, a table change.
Someone also just did the counting around the players. Like, how many people are sat at this table? Love it.
Oh, hang on, Demps. We just lost 3 in the split second.
Well, another one's gone then. There we go, yeah. Getting close. It's King, Queen.
Yeah, much prefer these opens than the kind of pocket sixes. And Manny Karos, though, with a very appealing King Jack off.
Yeah, and we've seen Sir quite active as well, so maybe he'll think, hey, look.
I feel like he may take this against the 30 big blinds behind. Just feels like a really nice one to play as a simple 3-bet fold. Like, you just don't really care, right? If your opponent 4-bet jams, it's like, okay, whatever, not a big deal. As soon as he takes this amount of time, oh, okay, I'm wrong. I thought he was taking it. It's out of the way.
Trafani. Suited Queen on the button. He won't fight back. Rutsari, same in a small find to clear fold. And Samavati. Some connected cards in the big blind.
Yeah, off to the flop we go, you would presume. kind of nice with these defends. We're having such a big stack. There's going to be so many boards that we get to really put pressure on Sir. And this could be one. 8-8-6.
A swift check over to Sir.
Yeah, I don't think people check enough here. I really actually quite like this. You know, you don't get a better hand to fold really ever. Hard to fold out an ace high, any pair, any of these 9-10s. We open the door to let them bluff us. Okay, when we check, we may get bluffed anyway. But we have our sort of best hand that can show down and win, so to speak, with King Queen.
Right.
Or worst hand that we can show down and win, right?
I know what you meant. Yeah,
you know what I meant.
The worst hand we can hope to be the best.
Yes, there we go.
Now 2 big blind lead from Samavati on that connected 2-spade board.
Yeah, intrigued to see if Sir wants to get sticky for one. I wouldn't completely blame him. It's very murky, of course. Can just be dead. But there's going to be enough bluffs.
Ooh.
Well then.
Samavati improves to a straight, but Sir has the king of spades in hand. I wonder how much of that turn peer was based on the strength of his hand and some frequency at hitting a spade.
Yeah, this could be intriguing. I mean, Samavati's going to go for value.
Right. He's like a really small bet where he goes.
He's not
big,
loving backdoor spades because, of course, flush is a thing for sure for Sir when he does call turn.
And also
checked river, okay.
Also, it's a thing for Samavati as well, right? So
yeah,
you just have far more value hands. Oh no, he hasn't checked yet.
Oh, he didn't check. All right. It's gone quite large. Interesting. Now, Sir, can you be the biggest hero in the Merit poker room and send it in? It's not the body language.
Yeah, to that size as well. Maybe he might have pounced on a small bet, but a bit scary against a big bet, isn't it?
It is a little scary. I think ace of spades in hand, it would be more appealing to potentially turn our hand into a bluff. But yeah, I'm with you.
He's thinking about it. He's really thinking about it.
One of the really big problems is the big blind can still have all the boats.
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
And it just makes this...
Go ahead and rep a flush, pal.
Sure, that is the issue here, you know. Yeah.
I did not have the spades.
I do not have spades. I knew before he turned the cards over.
Ace is full, Mike.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. When it's 8-6 off, Mike, I make full house. All right, then. We're going to kick it up. 10K, 15K. Pressure on Rudzari, Tambovstev, as we get ever closer to this bubble. They'll be on the teens in terms of blinds. Ignat himself now down below 25, and Sir also below the 30 big blind mark. The rest very comfortable. In fact, Tadic stuck in the middle. It is the 4 big stacks. They are very big. Shofani with 1.4 million, with the average at 775k. Basically, we've got 4 players at this table with double average or more, in effect, going forward in this bubble. So all of them, like liking life, but wishing they were sprinkled out elsewhere on the field and on a table of maybe some more 25 big blind stacks.
I'm sure they will be. Something that's been really quite intriguing, and you don't often see it, is that like all 4 of those big stacks, I think they've played very well, but in different ways.
Right.
Like often you'll see someone spewing around, maybe getting a little lucky, getting 2 out of line. But you know, Bitar has had this sort of controlled, lots of aggression. Chufani has just been pretty zen, but taking his spots well.
Yeah, and we saw Manikiros not taking all the spots,
yeah,
but taking some of them.
The Queen 10 of diamonds was very nice. He declined the King Jack. So like quite impressive. It's not something you normally see actually, where all of the big chip guys are just playing well, but in different sort of styles. Fun to watch.
Yeah, it feels to me like Vitar's taken the role of like, right, I'm the daddy.
Table captain-ish, yeah.
And the rest of them are like, okay, well, we'll still get our little bits.
Yeah. Like this adjustment from Sir. Really don't mind it. Queen 10 suited, it's like not far off bottom anyway. But like just nice awareness from him, right, of the kind of situation we're in right now. I think it's easy to autopilot open this hand. Samavati here with Tadic behind. Intrigued to see whether he just goes ahead and raises here out the small. I would quite advocate for it. Really like it. You know, it's just like, good luck continuing, sir. You're going to have to be tighter. This hand, however, I would imagine won't fold even close to the bubble. I mean, you've got to draw a line somewhere, right? 3.5x, Jack 9 suited, blind on blind.
Right. Let's see.
I wouldn't fold this. I think it's a little too strong.
Yeah.
Like, it's not fun, but...
And doubling up his stack is worth quite a lot.
Yes.
We're not doubling up a 200k stack. We're doubling
That's
up $500,000, up to $1 million. Suddenly we've got something to go forward in this tournament. Average stack with like the last 100 or so is worth something.
That's a great point. Now then, Samavati. How do we proceed?
Well, the only way we know how. With aggression. Little perhaps optimistic given our big open got flat. That this is the kind of board that by opening big we got rid of all the junk, so therefore...
I'm with you on that. One thing I will say is that all of the sort of 7s, 8s, 9s, maybe even a hand as strong as 10s might proceed with just call.
Right.
All the sort of suited ace X are going to be in there. Just like there isn't going to be many really strong hands that flat pre is my point.
Okay.
Tadic, but yeah, he is going to connect here.
A lot of queen X, a lot of jack.
A lot of that.
A lot of his calling range.
This is the fun one.
Oh yeah, here we go. Straight draw plus the 6 high flush draw. Tadic picking up his second pair.
I mean, we don't have too many better bluff candidates than this.
I guess we'd rather have the king of spades if we're going to choose cards. But
sure. You know, we block king queen, we block king 10, which are two of the kind of strongest hands. We block some flushes. I wouldn't have hated to see continue here. But also you've already referenced that Tadic, he's going to have a lot of the sort of 2 pairs here, the queen X. And it's not always great to try and get your opponent to fold that strong of a range. Decision on him. Do we want to go ahead and seek value and deny some equity?
Right, obviously the big fear is getting check raised, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, how often is our opponent going to do that?
Not that often here. I'm with you. I like this. It's like 60k. Yeah, what to do? Doesn't look like a man who's going to do anything too crazy here. He does send it! All right!
He's gone for it!
Oh, he snapped it! All right.
He's gone for it, and he's going to... When he gets snapped, he's going to think he's probably dead. He's going to see here, he still has 27% equity.
That's a lot of equity.
The snap's supposed to be a flush, right?
Yeah.
Here we go, then. Can Samavati get here with the 6 high flush draw? Or the king high gut shot straight draw?
Oh, he's got there!
He has. That is disgusting.
Oh.
Poor Tadic had been so snug. Knew what he was doing. Got involved here with the Jack 9 suited. Found the 2 bet, and credit to him. Bet snapped the jam.
Fist pump calls off.
He knew exactly where he was in this hand.
Oh, dearie me. Unlucky Tadic. Played the hand perfectly. Credit to Samavati for throwing the hammer down, smashing it in there. Oh, wow-wee.
Wow.
What a misread for me. That was great on the turn. Doesn't look like a guy that's going to do anything. What? Bang, I'm all in. All right, then.
What a boss. I just said, and I said, not really a card, but not really a spot we get check raised too often. Here we go.
Look at us.
MPO.
How about that?
Wow. Big old pot.
Vitar. How about that? Just draw. No one had said a word. Just drawing attention. Hey guys, you did see that he just he just punted it in with king high with the 6 of spades draw.
It's kind of. I don't think it was that unreasonable. It's a fun one. You know, like what's queen 7 or queen 8 suited or something going to do here? Face and check shove.
But do those hands bet?
Yeah, maybe not.
That's the thing. It felt like when he reopens the action there, he's not
I felt like trebling it off would make more sense than check jam.
I just don't think we check jam value, do we? What do we?
It's true. Yeah, yeah. Maybe King 10 somehow no spade, but just bets the turn.
Yeah, I just feel like we just don't check jam that turn. Like we just, I don't know.
Which is why Tadget snaps, right? Because it's just lots.
Right, but credit to him for
lots of
snapping,
one
because I think do you want to reevaluate? I'd be like, hang on a second, what?
Let's just be sure.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously they've been playing together today. Maybe he's seen something similar. Maybe he's got an idea of the way Samavati goes about his business.
Oh, what a nasty run out.
Manicaros, King 10 of clubs. Yikes. That was going to string. Poor Tadic.
Yeah, and you said it yourself. You'd be over $1 million, right? About to go into the money, over 60, 70 bigs. Let's go. Unfortunately for him. Run down. 5 of spades river sends him home. Fun hand. Round to Bitar. We have seen him be active, get into as many pots as he can. This one, pretty ugly, but he is going to take a peek for the min raise.
Yeah, obviously one of these that just doesn't ever do great against +2, but deciding king's enough, and obviously no real ICM pressure on him, so to speak, so a little keener perhaps to take a flop. And a flop that he could merrily check fold.
Yeah, very likely just to see small c-bet here, and
there we go.
Done.
Small as it can get, 1 blind.
Yeah, I like it.
Now, Bitar has shown fight. Does he get offended by the 1 blind bet? Oh, thought we were getting artsy there for a second. Oh, we headed.
I mean, there's fighting, and then there's jumping into a bear pit with 4 bears and, you know, sprained
armed
ankle.
only with a spoon.
Sprained ankle, spoon only.
Yeah.
Out we get.
Bitar heard you. They all hear you. Just as
I mean, come on, he's folding this one, isn't he?
You talk them into it. Just about to do it.
I'd like to take credit for some nice analysis, but after that last hand, where we were both just kind of... I was more off than you.
Yeah, we were both caught by surprise.
I like seeing that, though, from Samavanti. You know, okay, maybe a little overly aggressive and outside the realms, but he's not afraid to go for it.
Yeah,
which is very important.
It's an important trait to have in this game.
Yeah.
The willingness to die gives you a long life. So then, 10 away from the money. A whopping average stack.
Ignat. Okay. Bit spicy, this one.
Well, the dust is still settling. Well, here comes another stall. Rizzari, ace king of clubs. The last time he played was this very combination.
Certainly was. Different situation this time, of course. Blinds have gone up. Very easy 3-bet rifle situation for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ignat just going for the sneak. I guess it's not completely unreasonable. Jack in hand, Jack 10, one of these. Blocking some continues, just trying to go for a raise fold.
Yeah, and you've got...
Oh, he does have...
in the big blind.
Yeah, that's a big part of this decision, I would imagine.
It's just 17 blinds behind you.
Yeah, Ignat's sharp. He's going to know exactly what he's getting up to here. Facing a big blind who can't really defend.
He's got to look about him like someone who's not enjoying this. This is quite a good acting job.
Oh, I thought he was chucking his cards away for a second.
I mean, maybe he just doesn't really enjoy it because he knows, hey, like, I'm either going to pick up this pot and go from 200 to 270, or I'm going to be all in 10 away from the money. So there is some genuineness to the not enjoying the situation.
I would actually argue that other than, like, exactly ace-queen suited, you basically never get called by a worse hand here.
Right.
Like, Ignat, I think, is just going to be sharp enough. He'll never call ace-jack.
Oh, he definitely... I wonder, yeah. Even
you might even fold ace-queen off, honestly, like ace-queen off. So
yeah, I think you do.
Whenever you get called, it's always sort of buy the same hand or you're flipping or you're dead. Loving that. Bit of love to the camera. Did you see that? Tambov Tsev has
there's
tanks,
smiles. They know.
Tanks and gives the love heart. That was lovely.
Yeah, and he gets a little love from his tailmates. We saw the first proper smile, the first chuckle.
You see quite a lot of flirting with the camera here at Merit, which I quite enjoy.
Boys are getting
the odd, like,
with the
cheeky
cameras.
wink, you know. You do see it.
Yeah.
I think it was Hazarian the other day was at the FT, and he had like 6 bigs. And he was trying to. There was one guy on 4, and he's like trying to ladder. And every time it was on him, he was just giving it the like little wink to the camera, little smile. Nice pickup, Rudsari. Very timely, keeping himself. You want to still be afloat, don't you, in the bubble bursts? Like, you don't want to be on this sort of 6 blinds. Like, of course you can spin that, but if you can get post bubble with sort of 20,
yeah,
it makes things feel a lot better, and you feel you have more scope to make that deep run.
$9 away from a $3,000 min cash in this $2,000 buy-in event. It is, of course, La Notte Degli Assi. It's day 3 of 5. We got a long quest to go yet to reach the final table in this phenomenally structured event.
Yeah.
Just like the rest of the Merit events always are. We kind of ported the Merit main event structure into this one. This is in effect our main event like we normally have at the named series, like the Western or the Carmen, the Gangster.
Gangster series. I like that one. Here we go. Giuffani, we said, has been on the tighter side.
This is a bit optimistic, and well, is he about to get punished again at the first spot? Rutari's like, guys, can you stop giving me these hands? I have to jam. I want to be in the money.
You know what? Quite intriguing again. We have Tambov Tsev and Sir, small blind and big blind. So Giuffani probably just leveraging that. The fact that neither of them can really do anything. Nice awareness. Rudzari. A little bit of time will be taken. You would imagine this one.
Yeah, going to surely go the way of the last.
Yeah.
Rifle it in.
18 bigs.
And if he does, and if he wins, he's going to go from having like 200k to 340k in 2 hands. Giuffani. Try and keep your composure, you know, for the rest of the table. It's kind of, I don't think bad form is the right word, but...
Oh, new player arriving.
Gagarin taking our empty seat. Gojan Gagarin.
This is an intriguing tank. I'm not sure why.
Sorry, you're right. I'm not sure quite what's going on here, but maybe he's just getting himself set, letting Gagarin.
There we go. He didn't know. Yeah, that makes sense because he's been on point throughout.
Yeah. Gagarin bringing.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh dear!
And he's going to do the tank, and they're all going to think he's just doing the tank again, and then the chips are going to go in the middle.
And then Rudzari's stomach is going to plummet through his feet.
Right.
Because this range to get it in is incredibly narrow.
Let's just enjoy this. Right now, Rudzari's just so sure this is a fold. Because he thinks it's a tank. He does cover.
Yeah, that is the small mercy.
Oh, Rudzari's hating that.
It's just nothing worse.
It just never 10s, does it? 10s just fold.
I don't think 10s ever puts it in. Basically hoping for ace-king suited, ace-king off that wants to run it.
Giuffani's going, what, how much is that second bet? What's the... I was going to call the first one, but the other guy must be so strong.
This is so grim.
Yeah, Rudzari will, as soon as you see these 2 kings, I think start looking, recognizing stack size. Do I have him covered? Do I not? The answer is you do. He's going to be left with 3 blinds, and he's going to be fairly early position with those 3 blinds going forward. But
not over yet, James.
Exactly. Stranger things have happened than a jack finding a board. $500,000 chip pot.
Oh,
10-9. Well, that's set for 10 ball stuff, but Rudzari has switched from 2 outs to 4 outs, although we can see 2 of those have been folded. Still alive, heading to the river. Needs queen. The paint sweat,
yeah.
the momentary gulp. Samosev doing it in style. Full double up with the butchers. Rudzari, just 3 big blinds remain.
What can you do, Demps? Finds a hand that just has to go in as a 3-bet jam. Jack's just too strong, even approaching the money.
I guess I'm just thinking, Shufani folds, Rudzari opens. He still has to go with this hand against a jam.
Oh, you would
anyway.
hate it though, but yeah. Based on the, I mean, we still would get it in.
Right, it'd only be a, what, 14 big blind jam, something
like
that.
The only universe I can think about somehow fold here is if it goes open, we 3-bet non-all in, which you won't see much, but like let's just say we made it 4.5 blinds and then small blind rips for 14, 15 with no perceived fold equity and incredibly tight range. It's the only way I can think of, and even that.
Even then, you probably just.
Even that's optimistic.
So many ace kings out there.
Sure.
Well, here we go. He's been patient. Well, he's been forced to be patient. Trying to get a couple opens through from early.
Navigating his way well.
Doing the right thing, tanking. A little bit more comfortable now, over 30 blinds. I think still probably wants to be in that realm of not turbo folding. I mean, we've got 30 blinds on a table where it's not the fact you're worried about busting now, it's the fact that you don't get to play over your hands for the value that they are. Once you get in the money, suddenly having 30 big blinds is a nice stack, right? We get to get in there, get in the mix, do some stuff. Right now, so many playable hands that we playable in 10 bust outs time.
Got a feel for Rudzari. I mean, I think we just have to put this in. Like, we're not going to make it by folding. Kind of still 7 people need to bust. We're going to be forced in the big blind.
Yeah, this always does it right this time, doesn't it? 10 suited. How bad can it be? Yeah, we're going to be, exactly like you said. We're going to be forced all in the big blind anyway.
Yeah. You know, if we had like 90k here, there might be a universe that we try and fold into the money.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
So in the small blind, seems like enough hand to take on that action.
Yeah, I don't think we should be folding for 3 big blinds.
It's just rejamming.
That's intriguing.
That's great news though for Rudzari. Obviously, just seeing isolation. He doesn't want to take it 3-way. Much rather play it heads up because he can only win another 2 blinds. You know. Doesn't want another player in there.
Yeah, he's pretty live too.
Yeah, we'll take this scenario. Yeah, that was ballsy from Sir. Could walk into a monster behind. Maybe a click raise. Perhaps more apt there from Sir. I don't know. Well, let's see how this one plays out. Rudzari looking for a little help to get back in this one. That is not his flop, but 3 to a straight flush.
Silver linings, James.
Yeah, you've always got a chance. Well, improvement, but only just. He has outs. 2 of them heading to the river. 1, sadly, has been mucked. That is not going to do it. GG's, Rudzari. Busting out in what one imagines is 141st, just 7 away from the money. Pretty cruel.
Yeah, really feel for him, actually. Played a very solid, tight game. Just sometimes these things happen. You have to rejam a hand, someone finds one behind, and off you go. On the plus side, it's a beautiful complex. The weather's still nice. Go and stick your feet in the ocean and order a cocktail. You know, things could be worse.
You go tell the man who just busted out 7 off the money when he ran his jacks into kings. And
sure.
Oh, you know, well, at least it's sunny out.
Yeah.
I'll stand back and watch.
Let's talk to him about gratitude and stuff like that.
Yeah, you go for it.
Poker players love that. They old, oh yeah, I'm very grateful for everything. Grateful for the variance. I love running my jacks into kings.
Sure.
Yeah. Probably not. Nah, good game to him. Good run. Played fine. What can you do?
Samavati, 23.5 starting stacks.
Yeah, he's having a look to see how much he can leverage here. Just taking a look at the stacks. I like the awareness. First look at Gungaren.
As I said, coming in here with what would be a healthy stack. Over comfortably over average, but on a table where doesn't mean a whole lot. But he is going to try something in his debut on our table, and
this seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, but I was just sort of like, how much you got? He's just getting ready already.
Cebinize koymanız gerekiyor. Öyle mi?
Okay.
Yeah, quite nice here in that we have, you know, Tambovtsev, Seer, and Ignat in cutoff, button, and big blinds. You're all pretty short, so you know this is a hand that we would pretty much always look to VPIP right from the cutoff, but maybe not in this exact setup.
Yeah.
Approaching the money.
Exactly that.
And so if these opponents have their hands tied to this extent, it makes this King 10 off open a lot more appealing.
You see it there, just the fact the ace-8 suited doesn't do anything.
And Ignat is short also. Now then,
are there options here?
There are options here. I don't think he'll fold this hand to the min. I would be surprised. We're still kind of 6 away. There are still some flops that we can sort of navigate post, and yeah, I don't see him folding. I wonder if he ever 3-bet folds. Like, I wouldn't be shocked. You can flip, you can mix in.
Wondering, yeah, whether
5.5 blinds is the sort of size here.
Just make our life a bit easier to play, because we're going to under-realize, right? Our opponent's going to just over c-bet.
Yeah, I don't think he'll jam like this.
Right.
This exact hand versus this seat. But
he
did jam. Okay.
Okay.
There you go. That's another way to play it.
Yeah, just the
I quite like 3-bet fold. Like,
the risk here of just running into it seems like.
Sure, like, I don't think Gungarin. Okay, granted, we don't know much about him yet. We haven't seen the way he plays.
Yeah, and they probably have some history playing in this room. So
sure. Like facing the 20 big blind 3-bet to 6 bigs. Like, what are we going to do with? You know, I guess like it stops them from peeling you in position with some hands. You can go either way here, I guess. But like Ignat is experienced, plays to win. I certainly didn't think he would fold pre, but
yeah, no, I was wondering whether we. Yeah, I mean, I thought call was kind of the norm, but we've thrown some raises at reasonable frequency, and he did that. Just went for all of it.
Yeah.
One more player eliminated, 5 away from that minimum cash.
I just always think that's something to keep an eye on, is that when Ignat finds that. Like, not many players find this, you know, the sort of, okay, I'm not afraid, I'm going to play to win the tournament. And it's, you know, sometimes we'll advocate and say, oh, do you really need to, like, on the bubble? Which is certainly a reasonable argument. But just seeing that sort of killer instinct mindset of, you know what, I'm going to play to win, I like it.
So I kind of like the non-all-in 3-bet. I think it's just the one that...
I like it.
It's the one that serves the least variance, because we just see the flop very rarely.
I like it best. You can just... 6 BBs, 5.5, 6. If they shove on us, fine. I have ace-10 off. Like, really doesn't matter if the guy very occasionally jams ace-5 suited and I folded the best hand. It really doesn't matter that much. Is he really going to just peel, like, most of his opening range and position against 20 big blind 3-bet? No, I don't think he is. So, yeah.
Samavati with the big stack, opening it up. Ace-2 suited. And Botev's, again, just in the tank. Tank and fold. Nothing egregious.
I love Seer.
So just like, he's doing enough tanking for me.
Yeah, he does.
He does both of our tanking.
Yeah. Yeah, Manikaros with the kind of combo that just doesn't quite make the cut. Especially on the bubble.
Shafani. There's enough hand for him to have a look from the big again.
Yeah, this one should plug into the defend range. I mean, we're 90 blinds deep. We're never going to see. Okay, it goes for a tight fold.
Yeah, it's kind of thing. I think obviously, you know, take away the stack depth. It's obviously we want to be defending quite tight here. But yeah, exactly what you say. We're like 90 blinds deep. We don't ever really get it in by the river. There's no concern there of busting.
Yeah,
I mean, not never, but if we get it in, it's because we've got like the stone colds and we get unlucky when we bust out, or
that's it.
Or a super cold deck. It's not like we're in there with. Yeah, what are we going to do? Worry about the Queen Jack 10 board and the opener's got Ace King. I mean, we still don't get it in anyway.
You just check fold the flop under those circumstances when you just know.
But I mean, you know what I mean. If we've got 8-9 that comes Queen Jack 10, we never end up getting it in anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the worst case scenario in terms of making a super strong hand and being cold decked.
Yep. I would just defend and proceed, but Shufani decides to take a hand off. Bitar, things have slowed down a little for him somewhat. I mean, you know, mostly card distribution this last sort of half an hour or so.
So it's counting. Yep, he's doing my tanking. 10%. Got that massive reprieve. Finding kings, finding a raise and a jam in front. A big gulp.
Oh, I know.
Slide it in.
What a spot.
Pull out all the chips with your quad kings.
It's a great feeling when you've sort of set your stall out to just, all right, I'm going to tank into the money. I'm probably going to be really short when we get in there. And then you just find a nice cooler.
And now it looks like it's going to be getting in there. Assuming this bubble bursts very quickly, and I think it will with 5 away. He's going to be getting in there with like over 30 blinds.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're in this
Christmas
game.
Day.
Sure, we're, you know, average stack is over 800 at this point, but we're certainly in the game.
Now then, Ignat. These spots are always interesting. We're raising into the 2 big stacks off our 23 blinds. I still think he'll raise call here. Like, I just don't think Ignat's going to be the guy that's going to raise fold to jam. Hand's strong enough to just open with a raise at the moment, see what happens.
It's weird you said that. Like, the raise call seems like the scary proposition to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't see him raise folding a Shack of Diamonds against an overwhelming chip leader jam that's going to contain a load of ace-X, I think, that we do very well against.
I think
I could be wrong, by the way. Like,
I'm just a coward. I think if I feel like I min raise here and probably just fold and never tell anyone, or I just open jam.
Sure. I think if he had like sort of 18 blind, yeah, here we go.
This is what's nice is when it comes in the non-all-in form, right?
And like this is just nonsense so much, like the non-all-in.
This is why I like the non-all-in. Oh, it's big. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's like nine.
Sorry,
9 blinds.
It looks like there's no follow equity, right?
I don't love this size choice in the slightest, but we are going to get to see what Ignat will do.
I think if I've done this, I kind of go with it, but I'm a bit scared when he's gone this size. I thought it was going to be like a 85 number, but the 130 when I'm playing, what, 350
there we go.
total?
Yeah, he's not scared. He's ready to go. But this first kind of play from Samavati that I really don't like is...
Well, the thing is why we've seen him go bananas with the king.
He made it 9 blinds here when we have 23 to start. Like, what real value hands do this? Like, aces and kings are never, ever going this
They're giving you some rope.
Even queens and jacks are never going as big as 9 BBs. And all the kind of 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, they just 3-bet jam.
They just rip it right with his eyes.
Ace, queen off, probably just 3-bet jams. So now it's just a whole load of complete nonsense. And that's actually a massive pickup.
136 remaining on our screen. We're catching up. We're 2 away, and it looks like there was some talk there from the players. Are they holding? We're not sure. There's looking around the room. Obviously, they're a little castle driven. There we go. There we go. So we're going to finish this hand, do a confirmation check around the room, make sure we are at the right number, and then proceed hand for hand, 2 away from the money, which I like. Some places have this obsession of getting to 1 away and then doing it, but we know there's been a little bit of stalling here, but I guarantee you the stalling on the other tables on some of them would have been egregious.
Yeah.
Like here we've got everyone with a lot of chips. Tambostev, the only one who was doing any kind of tanking, and he was like barely tanking. He was like, if this was a shot clock tournament, he wouldn't even be getting to the 30 seconds. Right?
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
So it's to protect the tables that are kind of doing the quote-unquote right thing of just playing the spirit of the game.
It makes all the sense in the world. I'm with you. Let's just get in hand for hand.
Manikaros going to try and get one through here with 2 7s. Samavati with a playable one in the small blind.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see him fold this. I think you can go either way here, and it'd be reasonable. Flat, fine, 3-bet occasionally. It seems pretty good. Little glimpse into Gungora, and we have seen people kind of make these dusty completes.
Yeah, this would be not ideal, I feel.
You know, from the kind of nerdy perspective, I've been looking into these spots a lot. recently these like multi-way, and it's insane how tight you're supposed to be from the big, and everyone's way off. Like you know, for the one big blind price, everyone's just in there flicking in call, but you're. And this is another case in point. Like, really don't like this with Queen 6 off. Not many good things can happen.
Right, the direct price is great, but the problem is when you hit, it's like you never know what you're hitting, right? In a three-way pot.
Yeah, you just end up dominated so much, and you end up flopping top pair, and someone has you beat. There's nowhere to go with our combo. As it stands, this one's interesting. Everyone whiffing. Manny Karos doesn't like this 3 ways, 2 from the money.
At the same time, this is one where he can just kind of bet and know that they just bet small and hope it's this kind of situation, and if it gets raised or if he faces any action, so be it.
Sure.
It's such a great upside here. And that's what he goes for. Goes for the stab. Here we go then. Right. So, bubble time.
Bubble time.
Da, 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 da.
It's bubble.
Da, da, da. Da, da.
Oh, very nice graphic in the background just popped up, by the way. It's the first look at that this week, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
The Notte Degli Assi.
Yeah,
Have you not been paying attention,
I've been
Andrew?
paying attention.
It was on there all day yesterday, and it's been on there today. The beautiful lemon colour in there.
Really?
I think it's just so beautiful. It just slipped into your...
Oh, look, a little wave of the camera. Look at this.
There we go.
Oh, no, he's...
Oh, no. I think it's someone else saying, hey, bring my phone or something.
Bring me a black tea. No, bring me
an English breakfast tea with...
Bring me a Fanta Passoa. See, there you go. It's cycling through our partners, isn't it?
Vamos, Imperium,
yeah.
OPE. They're all here. Bringing in their squad.
I like that logo. Beautiful.
Imperium's La Notte Degli Assi brand is our quote-unquote main event. I heard the boys earlier saying main event. I think we just have all kind of different events, but for all intents and purposes, this is the biggest prize pool. So I think it's fair to call it the main event. Navid Samavati leading the way, 2.2 million, despite that little misstep there with 3-bet from the big blind. Ghassan Bitar, he was the one that perhaps, in the first hour at least, most impressing us, blasting away, putting people under pressure. Manny Karos been very impressive as well. He's taken his spots. Chofaroni, the same. Gunguran just joined us. We don't know too much about him. Dennis Sir, the shortest at this table. He's been wasting no time in those folds, but we'll sure be pleased that it's nearly money time on those 28 blinds. Livu Ignat, impressed you. Just got that 4-bet jam through. And then, of course, Evgeny Tambostev, who, well, it's been a bit topsy-turvy. There's been some downs, there's been some ups.
Yeah.
Right now, he's living the ups.
You know what? I think we've got to give kudos to the whole table. Kind of be impressed by everybody in sort of different ways. Yeah, Ignat just, he gives me that vibe of the kind of cold-blooded killer that you just need to have at some point. This fearlessness to not, you know, to look silly, right? Or, oh, as we listen in.
We are breaking the table 16. We will confirm that we have 9 players in each table except one. So you are all in the money, guys. You have 134 players remaining.
Oh, they're in.
You are all in the money. Congratulations.
Whoa. Just like that.
All right, there we go.
Deal off first hand of hand for hand. It sounds like, I mean, that's it, we're in.
Yeah, we're in. Okay.
No need. I believe we're just breaking a table, maybe.
In table 16, please take your seats, take your stand, and get your seat. We are breaking table 16. If you are there, please take your stand and get your seat.
Okay, so we're breaking table 16, then play will recommence. We're just going to fill the empty seats here and at other tables, but there you go. We kind of thought this might go quite quickly. It's merit. It's classic merit. Who needs hand for hand?
It's just not even a bubble. Brilliant.
I mean, what?
The money.
I mean, the average stack here is like 60 blinds
60
nearly.
bigs, yeah.
A little under.
A little less, 57.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Love to see it.
Did you ever find a tournament like the World Series main event with 2-hour levels doesn't stay this deep at the bubble?
It's like a properly amazing structure. This one, I'm a little jealous.
Combined with the YOLO atmosphere out there at Merit, as we saw on the cat before, normal rules don't apply.
That's it. I think I'm getting one of those T-shirts made for next time we come
like
back.
a little. We need a Merrill logo.
I'm just gonna get each of our faces, the commentators, in the middle of the T-shirt. Normal rules don't apply.
Normal rules don't apply. Hashtag MPO.
And then on lap-ins, just normal doesn't apply.
No, I'm not there.
James is in shock.
I'm not there.
It's feeling away.
I'm lost.
Ignore me. We're waiting for play to resume.
Lost. It's gone over my head.
You know my brain sometimes, you know, runs away with itself.
Works on a different frequency.
Thanks, mate.
It's all that Fanta Pessoa that's been consumed over the years.
Over the years,
this talk of Fanta
I've
Pessoa?
only had one lifetime. Thank you.
But give it a go. It's the latest cocktail doing the rounds in these parts. But when you order it, make sure you order it Fanta Pessoa.
Guys, don't give it a go. Okay, stick to what you normally do.
Spectators, please. You are not playing.
Okay, we're just reading the right act. Obviously, now we're in the money. The floor asking spectators kind of clear the area a bit. Obviously, once players bust out, the floor needs to identify who's busted out to make sure they get paid. Get paid in the right order, keep a track of the tables, because there will be a flurry of bust outs now we've reached the money.
Yeah.
Of course, we know that on this table, there were no short stacks, but on the other tables, there will be lots. There'll be loads of players in here. I think quite a few with less than a starting stack, right? They would have cockroached in.
Sure.
With under 100k, being there with like 5-6 blinds, now just trying to spin it up.
Yeah, normally see sort of 15-20 quick busts.
I don't think we're going to see too much craziness on our table.
Hang on.
Okay, viewers, at this point, all tables must have 9 players inside the TV table. 9 players at the table. So we have 134 players to be according to regulations. However, we continue normally. Viewers, if you wish to play at least only on the table of the TV play. Viewers, continue normally. 10,000, 15,000, 15,000 penalty.
All right.
All right then, there we go. Full confirmation, we're in the money. That is that. Now, obviously, normally you'd have got the full details. We've been over there with the cameras. We'd have been enjoying the hand motion. But turns out, hey, the players just got it in. It all happened too quickly.
Yeah.
No one was quite ready.
That's it. Sometimes you do get 3 quick all-ins, 3 quick exits.
Yeah, a bubble with no bubble. Kind of crazy. Sometimes you see, you never know with a tournament whether it's going to be a long bubble, short bubble. It's just bizarre. I remember, I think the first time they had the $1 million event in Vegas, it was kind of bubble time, but it was bubbled on one table. So I don't know if they're paying 9 and they went to a 10-handed table, or, you know, or paying 8 and went to a 9-handed table. But Mike Sexton was on there.
Oh, the legend.
Yeah, the legend indeed. And he said ever since that day, Sam Trickett was his favorite player, because I think Sam Trickett just went like mad on someone and like burst the bubble on the first hand of the bubble in $1 million buy-in event, and Sam just got it in with some garbage.
Got there.
Knocked out the player. Mike was the shortest stack, snuck into the money for like $1.3 million min cash. Obviously, Sam famously went on to get second in that event.
I remember well.
10 million. Antonio winning it. Here we go then. Bubble burst. Action abound.
Yeah, interesting spot here right off the bat.
Yeah, look at this. Manny Carroll's just recognizing that Tambo 7 isn't like crazy, right? And may think, hey, I don't want to just give him the chance with ace queen to win a 70 big blind flip against me. Yeah. Flat here, maybe induce someone else behind to take a stab. I don't think we have a whole host of short stacks behind here, but you know, Ignat had 33 blinds. So it's not like we're trying to induce a squeeze necessarily behind a squeeze jam. So just the respect that
I don't
have kind of tight in this spot.
Yeah, I don't mind this. It's one of these spots where, you know, 33 bigs back, that when we 3-bet call,
yeah,
like you don't, like jacks actually start to do pretty poorly against a 4-bet shove range. Like it contains, you know, queens, kings, aces, ace, king suited, ace, queen suited, maybe the occasional 10s and jacks. So just thinking, right, okay, I'm gonna have a strong hand here in my just call in position range. He does flop bottom sets.
Yeah, and it was a wonderful window card. 9 came out. Ace king behind, kind of great news for Manny Carras, not that he knows it. And here we go. I said Tambo Steph gets that double up, gets a spin going, now gets inside the money, gets to play some more hands and maybe get something going here, having flopped this set. Bitar again with one of those kind of, we're not fans of over peels from the big blind, and well,
I mean, this is exactly what happens, just a really kind of dusty hand, and our opponent now bets quarter pot. We might somehow feel compelled that we're getting the right price. And yeah.
He's coming out with
all right.
Oh, this surely not against Under the Gun.
Oh.
This man is true to form. Vitar is a blaster.
I would rather see this than call.
Right.
Like we
go after the ace jack, ace 10, ace queens.
Yeah, just like
what are
down
they
the
gonna do?
streets, like we block king 9, we block ace king.
How much of this is like
pocket kings?
Is Stammelstev, particularly with this holding, laughing to himself, knowing that, hey, like the value hands are ace king, ace 9.
Oh, we're just dreaming.
King 9, set of 9s, but like he doesn't have 9s. He probably doesn't have a 9 in his hand. So this just looks like it must be nonsense, right? How can he have value when I have all the 9s in my hand?
Yep. Yeah, ace king would have squeezed pre. Prudent give up, it looks like, from
one and done.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious though, because you're never going to shed a single ace.
Can he find the check
on
back?
The flop, right?
Can he find the check just because he's got a set of 9s, right? I feel like.
I don't think he will, but I would love to see it.
I feel like set of kings I'd bet because my opponent can have all the ace 9s and kind of stuff like this. But just particularly this holding, he's going to go for the small bet just to reopen the action.
Yeah, I think people just want to try and get it in by river, but I'm with you. We really do block all of the strong holdings, and it's nice to allow like a queen jack, queen 10 type. Okay, fine, there are a couple of cards that could kill us, but there's not much to protect from here. And you can allow your opponent to sort of river a 2-pair if they've done something kind of funky like this with a king 6. Allow them just to stone bluff river if it's complete nonsense like you were referencing. I mean, there's just nowhere to go with this hand.
Vitar's got to recognize now, surely he's thinking here, but this man opened Under the Gun. Okay, we're in the money, but it's not like he's going to start opening.
Oh no!
You know, the 9-10 suited to the. Oh, hello.
What's this?
Hello.
He's calling.
He's so what?
Yeah.
I mean, this is spicy, right? You're only being the queen jack backdoor flush draw type hands that might have stayed around. 7 on the river improves Stammelstev to 9s full. Vitar, well, he's way up this creek, and the paddle was jettisoned a long time ago.
Really the first mistakes we've seen from him for the opening 2 hours of play. Can't recall him really misplaying any hands, and he's got himself into a bit of a pickle. He's not thinking of leading here. This would make 0 sense. You know, now, even if our opponent has a weak ace that we want to dislodge, it's going to chop with all the other ace-X. With that board pairing 7, maybe just going for the old max tank, try and get a check back, Demps.
Yeah, I'm afraid, yeah, we've got a little loss on this one.
Hopefully for his sake, he finds the breaks, does find them.
What a dreamy spot.
Yeah.
Now look at this, we're inside the money. We got 9s full, we got 300k back. There's already $500,000 in the pot.
And it's such a great river, by the way, if our opponent is sort of...
Right, if they have done something crazy.
Played a weak ace for some inexplicable reason, now that chops with ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, ace 8, all these type of holdings. I mean, I think we should just shove, to be honest, if we're doing anything here.
Yeah, 3 into 475.
Whether he decides...
Or do you leave like the sort of 2 blinds back?
Yeah.
Make it look like it might be...
Certainly could.
Parachute out of it. That's what he's doing? Yeah, he is. He's just leaving... He's leaving like 4 or 5 blinds back.
Yeah. And Vitar really has got himself into a bit of a muddle here with the thought processes. Very confusing for us in the booth. I'm sure he is also a little confused. How did I get myself into this one?
Yeah, we've got to replay this hand in our mind here. It was an open Under the Gun. It was a flat from +2, or +1, +2.
Yep.
Then he c-bet ace king 9. Like, that's showing some strength. And then he called a check raise and then wanted to bet the turn. Here we go. Does perhaps a street late find the fold, but finds it before doing terminal damage.
And you could see a little bit of level in your mind. Like, once you've check raised flop, then you start to think, okay, well, now he's going to float queen, jack, jack 10, queen 10. So now maybe I need to call
and also
turn bet.
Do his 1-pair hands bet turn? Probably not. So now he's like, he's polarized to sort of 2-pair on those bluffs, and I block the most likely 2-pair in ace king with my king. So maybe now call once and see if he really got it about him to fire the river. It's not, you know, we're not approving of it.
No.
But it's not completely out the realms of playability.
I think that's well explained. Mercifully for him, does find the river fold. You know, a couple of little missteps. You can never play perfectly wire to wire in this game.
Speak for yourself.
I try my best.
I've never made a mistake.
That was spice, though. That's another glimpse, though, that he's not afraid to look silly, and this is something that's very important in my eyes. It's a big old raise, by the way. 50k over 3x. Not sure I'm a big fan of it.
But how's Ignat going to reply to it?
Yeah, this gets quite tricky. I mean, can depend how we perceive, but he may just 3-bet call. Yeah, okay, I don't think it is 50k. I don't think it is 50K.
Okay, you think it's a mismatch? Oh, it's
because he's made it 80, so min raise would make sense.
Okay.
So yeah.
Nice pick up.
The only thing I can assume.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Even if he has made it 50, Ignat perhaps going for the click to induce here if he thinks that this is weighted to kind of hands like this that are just raising larger just to get auto folds from hands. We're going to get a look anyway in a moment how much is in front of him. Yeah, that's 30. That's 6 blues, I think.
Well, either way, we imagine it's going to be mucking this one to the 3-bet, having open under the gun with this offsuit combination.
I'm just trying to...
Yeah,
yeah, it's 30 for sure.
Yeah, he has made it 30.
Okay.
Now, for those of you unfamiliar with how this whole setup works, obviously we have RFID.
Oh, he's jammed!
Oh, he's gone for it!
Oh.
This is like a we're inside the money, screw you scenario.
By the way, Ignat's not going to like this.
Oh, this is suddenly grim. This is the #1 3-bet decide hand, isn't it? This is the...
By the way, he might fold, yeah. Like
of all the hands.
28 blinds.
I think he will fold, right?
This is the one that when you're 25 and below, you have to just grimace and call. But literally, this sort of 28, 30, you could 3-bet fold ace queen off. Yeah. Like you need a really good reason against under the gun to flick it in.
418,000 is the bet.
Big credit, by the way, to Sarah for finding this.
Yeah.
Most people I would just fold here to 3-bet, move on to the next hand. But he thinks Ignat's capable, and we know Ignat is capable. And I suppose when you jam and you put ace-queen in this bad of a spot.
Yeah, and, you know, there's plenty of hands that are going to 3-bet fold now. We're ahead of most of those, but it's also nice to just take it down. And but there's always that weird dynamic, though. Like I say, once you've got in the money...
No, he does go for it. He's running it.
He's going to be ecstatic to see that holding. Ace-jack off, the best he could ever hope to see.
Oh, it's a dream. We did say Ignat playing to win. He's taking this spot. Can he hold? Big old pot.
876k. 10-6 deuce. Nothing but a jack will do for Sir. So we are now inside the money. Perhaps that leaning into this a little bit. Decision making from Sir, just almost like a, well, the free rolling scenario. Only one pool left. All 3 outs are in the deck. Alas, his race is run. Ignat with the big call, big elimination, and now a big stack to wield going forward. So he has just under 1 million chips.
Yeah.
You called him earlier as a danger man. You like the way this man operates.
I think he's going to be dangerous. And you know what? I'll give Sarah a little more credit, I think, in terms of... I think he would fold very often here, but maybe just literally looking at Ignat and thinking, you're capable of 3-bet fold light from this seat. Because it's one of those typical seats that's quite strong, right? +2 versus under the gun. It's normally the range is pretty strong and people don't bluff enough from this seat in my eyes. Sarah may be thinking, this guy's got it in him to 3-bet fold. I'm going to put it in his eye.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, can't get his queen and lay it down.
No. Well, well, well.
Another great hand. Like, we thought Ignat may fold this. It's definitely not fun to call off.
I think I fold it in game.
And he only made it 5 blinds, like again, like 5.5 blinds, which is, I like this size, because we give ourselves space to fold if our opponent does jam. But obviously just decided, you know what, I'm doing well enough against this gentleman's 4-bet.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
like
maybe some history there. That obviously,
yeah.
We watched the hour and a half when we'll kind of bubble adjacent, and then on the bubble, players do play a bit differently. Maybe in the hours preceding that, Sir made a couple of these similar sort of moves, showed a willingness. And we did see him turbo folding as well, kind of the guy who maybe didn't seem so caring about min caching, maybe a little more gung-ho.
It's almost like both of them gave each other max respect.
Yes.
So like, Sir's given Ignat the respect to 3-bet fold. Ignat's given Sir the respect that he can 4-bet jam lighter than most. So let's go. Well, back at it. Samavati, Ace-Jack, Gungaran. Cut off, pocket 5s, likely to continue. People mostly calling here. We normally get to see 3. We do, of course, have 3 players behind, but positionally, a nice spot to enter with 5s.
Yeah, Batar, one who's shown very much a willingness to 3-bet a lot, but Gungaran maybe not quite aware of that yet, given that he's fairly new to our table. Tomstev in the small Queen-Jack offsuit now. Does he ever go for any naughty squeeze?
I mean, I'd be pretty shocked based on what we know of him. And to be honest, even what we know of most normal ranges, this hand not one we're going to choose too often. I like lay down.
And Karos with one of those weakish hands in the big. Again, this one looks a little bit more playable to me, but you've crunched the numbers and you tell me, don't do it.
I think it's a little different here, like 100 blinds deep. And kind of... Again, right, we talk about theory and all that nonsense. It sort of depends how we perceive someone like Samavati to play. We don't know much about Gungaran yet. If you think that your opponents will make a lot of mistakes post, I'm in there for getting in. Especially with a hand like this, I'm fine with it. It's more the king 5 off, queen 6 off
Just
stuff.
can't make a straight.
Yeah, this
a double gapper is a bit more palatable.
Right, 100%.
10-3-4. Gungaran with the best of it, having peeled from the cutoff. Samavati, though, with potential to perhaps put a little sprinkle out there with the Jack of Clubs working, couple of overs, that betting lead, the big stack. But Image somewhat shot at this table. We saw the 3-bet turbo fold.
That's right.
He got caught with the king 6 offsuit, check raise all in on the turn. And then he is going to check it. Gungaran, I guess in one of those modes where you kind of just... A hand that's very hard to win at Showdown unless I deny some equity. Probably got the best of it.
I actually quite like this sizing.
What, 55 because he got 2 5s?
Yes. Okay. But it's more to do with like this sort of 10-3-4. There's lots of hands that we'd be just happy to chase out here, like something like this, which I don't think should fold, by the way, of course, with 2 overs. Backdoor clubs, etc. But just a hand like a king queen or whatever, if we can just get it out of there. I prefer slightly larger flop size to this sort of B30 that people always use.
It also puts a bit of pressure on that small blind, doesn't it? With, on the big blind, pardon me, with some of those mediocre holdings, maybe in some of the flop pairs.
Seems to know where he is.
Yeah.
Well done, Gungaran. Just targeting these overcards and kind of ace-4s of the world, ace-3 type hands can maybe get a little value from those.
Yeah, and it wasn't the largest bet, 100k, but it just assures him a showdown as well. One presumes you bet here, you don't have to bet river.
Yeah.
Exactly like you say, get deny, maybe get some value against some flushers that may elect to play as check calls. I think Samavati, probably the way we've seen him play, is just going to bet those, but you never know. All right. 2 new players join the fray as we fill this table up. Kamel Aslan taking that seat in seat 4, coming in with a relatively short stack. And Edgard Rafoul from Lebanon there, not yet taking his seat, stacking the chips because he's got just under a milli, which is now not far off average, as already 10 players have busted out in the money. Things move up quickly.
Yep.
can hear the Merit playlist in the background, by the way. We've got some kind of little poppy number. I'm not sure of this song. We do cover a myriad of, you know, playlists here, right? There's a whole host of different tunage.
Yeah. We get out there. Gordon has found the raise with that ace-5 as spades from the hijack. Now, this is a combination we often see 3-bet, but no.
I mean, this is pretty tight. I kind of don't mind call, don't mind
at least play.
Sure, I think this is a little too tight.
Well, he's just relaxing. He's waiting for the next set.
Sure. Did you ever watch Prison Break?
I did.
Don't know why, but he's given me the elder brother.
Oh.
Oh no, right. I was going with the elder brother vibes, but I can
Link.
see you. I can see you. Yeah, Link. But I can see a Brutsy now that you've said
the
it.
beard and the but yeah, Link because of the black cap and the sunglasses and the kind of statue, the shoulders.
Yeah, because he had to go undercover, didn't he, and be on the run quite a lot. Yeah. That was a good show.
I'm going to throw it out there and say it was one of the best first seasons of any TV show.
Yeah.
And then it just went downhill from there. I mean,
that's fair.
The show's called Prison Break. They break out of prison. Like
they broke back into one, didn't they?
We've done it. Yeah.
We're like, let's go back in. Why not?
Now we've got to break into a prison. Now we're breaking out, and then we're in a different country. I mean, you know, I get it. They're making money, but first season.
Agreed. It was amazing.
Second season was a stretch, but I still kind of watched it. You know, okay, they're on the run. That's a thing. Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of.
But like, end it with they get to paradise. Come on.
Yeah, they broke back into some weird Paraguay prison. Yeah, it was a bit weird.
Panama, I think, right? They're down in
Panama. There we go. It was a bit weird.
There, and then there was a new series more recently done, right? Like 10 or 15 years after the end of it. I don't know.
They keep trying to like, you know, resuscitate the sort of dead franchise.
Yeah. No, first season I thought was one of the like.
It was
really
brilliant.
I was like, I need to see. I need to see.
Yeah. Prison Break and Lost. They're my two. First series were amazing, and then way downhill. Anyway, right. Sorry, guys. Now that we've reminisced about old school TV when we were young men. What's happening
or
here?
rubbished it mostly. But Aslan's popped it up 33,000. Bitar coming in with just the call from ace with ace 8. Makes sense. +3. Although against a small stack open from Aslan, a little different. Manikaros on the button gives up the 9-7 suited. A little bit more respect for the open than perhaps Bitar had. I think if this was another big stack, Aslan on the gun opening, Bitar calls, I think the 9-7 suited may find its way into the middle here.
I agree with that. Yeah, Bitar, I don't want to say wheels coming off because it's not an awful peel, but it is very marginal facing kind of 20 BB open. And, you know, lots of the steals are going to be the slightly better ace-x than we have, so that's a bit of a problem. Not the best implied odds, but we do have position. We still have a very playable hand. Let's see. First look at Aslan.
Yeah. Always difficult when you join a new table.
That's a pretty good result.
Yeah. Choose your flop. I'll take a jack high, please. Andrew's praying for a check here in the booth. He's motioning it.
I like check a lot here.
I like check against Bitar as well because he's shown a willingness to just pressure.
I think against like overall range of most players here, when you check, players will stab or look to sort of deny equity with pocket eights or whatever type hands, bluff with some king queens.
Would you therefore come in a lot of check raises even?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 100%. At this stack depth, just a hand that really likes to check raise, get it in.
Well, as it is, he's bet and got some action from Bitar, who's cool with the backdoor diamonds for that, 2 and a bit blind bet, and now finds a nut diamond draw on the turn. A queen rolling off. Some concern for Aslan, of course, but I mean, okay, maybe there's some king queen in there, and some queen jack, of course, but other than that, not really a factor.
I would agree with that. The interesting thing is like what kind of hands do we target that can call a second barrel here that we still beat?
Is this another spot for a check jam?
I would just check call turn, I think. Okay. What I mean there is, I think when you bet here, you sort of shed 7s through 10s on the turn very often.
And Bitar, of course, going to be going nowhere now. He's made this nut flush draw.
Yeah, I mean...
In before a difficult river.
I wonder if he ever decides to semi-bluff this. It would be very optimistic, of course, but obviously have to call.
Right, and it's still possible to bluff this river, right? If it goes check, then Vital can certainly rep some strength. Maybe Aslan's in here just on a win with a hand like Ace-King.
Is he really jammed? This is pretty sick.
Wow.
Pretty thin.
Yeah, just maybe convince Vital has a worse jack. I kind of like it.
Yeah, that's basically what we're hoping will call us off. King Jack, Jack 10 suited.
And it looks like he's got a jack. He's called the open, he's called the bet on the flop, he's called the bet on the turn.
Yeah.
And I've only got half pot back. I like this, I think.
Sure.
Why not? The argument is you want to check and induce some bluffs, but what hands are going to bluff?
Yeah, and that's it. And like ace-8 of diamonds specifically, like brick diamonds don't really love bluffing.
Right.
Even though here they don't have showdown. Like
Yeah,
I know
that
what you
might be
meant.
one of the hands he is going to bluff, but
Yeah.
it's hard to give him that many hands, right? But
no, King 10,
flop.
King 10 suited seems kind of optimistic for that to be in there. So
Yeah.
I'm with you.
And also there might be still some 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s that just go, hey.
Right, I don't believe you.
I don't believe you. Let's see him.
go.
Half pot.
Yeah, well done, Aslan.
Welcome to the table, sir.
Let's test you out, Demps.
Okay.
Aslan.
I'm scared.
You know, was the famous animal leader in which children's TV series? Nah, you ain't got it. Ain't got it in the locker.
Do I get any clues?
We should stay.
Or was a clue too much?
Okay, yeah. You go through your wardrobe to get there.
Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
There we
And
go.
the Lion, of course.
Aslan the Lion, well done.
How do I forget that?
Nicely done. I believe it's a very
That was quite a big. That's the sort of clue I like.
Well, we only have a minute till the break, so I had to get it done.
Gongaren. Gongaren opening Jack 10 off from +1. Here
This is spicy.
The boys are playing poker.
Another new player, right?
Well, newish. He came in.
No, the gentleman who
Oh,
just folded.
yes. In Rafu in seat 9.
Okay.
Came in with just under $1 million.
I missed that while we were talking about Prison Break and children's TV.
Well, it's important conversation to be
It
had.
was. I enjoyed it.
Sorry,
Another one of these hands that I would advocate for fold.
He does. Fresh off that victory in his first played part of our table.
How much you got? 40?
Looks like a colour up break coming up here. And Samavati, well, he has a lot of chips to colour up. That was a fantastic frame for him. And to be honest, for all those still in, they have reached the money. You never quite know if that's going to be the case, even with a big stack approaching the bubble. With that, we're popping out on a break. I'm going to be stepping aside. Anjad's going to be taking my spot. Andrew will still be with you. And we will pick up coverage again in 20 minutes here at the Notte Degli Assi.
We see a few shorter stacks about here, though. And dreamy situation right away. Sacker going to chip in these 10s and probably get called by a lot worse.
Well, Saki has had a name change as well from when I was in earlier. So there's another player who was on the feature table earlier. He was very, very card dead, has to be said. 10 certainly more than enough for him.
Oh, but here we go. No way Ace can fold these pocket 7s. It's a slam dunk spot here and a great opportunity for Sacker to get a double up right out of the gate. But
Great spot to be. Osaka.
Thank you.
10s up against the 2 7s. Jack 6 deuce.
Hard luck.
and a 7 on the turn. Absolutely rotten luck here for Sacker.
Pardon me, I turned away because this one's done. It comes Jack 6 deuce. You got 10s against 7s. You don't need to sweat the turn and river. But it turns out you do.
Gazarian, a familiar face in this poker room. Big slick under the gun. He's going to get busy. And right behind him, Cifuentes, Spaniard.
Fuentes. That's all I can do.
That was very nice, James. Thank you for that contribution.
Andrew asked earlier if I spoke any other languages, and there you go, I speak Spanish.
Yeah. Pak now with the ace-10 suited, probably attempting one. Gazarian will open somewhat wide from under the gun, I feel. One of our looser players at the table. And yeah, and that's the reason he's taken this.
Yeah.
Not an obvious spot in all situations. And oh my goodness me, Lakhdari lurking behind here.
And Turbo gets it in, which is really actually going to make things a little bit difficult for Gazarian here with this ace-king, no? Look, it's not the fact that it's gone 3-bet jam and then cold 4-bet jam. It's the speed of it.
How much? The speed always leans me towards ace-kings, if I'm honest.
But you've got ace-king in your hand.
Yeah.
I'm with you, yeah. You think they do some acting with, like, the big pairs, but he didn't do acting with big pairs in this instance.
No, it was a pump fist get in here from Lakhdari. 1.3 million, the effective stack in this pot now for Gazarian. Pak has shoved 940k.
1.3.
This is a horrid spot for him.
400.
Yeah, and remember he's opening from under the gun, so getting maybe slightly more legitimate responses here. And maybe find a fold here. Now he's going to go for it.
Gamble, gamble. I mean, it's only 23 blinds, 22 blinds.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. If Pak doesn't run interference here, it certainly just goes in between the two of them.
All of a sudden, here we go. Kicking things off, Gazarian in a spot to climb over 5 million in chips. Lakhdari in the dream scenario with his 2 queens.
Yeah. Huge pot here, 3.72 million.
This man looking for diamonds. Stranger things have happened.
Deux dames, moi, As-3 en face, As-10 là-bas. 3, ouais. 3 tapis. As-3, As-10.
Here we go, diamond in the window,
Oh my
diamond
goodness
behind.
me.
And an ace, the queen's full. Gazarian in pole to scoop for now, but Pak with a myriad of outs.
Wow. Well, a dagger for Lakhdari. He needs a miracle.
So far, so good for Gazarian. Can he hold on this river and take a monstrous stack forward in this tournament?
Oh, it's a diamond! Pak is now sitting on 3 million. Gazarian takes down the small side pot against Lakhdari. Probably gets about half his money back overall, but huge spot there for Pak, who it must be said was drawing very thin when those hands went to showdown. My goodness me.
Wow. But 3-bet, try and get it in pre. And there is some sliver of benefit to denying there. I mean, sometimes we do call with aces and we end up busting out in this hand. It is a final table. There are 6 left. It's not a factor. We're not worried about busting with aces, but it's a percentage. There's some value to just denying.
Absolutely, and that is 100% the counter argument. Hammy going to bump it up here with the 5s. Vulnerable sort of hand, not a comfortable hand to play. Canzonieri may decide with a small discount here to flat. He's got 16 million, but opponent is effective here playing 23 bigs. By calling here, you often will bring in the big blind and create a sort of better spot. But my goodness me, the aces. Wow. Well, it's Gazarian's turn to wake up with them.
Wow, the 2 short stacks, so patient. Both getting dealt amazing scenarios.
And now that it's a squeeze spot, there's no thought to flatting here and being deceptive. You've got to throw out some sort of 3-bet. And obviously with 2.5 million in your stack, that's going to be all of it.
Well, he's actually gone for the non-all-in.
The kind of almost all-in bet.
Which is, you know, something we see in situations where
ladders are possible.
Right, but in this particular spot, when you're 3-betting, like, this is just in a spot I don't think where we need to have this move. But
sure,
let's see how things go. We don't really want to encourage.
Have we called in both spots here? We have, because we made it smaller.
Yeah.
You're right, we put that extra 700 in. I don't think we see these two calls. I think we might see an isolation shove from the first guy, and we might get rid of one of these hands.
Specifically exploit with aces.
Yeah, maybe.
This is good.
Maybe this works.
As a general strategy, I don't think we really ever have 3 bets there that aren't just all in. But let's see. Gets a Jack 8-6 flop. That's good news.
Yeah. And obviously gets to put in this 750k himself here.
And Hammy, surely, as the first up, can he fold for 750?
I'm not sure either could fold for 750.
Right, but if Hammy puts 750 and maybe Canzioneri, does he ever get? Well, I guess not. He's getting over 10 to 1.
Getting 10 to 1, and your opponent who just called doesn't necessarily have to have it.
Right.
So you could be up against an ace king and an ace 10.
Right.
Let's go.
So they do both call. Amazingly, he is in prime position for the triple up.
Yeah, he has actually just worked out the best way to squeeze all the value.
Or has it? Hammy picks up a gut shot straight draw. The other two quickly check it. Throw the 5 on the river!
Oh, this is cruel. This is so cruel. Poor old Gazarian.
Oh, he's going to hate to see the bet coming in here as well.
He's just like, oh, he had 7s, damn. He already knows. Gazarian already knows.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, interesting one now. Hammy, who has been trying to solve the problem of Candido Cappiello in the big blind. They've been in quite a few blind v blind confrontations so far. Deciding to small raise the king-queen here, 2.25x. And Cappiello not going to have a huge folding range versus that sizing. We saw him actually use a hand like queen 3 and make it a 3-bet a couple of hours ago. We've seen some limp pots. We've seen some of these kind of raises as well.
Wow.
And wow, this one's interesting already. This could be a full-on clash, or it could also just...
9.
I mean, for now, it's a C-bet of 900,000, to which we imagine we're surely met with just a call, given Cappiello has second pair with no kicker, but the hearts, no reason to really swell this one just yet.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice spot here where your equity's in a few different places. It's directly in the, I've got second pair, no kicker, so I'm good a lot. And then, of course, there are very nice ways that this one can develop for you and the 4 hearts.
Right, I mean, quite often you've got your opponent just dead on this flop, haven't you, when they come betting into you. No reason to raise it up just yet.
And it's the same logic here versus turn bet, I think.
Yeah, but obviously now it gets... It's one of those hands where it's kind of nice because you know you never fold in this hand, but at the same time you start to worry about that jack being no good and how you're going to have a lot of difficult river cards to potentially deal with.
Yeah.
But for now, this is one of the hands that just surely fits as a call. And Hammy will kind of be enjoying this, right? You're up against a king a lot, some jack X.
Oh, there is the heart.
Oh no.
Hammy is going to be somewhat blindsided by this now. Stack to pot ratio about 1.2 to 1. Looks like he's going for check and assess and see where this takes him. I think he has to sort of go for check call if you're going for the check line. So
right, and
this could get nasty.
And there are plenty of potential bluffs Cappiello can still have here, right? He can have some of those backdoor clubs. He can have some straight draws.
Yeah, 9-10 and Queen 10 feel like the most obvious.
He's just gone all in. He's gone for all of it. Hammy shaking his head. This one has run out horribly for him. Obviously, it is the front door draw getting in, but as David references, 10-9, a likely one, Queen 10. And like I say, any of those kind of floats that had clubs, also potential.
Yeah, like
maybe even some just deuce X potentially.
Yeah, I like Queen 9 of clubs. That makes sense.
Well. This could go either way, I feel, for Hammy. What a horrible spot to find yourself in. Of course, the Queen, now not the best card to have in your hand. For that, we want to be up against some Queen 10s, but there's still so many combinations out there.
Yeah, if you're starting to count the bluff combos, I think it's going to be Queen 9 and 9-10 of clubs. It's going to be maybe all the 9-10s. It's going to be maybe, all the queen tens, and then you start thinking about, okay, well, given the sizing on river, it's pretty much always a flush. That's value. And
right, we're not expecting Jack 4 to take this line, are we?
I don't think it would go for this size. But maybe. Maybe specifically just Jack 4.
Okay.
But yes, I agree with you. On principle, I think we're in the world of pain here from Hammy. Also very keenly aware that his chip position puts him sort of middle of the pack right now, and this is like potentially an ICM turn of the screw. He knows how capable Candido is in this spot, how creative he is, how potentially deceptive he would be.
Well, I'm going to give credit to him whichever line he goes with here, because this is a tough one.
It's a really tough one.
And he's thinking long and hard about it. And
oh, it's a great fold. What an absolutely spectacular fold in this context, guys. That's so, so tough. Versus somebody so capable like Cappiello there. That one is very hard.
There we go. And yeah, I think it's important to do it at events and venues where I always think someone like Merit. If I've won a package to come to Merit, say,
yeah,
and I just brick everything, don't cash anything, I'm still gonna have a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's venues like that you can do this. So obviously, like I say, some places you just kind of want to get the poker done and dusted.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my word.
This could be a big one here, James. And if it was to go Sahafi's way, that journey from short stack cockroach to actually being in with a real chance of winning this one, my goodness me, I can't really see a way this doesn't get in, to be honest.
This just feels like it has to. Zagarin is just going to 3-bet this combination. And Zahafi doesn't really have a hand that wants to do anything but 4-bet. Surely. There we go. A chunk thrown in. It looked like a call at first, but the right hand came to the rescue. And
that's a big sizing, so there's a lot in there. Even more reason to just send it with 10s.
Yeah, 4x. And just 10s is a combo that just doesn't ever want to flat here, isn't it? It's just it's the hand that jams.
Absolutely.
And wow, how excited is Cappiello going to be to watch this one?
Yeah, dreamy for him. He gets to potentially ladder here, and it's the big ladder we talked about.
Big ladder. The $42,000 or $41,400 if we're going to be correct about things. And we should be. Oh, he has found the non.
Oh, wow.
He has found the flat.
Wow, I'm really surprised by that because, again, I think you're absolutely right, James. It's the hand that doesn't really want to... Maybe he's just decided he's going to try and fade an ace or king flop.
Yeah, maybe just giving Zagarin the credit for the hand, because Zagarin has had a lot of hands, certainly since I've been in the booth. And, well, this is the problem. The King Jack 5 flop is the one that now you're probably going to get bluffed off.
Yeah, this is a really problem spot now. He does have the 10 of hearts in hand. I don't know if that makes him sticky to a, 20%. Oh, wow, look at this.
Zagarin just dropping the hammer.
Would you do this with Ace King? I don't think you would. What's going on? I don't really understand this bet.
I don't understand it, but at this point now I've got...
Ace Queen of Hearts maybe does this, but no hand wants to do this.
No, but this is so hard to ever call it off here. You just have to fold with this combination. And wow, what could have been?
What could have been, James?
A jam. There are 180 blinds in play, but we're playing, what, 27? Big blind average. Oh, he's found kings now blind on blind.
Well, time to trap.
Do we? Or do we?
Because we don't trap ever, can we just keep raising like we always do?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I prefer that.
And we're going to get jammed on at some frequency. Oh, my God.
Well, it's a cooler.
Oh, my word.
It's an absolute cooler. What a
He does just rip it in, and it's a snap call. Cappiello on the rail, watching this hand play out. Is he about to ladder $40,000? Kappa Kappa Assadona. That's about all the Italian I knew.
And all you need to know in this situation, absolutely horrendous cold deck for Sahafi.
The man who'd lathered up to this situation where it looked like he was certain to get into the heads-up encounter has been dealt into a situation that could not be avoided. And a 9-7-6 board makes third place all that more likely. Sahafi needs help. Cappiello and Zagaran hoping he doesn't find it, and the king ends it. That's it.
Wow, what a weird game this cruel game of poker can sometimes be. Sahafi had 2.6 million when the FT began. He was our shortest stack. He nerdled his way up the ladder, each rung seeming like a result in and of itself. But then suddenly the spin began.
I just don't think there are many buttons on this island.
Was Marco last night you spotted without like virtually buttonless actually?
I think there were buttons on the shirt. He just, you know, wasn't utilizing them in the way they were designed.
Gotcha.
Marco, of course, operator of the Imperium in Milan. Oh, here we go. Cappiello on the putt.
This could be it. Oh, probably isn't. 9-7 won't look pretty enough. Little does he know he's dominating.
Yeah. Although, hey, maybe what's going to...
Wow!
He does!
He just has a sixth sense today.
How is he cool with 9-7, and how is 9-7 dominating?
That is poonage right there.
I mean, Cappiello can only laugh at the situation here. How has he called me with 9-7, and how does he have me dominated? You're scrunching your face. I mean, Zagaran just taking a shot, wants to get it done.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe thinking the first one's a freebie.
Courtesy double up. If he gives this to Cappiello, it's not good. Obviously, he's actually found himself in an amazing spot, dominating him with 70% now. This could very well be it, guys. Buckle up. Here we go.
See, all my friends, they're sleeping. Fuck them.
No rail for Zagaran.
I love that. We hear Cappiello's rail. The Italians here in force as we see a king-queen-jack board.
Oh.
Some
chop possibilities.
Not a lot though, are there really? That's a double pair up situation.
It's a very bad flop.
Maybe
that door closes now.
Yeah.
10 make me
the 5 makes a chop, right? And then just the 7 is a chop as well. There we go. And an 8 would win it for Cappiello. But Zagaran 88% to finish it here on the first all-in of heads-up play.
5 for a chop.
And the deuce, 9 high, wins this one, David. Somewhat of a fitting hand to this final table.
Extraordinary final table, it's got to be said. Cappiello, you know, let's take a moment to give some respect to that man. He oozes class. He's a player who is putting together an impressive resume, must be said, in this room and beyond. He's had a tough seat at this particular final table, out of position to the one guy who covered him, you know, that probably meant for a somewhat restrained performance. On the other hand, Zagaran, wily, tricky, relentless. Yes, he probably had the best hands, more than his fair share of good hands, certainly, but nonetheless played them with aggression and a hint of unorthodoxy.
Hang on a second, how fancy is this? We got fireworks going off. We got Dinesh on the big screen. He's admiring the situation. This is top level stuff.
What is going on, everybody? Merit Poker from sunny and extremely hot Cyprus is calling. It's time to introduce the glamorous Dolce Vita concept. This festival is organized in collaboration with Imperium events from Milano, Italy. Even the main event is called La Notte Degli Assi. We expect more than 200 Italians to participate in the Dolce Vita Poker series.
Pizza.
Yeah.
How to say in Italian, Dolce Vita is my love?
Dolce Vita è il mio amore. No. Dolce Vita è il mio amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore.
Dolce Vita, mi amore. It's lovely. It's an excellent idea. I just came from Vegas, and I'm very happy to be here.
Vita is being happy with yourself?
I like the beautiful ladies. I see dealing cards. The atmosphere, the people, it's good energy here.
I hope the pasta to be as good as in Italy.
Dile's outfit is perfect, matches with the concept. The whole vibe is lovely. All the structure of the tournament, pretty much. It's really good.
As well, it's so refreshing with all these lemons and all these bright colors, you know, it's really nice.
Our partners for this festival are Ojel events from Lebanon, as well as the Bahamas Poker Tour and IPO Master. This time we offer more affordable buy-ins, but still huge guarantees. It will be fun, I promise you.
And a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we see the beautiful view of the Crystal Cove Hotel here at Merit in northern Cyprus. Beautiful weather outside, and things are starting to heat up as we have a new feature table here. We are in the money. 123 players remaining, 134 were paid. So we can expect things to pick up now as we go. I'm Andrew Headley, joined back in the booth by Mr. Ali Najad. Hello, Ali.
Hey, hey.
How's the afternoon been?
Well, we weren't in here for the bubble bursting, but I understand that that's where the bulk of the excitement on the day was taking place. And just before we came on air, I heard you say people were playing very, very well.
It's a super, super competent table. Yeah, we were impressed by several of the guys. They have all departed now. New feature table lineup for you. Mazen Halabi out in front, 1.5 million, 78 big blinds. Maher Ashur and Serkan Solak, both with basically the same stack, 1,065,000 in chips. Then down to the 50 big blind realm, Gregory Lutka from France, 50 bigs. Abdallah Eddin and Osman Ilamour, both with 41 big blinds and 34 bigs respectively. Then down to the short stacks, but of course 1 hour clock. These guys have plenty, of wiggle room. Trajan Stanciu from Romania, 27 blinds. Then Andrea Rocci from Italy, just a shade south of 500,000 in chips. And completing the lineup, Amjad Nader, 460,000, 23 big blinds.
And it is important to note that there are no pay jumps for a good long while when it comes to the bands of payouts. And this is important so as to not encourage stalling, you know, looking for other players to bust out, allow us to collect a few extra shekels here and there.
Yeah, me and James made the point, it's always quite refreshing here. People don't really seem to put too much stock in the old min cash. Not often that we, you know, are forced to sit through a whole load of tanking.
No, you're quite right about that.
First look here, upcoming at the Onyx Club here in Merit, 17th to the 25th of August. The Super High Roller Bowl coming to town, so we look forward to that. But for now, we continue with La Notte Degli Assi.
I'll tell you this, with each and every one of these successive festivals that have discovered this venue as one that really is always met with delight by the player base, you know, it's sort of like a validating effect for Merit Poker, which continues to really assert itself, certainly on the big stage, and is so conveniently located to many parts that would be
lacking in some
service,
live poker stuff. Yeah, I've never once in my life actually heard of anyone come here and not have a great time.
No, it's true.
Come back again. Well, right into it here. Lutka, the Frenchman, 40k. Pretty optimistic peel here, Ali, from Nader, working with just 23 blinds. Does manage to make Ace-Jack fold behind. This is, you know, should be a pretty strong range from +1. Perhaps setting his stall out early. Spicy one.
Ace-7 suited for Adine. He too wants to speculate. Flatting, assured position. Little suited connector in the big blind for Ilhamur. Ihlamur, rather. So a four-way affair. Pot going to 190,000 here with the blinds at 10 and 20. And the 875 board, we've got two overs and the open ender. We've got the gutter and the over pair. We've got top pair and backdoor hearts. And then we've got middle pair and backdoor spades. So fun for everyone, this one.
I mean, talk about an action flop. Don't think we could have picked one out of the deck ourselves. Could be kicking off with some major fireworks. So it looks like C-bet from the nines under the gun. Nader now with that ace-8, compelled to come along. And we're gonna go four ways here to the turn. Pot swelling. Wow, 550K in the middle. Huge turn up coming.
Oh, the king of hearts.
Goodness me.
Not one, but two flush draws produced.
And I mean, this for the nines, when you C-bet here and get called in all three spots, the nines are gonna shrink up.
Oh yeah, we have very clear concerns if we're Lutka.
This hand could go any number of ways. We really are in the weeds. This +1 peel from Nader sort of kicking off the
Wow,
action.
and it is Ilhamur who is jamming.
Wow, okay.
This is a massive commitment with the combo draw. As we can see, the hearts are no good. He doesn't know that.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Deciding to take the proactive approach, maybe trying to put hands like nines through queens in a pretty grim spot.
Sure.
Like, what is Lutka going to do here, for example, with two black queens, two guys behind who have overcalled?
Yeah.
This is nasty business. I mean, I don't think we can ever call off here. We do block the draws, the natural ones, like a jack-9, 9-10. Gets through a Dean, and all of a sudden... Okay, Nader called it off. Excuse me, we missed that on screen. 1.2 million in the middle, Ali.
Ilhamur does cover, but obviously he is rooting against the hearts.
Yeah, his hearts are, of course, dominated. So looking for a 6, jack, 9, or 10 non-heart. Can he find it? He does! 6 of spades on the river.
What a nasty way to go. And you see a little shoulder shrug. Not a whole lot of mercy, though, as Osman Ilhamur dispatches a very disappointed ace-8 of hearts.
Yeah, I did reference at the start of the hand that ace-8. A little wide for me from +1 versus under the gun. Was good though. Through to the river, can't hold on. And what a start for Ilhamur. Very nice. Huge river. He's now up to 1.2 million for 60 blinds. Never fails to disappoint, this feature table. And one, off we go.
It was an interesting choice on the turn to then lead.
Sure.
By Osman.
Yeah, I don't think we rep a great deal of value, like on the King of Hearts specifically. Like,
I don't think anyone gave him the king.
No.
As played, the king was not really what was motivating him to lead into the field. It looked quite strong, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but I mean, which value hands do we have here that don't just get it in on the flop when it's gone bet, call, call, like 7-8, 7-5 sets? Anyway, never mind, we'll come back to that because Orochi has found aces under the gun. What a start to this frame. Four-way bloodshed, and now the Rockets in the 1 seat.
Just north of the Min. Hunting a patron.
Unfortunately, not going to find one. 9-4 off. A little shake of the head. Oh, he's seething.
First turn.
Well, he just watched a four-way pot materialize. He doesn't really know what all the hands were, but, you know, he's thinking to himself, come on, guys. Help me out.
Yeah, very frustrating, of course, starting the hand just north of 20 blinds. Desperately hoping for at least a big blind defend, not to be.
Ace Queen now for Serkan Solak. Under the gun, just north of $1 million in his stack. Makes it 45. Nothing worthy of any consideration thus far elsewhere in the field.
This is a little surprising. Itlamur perhaps feeling the momentum after that previous get there. Peels the button with 9-10 off.
Confess, this was not something that I would have expected. Maybe a little bit of a heat check.
Yeah, it feels
because it was 9-10 suited, granted, that yielded him a healthy one.
Right. Vibes call. Rocci.
Sure.
Completes with Jack-7 off. We were talking about these spots earlier in the previous frame. Pretty dusty type hand to complete with Jack-7 offsuit. It does feel compelled to come along. Everyone whiffing. King-6 deuce board. Solak with the betting lead. Not loving this texture, obviously, with red ace queen. Is going to probe. $45K. Should be hand over.
Should be.
Yeah, we're not. I don't think we're continuing this one, Ali. I would be shocked. Out we go. Just one of the reasons I advocate for just folding this type of hand pre. Okay, it's only 25K, but it's you know, 5% of your remaining stack. Yeah. It just doesn't go anywhere. Nice early pickup for Solak.
Poker Solak 2K, 5K, and 5K, 255. I want to remind you this is going to be the last level for late reg and re-entries.
Achur.
That's a strong look.
Ace-7 offsuit. Not a particularly strong hand, though. Into the bin it goes.
Can you pull off those glasses like this mirrored kind of baller?
I just always feel like I should be issuing someone a speeding ticket whenever I'm wearing those. There's a law enforcement undertone.
Yeah, there is, right?
Edine. Hard 8. 1-4 into the bin, right behind him. Makes it 45 to go.
Rochi doing a good job so far of just looking permanently annoyed.
I don't think he's posturing, by the way. I think he is genuinely.
So. I mean, come on, my friend. You're last 120 in the main event. 355k up top, my friend.
Nobody called when he had ace.
That's true.
You know? And no one calls the pocket fours open either.
That's a great shout about the law enforcement. He's very much Terminator vibes as well, right?
Sure.
When he's chasing them down and those mirrored glasses.
In the cop outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great film. We've been talking about loads of films.
That was Terminator 2.
Time. Yeah, that was.
Just for the record.
Well, all right.
Just saying.
It was a little pedantic.
No, but it was that, you know, the OG Terminator goes way back. I know you guys were talking about a bunch of stuff, TV shows. And
one of the rare, what do you reckon? One of the rare movie franchises where the sequel's better than the first.
Agreed.
Not many of them. Intriguing to watch here. On our last frame, Ali, before you rejoined, there was lots of very deep stacks, like 100 big blinds plus. We had 4. This one a little shallower, bunch of kind of 50 big blind stacks. Should change things a little.
no action for the King Jack offsuit. Ilhamor really being somewhat gifted. That 6 on the river and the massive pot. Looking to take advantage, I would imagine, of the honor bestowed upon him.
That was a really spicy hand to kick us off.
69 big blinds. Still trailing Halabi. He's got 1.6 million, but has yet to play a pot in this frame.
Stanchu now, King 9 suited from +1. With 26 bigs. Coming in for a raise. Decision on Solak. Pretty strong hand. Ace-Jack of diamonds on the button. Would expect just call. It's one of these hands that we don't really want to 3-bet fold. Don't really want to 3-bet call off either for 27 bigs. Makes a lot of sense. Have the button. Have a very strong holding. Little deception for post-flop. Both with diamonds in hand.
Jack 7 deuce, top pair for Solak.
Yeah, not the texture Stanchu wanted to see. It's the type of combo that kind of don't mind just giving this one up, Ali, in terms of we block the immediate folds like, you know, a king, queen of diamonds, something like this. We don't have backdoor flush draw. It's very unlikely that our opponent folds much of his range here for 35k into 140. Sorry, 130. I'm not a huge fan. Kind of would just like to see a give up, and yeah, Solak just gonna pounce on this. I'm a fan. Bumping it up makes it 80k. Recognizing here, we can just go ahead and raise, call off versus further aggression. Nicely done.
4 day ones, a day 2, and now here we are on day 3. 5 days removed from the onset of this one. To be fair, though, 8 levels a day, an hour apiece.
It's quite chilled.
Not
right?
the most taxing sort of pace by which we're looking to find our way to a champ. Guy's not really looking all that much worse for the wear, but you know, you can spend the morning prior to play out on the beach, out on the pier, in the spa, in the gym, whatever tickles your fancy, in the buffet for that matter, as James Dempsey often finds himself.
More than often. Yes. Now that's a good point though, and I think there's lots of poker series where burnout is very real.
Yeah.
You know, these sort of 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days. It's intense. And
it is.
Like, whereas here it's a very leisurely pace, but there's always tournaments that you're, you know, can jump into, often morning, afternoon, and evening. I'm a massive fan of this structure. Pretty jealous, not gonna lie, and I'm not out there. Average stack still, you know, good for 50 blinds, which at this stage of a tournament is plenty deep. So we see Ashur make it 40K from the button, 10-8 off.
Pocket 4s for Halabi. Big stack at the table. He's going to flat the small and go set mining. Able to close the action and take a nice price. Adina joins with King 7. Everybody with clean cards. But perhaps naughty thoughts, as these are not the holdings that we generally suspect are going to be piping up. In particular, the 10-8, which turns into top pair.
Yeah, this spot going to get tricky for Halabi in particular. Oh, interesting. He's going to go with lead. Pretty non-standard, this.
I just noticed nobody's saying anything.
85K into 140. This is pretty spicy. Not a small sizing by any stretch. More than half pot. Ashur now, of course, with top pair. We're not going anywhere, but we're not loving this. You know, top pair, no kicker. Facing this large sizing. Likely gonna just call and evaluate here. Can't imagine this hand is strong enough to raise and look to get it in. He agrees. This is spicy from Halabi. Maybe with plans to blast this off down the streets.
I mean, you kind of know where his head is at, and this turn might keep it right there. But bar a 10 or a big pair, I'm blocking a club. The 4s are an over to the deuce and the 3. You know, maybe I can just clear the field with the lead over here. I'm with you, breaking with the flow of play and not allowing Ashur to fire a bet as the preflop raiser from the button seems a less desirable course of action. And now here we are in murky waters, but not sensing that the 4s are underperforming. Again, the barrel comes in 225,000. This is a very business-like sizing.
This is chunky. 2/3 pot, maybe even a little more. And this is super uncomfy for Ashur. I think the problem here, like, is Halabi really just leading flop for B60 and then B75 type size with like King 10, Ace 10, any 10 that beats us?
Maybe.
Very confusing spot if you are the man on the button. Trying to piece the puzzle together.
You're right about that.
Well, whether Halabi has recognized that he's bluffing, right? Like, am I stone bluffing turn? And it's sort of this mergy, you know, we can bet here, fold out like 2 overcards that floated flop, and also maybe get a hand slightly better than me to fold. Like maybe not targeting a 10, but like you said, like an ace-3, right? Ace-3 suited, pocket 6s, pocket 7s, can't, but a 10 is not gonna fold. And just like that, 760 in the middle. 90% pop back for Ashur. Halabi now kind of swum up the creek without a paddle here.
I mean, there's 760 out there now, sub 1 SPR for Achur, and the give up by Halabi here on the river. I can't imagine that Achur would have been looking to put a bet out there. Sure enough, he does check back, and will be very happy to take this one down.
This is a confirmed river spot where we're going, please check, please check, please check.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, he checked.
You can breathe, sir.
Yeah, but a little misstep from Halabi. I can see where his head was at on flop.
Sure.
Sort of looked to take it down. Unsuccessful turn barrel. Well done, Ashur.
Folded around to Ashur, this time from the cutoff, and a little bit more disjointed offsuit holding. He finds the bin. Ace-4 suited for Halabi. Very much a candidate to open from the button.
Oh, hello. Stan Shu finds a very big hand. Big blind versus button.
That he does.
And versus this larger pre-flop size of 50K, 2.5x. Getting an even nicer price here just to send it. Does rip it in for 22 bigs. Halabi not gonna like this. Of course, with a relatively strong hand from the button, but really tough to call this one for 22 bigs.
So much over the top of the open sizing, and even though he can well afford to make the call, this is just not the hand with which we're looking to do that.
Inclined to agree. You know, you are in front of some suited Broadway type hands. There's going to be, you know, the King 6, King 7 suiteds in solver land are going to rip it in here for 20 bigs. But then, of course, on the flip side, all the pocket pairs are going to jam. All of the ace-X that dominates us is going to jam. Perhaps feeling a little snake bit from the previous hand. Would be well served here to get out of the way, and does.
Yeah. Don't blame him. Took his time, and ultimately I think it was a fairly straightforward spot.
Yeah. The arrival of a new player in seat 6, and that is Shuang Luo. Refreshing to see a lady at the feature table. We haven't seen many through this event.
I feel like that name rings a bell.
It does ring a bell.
And, you know, I've had an opportunity to observe her procedures. She's quite sound. as I recall. In part, of course, evidenced by the mere fact that she's here with yet another deep run under her belt and a cash on her resume.
Interesting decision for Edin. Queen Jack suited, beautiful hand. We know he's going to play it. Just whether he decides to take the aggressive line, and it looks like that's what he wants to do. Interesting one. Is the type of spot where if we 3-bet and get shoved on, really sucks to have to fold a hand as strong as Queen Jack suited. And that is a meaty sizing, by the way. 9 bigs seems a little large in position. But of course, on the flip side, you put a lot of pressure on hands that would like to continue, like an ace-6 of hearts. Gets the job done. Big old size.
It's interesting to me because when the sizes skew larger than I feel like perhaps would be standard, I'm often left asking myself, well, is this a hand that's overvaluing itself, or is this a hand, you know, that just is not what it should be and is trying to usher me out of this pot? You know what I mean? There's...
Yeah, the danger when you bump it up quite so large, in position especially, is of course, you're just torching a big old portion of your chips when they do jam.
Yeah.
And like, are the really strong hands, aces, kings, are they really, you know, bumping it up from 2 big blinds to 9 from the button of all positions? Intriguing one. Let's get it through though. Rocci.
Ace Jack, understandably, has caught his attention, makes it 45,000. Pocket 4s for Solak.
Yeah, really awkward spot. +2 to continue. This is very unexpected.
A 3-bet to 100,000. 1-4 into the muck.
Yeah, this is very out of line. Not sure I'm a huge fan. You know, in terms of we have the whole table behind. Rocci is opening off 23 big blinds. We can't really 3-bet call with pocket 4s. Like, it doesn't really have good 3-bet bluff properties. We don't, you know, block, raise, fold, like, you know, hands that, like the stronger hands that could 4-bet jam.
Sure.
So it's kind of a strange decision. Whether they, of course, these guys have been playing on the outer tables, so they're going to have history that we are not privy to. Might influence Solak. Interesting one. Rocci going nowhere, makes the call with ace-jack.
King, Queen 7, the Broadway gut shot for Rocci. Solak with the betting lead.
Wow, is Rocci thinking of leading here?
Boy, that would be so terribly unorthodox.
Really would. Okay, the old tank check. Now then, Solak, what to do? Very unconventional line pre-flop. And I suppose once we've 3-bet, It's not a lot of fun to barrel into this board, but we're going to have to fire one. One of the big problems here with this is that hands that will fold here, like 9s, 10s, jacks, lots of them have just 4-bet jam pre, right? Like I can't imagine Rocci raises 10s and jacks off 23 blinds and doesn't just put it in pre-flop. So we're sort of trying to dislodge like a lot of hands that wrap around this board. The ace jacks, ace 10s, queen jack suiteds of the world, but he gets it through. Spicy. A man to keep an eye on.
I will say that when we 3-bet the opener and they call, a board such as that does feel like it's going to have some healthy interactions.
Yeah.
You know, whereas we have nothing of the sort.
It's not a lot of fun.
No.
Does manage to make it happen. More than one way to get it done. I would not have found it. Credit to him. We were talking about Shuang Luo, by the way. Just had a little peek at her Hendon mob. $383,000 in live earnings.
Yeah,
biggest
real deal.
Yeah, biggest cash, $125,000. And that was right here at Merit. Second place in the 5K High Roller 8-handed event in January of this year. So she's got some form. 125K in the pocket in that one. Should be looking to better that as we proceed through this main. Solak back on him again. Just get out of the way with the King-9 of Hearts. Very unorthodox. 3-bets the 4s, folds King-9 suited. Have our work cut out. Follow his train of thought.
Yep. We're not obligated to be congruent in our procedures out there.
Well, how's this for uncongruent? Is that a word?
Incongruent, but
there
yeah.
We go.
A raise with Jack 7 offsuit from Halabi. You know where you're getting at right here. Adine with a spoonful of medicine in the form of ace-jack offsuit in the hijack here.
Yeah, reaches for 3-betting chips. Once again, choosing this really big 3-bet size. Interesting strategy. It's obviously something he's worked on. Like 185, chunky stuff. It does. I mean, the best thing about choosing this size is you just force people to sort of play shove or fold, which is going to work a lot, but it's expensive when it doesn't. So I guess a little bit of a balancing act. He'll have his reasons. This table very much more MPO than the GTO frame we had, so to speak, a couple of hours ago. Everyone's in there swinging.
Well, wheels always greased by the bursting of the bubble.
Right.
And they stay that way courtesy of the fact that there aren't any pay jumps for, you know, about 10 payouts at a time, let's call it, maybe even more. And so, you know, there's a bit of a load lightening effect in terms of carrying the burden of trying to cash.
Right, so like pressure's off, let's just go for it, so to speak.
You're absolutely right.
Well, here comes the Terminator. Sure. 40K, pocket 7s.
Adine surveying the landscape with the King-9 before ultimately folding, and now the Romanian stanchu.
Immediate decision. 25 blinds. Do we just want to rip this one in? Certainly an option. You could just call, you could 3-bet call off. Beauty with 3-bet, of course. You can keep in some hands you dominate and potentially fold if it kind of goes cold 4-bet jam and call behind. Has landed on that. Makes it 90k. 4.5 BBs. I quite like the sizing. You know, when you make it this small, you just allow king-queen offsuit, hands like this to potentially continue. The ace-10 offs of the world, you know, the suited ace-x, these are gonna potentially continue for the price. Don't expect sevens to fold for such a small one. Does call.
230,000 in the middle. King 8-4 on the board. 7 still in front. Slipping it over in the face of the 2 overs.
This is where things get really interesting. We did choose the small size in. Opponent continuing. Likely to see small c-bet. And decision back on Ashur. And he has one of these hands. Gonna have to call one, Ali, in my eyes. You know, we do have a backdoor straight draw, diamond in hand. It's gonna be tough for our opponent to just barrel off here when he does have a 3-bet bluff pre. You know, like something like an ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen. Gonna have to keep our opponent honest often for this price. He agrees. Big testing coming here for Stanchu.
Black deuce is no concern to these 7s, but the sizing that Stanchu goes with, provided that he chooses to barrel again, that will be what we keep an eye on. But it isn't a given, especially considering that Stanchu only has 370,000 back, no diamond in hand, unblocking some flush draws. Let's see whether or not he barrels once more.
Yeah, these are some of the kind of toughest spots in the game where you really have to scrap. We have all the pocket aces, all the kings, all the ace-king, some king-queen offsuits, king-jack suited type hands that we 3-bet bluffed pre. And he has found it like this, 85k. We're basically just targeting some hands like this, right? The pocket pairs that didn't improve, didn't turn any additional equity. And we can be ahead of some flush draws. Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited, gonna be a thing. Jack 10 suited. Even the ace high flush draws were ahead of all of the unpaired ones. Big fan of this from Stanchu. Whether it gets through or not remains to be seen. And look at this.
Wow, a non-believer on a second occasion is Ashur, the covering stack. Now on the river, a board pairing 4, but a 3rd diamond. Now, Ashur does block the diamonds.
Yeah, really intriguing. Stanchu hates this card, of course.
Sure.
Like, it's so hard now. Yeah, I don't fault the give up. You know, you're essentially on river trying to get a king to fold. And that's not likely to happen too often. All the flush draws got there.
Okay.
Going to be pretty disheartened to see Ashur with the 7s. May feel as if the double barrel should have got through. Well done. Found the right time to be sticky.
At showdown pots like that, always grab my attention, not just because of, you know, the basic poker of it, but what it says to me about that guy parked on the 7s and whether or not I'm going to want to get after him with multi-barrel bluffs, because we know that this is a sticky character.
Yeah.
You know, and so maybe we target other seats.
I feel like next time, though, you just treble it off. Because he also knows. He also knows, right? He's like, well, you saw that. I'm not folding 7s, buddy.
Yeah.
I hear you, though. I would be very scared to triple it off if he's calling pre, calling flop and turn here with 7s. Agree completely.
Although there's two ways to look at it. It's, well, the third barrel might have gotten it done. The guy can handle 2, but the third, especially with the third diamond rolling off, you know.
Yeah.
7s start to crumble under some weight.
I'm sure he would have gone for it if he had ace of diamonds in hand or queen of diamonds. Just have to give up on that one. Oh, hello. Here we go.
The classic taking shape here as Adine's queens made it 45,000 to go and now piles. Does Shuang Luo with the ace king suited. Such a delight.
Off to the races we go. Adine commits, calling chips, as of course he should with the ladies. 430k in the middle. Luo looking to hang on.
8-7-5, 1 heart out there. Queens performing well. Luo in need of help. Jack of clubs, not the one. So she hunts just an ace or a king. Can she hit and haul in this 430,000, or is it the end of the road? Your answer is the latter. As the board pairs. And short-lived was Shuang Luo's tenure here at the featured table. Though, make no mistake, we have not seen the last of her and her talents.
Yeah, GG, nothing to be done. 10 big blinds, ace king suited, a beautiful hand to find. Can't run down the queens of Adine as he moves up close to 1 million in chips. Got to win your flips. What can you do? Good game.
That is a meaningful pickup, by the way, of 190,000 from Luo, not to mention blinds and Annie for Adine.
Yeah, 1.1 million now. Just a shade above average chips.
Part of the 7-figure club, which, as you mentioned, is average stack territory with 111 players remaining now.
Yeah, what a great structure. Hour clock, 50 BBs average, closing in on 100 left. Rochi just makes me laugh. He was fuming folding Queen Jack off a moment ago versus raise and shove.
You know, take the under on fume, but you know, he's had more fun.
Oh, it's just Scottish banter. Yeah, don't worry about it. Fuming just means mildly perturbed.
I like boiling.
Oh,
That's
yes.
another one I love.
We would call it Beelin. Beelin in Scottish.
I suppose it's only marginally better than Welsh in terms of its cryptic nature.
Excuse me, Scottish is not marginally better than anything.
So it's worse than everything else, is what you're saying.
Be very careful, sir. I will infect your buffet plate with haggis.
I believe you.
Your cheek.
I actually believe you.
I promise you, you think it's going to be awful. It's so good.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Awful. Did you like that?
O-F-F-A-L?
There you go. But I promise you, you would love it. Like, I'm 60% sure that you wouldn't spit it out. And I'm fairly sure that you would ask for seconds.
Oh, no, come on. Don't be crazy. You're being crazy.
Like a spicy mince. A spicy mince, you would eat that, right, in general. If you went to the buffet and you saw spicy mince written on the thing, you'd be like, oh, I'll have a little bit of that to go with my rice. Wouldn't you? Come on. You know you would.
I would give it a sample, but knowing what haggis is.
No, but you don't need to know.
Yeah, but you do.
You don't need to know. It won't hurt you, I promise.
I think that's the war cry of any Scottish chef.
I've been to the buffet here before, and you just see a plate of you know, stuff at the buffet, and you're like, oh, well, I'll have a bit of that, and it just says meat.
Oh yeah, yeah, meat is my favorite. They do a
You have no
fairly good
idea
job.
what it is.
But
Oh, they
there
do,
is-
by the way.
Every now and
everyone.
again,
Yeah.
there's the one dish.
Every now
that
and
says
again.
meat.
Meat.
And you're like, okay, well,
Yeah.
I like to gamble.
See, you tried that. You didn't know what was in it.
Lutka knows what's in this Jack 10, and it isn't a whole lot. From the hijack, though, he deems it worthy of a min raise open to 40.
Yeah, kind of interesting decision for a sure. You can 3-bet this one. Like, really performs quite nicely. You fold out King, Jack, King, Queen, specifically Ace 10 offsuit, right? If you do choose to 3-bet, which is, you know, a really big win, but has landed on call. Also fine. Halabi completing with dominated clubs. And actually flopping the best hand, of course, can't know it. Ace 6 deuce.
Imagine going for
2 diamonds. Very unappetizing board for Lutka. See if he finds C-bet. Of course, these are the most kind of over C-bet boards in the game. Action on Halabi. Things have gone straight down thus far at the feature, and wow, this is optimistic. He's right, though. Finds the flop call with bottom pair. I guess one of the main benefits here is that it's very difficult to just barrel off here into the ace-high board. With these type of Broadway combos with no interaction, look at this. Finds turn barrel. 115.
This is very...
Wow, is he going to call again?
No, come on. This would be remarkable because Lutka could accidentally have the best hand.
Right.
In a spot like this.
I'm with you. He can be bluffing with like 4s and 5s here. Stuff like this. Wow, he did. Okay.
What is the plan? Unimproved on the river. Simply
Close
check
your
and
eyes.
hope for a check back.
Oh, it's paint. Oh.
Wow. And how upsetting is it going to be when Lutka checks back and shows this Jack 10?
Oh, he's going to be so steamed.
Yeah, Halabi's going to feel cheated on the square because he had it right. It was air.
I mean, that is a very brave turn call. Doesn't get rewarded. Lutka gets away with one.
Yeah, he isn't proud of it, by the way. And not unlike the other pot that I kind of identified earlier, where eyebrows are raised, heads are turned, and you begin to assess, you know, who's on the bridge of the ship over there in the one hole in Halabi. This is a man who isn't afraid, you know, to hit ramming speed.
I will not be bluffing him.
No.
Unlucky. I mean, he had his man. He felt it. He knew it. Things really haven't gone his way so far on this feature table. See if he can stabilize. Still has plenty of chips. 40 bigs, 840K.
Deuces for Solak. The bigger stacks at the table with some liberties in the cutoff here. Adina 8-5 suited from the big blind. He defends. Two threes and a 6. Decent board texture here for Solak, who will c-bet and do so quickly.
Yeah, one of the only sort of positive flop textures for the deuces. Quick release from Adine. What you want to see. We've opened with the ducks. This table's been spice. Lots of unknown sort of entities here. Halabi's in there swinging. Adine with these big 3-bets. You know, Solak opening wide, 3-betting the pocket 4s. Achur stationing down with 7s.
Yeah, they're not tiptoeing around each other.
Oh, they really aren't. Could be fireworks at any stage you feel.
Agreed.
So funny because the previous table was just, you know, it wasn't tight. It was just very accomplished, sort of not many. You know, you never want to be unkind, but not too many post-flop, pre-flop mistakes. Like, everyone's sort of in line. Whereas this table, again, not to say that they're punting around, but just a lot more liberal, a lot of aggression, lots of wide ranges.
Queen for Rocci. Behind the El Amor open with the 8-9 suited. Just 315K in front of him coming in to this pot. Good for 15 bigs. Well, my man Andrew was gesturing jam over here, but Rocci has different ideas. It's the under the gun factor, obviously, that leaves him a little bit dissuaded, but we have to recognize that this is a big stack that can afford to broaden the range.
The main reason I really don't like this as a call is that this specific table, like the VPIP of everyone is so high that there's a very good chance that this goes like 4 or 5 ways, right? And then ace queen off really not performing very well. And we have 16 blinds to start, right? Like I get, okay. All right, well, that's going to change things. That's a squeeze. 200K with the king 6 suited.
This is an interesting candidate, but we haven't seen the suited king in particular come into favor.
Now then, Rocci, you've set the trap. It doesn't feel amazing with ace queen. I think this is part of the problem, Ali, is basically what I was referencing when we just call. All right. Wow, he just calls again? Okay. Surely you just put it in. This is very non-standard. And we are left with a 20% pop back. A little confused, I must say. Surely we just put it in if we're continuing. And Ashur must be thinking to himself, what in the world can my opponent have? He's going to try and make him fold whatever it is. He didn't fold, did he? Oh!
Wow. The 8-9 suited finding the bin, sure, we can understand that. But for Rocci to invest a call and then get away from it, I suppose he thinks there's a decent amount of ace-king that's supposed to be lurking over there. And, you know, if he's willing to 3-bet over the top of my flat, which is supposed to bear some strength given how shallow my stack is, you know, looking at it from Rocci's perspective,
sure,
then the ace-queen offsuit maybe doesn't perform as well as it should be in terms of the range that he assessed. Now, as we can see, it was king 6 suited, but it feels like it's supposed to be a whole lot narrower range.
I understand that. I just think it's one of these spots, just a side pre, right? Go all in. Like, fold wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility pre-flop.
You're not wrong.
Just, you know, 530 in there, Ali. We can still be in decent shape here against Ashur. May reflect on that hand as a key point in his tournament. Tell you something, Ashur absolutely loving life to get that one through. He's up to 2 million here. Double average. With a very playable ace-5 suited from hijack. Halabi does come into the pot with 8-9 of spades from cutoff. Round 2, Ilamur. Queen Jack, very likely to come along to the party. Oh, tell you something, this table is kicking off.
That it is. A 3-bet to 275,000 from the big blind. Not at all what we expect. And note that the old 8-9 suited is a part of this process once more. Granted, this time not the opener, but rather a flat caller. The open coming from a later position, namely hijack from Ashur, who now mulls this ace-5.
How spicy is he feeling?
I was just going to say,
it's not impossible to rip this in.
There's been some people who have taken up some real positions with the ace-5 suited.
Very much feels like the internal battle of angel on one shoulder, devil on the other. The devil's saying, rip it in. This is a good squeeze spot. The angel wins on this occasion. You know, we have 2 million in chips, right? Like, kind of, do we really need to risk 60 blinds? Ilamur's showing Queen Jack offsuit, by the way. Windmills it over. What a great lineup.
Maybe that's the sales and marketing budget at work right there, because once you do show them that you're willing to get frisky with the Queen Jack offsuit, you better show up with something better than that next time it comes sailing in, because...
Oh, he's giving him a little needle.
I have 100% all in it. Everyone will tell me why you didn't go all in. I mean, I'm going to see you. Ace-5 suited. Huh? Ace-5 suited. 2 minutes to go. Ace-5. I didn't think about all in. Now it's full of all in. You want to go all in? Yeah. One million, that's call.
Very good-natured interaction between Ilamur and Ashur. Said to him, I have an 100% all-in hand, and for some reason I didn't do it. Told him he had ace-5 suited, and Ilamur said, why did you take 2 minutes to fold ace-high?
Yeah.
Good times.
Well, this ace considerably more durable in the hands of Solak. Makes it 45,000 to go. Durable against all hands but the ace-king, which is where Ashur finds himself, and this one isn't going to take 2 minutes.
Absolutely not. Tell you something, this could get big quick. It very much feels like something's about to happen at this table. We've just seen Ashur squeezed 200k. We've seen him raise on numerous occasions, folding to Ilamur a moment ago. He's got it this time. Ace-king off. Bumps it up to 6 bigs. I like it in position. We'd expect Solak to continue with just call. Right, they're very deep. Like, we can't get ace-queen suited in here for 70. Is reaching for calling chips. Makes a lot of sense.
There are some against whom An aggressive response might have been warranted, but not Achur, who's got us covered.
Oh.
And problems are immediate for Solak, who finds the ace and is outkicked. 300K in the middle.
Yeah, not an exaggeration to call this a complete disaster. A non-zero chance that we get felted here, Ali.
Cheers, where's your chai?
30% C-bet from Achur. Solak with the decision point. You could argue to go either way here. He seems to be landing on raise. Yes. Looks like 225.
A pretty peculiar approach to an ace-queen versus a stack that has us covered.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at this depth that we're raising. You know, if you're sort of sub 30 blinds, a lot of the time when Achur c-bets and we continue, like we're not going to have sort of floaty type hands very often, so we can just sort of raise with our deceptively strong ace and try and get hands to cling on and just put us in. But at 70, when we can be up against ace king, right, which is a very real thing, you can end up value towning yourself here by raising, and you just fold out the bluffs.
Yeah, that's the one real sinister aspect of the check raise here, is you lose a hand that might hang itself against you.
Yeah, I mean, he's in big, big trouble here. Very worth noting here that Achur, with ace of hearts in hand, blocks one of the combos of ace-3 suited, right, which is very much a part of the value range of Solak. You know, we're kind of repping with this raise. Very strong ace, pocket sixes, pocket threes, ace-3 suited, right? I mean, to get away from this now is going to be incredibly difficult.
Boy.
450.
I mean, we check raised, we get called. That's already disheartening enough. And then we check a 3 that pairs the board on the turn and face a bet of 450,000. The ace-queen is so much hand here, and we do unblock that diamond draw. We're just not worried about 3x. I don't know whether or not Achur gets frisky with pocket sixes pre-flop as a 3-bet.
Exactly right. From these seats, it feels incredibly unlikely.
Yeah.
So what we have to start weighing up here is, what does Achur do with like an ace-10, ace-jack offsuit type holding, or suited that 3-bet pre? Like, does that bet turn? It might, like, but not necessarily, right? I mean, if Achur himself has ace-5 suited, right, that 3-bet, bet call the raise, is it betting the turn? Maybe not. So he starts to become quite polar here to the kind of ace-queen himself. I think we'll bet ace-queen, ace-king, maybe ace-jack, and then we need him to have some kind of float. Like, it's hard to give Achur bluffs, right? Like, what would they be? Is he going to float with queen jack of diamonds and then start bluffing turn? I don't think so. But our hand, like you just said, we have so much hand, right? Ace queen suited. And we've played this kind of funky check raise line. Now we feel compelled to have to stick around. And he's in deep, deep trouble here. Massive pot. Pot of the tournament.
Making the call of 450,000. This is a 1.65 million chip pot and a river that is going to be very difficult for Solak to worry about in any way. The escape hatch, really, the 8 of spades is not.
Oh, it's so, so grim. We're going to be sent in for the remainder Can't imagine Ashur ever checks this back. Hand's just too good. Target the ace queens and ace jacks of Solak. And here it is, and this is grim. The glasses come off.
Yep.
So they should.
Ace queen turning into a pure bluff catcher.
Yeah, 100%. And what are the bluffs? You know, we just referenced it. Is he really just taking off here with Jack 10, Queen Jack of diamonds and bluffing it off?
I mean, for me, it's specifically diamonds.
But
not having
like
a diamond in
these
hand.
hands just don't want to bluff, right? Because they want Solak to have check raised with a flush draw and be able.
That's a great point.
It's just, it's so nasty. The problem is we played this in a way that our opponent can value jam the same hand. Like ace queen can just shove for value here, as Ashur. It doesn't really have to worry. It still targets the same hands as ace king does. But I mean, look at the price also. We have a third pot back less than. But it's so underbluffed, like by Ashur. It's just, you're kind of calling for a chop a lot of the time, unless he's doing something insanely crazy. You might get away from it. Well done.
I'll tell you what.
Well done.
You know, here's my issue, I suppose. I know that we can put a lot more merit on the third barrel on the river than we can the second.
Yeah.
But if we have it within us to lay that hand down, considering the way the board looked on the turn,
you want a full
they're
turn?
just, I don't know.
It's close, you know. Like, it's the same thing we just said. Like, will Ashur bet ace 10 on the turn, facing flop check raise? You might just go, all right, I'll check back and we'll bet one street on river or bluff catch ourselves.
I can't remember in relation to the size of the pot just how chunky 450,000 was.
Half pot. It's chunky. It's chunky.
If it's not chunky in relation to the size of the pot, it certainly was chunky in relation to the size of the stack.
It's half of our stack we've called off
So,
on turn, basically.
you know,
little less, 40%.
That's definitely the point at which you begin to ask yourself whether or not.
He's kind of just put himself into a corner with check raise flop. Like, once you check raise flop, it's like, how can I fold ace queen on this turn?
Yeah, I get it.
To one more bet. But I get it. I get where you're coming from too. But that's the problem. You've ended up swelling the pot to such an extent that now we face 450 on the turn instead of when we check call flop for 90, we face like 250 turn.
Yeah.
Like, typically that hand goes check call flop, check call turn, decide.
Yeah.
But to his credit, still in the tournament with 30 blinds. That's a big, big fold on the river.
I would have called with this hand. 50.
Very interesting hand. Halabi right back at it. Fun lineup. $50K with the Jack 7 of hearts. Have a call on the button here from Ilamur with Queen 10-0. And a complete from Lutka with pocket threes. First look for us at Nastase. Wow, he's going to complete with 3-4 off.
Well, some optimistic folks spread about this multi-way affair. Ace 10-4 board. Queen 10 of Ilamur is best.
Quite a challenge in the booth. Some of these ranges are insanely wide for 100 left. Ilamur continues to flourish. Decides to bet middle pair here. Does take it down. Fair bit of MPO on display.
Yeah.
Really is. I kind of love it. Everyone just going for it.
That is the order of the day.
Yeah, no sitting back.
Once we're in the money.
Big decision point here for Nastase. Lutka opening button, 50k with Queen 9 of clubs. Nastase with the Ace 3 of clubs in the small blind. I think we got to send this in. 11.5 BBs.
Most people would fold. Most people would call.
Well ahead, of course, of a button open. Yeah, does jam. One thing I will say, I think this is a bit of a strategical error from Lutka. I think we should open shove here from the button. Like you have 12 big blinds in the small and 3 bigs in the big blind. Queen 9 of clubs is just doing very well against these two ranges. Yeah, I mean, now he feels he has to call it off. All right, then. Almost inducing with Queen 9 suited. It makes sense, I think, that once we raise, like, either shove or raise call, I guess.
Well, the suited ace in clubs is certainly not that which we were looking to induce.
Yeah.
As we can see. King 7-3 lacks assistance for Lutka's Queen 9 covering stack. Not the man at risk. Nastase improving to a pair of 3s. Now all of a sudden the gut shot straight draw. The 10s. So the Queen and the 9 before them as outs for Lutka. Instead running jacks. So it didn't take long for Nastase to get his stack in motion, and he's going to Xerox it off and bring it back with twice the chippies.
Twice the chippies indeed, 640. It's good for 25 bigs. Right back in the hunt.
Around. Nothing of any interest. Pocket 7s though. This thing's interesting enough to take us to 50,000 here at the 15-25-25 level.
Rochi going to spin the wheel here. 2.5 bigs. King 3 suited. See him fold that ace queen in the previous confrontation. I advocated against that. He is going to be in pretty bad shape here, but he's still live. 30% of the time he's going to get there. On the edge of the cliff, looking to pull back.
Another 50K required. Makes the investment. Ace, Queen, 5 board. 3 suited, not performing well. Running wheel cards or a king. And there's the former. 4 spades would not work. Do pick up 3 outs.
Oh!
And hello, king on the river. Luka is not amused.
New life for the Italian. Rochi, a lot of work still to be done. Gets himself back to 7 bigs.
ci credevi più, hai visto? C'è un piede, ti rialzavi.
Già in macchina.
Eri già
In aereo. Con 3 ore che si è spento tutto. Da prima della bolla. Le 800.
Well, in spite of the fact that it was a double up, it was a modest one. So Rochi, who's on the button now, will still sit with sub 10 big blinds, which is, of course, the pressure cooker. We know things need to happen.
Ilamur opening here, ace-8 off. Don't mind this. Kind of widening his opening range here. Pretty much stone bottom. But he has the stack to invest. Round to Nastasi. Ace-4 offsuit in the cutoff. Would be surprised to see him continue. Not really the type of holding we're going to want to get involved. Is there a potential pay jump? Wondering if that was something to consider. No, no pay jumps yet. Just taking his time. Round 2 Achur really has been the star of this frame. 2.8 million now. Saw him win that massive pot with Ace King a moment ago. He's feeling it. Pretty optimistic defend, but we're in there with the 9-5 off.
King 7-6 turns that 9-5 into a gut shot. Ace high still best. We'll see whether or not it's still betting. The action checked over.
Intrigued to see how he proceeds here. Very over c-bet board. The old King high 7-6. Sure, he's not folding, I assure you of that, but we do have a hand that might look to get aggressive here. You know, if you think your opponent is over c-betting with too many unpaired type hands that can't stand the aggression, I would like to see raise here. Does decide just to take the price. Try and hit that gut shot. The price of 30K.
No gut shot available. Nor is there any improvement available to Ilamur.
Intriguing spot developing. Ilamur doesn't, of course, now have outs to make a straight. Doesn't decide to barrel.
Oh, but he does decide to make that straight as Achur makes third pair. Nines.
Yeah, very likely just to try and show this down now. We can beat some hands that have just stone given up on turn. Of course, Ilamur with a fist pump value bet. Just mulling through his options sizing wise. The interesting thing here is his value bet range is fairly narrow. Like, are we going to value bet a 10 here? It seems pretty unlikely. Most of our King X, or a good portion of them, would bet the turn. Although with that 10 arriving, 8-9, of course, is a thing from the big blind. So we may look to pot control a hand like a King Jack, like a King 8 suited, of course, which is now a straight. King Queen could potentially go for thin river value. Hands like 2 pairs, 9-10 suited that bet flop. Now we have 2-pair river. Gonna value bet that. He's gone for over bet. 250K, going for the greedy size. Polarizing himself now to straights and bluffs. Yeah, Achur, just recognizing we just have many, many, many better hands to call down with than this. Out of the way. Little greedy. That's never that bad in poker.
Yeah. Sometimes you instantly lament that greed, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to rep. Like, what are we bluffing here for overpot?
Yeah.
Ace Jack, like what? We just go crazy and it's tough.
That wasn't the one.
No, I don't think so. merciful there for Assure that he's not landed on the river with sort of a king in hand or two pairs.
So we rack it back up. Ace 4 suited has piqued El Amor's interest. 50 to go, pocket sixes. Getting chewed on by Nastasi.
Yeah, this is a pretty nasty spot. We have 26 bigs. And it's so tricky. Like, you don't really want to call. We have 4 ranges behind us that if they squeeze, we can't continue. We don't want a 3-bet jam here. We don't want a 3-bet fold. It's really tricky. I'm actually a fan of just folding this pre from this specific seat, right? From the hijack, like from the button we can continue, from cutoff, much easier to continue. Certainly can continue from the blinds. I really like this. Well done in my eyes from the Stasi. Just a very awkward stack depth to get involved with sixes.
So one customer exactly, predictably from the big blind at the discount rate. It is Halabi, well off of his high water mark in terms of stack depth, but here he is with top pair up against backdoor diamonds and the wheel gutty.
Yeah, this is a fun one. Let's check back.
Now all of a sudden it's a double gut shot. After the 7 rolls off with no betting on the flop, Lobby gets busy for 165,000. Ilhamur says, okay, show me a 3, 6, or ace. River is none of the above. Backdoor spades come to roost.
By the way, very interesting spot this. I would like to have seen Ilhamur take more time here. Like, he does check and thinks, you know, maybe I can just win with a 4. But when you think about the overall range here of Halabi, going to be a lot of kind of A-techs, right? I mean, he overbet the turn, and we fist pump call in position, yeah, which surprised me. Like, I know we have a lot of equity, and we're probably not going to fold our hand, but we turbo call turn. Is our opponent checking a flush on the river that's overbet turn? Right. A 6 is a straight. Are they checking that? Like, we end up being against a lot of showdown that beats the 4 is basically what I'm getting at. And Ilhamur might have been best served to turn that hand into a bluff. Like, what's Halabi going to do against shove here? He's with an 8, even with 2 pairs, we have so many flushes in position. Bunch of pocket 6s or something like this, 7-6 suited that checked flop and got there on river. Interesting hand, but the pace of play is so quick.
Yeah.
I can't even dissect the hand properly.
I mean, it's not PLO bounty quick.
Nothing is as quick as that.
17-minute levels earlier here at this Dolce Vita series. In that specific event. But here, it's the classic no limit hold'em, hour-long levels.
I'm intrigued by these tanks from the Stasi. Like, are we trying a ladder? Like, I think we are. Because he's taken, you know, 30 seconds to act with auto folds the last few hands. I guess we must have a pay jump imminent. And, you know, why not? If it's close, lock it up.
Well, by my count, we've got 99 players remaining. Nobody hoping to be that 99th player, but that person will be receiving $630 less than whomever makes the top 98.
Okay, it's a pretty decent pay jump.
Yeah, all of a sudden, that's the topic that everyone is focused on.
Another kind of murky spot here. Ilamur, ace-9 suited, +1. Gets called by +2. Yeah, there's some really kind of non-standard play going on, like tiny c-bet here, 20% pot. Ludka folding King Jack of Hearts on the 8-8-7 Heart Club. I don't think we can fold for this price. Like 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. I think we have to call. Like, Ilamur is very spicy. Potentially c-betting some hands he shouldn't. I would argue ace-9 of spades might have fallen into that category, but does get it done.
Give him the red chips he just took from you. You just took from him. Yes, borrow. Till he doubles up.
Table's turned affectionate.
A lot of love. Tell Rochi that. He didn't get the memo. Yeah, Nastasi looking to lock the pay jump. To be fair, not insubstantial, right? Like 20% pay bump here from 3K to 3.6.
I'm going to be really honest. I've been watching some Olympics since the onset.
Okay.
And Rochi looks like we could deposit him on the sidelines of just about any Italian team, you know, and just have, apparently Polo would be the most apropos.
Yeah.
But, you know, I could see him complaining about a call, you know, from an official. That would be right up his alley. I think it would rise to the occasion, by the way, if we pitted him in that spot.
It's just cracking me up. Just kind of looks thoroughly grumpy and not really happy to be there.
Well, we never know what sort of trauma over the course of several days of poker
it's true.
He's endured.
Can I do? You got the chips, then you don't have to look into your cards, just raise blind.
Next time. Ilamur is a character.
Not now. The next time, not now. Don't do it now.
Thank you. Now we have the spade.
Because then he will ask how much is it. What about this only?
We are trying to keep an ear peeled on some of the table talk that's going on. Ace-3 offsuit for Nastasi. Yeah, he cops to the fact that all of this deliberation that everybody has suddenly come down with is very much the product of a pay jump that the boys and girls are aware of. Openly sort of disseminating that information to try to get everybody to toe the line as well.
Absolutely. There's really no solution, right? Like, we don't particularly enjoy it, right? I mean, you've done thousands of broadcasts by this point. It's got to be a part of the game that it doesn't make for a great viewer experience. Loving these two. Don't do anything stupid announced. Well, in they go.
I'm not sure that compliance was asserted by Stanchu. Still getting an earful.
You're gonna see anyway.
Nice to see very jovial atmosphere between these two. Is there any solution to the relentless kind of tanking stuff? What about putting like mystery prizes for the sort of one spot before each pay jump? Or like the bubble, you know, the actual money bubble when people tank for 5 minutes. Like, it's awful, obviously, but we all have to do it, right? We know it's part of it.
I'll say that I do appreciate when people preface the behavior by saying, hey, listen,
me
just want
too.
everyone to know I'm going to take about this much time per hand.
Yeah.
This is why. You know, and then the big stack sometimes will be like, well, come on, man, that's not in the spirit of fair play or sporting or whatever.
Oh, I'm clocking them as the big stack, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. But
as often as possible. You got to do what you got to do, right? It goes both ways. Oh, hang on, Rocci. Enough of our talk about tanking and the like. We'll see if he can make the ace-queen work on this occasion. Sends in his remaining 180k. Halabi looking a little frustrated as well. He might drop close to 1 million on this feature. Not gone his way. Rocci staying alive.
3 and 4. 3 hearts and 4 diamonds.
persevering. I love the shrug of the shoulders. I mean, you know, it's so quintessentially Italian. It's
really
like, it's not the bigger part.
Yeah. Yeah, it really has been a slog for him, but he's still in the fight.
You know, we've presided over some epic spin-ups at feature and final tables here at Merit. In particular, feature tables where we're working our way toward a final table, and all of a sudden, somebody who we didn't anticipate would emerge as a, you know, chip-leading stack when we get down to it, just finds a sheer God candle.
Wow.
To just smash the field. And that's exactly what Rocci's got on his mind with a couple of queens. Although if everybody folds, I don't know how much he's going to be enjoying this.
He's going to be seething. I'm waiting for the... Come on.
I'm not going to judge. I've been in spots where I was like, really? You guys have all called the river for 9 hours straight, and all of a sudden I make the nuts for the first time in those 9 hours, and then everybody finds the fold button?
Here we go.
Okay.
Come on, Rocci. See that up a little.
He's incredulous.
I mean, it's a little... You know what? That was nothing.
Well, it's, you know...
I wanted a mini tantrum, though.
We don't see these cards. Like, I told
Hey, listen, had 180k 2 minutes ago. Almost doubles up without showdown. Can't be too bad. 310k now.
You need to survive the TV table. Yeah. Then you can go back to normal. Because I have a feeling you are a little bit camera shy. Because there you were raising every hand. Now you try to... Because your girlfriend is watching.
He doesn't want to get embarrassed on TV, baby.
You need to play tight.
My backer's watching. There's always that one.
You came here, fold.
6 off, not the one.
This is stepping out. Edina, we've seen these large sizings from him. Very wide open, ace-7 off. Oh, he is +3, a little more reasonable. Still on the wide side. Thought he was +1. Nastasi with the deuces. In the small blind. 23 big blinds behind. Not typically one we want to go to battle with. This is optimistic. Must say, didn't expect him to continue.
Yes, now you are 3-6.
Like essentially set mine in here, right, off 23 blinds.
Oh yeah,
don't close the action. Like when Rochi jams, we can't continue.
He's on the duck hunt right now. I don't think a jam is what's on Rochi's mind with 7-3 suited for what it's worth. This is in that evil parallel universe that you and I are tasked with constructing from time to time to prove a point.
Yeah, it gets out of the way. I like it. You know, we're not facing him in raise. It's 40k more, substantial chunk of our chips.
Ace, king, 6, 2 clubs. This is all Edine.
Yeah, interesting spot. He's just going to reach. Will be hand done. Again, these sort of larger sizings than you typically see. Half pot. Stasi has to concede. Very steady frame for Edine. Just keeping himself around that 1 million chip mark.
Just under 20 minutes remaining in the level. Back end of this one, players will be headed to a dinner break. If you're just now joining us, this is day 2 action of La Notte Degli Assi. Day 3, rather, forgive me. The main event of this Merit Poker La Dolce Vita series.
Continuing coverage the rest of today, Buda tomorrow, crowning a champion on Sunday evening. I believe the plan today is to play down to around about 4 tables as we see Rochi send it in. 260k. Tough spot here for Solak. Blind on blind, ace 4 figures to be the best hand most of the time. Not a fun situation though. 10.5 bigs against a player that I think it would be fair to say we are going to have on the tighter side in our mind when we look to Rochi. Solak not loving this. It's going to cost us half our stack. Yeah, he makes a nice tight laydown. Like it.
The kicker. 4. You? 8. Good.
Was the highest card.
So Rochi, nibble by nibble, little by little, he can work his way into contention once more. It's so important in these tournaments, Andrew, when things aren't going our way, to try as best as possible to maintain a positive outlook, just because, you know, first off, it can be a little bit embarrassing if we're just moaning and moaning and then all of a sudden we spin it up.
Sure.
People are like, everything okay now, buddy?
It's true.
You know, just the etiquette of it is a bit of an issue. But then, you know, for me, you're never playing your best poker when you're in that headspace.
It's 100% true. You know, positivity, good vibes, all that stuff, certainly a thing. And you certainly just enjoy the experience more, which is an additional plus point.
Yeah.
But it's true, and it's, you know, I mean, you can never think, certainly myself, lifetime, I can't remember a time I was grumpy and fed up at the table and found momentum. You know, you got to keep that positive outlook. And of course, 1 hour clock makes things a lot easier. You just have to hang in there, right? Keep yourself alive. You're going to find spots. You know, this is a spicy table. Someone's going to give you a spin. Keep yourself in the hunt. Stanciu trying to do that now. Min raising from +2.
It's been a struggle bus for him on the bulk of the outing.
I like this a lot, by the way. Suited ace-6. We don't have to open shove this one. 12 bigs to start. You know, we still have a little wiggle room. We can open for, still have some steals. Somewhat unfortunate to run into a superior ace here, but we do have the betting lead in position. A lot of boards here where we can still take this pot down.
Queen 8-7 with a couple of hearts. Advantage Achur. Second pair.
Now is where we have to earn our money. Obviously not fun to have to start barreling into this board. We are going to start with a small bet. 25k. Try and fold out. You know, there aren't too many hands that will fold here to a small size, but there are some King X in there that we can just get out of the way. Potentially, if our opponent somehow has a hand like an ace-9 or something, even that should continue for this size. So not many hands are going to fold. Just basically praying that the big blind will get out of the way. Ashur now deciding to lead on the 7. Interesting. 1 big blind lead. We will, of course, see some leading on an 8 and a 7. Well done. Just dislodges Stanciu, deny him some equity. You know, a hand like a king-jack or something. Just get it out of there. He's played very well.
That he has.
Closing in on 3 million, I believe. 2.7 at the moment. Chunky. More than double average chips. Great spot to be in.
All spectators, we don't allow spectators in the bottom area. Only players in the bottom area. Thank you.
Pocket 10s for Edine up front.
Already the first guy. He wanted to fold.
Makes it 65,000 to go. The big blind of Halabi, he can be sticky. We saw him earlier correctly call 2 streets. Pocket 4s. Was it?
That was 7 deuce.
The 7 deuce.
7 deuce of clubs.
That's right.
Ace 6 deuce. Yeah, this is optimistic. I'm not a huge fan. I think perhaps frustration creeping in. Tough to blame him. It's been a rocky, rough road. You know, when your opponent makes it 65k here pre, the full 2.5x, under the gun, 4-5 offsuit. Not the greatest of holdings to defend. Continuing to bleed chips, unfortunately, for him. He'll be looking to get something going after the dinner break.
He will show us how we take it. Shut down the camera first.
Dust up front for Stanciu. 7s for Lutka. Makes it 50 to go. Ace 4 offsuit, and the deliberation is brief. Jack says, I'm your Huckleberry. In the cutoff, flat collar. Not really sure about this one.
Yeah, again, very wide. Has been a feature of this table. People willing to get in there and mix it up. I'm with you. I think this is too wide. You know, facing a very shallow open, right? Like, look, 18 bigs is opening the pot. Queen Jack off, optimistic. Adine compelled to complete with ace-9. Another one of these hands feels a little too strong to fold, but we don't love it.
No, it's not one of those hands that's going to make a whole lot of chips.
Yeah.
In the typical development, which is like a one pair sort of situation. The 7s are performing quite nicely on this particular board.
Yeah, pretty much the best flop possible for Lutka that doesn't contain a 7. 190k in there. Got to protect it. We have 2x pot back. Yeah, I like this. Just go ahead, clean out equity. You know, we're happy to just stack off here. If we get raised, so be it. We'll be up against enough flush draws. Some 5x from the big blind if he were to put us in. Kind of interesting, Adina does have the ace of diamonds in hand. But again, we're against an 18 big blind. Effective stack to start the hand that opens here. Going to be a lot of overpairs in there. Going to be some ace-x that beat us. Yeah, I like this. Nice to have the ace of diamonds, but just not much playability against the shallow stack. Well done, Lutka. Every chip now, of course, so valuable. Keeping ourselves afloat. While we wait for the heat.
Adine with 42 big blinds. 2 of those got to get plunked down here as he'll inherit the button. Sorry, the big blind. Big blind Annie.
Yeah, he's played pretty good. Like, very strong. These large opening sizes, these large 3-bets, really sort of hamstringing his opponents and just saying, right, if you want to play a big pot with me, you're going to have to play for all of it.
Yep.
And it's worked out for him so far.
Strangely, I find this a little bit more in pot limit Omaha, I want to say, but when you wield a short stack, you can actually be the center of attention and people will, you know, behave in a different way, provided that you have the aptitude to kind of utilize it in that way, because nobody wants to get caught in the crossfire, which is exactly what's going on here. Crossfire between ace-jack and ace-king, and Ihlamur is caught in it.
Yeah, second time this frame that Ashur has had a fellow big stack crushed. Potential danger afoot for Ihlamur. We haven't seen, of course, him be afraid to get in the mix. Oh, hello.
Jacobs behind this 150k 3-bet from Achur, who is so deep stacked, and we have to imagine is going to enjoy the luxuries of being able to isolate against an opener more so than the rest of the field. Now, granted, the opener that he is isolating right now is one of the deeper, healthier stacks at the table in Ihlamur. Lobby does jam, though, for 750,000. That makes the decisions easy for ace-jack.
Yeah, 30 bigs. We just send it in. Certainly strong enough against an aggressive 3-better. Sometimes you got to just run it. Halabi has had a very tough ride here at this feature, but if he doubles here, going to be up to 1.6 million. Big flip.
So here we go. Achur finds the ace on an ace-6-5 board, and you see Halabi disgusted. It's not over yet, but he is hook hunting. Facts remain on the turn as the mic starts to come off. Is that the magic recipe for what we know to be a one-outer? The answer is no. And boy, Halabi got out of here in a hurry.
Yeah, he was visibly frustrated throughout. Understandably so. Nothing went for him. But Ashur, 3.5 million now, which is a monster of a stack. Wins a massive flip. Vaults up to 145 big blinds. He's going to be a force. Commiserations to Halabi. Very frustrating couple of hours of poker. Just didn't go for him. These things happen. Fortunately, loses the big all-in confrontation.
You don't change anything if you have ace and jack. Same. It stays the same if you have one ace and one jack. It stays just once you hit the ace.
He has one on the cup, you can start taking your seats. We play on the yellow table on the right side of the room. Tables 1 to 6 on the here on the table. 7 and 8.
7 suited, not enough. Where's Jack 8? Pocket queens for Stanchu. In the face of the 80K open by Adina, who sizes up appropriately on the button and uses a candidate that is within reason. Stanchu jams for 165. And Adina says, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, another all-in moment. Stanchu at risk. He's been very, very patient. Gets it in good. Looking to hold on here. Adina, though, with a decent amount of equity.
Jack 7-7. The queen's performing well. Perhaps the headache beginning to broaden.
Ah,
and perhaps not, as an ace on the turn smacks Adine. Should be able to stave off elimination, bar a queen on the river. 9 of hearts. We'll keep. That's my, oh, forgive me, hang on.
Yeah, Stanchu
It was
with the queens.
Stanchu who had the queens. Lost my bearings for a moment there. Adina was not the covered stack. Maybe it was the fact that Stanchu dealt with it so well when it materialized on the turn. You really didn't have the sense
He
that...
looked very chilled, right?
No. He was the man in trouble.
Was the anti-Halabi, who stormed out of here faster than the speed of light. He was steamed. Understandable. Had a big stack, didn't go his way. GG Stanchu really put up a valiant effort. Was really dealt out of this feature. Unfortunate. Gets 3-outered. Good run. So we tick down. 90 players now. 91, excuse me, remaining. Action on Nastasi. Ace-10 of diamonds from under the gun.
$50 to go. Mochi, 310,000 in front of him now.
So expressive. I think that's a little bit of a tell. Really like this, by the way. Super disciplined and not doing well.
No.
Versus under the gun. Oh, hello.
And look at what materialized behind him. An ace, queen, and 2 10s. Solak playing his hand as a flat. And now, might not should be thinking that the squeeze is available.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just 3-bet call off here. You know, both opponents with 20 bigs or less Very interesting spot for Solak. We have 16 blinds to start the hand. Nastasi's been very tight, so I don't mind just calling pre. You know, when we just jam, we're going to fold out all the worst hands. This way we can keep in some of the hands we dominate, like an ace-10. Of course, the problem with that is it does open up action behind. Big decision coming for Solak in my eyes. I don't think Nastasi can call off here or put it in with ace-10 suited. Doesn't close the action. Solak can have traps. You know, we still have 20 blinds. Ace-10 suited doesn't really figure to be good here when we've opened from under the gun. Call from Solak and squeeze from a hijack. But Solak, I mean, we have such an under-repped here. I think he's going to run it.
Appropriately enough, the ace-10 finds the bin, but Solak is going to dig in. The 2 overs.
I think it's the right play.
A 3-2 dog against Achur, and I think Achur in particular, as big as his stack is and as broad as the range would be, the ace-queen performs a little bit better against him in this spot.
Agree completely.
Perhaps some others. Ace-jack 6, welcome to a double up, Mr. Solak. Barring, of course, the 10, the running king-queen, jack on the turn, and an 8 on the river. So Solak will submit his stack over for some accounting, and then it'll come back duplicated.
Yeah, very nice. First little speed bump for Achur for quite some time. Well done, Solak. Finds a double, taking us into the dinner break.
Well, for some, it can't come soon enough, given that their stacks are now off of the levels they were at to start the last couple of hours. And for others, perhaps this is met with a cooling effect because they have been running hot. So then, as the players head to the break, yours truly, Ali Nishad and Andrew Headley, will do the same. Stay close, though. Continuing coverage of day 3 of this main event here at Merit Poker Series. Dolce Vita comes your way in about 20.
Welcome back, guys. It's time for a little bit of fun. What better than Who Am I poker variant? Andrew?
Right, basically, guys, we have cards corresponding to famous people in the poker world. Myself and James will both select a card and hold it on our forehead for the other to see. Then it is our opponent's job to ask a series of questions and try and work out who that famous player is.
Simple.
Yeah.
Let's get to it. All right. No cheat. Oh, you pick a card. I don't like that. There's a card upside down. This is
Screw up. This is the one.
This is some sort of collusion
That's
going on.
upside down as well.
Yeah, but this is...
Every time
I know
with
what
the
happens.
edge. Oh, wait, and obviously we're not allowed to look.
Yeah, but we look at...
Right.
All right, now we have to...
Yeah, easy.
Resort to the laptops
Right,
to see who we've got.
Let's show the camera.
Right.
Okay. You're very far away,
I am.
James. You're very far away. Right. So who get rock, paper, scissors for the first question? Seems fair.
Okay.
So 1, 2, shoot.
Okay.
1, 2, shoot. 1, 2, shoot.
All right.
Gotta hate him. Right. So wait a minute, who are you?
I've got to familiarize myself with these.
Okay. All right, let's go.
Am I a Phil?
Oh, that's a pretty good question. No, you are not. So that now it's my question, right? Because you got it
wrong. Yeah, I guess
that was quite sharky. Do I work at Merit?
It's a sharky question.
Hey, very sharky.
You do not work at Merit.
All right.
Do I work at Merit?
As far as I am aware, you do not.
Okay.
Unless you're like behind the scenes or whatever.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going rogue. I'm going aggressive. Am I bald? Hey?
Are you what, sorry?
Am I bald? Am I lacking follicles?
You do not lack follicles.
All right, very good. Please continue, James, with your inquisition.
Am I from North America?
Oh. No.
Oh, okay, okay.
All right, hang on about this. Let's see. That could work, that could work. No. Go on, I'm just gonna do it anyway. Do I have a beard? Facial hair. I'll change it. Facial hair, facial hair.
I'm answering your first question, and the answer is no. You don't get to ask a second question.
All right. Okay, please continue. God, this is quite tiring on the old arms, isn't it? Need some plasticine.
So, I'm not from North America. I feel like I just want to start taking some punts.
Go on then. Wait a minute, there has to be some kind of a punishment for each failed guess.
No, hang on a second. Don't you come up with...
Because
he's
otherwise...
He's trying to change the rules just because he feels like he's gone a little bit behind.
You're like, oh, I'm just going to start punting.
Yeah, I want to punt.
All right, go on. Have a punt. Have a go.
Am I Patrick Antonius?
No, you are not. Right, hang on. Am I going to punt or... Right, wait. He's ruled out. This is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be when we started off. I mean, I guess... Can't be you. Can't be them. No facial hair. He kind of has facial hair. Oh, it can't be him then. Hey, you know what? We're getting close. That means you must be. All right, I'm gonna have to follow your lead. Is my name first name Phil? I feel like I'm a Phil. I'm a Phil, baby.
You are not a Phil.
Oh God! Right. Well, that's good. I'm ready to punt also now. Not that. Not that. I asked about the baldness.
Am I Fedor Holtz?
Yes, you are. God damn it. Am I Maria Ho?
You are Maria Ho.
It was there, I had it. Damn it. He always gets the better of me. All right, James, well done.
Good game, sir. Well played.
I was going for it.
Your unique journey starts now. Merit Starlit.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel amazing. This is my first win Kabak trophy. I'm feeling very good, but I'm very tired because I play all day from 12 o'clock. We play 1000 IPO, then half an hour only break and play this mystery. So I get a lot of lucky and not good. I'm feeling good.
Any interesting spot worth mentioning?
Ace King versus Kings. I win like only 3 outs. Yeah, that's it. And the last hand 7-8, Jack 9, flop Jack 8, Jack 7, turn 8, and that's it. Finish. I get lucky.
What do you like about mystery bounty tournaments? How do you prepare?
First day I busted about around 12, so I tried the second day, play very careful, and go to the day 2 in the money. So just waiting my hands and my lucky and like this.
Do you adjust strategy for this format?
I play semi-aggressive and semi-tired. I learn opponents and try to improve, make some notes for opponents, then and play my game. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so round 2, I'm going to take on James, who, well, fairly dispatched Andrew in the last one, it must be said. Well done on that, by the way.
I mean, it wasn't really hard, was it? It's like the early stages. Now I've got to play the endos.
Do you want to pick it first? Is that your prize? Good luck.
Best of luck. Oh. Oh. Oh.
That's how we do.
It's getting serious. I'm this person. I got this. And you know what? You're the challenger. I'm going to let you go first. That way I've got an excuse for my lose.
Do I have a World Series of Poker bracelet?
Do you have a World Series? He's been off, like, just partitioning this group whilst we've been playing. You do have a World Series of Poker bracelet.
Alrighty.
I'm going to go for my new big divider. Are you?
No. I keep.
Oh, sorry. Of course you do.
Yeah. Just because you and Andrew never got one right doesn't mean that that's
got
not
one right
part
at
of
the
the game. Is my name Phil?
Your name is not Phil. Am I North American?
You are not North American.
Oh, time limit, clock.
Working here.
Where's the clock?
Do I have more than 2 WSOP bracelets?
First of all, he's testing my poker knowledge to the nth degree. So do you have more than 2? You do not have more than 2.
Okay.
I'm not North American, okay. Do I commentate on poker events at Merit?
Specifically at Merit?
Specifically at Merit?
No.
Okay.
You do not.
Worth a try.
Am I a man?
You are a man.
Am I a World Series of Poker main event champion?
You are a World Series of Poker main event champion.
Am I Chris Moneymaker?
You might just be Chris Moneymaker. God damn it.
And that's how the game is played. Okay, James, I know you've played a few mystery bounties in your own career. Are you a gonna keep my bounty and pull my envelopes later guy? I want to pull them immediately. Is there any strategy you've thought of around that?
So here's a story. I've only played 2 live mystery bounties, both at the World Series, both this year and last year. And then I've played a bunch of online ones this year, whilst in Vegas on the WSOP site, you know. And I mean, I must have played 15 of the online ones, I guess. And you reach the bounties before you reach the money. And I've still never in my poker career opened an envelope.
Oh, that's very sad.
Yeah, I'm quite proud of it at this point. I'm thinking they're saving me a really good one. Okay, but I think I'd be I think I'd wait till I bust it out.
Well, hoping to open an envelope now is Saeed, who has the ace-king and the all-in stack of our 126k with the pocket tens. We see that it will be a flip. There's no way that Saeed is turning this spot down. He's getting the count, but you know he's going to isolate this one. either call it off and then be happy to call anyone else, or shove himself. He's just going to shove it in. Or 3-bet to 194, as our graphic is suggesting. That's going to clear out all but the good hands, and there is a good hand. Gavish in the small blind. Dreamy situation here. He does cover for a start, so can pick up one of these bounties, but Saeed covering both. If he can spike an ace or king, could pick up 2 at once. Now, Kolotyuk not really going to consider this ace-8. He might peel the ace first and get excited, but once he sees that 8, it's a wry smile. And wow, 3-way all-in. I complained we had no premium hands there a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is a hand that didn't need mystery bounty element to make it this way. And here we go. Gavish pretty a little upset to see that he isn't in better shape with these 2 queens.
Yeah, and Berthold would have, fancied his chances of having the best hand when he put this shove in. Now he's in quite bad shape here. Just 20%.
Monstrous.
The ace, king off, and queens.
Yeah, big pot, not just because of the bounty equity, but if Saeed holds, he'd be up to $500,000 in chips. What a great spot that'll be in this bounty, as you just referenced. He'd cover everyone at his table comfortably. You already mentioned the bounty worth about 5,500 a pop, so he's eligible to win an additional 11K in equity here.
Yeah,
Gavish can win 5.5K himself, and has none of that equity, as you mentioned. He doesn't access that side of the prize pool. But if he were to spike here, suddenly he's in the game.
Very much so. Saeed obviously looking at that sort of $500,000+ stack at the end of this hand, abusing everybody for the next maybe hour or so. That would be the dream. But at the moment, queens in the boxies. Gavish looking to pick up 1 bounty and get a triple up. Here we go.
7-4 Trey Gavish, even with the clubs covered. Our first big pot of the night. First bounties available. Is it going to be Gavish who picks up the first one on our table? Just has to fade that ace, king, or 10. So it's still with a chance to eliminate 2, David. Alas, it is not to be. Gavish with the effective triple up and picking up. He's edge checking. Do I cover? Do I win this? You do indeed.
I don't pull them for 2 reasons. One, if you have yours in your pocket and you are maybe like 2-handed or 3-handed against a person who hasn't pulled theirs, you can start doing some deals with the equity of the bounties in mind too, which I like. And 2, and this is the main reason, it really, really annoys people when you don't pull them. They just get so annoyed.
So you'll pull 2 bounties, bust out, and then not pull yours. You wait for hours to pull them? You take
No,
them?
I will.
Once you bust it out,
If I'm walking out of the room, I will pull it then, yeah.
You're not taking your bounties, going for dinner, coming back and open them later?
No.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure.
No, I wait until I've bust the tournament.
Yeah, I figured that's probably where I'd be at. But hey, I might go on a break. I've got one burning a hole in my pocket. 10-minute break.
Well, a very good counterpoint to this is one made to me by Jen Shahade about a year ago when we were playing the one in, I think it was in Barcelona.
How much?
And she said, I would pull it because there was really big ones on the line. Like, okay, this is very nice, but I think maybe in that one there was a 100k bounty or something very nice. She's like, I want to know my net worth.
Ooh, here we go. So we'll come back to that. Sambavati jamming his sub-10 big blind stack, and Kolotiuk, rightly so, springing on it with this dominated Jack-10 suited, trying to go for that bounty. And obviously covers Hassan behind, which is a big part of why he can do this as well, right?
Yeah, no, look, we see that he is dominated, but I love this isolation shove by Kolotiuk. This is exactly the kind of spots you need to be taking all day, frankly. Sambavati gets a really good outcome here where he will double up in most worlds, but Kolotiuk, you know, bounty hunting.
Yeah. Looks like the kind of man who's scalped a few. Jackson suited's come from far further behind this in time.
61, right?
Yes.
Here we go, an ace queen 8 flop. What looks so good for ace jack has materialized with the double-ended straight draw.
10 is no good anymore.
For Kolotiuk. No longer looking for 10, but look at that, the kings and nines, and they're all live. Showing folded cards, David. He is, all his outs are still in the deck. Just one card to pull them. Sambavati will be back in a position where he can start bounty hunting.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, there it is. The king on the river. Kolotiuk, the second player at this table to pick up a bounty.
Oh, you're definitely taking it. It's 6 buy-ins right there.
How much you got?
Well, sorry, no, 6 bounty parts, 3 buy-ins to the tournament, 6 bounty portions. Gavish with the Johnnies here. Gonna look for action. At this stack depth, I don't think these become too hard to play. You're looking for action here. Obviously, notoriously a difficult hand, but that's generally at deeper stacks. And only if you've got superstition working against you. James and I had some chats over dinner about superstition in poker. We'll come back to that in a moment because we see Gassan with Big Slick here in the small. These guys, similar stacks.
Yeah.
I think Gassan covered again against Gavish, so yet to be able to deploy these big hands in a spot where he could actually bounty hunt himself.
Well, the action does go on there, but we'll quickly pop on over here again because it's envelope time as Zan has made it 65k. One assumes, given that Gavish covers, he's just gonna kind of run it, but again, it's maybe scary against this man that they seem to be aware is pretty solid.
Right, yeah. I think Jack's too much hand.
Oh, here we go. Here's a man giving us the full sweat.
That's
for the
what we
fans.
like.
Okay.
Oh, we got the 3 zeros again.
2,000. 2,000. Okay.
Okay. What I'm loving right now is we're moving from these smooth still cameras and these 1 shots and 2 shots from the table.
Gavish does just decide to say, hey, let's just run it.
Suddenly we're frantically over to the tombola. It's like an episode of VR.
It's just like that.
Shrug call from Gassan here, who knows he's at risk, and Gavish is bounty hunting here with the best hand right now. Big pot, 670k in the middle. This is a big moment for both players.
Huge moment. Obviously, we can see Gavish is the one who can pick up a bounty right here and now, but Sam will have a huge stack if he finds an ace, which is what he's done here on the ace, queen, queen board. He's going to be the table chip leader, I think, if he runs out clean here. Gavish, of course, with backdoor hearts working. That's become a thing, as has the king. And of course, any chance of a royal flush, David? It's in the deck. We see the live cards at the top of the screen.
Nice smile from Gassan, who really doesn't fancy that 10 of hearts turn.
But he loves the 4 of spades. River. Gavish down to just 4.5 blinds.
By the way, credit to Turuguru Beninoff on that last hand.
Yeah, the pot.
He actually just called pre, led turn after it went check, check, flop, and found us
and then found the
check
wow, okay.
on the river when the 10 completed and found just the check call.
Yeah, I mean,
very well not to get stacked or lose more.
Right, he lost 75k on the river, which was only half pot. And yeah, I have to confess, I was too focused on the bounty portion.
Wow.
Not enough on the action going on, but he's going to like this action because he's found the boots up against the Cowboys. And this is going to be a big one.
Goodness
Hijack
me.
versus small blind in a bounty, and he covers. What a dreamy scenario. Having, like you say, just saved so many chips in that last 10 where reasonable to presume he would have lost a lot more. Now he's going to have the opportunity to not just, you know, effectively double up, but knock someone out in the process. Such fine margins, little deviations in these mystery bounties. Of course, so much now. Does Levine have options here? Does it look like, hey, if Tulip Bergenoff's 3-betting here, he's going to 3-bet Call Me a lot because of the bounty?
Sure.
Or does he just go, hey, it kind of looks like that, so therefore he's going to have a lot of weakness, and maybe I just slow play this hand?
I think, you know, with the blinds having gone up also, right? 10, 15K, we've started this hand with sub 20 blinds ourselves. Seems unlikely that our opponent is going to 3-bet fold too often. He should have some in there, I would imagine. But he has just put it in damps and gets the bad news that he has run into the ultimate cooler.
Here we go then. Well, there is someone drawing a bounty, but for now we'll focus on aces versus kings. It is the kings at risk, as indicated by the all-in marker. Ace 10 deuce, all but seals it. Running queen jack, the most likely way out. A 20,000 bounty gone. Tulip was like, I'm about to win a bounty, and whilst I'm in this hand, I've somehow lost equity. This is cruel. 6 on the turn seals it. Well, he can't win the 20k bounty. But he's going to have another pool.
They must have had a perception, Demps, that Halabi not going to be 3-bet shoving very wide here.
As I say, before you came in, we saw him kind of very surprisingly fold ace-jack, although that time was against 2 queens, but was getting the price basically against everything but jacks plus.
Right.
We questioned what was right, and now we see him go that way again, like just being a little bit too tight, although this time obviously being the covered stack. But as Mr. Lappin says, you kind of got to bosh your way back in here to
I think it's even more of a reason to call off when you are covered, right? Because your opponent has a little bit more incentive, right, to go after you.
Yeah, and you've got to get back in the game. Here we go, Haidar facing a 30k bet from Daniliuk, who's min from under the gun. He's just going to call. That makes sense, right? Up against under the gun, a little scarier.
Yeah, I think in theory you're going to mix this hand a lot in between call and 3-bet. Lands on call.
What a kind of interesting spot here for Halabi. Obviously a squeeze spot and a hand that does like to squeeze, but at the same time a hand that kind of plays okay if he just calls and takes a flop, right?
Yeah, this is one of those sort of 24 big blinds deep. Could certainly shove this one. Can definitely call. See what he decides to land on. Doesn't look like a man who's going to jam. To me...
Remember turbo jam the last time with the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, does decide just to call and likely going 4 ways.
Oh yeah, Kolatiuk obviously covered by all, but 8-9 suited. One of the hands you love to see in a spot like this.
Beautiful looking hand to peel for one more blind.
You kind of know that he's the one most likely to get action post-flop if he does find a piece of this. Obviously works against him when he flops draws. But here we go. That's a pretty big draw for 8-9 of spades. Up against the 2 9s. I wonder if he just decides to lead this now. Yeah, just take the option away from everyone else. Or
actually, wouldn't mind open shove here.
Yeah, I wonder if, because you just make out the ace highs fold, right? You only really get called by overpairs, and you do fine against those. If you check and everyone checks, and now it comes like the queen of diamonds, you just, ugh.
100%, yeah. If you can just fold out equity.
It looks like he's missing out a non-all-in bet, which is kind of fun too, I guess. You can perhaps maybe go small and then keep some of those ace highs in and then go big on the turn, or let's see what size he's come out with.
Yeah, maybe just trying to give an illusion of a little more strength, right? When you just open shove, you probably don't have too many strong hands.
Well, maybe you can do that. Maybe there's a class of hands that perhaps sometimes calls here and can fold turn and he wins more. I don't know if those exist, but as it is, obviously going to run into the overpair straight off the bat. And that's a pretty warm spot for him. Obviously, Haidar and Halabi could have flopped sets or something, but it's very unlikely anyone's trapped him with stronger.
Sure.
Wants to deny against flush draws behind. And now Kolatiuk will call and see that he started this hand in terrible shape with 8-9 v2 9s, but things have got a lot better courtesy of that 7 of spades, 5 of spades flop. He's chasing straight and flush draw. Daniliuk with a chance to scalp a man. If he doesn't though, he'll be down to just 50k himself and will be in the big blind next hand, so effectively he's at risk here too. 4 is good. Can he fade? One more card. And he does. Ace on the river. Sends Kolatiuk out in 11th place.
I was saying to James, as you were on your well-earned break, kind of selfishly want that 30k to remain into the sort of 3-handed, 4-handed, like, because you don't see it very often, right, in these tournaments. Often it just disappears, you know, off the prize pool earlier in the piece, because it really will change things a lot, right? Like, if that 30k is still there and there's 3 of you left, third place is 11k, right? And if there's a 30k in there,
oh yeah, it changes everything. We see here one of the shorter stacks here, Al-Maimar. Was he the shorty? I think he might have been second shortest or shortest. Ace-9 here. Looks like he's going to flat.
This is very curious. Not sure I like it. You know, you do just invite the big blind along here with a lot of different holdings. So we see Haidar now gets to complete with a suited king. Not too sure what this achieves, David, to flat. And now...
Well, it might be
Could be curtains.
Game set match for Almimar here.
Goodness me, look at Daniliuk here, flopping bottom 2.
This could get super messy,
This
actually.
could be very messy. Going to be a confusing spot, David, I think, for Daniliuk, thinking, what type of hands is Almimar going to want to flat here?
Almimar gets away. Astonishing.
I mean, I guess thinking that this is a super strong C-bet. And goodness me, Haidar jams. I mean, 225k more.
I don't think you're getting away with bottom 2 here.
I don't think we can fold.
Can certainly have, you know, even a really good hand like Ace King with the King of Hearts. You're doing pretty well against.
Going to be a bunch of pair and flush draw, potentially even a hand like the Naked King of Hearts. Even just an ace, David, right? With maybe ace 8 with an 8 of hearts in there. Yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah, he gets the bad news for now. He does have some outs, but I'm not sure he could have get away from that one. And yeah, had the ace 9 shoved it in, Haidar would have got out of the way, and Daniliuk would have no doubt snapped it off to try and take the bounty, and would have been in pretty good shape right now to do so.
Inconsequential. King of clubs on the turn. Daniliuk looking for a queen or a jack. Or Haidar going to have a huge double here nearly going at the FT. Not to be. 7 of spades completes the board. Huge double for Haidar. Big body blow for Daniliuk. Down to 12 big blinds early here at the final table.
Anyway, looks like Georgie. Joe, I think
he pull it. I don't think.
I don't think he pulled it, but I think he might have like searched for a friend. I think he might have a lucky friend out there, and I've seen that happen in this room during the mystery bounties. I had the privilege of calling a mystery bounty here on my very first visit to Merit, and a lot of people believe in the lucky friend.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Mr. Romanello was getting requests left, right, and centre in Vegas, being a mystery bounty professional pooler. Who would you choose if you had to? All right, we'll come back to it.
Oh my goodness me.
Georgi, you are in trouble, sir.
Oh, this is not nice for Georgi. He's just picked up a bounty and he's in deep trouble here against Dalkalic, who well covers.
Against the chip leader also, this is going to be nasty business.
What a cruel game for, you know, 1 second you're feeling like you're on top of the world about to pull a bounty.
My goodness.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Dealer, what are you doing to us here?
Goodness me. Tulip Berganoff cold finds ace king. 50 big blinds deep. I mean, it's incredibly tough to get away from this.
And I think you're incentivized to just lamp it. I think you just send it here for 205 in the middle. If you can get folds, it's a pretty cool outcome.
It looks like he's gone for the non-all-in. I believe he announced 230. And it is potentially going to give him a chance here to get away.
Yeah, faced with 2 shoves, which we presume are coming.
I mean,
this is an opportunity to get away, although it's still ace-king.
I'll tell you something, Georgi could fold here. Like, what's Dalkalic's range here to 5-bet jam here from under the gun against the only stack that can hurt him in Tulip Berganov?
Wow.
Tell you something, Georgi.
Oh, you want to make sure.
There you go, snap folds.
You want to make sure. He said the words all in, but he did say it in a questioning way. And you want to be careful with that in my book.
Goodness me.
Wow, what a fold.
I mean, credit to you, Georgi. We've said before, his instincts are amongst the best in the business here at Merit. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? If you think about the range that Dalkalic is just going to pile it in with here, it really is.
It's aces, kings, and ace-king.
Very occasional queens, which I don't think is going to be in there that often. And all of a sudden, oh wow, Tulip Berganov though, going to run it. What a massive pot here early at the final table. 2.15 million chips. Destiny of this tournament could be getting, you know, you don't want to say decided, but this is massive.
Dalglish has just requested to run it twice.
Understandably so.
Yeah, those very vulnerable Django's right now.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, Georgie!
What's going on?
The lucky friend!
And it's Queen Jack Jack! Georgi folding pocket queens. He's not seen it. He's having a selfie. It's all going off. Goodness me, Tulip Burganov now clinging on by a thread. Needs to find an ace or a 10. And it's a 10 on the turn!
It's chaos here!
Oh my goodness me. Out of nowhere, about to take the tournament chip lead. If he can fade a jack or a king, and he has done so.
Wow, so a forlorn Dalkilic with the best hand is now crippled down to 380k. Tulip Burganov spikes that 10 ball on the turn. Geordie wasn't even watching, but he flopped them all dead. But he didn't mind because he was pulling a 30k bounty out of the tombola.
Goodness me, welcome back to Merit. What a 60 seconds of action.
Next time I will bring my friend with me.
Credit to the technical team there, by the way.
Oh yeah, they
Just
didn't miss a minute.
They didn't miss a beat, did they?
No.
Even got the selfie in.
Yeah, we have the biggest showdown in the tournament so far, and we still managed to whip round and find a player pulling an envelope who wasn't even in the tournament.
Bob, if I win a bounty...
I know, I was looking at him. I was like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Right now, there's nothing left.
Georgi's gone again.
10,000 still. Yeah.
Right, focus Andrew, focus David. Back into the action. Saeed here, ace queen. Makes it 40k. Interesting now, because I think that's basically all the big bounties have now gone. Oh, how's this for a troll?
Back-to-back Django's for Dalkilic here. He is going to get called and looked up here by Saeed. Can they hold this time, Andrew?
Goodness me. Conclusive proof we are living in a simulation. It's the kings. I mean, if he can hold here, he's going to be back up second or third in chips, I think.
Are they the same two kings as well? I think they are.
It might well be. Here he comes.
Eli Saeed in there. Obviously an easy decision for him. 750k, very much back in it if Dalkilic can win this one, if he can get the hold. Oh, well, he should be okay this time.
Pretty good start on the king 9-5 two-spade board. Just fading runner Broadway.
Yeah, average stack right now about 800k, so this is basically back to average for Dalkilic. Not bad. Doesn't look like a man who's feeling that great about it, it's got to be said. I get a laugh now, finally.
Rivers quads. What a few minutes here. Dalkilic steadies the ship. And we can breathe. Yeah, agree completely, and they're pretty good with it here at Merit, you know, for the most part, unless we have kind of streaming restrictions from our end. Normally I allow the players to sort of write their own script, as they should. Tulip Burganov here finds pocket sixes in the cutoff. More than strong enough.
Does he potentially have a clunky shove? I'm not sure of the exact stacks behind.
I think Dalkilic has 30 blinds on the button. Well, Georgi with 20. I mean, you certainly could, I think, actually. It's kind of close.
Yeah, I think if Dalkilic had like 25, you'd be happy enough to do it.
Yeah, potentially thinking to himself that he can raise call Georgi, potentially. It's not exactly fun for 20 blinds.
No.
With a hand like sixes.
But in Georgie, he definitely has a candidate who will go with all the wheel aces.
That's it.
Oh, look at Georgie's instincts. Razor sharp there. That was a genuine spot. And a spot I'm sure he's taken in the past. But just spider senses seem to be working.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Haidar does defend with the queen three of clubs.
Worth noting a little adjustment by Tulip Burganov to go 2.5
yeah,
there
I hadn't
as well.
actually noticed it. Well, here we go.
Oh, well, this is going in. Queen 3 suited a lot of hand. He might even take the initiative himself here with the stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Might just send this in, feeling like he can always get the ace kings and ace queens to fold.
Yeah, quite like it.
And
he has done it, David. You've called it.
And it's a little wonky for Tudor Berganoff, who obviously has the backup of the gutter, and he has also got a club in hand, but, you know, he's up against probably the tightest guy.
Sixes. I have so many outs.
Looks like it has gone in. Tudor Berganoff makes the cry call. We are going to the races.
And big old pot, 1 million in the middle. If Haidar can get there, he's right in the hunt for this title. And look at this, 4 of clubs, I believe. Does get there on the turn.
7 doesn't make straight.
Straight flash maker.
She's trying to give Haidar a little sweat there.
Ooh, well, speaking of liking things, Sant'Agostino, one of our Italian contingent, ace king of clubs in the cutoff. Just a shade over 20 bigs to start, Demps. And round 2, Koza, ace 4 offsuit in the big. Tricky spots to play. You know, you are facing a cutoff raise, which can be, of course, be a bit wider than from some of the earlier positions at the table. Tricky one. Kind of all options open. I think still, James, unlikely to fold this one, but could elect to turn this one into a 3-bet bluff.
I hear you. Seems to be that. Seems to be popular at some sort of frequency, but this call seems like the most likely play.
Sure.
Just call, take a flop. Sant'Agostino is going to attack those ace-high boards a lot, obviously. Whoa! How about this? He's going to attack this ace-high board, and he's going to do so straight into Koze's flopped full house. Good. Carnage. And what a dreamy flop if you're Sant'Agostino, right? You're just ace-king. Not supposed to have credit for having an ace. Certainly not a big one. Raising from the cutoff. Betting here. Now, decision point surely rests upon this man. Does he elect to move things up?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these spots where we just have so much hand, right, that I think people feel inclined to just slow play this one. Like, we block the entire board.
Right, a lot easier to raise if you've just got a 4.
You just have a naked 4, of course.
Obviously not worried about spades, not worried about straight. You kind of don't mind your opponent perhaps catching some backdoor. And he does a little acting job there. And then makes the call.
Talent agent on the phone already.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the funny thing is, Sant'Agostino's probably thinking, "Oh, great, he's got an ace." It could be. He could perceive an acting job as. Oh, what's he doing here? Is he rechecking the cards?
He's going for the recheck.
We're getting the whole thing. I thought for a second he was going to reach there to lead, but no, he's doing the whole Hollywood. Now, problematic if this is the only time he does it. He is the lead. Wow.
Okay.
A little stock take. Oh, wow. This actually, look, this is the sort of stuff you, I mean, in my mind, when you see people do all this and then check, it's like they're desperate for my opponent to check behind. I always feel like it's not.
Yeah, okay.
When they do all that and then check, it's like they're trying to get you to check behind.
Yeah, the old tank check and just sort of.
Yeah, like I'm thinking about betting.
Trying to buy a card.
You know, don't bluff me, be careful, I've got it. And like I say, Sant'Agostino's feeling great about this.
Yeah, this is very, very problematic stuff.
Slides out a green chip, 500k the bet into 1.275. Now, Koze, does he continue to lay this trap again? Getting into character.
Yeah.
I assume we just keep calling because if our opponent's got an ace, they're going to value river if it's a good ace. And if they're bluffing, we'll let them bluff. He could maybe have picked up some outs now. Might backdoor a hand. And yeah, he does. Takes his time. Makes the call. He's remaining consistent with this posture, at least. I'm always worried when people do this much sort of Hollywooding, but now Sant'Agostino has left pot behind, has seen a great river to go for it all if he thinks his man's got an ace. And again, he's doing the whole counting down. Oh, this looks so good. At first, I thought this man looks like he's flopped a big hand. And now I'm thinking, right, this man's actually quite weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really see a universe where Sant'Agostino doesn't go for value.
Is he going to lead?
Oh, he is leading. So this is...
Wow. Now, does Sant'Agostino ever think, right, this is an ace and I'm going to go for it? Or is the chips behind just worth too much?
I think likely this is where we end up, and he is just counting out a call.
Right, he was praying to see a check and he was going to jam, right?
I think so.
Said he makes the call, sees an ace, but it's the 4 behind that causes all the damage. Sant'Agostino, well, may feel a little sick about that one, but there are plenty of worlds where he would have busted.
Well, despite the pictures, the sun has set here at the Merrick Crystal Cove. Il sole è tramontato qui a Cyprus. I'm David Lappin, alongside James Dempsey. 89 players remain in La Notte Degli Assi. James?
Very impressed with your command of Italian. All this time you've been living in Malta, I thought you were just clowning around, but it turns out you've been educating yourself.
Yeah, there was no contribution from any AI in the production of that accent.
Oh, okay. Some would say there's no use of any eye in preparation of that.
Well,
I wouldn't say that, of course, because it might be very rude.
I see a bucket hat.
Oh, bucket hats do well in Merrick. Steve Warburton won one when he chopped the first MPP here for something like $500,000.
Wow.
I still don't like them, even if I get $500,000.
I'm not a fan either.
Although Phil Ivey puts them on now, and if Ivey's doing it, I don't know, maybe it's okay. You've got a bit more sort of pride and principles than that.
Do I? Maybe I do.
Look at this.
Simone Angian. Wow, I didn't realize we had a man of his caliber here at the table. Rafael Castro also in the mix. Matteo Zanardi. These guys have 2.5 million plus. My goodness me. Basil Kabatsa. This is full of familiar faces.
It really is.
1.7 million. Murat Escoban.
All faces coming somewhat familiar at this point of the festival. Obviously, we're seeing so many players, and we're going to see so much of this event already yesterday and today, and then of course the next 2 days. Noting, of course, 5 Italians in the mix here on our feature table.
Well, I'm immediately drawn because yesterday we had Bonucci, Pascucci and Pucci in a line, and today we have Quattrucci.
Oh, wow, we do as well. William Kaduri, a Frenchman, find the tricolor here with just 4 blinds though. I don't think he's ordering in a massage just yet. Enrico Gavish as well. I saw him yesterday, I believe, at one of the frames of play. Gavish was in action.
What do you make of the teardrop trophy?
Oh, I like it. I like all the trophies.
I like this one a lot.
This one's okay for you.
I like this one.
Because you were sort of...
I was on the fence with 1 or 2, I'm not going to lie. It's probably not the done thing for a commentator to start questioning the merits of an Art Deco trophy.
You should have seen...
Or a Mendina Glass trophy.
You should have seen what the trophy designer was saying about your commentary. I can't repeat it here, but it wasn't kind.
Well...
Zanardi from the bucket hat, 2.5 mil. Ace King. Ace on the hat as well.
Touche.
Welcome one and all, joining us post-dinner break. The players and commentators both well fed.
Overfed. Double dinner.
Double dinner. How he gets it done. Is it too easy to go for the Italian stallion on the button? His cap says stallion. He's Italian.
There's a lot of
2 on the
Italians.
nose.
Well, let's see how stallion-esque his play.
Fair enough. He has to earn it. Kabatsa, Jack
so.
4 clubs in the big. May look to earn this pot with this hand.
Yeah, fine defend, 1.6 million. So effective here, about 60 bigs this hand. These guys playing nice and deep. texture here for Zanardi. Hard to miss this board completely.
7 check.
Right, and wisely checking this one back, recognizing exactly that, and the 3 of hearts kind of making it even harder now, right? I mean, Kabatsa's gonna have at least a gut shot with almost all his range. I guess there's some suited king highs and ace highs that don't have anything, but definitely the big blind's board.
Yeah, rough one here for Zanardi right away. May just let this one go.
Ace of hearts in hand, though. I mean, we could do some stuff on certain rivers. We are ahead against all those straight draws I referenced. Wow, ball gets worse.
Now, as Kabetza, are you thinking in value here, target at pocket 10s, pocket 8s? Maybe even a very cry call of ace king. No, he just check it over.
Zanardi happy to try and win that one at showdown. Wasn't to be.
I think I prefer a bet.
I think I do too. I think too many hands check back those hands you referenced. I mean, sure, sometimes we check, we elicit a bluff, but it kind of looked like Zanardi had a hand he wanted to get to showdown, right? He's raised pre, checked back the flop, called the turn. I don't know how often he goes bluffing there. What hands he can even have to go bluffing there, bar some of those turn heart draws.
Yeah.
And a lot of those turn heart draws even just kind of probably stab the flop, right? If you've got 2 hearts you've raised with it in that seat, makes sense to start betting.
All in it's a mistake, you know.
I'm trying to see, what have we got? Have we got? That's a big card protector. I mean, clearly not a card protector, but whatever it is, Castro. Any clue, David?
Little Mario.
It almost looks like it is, doesn't it? But
yeah, I think it's
the wrong color. Is it Wario?
No, I think it's Mario when he's like grabbed some kind of thing out of the boxes that give you the stuff. It's a long time since I played video games.
But Wario is Mario, but yellow.
No, there's one Mario.
Evil.
There's one Mario that's kind of like in pajamas and with a little tail. It's like Fox Mario.
Oh.
There is like a Fox Mario. I did play Super Mario as a
28-year-old?
13-year-old.
Okay. We'll see. Answers on a postcard. I suddenly realised, as I said, answers on a postcard, that a large percentage of the audience won't know what that means. Oh, he's feverishly Googling away here and showing me, what's it, the what suit? Tanuki suit. Just so those at home can join in the Googling. Is that what we're going with? I don't think, oh, maybe it is. Maybe you're right. Hopefully Castro gets involved with some pots so we can have a proper investigation.
6 plus 7 plus 8 plus.
Stormont moving along nicely. Coming back from dinner break, 89 players remain. Average stack at 43 blinds to start the level. Very impressive structure. This is often the case here. And it helped by the play. Hey, people are willing to fight in this room more often than not. Kind of pushes that average up as well.
For sure.
Lucia. 10-9 of diamonds in the hijack. The Stallion.
Thinking of a shove here, I assume. Ooh. Not the worst candidate, actually. I think maybe from cut-off, I might have gone for that.
Yeah, 15 blinds, just deciding to give it up. And what a good fold it was, because Quattrucci. This is a hand you might want to shove, David. I'm assuming he will.
Could almost induce this one, but yeah.
Right, so strong.
14 bigs.
Stacks behind 60 bigs, 40 bigs, 86 bigs. Yeah, I get. Yeah, we want to have some raised folds here. A 14. Some raised calls as well, of course. But deciding ace king suited. Wants to rip. Maybe use the big pairs as the.
Oh no!
Oh, wow. Oscar asking for a count. Finds kings behind in the small. Castro does have mountains of chips behind, so obviously posturing.
Doing a damn fine job of looking somewhat casual here.
Yeah, asking for the count. Now, it's kind of a third of his stack, so is this the sort of number that we can find just a flat? Are there hands we want to flat here and then fold to the all in behind, or no, he just decides just to run it? Here we go then. Quattrucci at risk. Yeah, credit to Lucia. Close there with the 10-9 of diamonds. Would have jammed into 2 big ones behind. Jack 7-5, solitary spade. Quattrucci in need of a lot of help. Heading to the turn and river. Only one path to victory. The ace of clubs or the ace of hearts. Oh my God, there it is. Would you believe it? Wow. Incredible. Finds the ace on the river. Barry to the rescue.
Oscar not impressed.
Yeah, yeah. The fist pound to his compatriots across Oscar was understandable with the excitement of catching the ace on the river, but Oscar not looking two-faced. He seems like kind of a steely customer.
A man who's taken worse beats, I'd say.
Right. Yeah, that was a brutal one. He's left with, what, 27 blinds after that. That was a 30 big blind pot. He'd have been very comfortable if he had held there, just one card away from having that big stack. But alas, this is the game we play. We've chosen heartache.
We have a look at Zanardi and his pocket tens, bearing a striking resemblance to John McRae from Cake. You know the band Cake?
You're going to talk
going the distance.
I'm the worst person in the world to talk to you about music.
Great cover version of I Will Survive.
I know more about the Kardashians than I do about music.
Of course, the chances of actually surviving in a poker tournament are very small.
They are.
Especially when it gets 1,133 runners.
Yeah, it gets pretty tough. And the problem is they don't get you that time. As a defending champion, you always return to play again. Here we go, Kabatsa, 2 kings in the cutoff. Up against that first position raise.
Big stacks here.
Yeah, and we've seen Kabatsa navigate beautifully yesterday. A very tricky customer. David gets under the gun. Given how deep we are, we making this pretty big?
Yeah, I like a good chunky sizing here. I think we want to go above 200k.
Looks like he's done just under 200k.
Look at this.
Oh, Oscar Ban, but again's under the gun. And then the 3-bet, these 9s shrink up, certainly.
Doesn't it test you out, though, one hand after
that? I just took a beat. Why can't I just wing it in, and if I'm behind, I'll get there? But no, come on, Oscar Ban, you know this. You know this. Oh, he's reaching. Is he thinking about peeling?
No, can't be peeling here. The only thing he can be thinking here is Zanardi, perhaps a loose opener with that big stack. Oh my gosh, he is.
Yeah, he's just chasing at this point, it feels like.
Well, now Oscar Ban has a lovely price to come in.
Zanardi, yeah.
Sorry, Zanardi, apologies.
Yeah. And 115, he's getting nearly 5-1 direct odds.
And because there isn't really a flatting range here, it will at least cause some concern to the other players here. Is it kind of like is it an ace
nutted?
King? No, that goes in. Is it queens? That probably goes in as well.
Is it aces?
Is it aces or is it like tens or jacks?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Zanardi's got to be concerned, of course, but he's almost just playing this hand now as a set mine, isn't he? For the additional 115k. Ace in the window, a couple more diamonds roll out behind it. Kabatsa wouldn't have liked the first card, but the other two more than make up for it. Are we going to see this one check through?
Yeah, we often talk about what your range wants to do and what your hand wants to do. Monotone boards generally lean towards checking and small bets. Now, Kabatsa looking at an ace, obviously his hand doesn't really want to bet. So maybe he likes a check back here. But also, you know, he can make the nuts, so a small bet also has some utility.
Looks like he's going for 210, around about a third. A little bit bigger than I think what we class as small on this kind of texture, but...
Blocking ace-king.
Yeah, I feel like neither player's got ace-king. Maybe Zanardi could have ace-kings. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't, I don't know. Depends on the player. Well, Oskaban doesn't throw good off the pad. Wisely releases those 2 9s despite having a diamond, and Zanardi, well, really scary when Kabatsa bets his hand, given that there was the cold call in between. Surely has to give it even a lot more respect.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm surprised by the size of bet there, but...
Right, were you thinking more like a sort of 100k, 1/5?
That is what I thought we would see.
Oh, sharing some information. Had kings. Good fold.
Another soda for me, please.
Did he say another soda for me? How many has this man been drinking? Or did he say lime and soda?
Oh, lime and soda, I think.
Yeah, it makes more sense. You have to be a real face around town if you can... If your regular order's soda.
A lot of big hands so far here at this the Notte Degli Assi Day 3 feature table. 15 minutes gone. It feels like a lot longer than that.
Yeah, we've seen some action. That's for sure. Plan of play today is somewhat in flux. But we believe it will be this frame and another. There was speculation of playing down to the final 4 tables, but that I think will take a little bit too long, David. And we still have another 2 days, so no reason to flog the horse.
No, and I don't think we actually need to play late into the night tonight to get to the final table by the end of tomorrow. It actually feels like by playing these extra 2 levels this evening, we're going to make it very, very pleasant for the players going into their last 2 days.
I think that allows perhaps some sort of commitments the players might have having made the final, making, you know, player intro videos and whatnot. Maybe that's
maybe
something to it. So we're not asking them to do that when they're getting to the late evening. Some interviews, social media stuff. I don't think we're in the realms of flying in friends and family from across the world because you made the final of the Notte Degli Assi, but maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe. Not far from Italy.
Maybe from Italy, yeah. Andrian gets there. And looks like he's going to throw out some rope. Nicely played there. Sort of let his opponent represent the hand he had.
Right. Andrian already impressed us this week, continuing to do so here. Down to the final 10 tables of this 1,133 entry tournament.
Do we see Mario shrink after that pot? Does he get smaller and until he finds another little mushroom or flower power? Start firing again.
Maybe there's a star inbound.
Some invincibility.
That'd be nice. A lot of banana skins around.
Mario Kart reference.
He almost looks at me with disdain that I would kind of bring banana skins into a Mario discussion. You're too much of a purist that Mario Kart doesn't.
Mario Kart's my favourite.
Okay. I was going to push back on.
Who did you play as?
If it wasn't. Oh, I was a Bowser guy.
Bowser guy. So you like the weight?
Like the high-end top speed, the smashing people out the way.
I was Princess Peach.
I thought you were going to say Yoshi, which is the same. Yoshi and Princess Peach had the same characteristics, so that makes sense. You think of yourself as light and nimble, do you?
Just as a princess.
Lucia, ace queen under the gun. Off of, what, 16 blinds. Going to find the open.
Tricky one for Kabetza here. Obviously, the open coming off a shallow stack. You'd love to play this one deep and maybe in later position, but not really here. Sort of just like dangling a body part out the window. Controlled by Kabetza.
Just having a look on Poker News, see what else is going on out there. And just see Maroon Jazar, one of our favourites here, has been felled on the outer table. Got aces in pre-flop against 2 8s. It came napkin, 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 8.
Ouch.
He said, not my day.
Very much enjoying the updates from Poker News. Shout out to David Salaturo, who sort of rivals actually Christian Zetja for output and.
Oh, you're going to cause trouble now, aren't you?
I think Christian's the GOAT, but David Salaturo is a man who gets around the room, finds these hand histories, pumps out the content, and also I've never seen anybody as good as him at counting down a stack.
Eyeballing.
Oh.
Well, you gave us another one, referencing our earlier feature table. Myself and Andrew were at the helm for, but Samavati busting Tambostev, who was in the ringer a little bit on the bubble. See, got it going as soon as we got into the money. Ultimately, he's busted out. 2 queens, no good against 2 9s going in post-flop. It's always nice, I think, to check in on those previous tables, see how the story's developed.
Absolutely.
Matchup. Deuce of diamonds from +2 as Mario's at least facing forward now. Maybe there'll be a change of fortune.
Thanks. 6 pass.
The other deep stack here is Zanardi.
Got a shout out in the chat saying, good luck, Dario. Well, we have a Dario at the table, but sure. Good luck, Dario. I don't see one on the field. Maybe Dario's. Kaduri deciding to make the stand here with Jack 10 off against this raise and call. Ah, he's just trying to create a situation where perhaps the action gets reopened. This seems a little spicy to me.
Yeah, maybe he won't jump, but...
Ooh, diamond, diamond, diamond. Kabacha just flops him dead. And Zanardi with it.
Yeah, it will be a little hard to get paid here.
Yeah. I think. Is there any room for a 1 or 2 blind bet? Looks like he is doing that. It's not really small. 70k. Try and make a big diamond, perhaps put some chips in. Kaduri can't enjoy seeing that bet. Won't enjoy seeing the hand. He is out of here. 87th place. Do you know how much 87th pays you in this tournament, David? I can tell you.
I'm going to have a guess at 5k.
1,300. But when we get to top 80, that's when things will move up to the 5k payouts.
Okay, but doing a bit of research.
Okay, that scares me.
The Tanuki suit.
Oh, yes, okay.
Mario's wearing, it's a raccoon dog, a Japanese raccoon dog, inspired by a mythological creature, and it allows Mario to shapeshift and generally cause chaos, or turn into a statue and become immune to enemies and obstacles, in addition to being able to fly and attack enemies with tail swipes.
I mean, it's quite overpowering.
It's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah. I thought the first bit was great, you know, shape-shifting. A good move, but I mean, when you threw in flying, I was like, come on, this is too much. Too much power.
It only appeared in Mario Brothers 3.
Well, he won't be immune from his opponents here, sadly, but he's got a weapon to fight back with, no less. Ace-10 offsuit, good enough for the Open. Poor Castro. I would have sat here the whole time thinking it's Wario.
And that's evil Mario, right?
Right, yeah.
And is he a different person, or is it when Mario goes
No, he's
evil?
a different person, isn't he? He's like his twin. I think they were separated, and he's the evil twin. Or I don't know. I raced around and threw the shells. What more do you want from me?
Rainbow Road.
How good were you at hitting the ramp and jumping and skipping half the track? Were you good at that?
Yeah. In my day.
I wonder here, and my own Sunny Racing. The Kids Club at Premium. There are some consoles. I don't know if they're going to have N64s down there, but
My son has a Nintendo Switch with Mario Kart.
oh, so you're well practiced.
You could borrow it.
Does your son know you're offering out his Switch?
I think rental.
Is there a fee? Can I pay ice cream?
That would work. Okay. Ozcaban is going to bump it up here with the 10-9 suited. And he's playing just 20 bigs, obviously, after that early body blow with the kings against ace-king. Andrian looks like he's going to proceed with raise. And tricky enough now with a very pure, flattable hand, but at shallow depths.
Yeah. Exactly the kind of hand that we wish we were a lot deeper with. We'd always call. This seems far tougher, though. However, we saw him sort of willing to peel with the 2-9s. Maybe a little bruised from 2 kings all in pre-flop against ace-king. Wanted to do was fade the river ace. Couldn't manage to do that. He's going to look to perhaps gamble a little bit. Pay jumps, not too significant. Oh.
Yeah, oh, indeed.
Oh.
Double-fisted.
Yeah.
Does settle on call.
Oof. I thought all sorts was going on there. I thought for sure we were seeing a shove for a moment.
Going to have to go with equity here, Ozcaban.
Well, there's equity. How'd you rate that?
And fantastically for him. His opponent does have sort of the perfect back fold.
Yeah, one of the few bet folds on this board. That's the 3-better.
Just a tickle from Andrian.
Now, is there any argument for Ozcaban just flat here, or does he always just want to do this?
I think if you feel like you could get a hand like queens to fold,
right,
then there's every reason. Tens to fold, although you block that. Kings to fold, but it's like those hands are Oh, yeah, those hands are in a tough situation.
Right. And of course, there's maybe some jack off. Like I bet the flop. Range just bets.
Yeah. And it's a very good outcome when you get king queen to go away.
Oh yeah. Nice little pick up for Oscar-Ban, very much deserved, I think, after taking that bad beat. As much as anyone deserves anything in poker.
Ooh,
True.
Django's again.
Doing the rounds. So he's slightly better at poker than he's at wearing sunglasses. Okay, he heard me. They're on. Game face time. Zanardi with a hand that can do some stuff. Suited. Wait, did I misread that?
Ace-4 suited?
Was it ace-4 suited?
Yeah.
Oh, the raise is 85k. Okay, I mean, still feel like that's a lot of hand, but... Well, I was expecting some skullduggery with the ace-4 suited against an open with 2 million chip stacks, but... Whoa, what's going on here? Lucia just folded ace-queen.
Ace-queen folds and out Quattrucci. What's going on here? What's going on? The ace-4, okay, we can forgive it against the 3x. Ace-queen.
And that means it's paved the way for Quattrucci to be the one to lose some chips in this spot. His scenario a little bit different, of course, being in the small blind, playing 30 against +1.
Yeah, very awkward hand seat stack combo here. And that's why he decides to just go for it. Unfortunately for him, Castro lurking.
This is incredible. How has it got to the point where Quattrucci is the one jamming here? There were two hands that could have played back here. One hand that certainly should have done. And not for the first time, in fact. Lucia's fold in late position has kind of created a situation where Quattrucci has put his chips in.
I think if it comes flat, he would have taken it anyway. But if it comes raised, you're absolutely right. Maybe he gets away.
Maybe, just maybe. Queen 9-5. Castro. Not that it matters, but the ace queen was there. Well then, Quattrucci, he got the double up, but then he busts out. Also going to pick up $4,300.
There's the Tanucci suit of Mario.
Ah, here we go.
Close. Invincibility activated.
Well, no, he can fly. That's what it was. Invincible to his enemies. I mean, it's just too much power. Ora Sadona. Donna.
Yeah, no, but cosa ha tirato te? Quanto ha pushato? $1 milione? Lui. Lui quanto ha pushato?
I think questioning the very large shove there, maybe that it was like 29 bigs, which, you know, it is a very large shove, no question, but I suppose you have two ways to go maybe there, right? You have three ways. You could flat and navigate, you could go for the big shove, or you could 3-bet and maybe with a view to calling it off and inducing lighter, although that is tough when you're doing it from that seat versus that seat. And maybe, just maybe, he decided, maybe I can get the fold from ace-queen here. This big shove.
Be well done.
Yeah.
6 or ace 60. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Ma lui
One pass.
ha fatto un po'. No, lui ha saltando. Ma quant'è che ha preso? $1 milione.
4 more.
Può anche evitare. No, vedi che flop.
Well, another early position open here. This time Andrian with the king 10, flopping best against the big blind defender of Oscaban, who has ace-8 suited here. It's connected middle pin and backdoor nut flush draw. Certainly going nowhere on this. 40k, just a little tickler. Again, Andrian's sizing's always on point. Very, very canny operator.
Yep, spot on. And this broken board is exactly you mentioned. Oscaban with more than good enough to continue though, of course. Holding that 8, the nut 8, sees another under roll off to it.
Yeah, I would anticipate another bet from Andrian, and probably a larger one this time.
Is this where we go for 2 streets rather than 3 with a hand like this? So therefore kind of want to make the second street a bit bigger?
I think so. I think we can go maybe like 65% and charge those diamonds. Looks like he's gone 75% maybe.
200 to 245.
Puts a bit of pressure on this holding. I think in Solverland we got a call again, but not comfortable for Oscaban. It's sort of the threat bet to his stack.
Yeah.
Being sized up for a shove on river, at least that's how he will feel. I do think, as you do too, I believe, James, that should the call be coming here, Andrian may just elect to check it back unimproved, fearing the king, queen and king, jack type of stuff.
And just very hard at that point to get called on 3rd street by worse. Certainly can here.
Yeah. So again, in Solverland, I think we have to call, but we aren't in Solverland.
We're not. We're at the Dolce Vita series here in the Merritt Crystal Cove. Beautiful North Cyprus, where, as you so correctly pointed out to us, wonderful Italian earlier. The sun has set. The sun hasn't set for everyone in this tournament just yet.
It's very poetic.
Oh, that's all I've got. I only had 1 coffee today.
Actually, I only had 1 coffee today. Let's get some coffees in here.
Well, no, I was thinking that's a good thing enough. So.
Oh.
But it explains why my brain's not quite as, you know.
Well, I have to stay on as well. Andrew Headley will be joining me in the next frame, so I could do with the energy.
Get the DEI hires in it, do we?
Oh, wow. He went there. He went there. The 2 Celts. I was actually going to say the great thing about Andrew is if I am feeling a bit tired, you know, it's hard enough to get a word in edgeways.
There we go. Count on Celt violence. I'm really pretty Celtish today. This morning I didn't really take into factor enough the wind when I was out on the pier, and maybe spent a little bit too much time in the sun, didn't feel quite as warm.
It can fool you here. It was a very gusty day, and without the sun cream, I was on the factor 50 now for my stint at the beach. But yeah, you can get fooled.
I said I didn't really, I kind of knew it was windy, and I knew I should probably be more careful, but at the same time, it's just beautiful down there.
Also, you're a gambler, and you have a very good base tan right now anyway.
You know, on the bits that are exposed when you play golf, I'm doing just fine, but under the covers, as it were.
Do you mean to say that, you know, there are occasions where you're not just wearing golf wear?
I mean, there are a few occasions where I'm not just playing golf, that's what I'm trying to say, but yeah. Castro with 2 queens in the big against Gavish's hijack open, and Gavish opening off of 14 blinds. Oh, it's Castro just coming out with the sneaky flat. Do we like it?
I guess versus the very shallow stacked Gavish, maybe we risk losing value against his under pairs on certain runouts.
Not on this board though.
Flip side is if there is a good deal of raised folds, we probably get at least the C-bet from him with this line. So there's upside and downside.
Right, we sort of see this trap quite often with like aces.
Aces and kings certainly more than queens.
Queen's just that much more vulnerable to the open.
I think Castro needs to check again if he wants to continue with this deceptive line.
Right, checks again, it looks so much like he just got No pair, no draw.
Yeah, and,
Gavish.
and crucially, you get the delay c-bet from a lot of just too high cards
Right.
here.
Yeah, Gavish would just go for X equity denial. Although, look at this. Bet is getting a very curious call from Gavish, thinking, hey, look, this looks like very drawy. 5x, 7x, 8x perhaps. Some heart combos. That's a pretty ugly card.
Now, Castro will be trying to size up the likely range of Gavish here, opening off a shallow stack, checking back flop, being willing to call turn here, and yes, just going to go for a small size most of the time. No, it doesn't look that way. He's going to half pot.
And this is kind of so sus to Gavish, right?
It's a weird kind of line. He's in the big blind, and of course the more natural stuff he'll have will be some 2-pair combos, some 9x that might take this line. But
Right, how many 1-pair hands are betting here, do we think, on the river?
I just have a 5.
All right, and that's the danger. Call them the turn because we think they've got a 5. 5 completes on the river. Oh, what's going on here? Is he going to do it? Is he going to make the call?
Or like rep the ace 5.
Sure, he's not going to raise. For 105 more.
That would be absolutely gangster. This is a strange one now, Gavish. Obviously just wondering how often this might be a random Jack 10, just going for it.
Wow. Gets heroic, gets shown 2 queens, and loses, has to be said, the maximum with this ace-2 soft. Gavish sort of chuckles to himself about how he's just got completely really owned there. Leveled himself into thinking, hey, this is just so polarized. Wow, wow, wow. Now, of course, David, I always caveat this. We are joining these guys late on the day here, on day 3. We don't know the ins and outs that have taken place so far. We've already seen a couple of tight folds to Castro. He's lost open when it was a bigger sizing. We've also seen him open more standard sizing, so maybe there's some sort of history there. Gavish thinks, hey, Castro is just bluffing too much here. I don't think he values 1 pair, doesn't have enough 2 pairs, so hero call and hope you don't get shown a better bluff.
I guess.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't make a 3-bet, but no, why you didn't check a flop? I don't know which pair you have. Okay. It's king.
A little embarrassing for Gavish here.
He did say I made a call. I didn't have a pair, and then he got asked what pair he had. Well, actually, it looks like he's got slightly more than our graphics suggest, right?
Yeah, I don't know, does
he? Got 155 maybe. Not that it makes too much difference here.
I don't think so.
No, maybe I'm wrong.
You might be right.
Usually.
My eyesight's not great. You usually are? Okay.
Castro being pretty helpful.
6 pass.
Yeah, it looks like he's definitely got more than that there.
So the whites are the 25.
25Ks.
Ah, okay, yeah. You are absolutely right, Jen. Why did I just even doubt it for a moment?
David, you'll learn. Only been a couple of years of doing these together. Usually by year 3, they just give up. Questioning.
Dempsey infallibility.
No, you last the player. I understand.
Tell you what I did get wrong today.
No.
Closing of the spa time.
Oh no. You went there.
I still think that maybe they closed it today. I was in there. I thought it closes at 8 p.m. and 25 past 7. Sauna door opens. And man's like closing up.
That's unlucky.
Fred, the problem yesterday. Yeah, Fred. But no big problem. Yeah.
Which of the spas did you go to?
In the Diamond.
Lovely. I love a bit of Diamond. I love a bit of Royal as well.
Yeah, you're a raw jacuzzi man.
I'm very jacuzzi oriented when I go into a spa. I probably spend 95% of my time in the jacuzzi waters.
And it has to be said, the Royal does have a nicer jacuzzi.
I think so.
Diamond.
I think so.
Much larger for one.
It's larger, and the other one is a bit Scarfacey.
Too much opulence still happen. I thought a man with few pretentious traits might enjoy that.
Well, Kabata is saying, say hello to my little friends here with the ace-5 suited.
Nice. And what timing as well. Goodness, joining the table. First opens a light one, punished by the next seat. Kabata laying down the law.
Gunez blazing.
Oh.
Tell us a bit about our partners, James. Imperium there, Vamos, Poker Tour.
Imperium, Poker Room.
It's a great logo.
It is a great logo, isn't it? It really is. Really striking. Probably makes more sense if they're in Rome, but they are up in Milan. But yeah, I've not been. I'm gonna go at some point.
Has Marco not invited you?
He sort of told me where it was. I didn't get particular. I sort of asked a lot of questions. Oh, where exactly? It wasn't. I didn't get the.
Oh, Milan.
Come down whenever you know, like. Yeah.
He gave me the address.
Must have seen you play. Ayub under the gun. King Jack targeting again the stack in the big blind, which you can see is not too large. And I had to notice that not only is it not particularly large, Gavicia's already parceled it out in 30k increments. You know it's bad when you're stacking your stack in blinds.
Yeah.
Things have gone wrong.
When I go to the toilet.
I think Zanardi's got his t-shirt on upside down.
Floor.
So Gavicia is going to call, but again, looks like he has only a little bit more than we're suggesting, but I think 150 back there looks like. 10-4-4. Not going to be a board. He continues on.
Like Gum getting a workout right now.
What's going to last longer? It's getting late. Players are getting lax, lying out across the space. It's tough playing nine-handed. Oh, this is a larger than usual table. Get a bit more room around the feature.
Even more with the player missing.
I'm not much of a fan of 6-max as everyone else is in the world, but I really do appreciate that extra leg room when you play it. It's something.
Yeah, as a tall man, you like the leg room. As a stout man, I quite like the Extra room above the waist. Kabatsa.
This guy's just impressed me. Over and over, Kabatsa coming in here, of course, for a raise. I'm pretty sure everyone at the table would find this one, but he finds some stuff many wouldn't.
Oh, and Ayub, our one-time chip leader in this tournament. Looks like he will get busy here in the big blind.
I guess it's a call against +2.
I think so, but we have seen the aggressive route taken by quite a few players today from the blinds with these kind of middling strength pairs.
Here we go, counting out an increase. 160. Not the largest 3-bet from a out of position player, but I guess once we get to 40 blinds and the +2 open gets to be that little bit weaker. Of course, we had a player sat out as well, so effectively it's +3. Maybe we don't have to go so big, kind of repping a lot of strength anyway, just by 3-betting from the big blind.
Yeah, Kabat's obviously fairly low down his range here, can probably bin this one, but very tempting price for just 100k more to play in position.
He's 10 off though, David.
Yeah, no, look, it's murky, but
nice pickup for just 100k more. Well done, Ayub. I wonder how. Is the opening range restricted a little bit more than usual because Gavish is so short in the small blind there as well?
That is more legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of. A lot of time we're not going to get it through because Gavish is probably going to go with. I don't know. You tell me the percentage of hands he's going to go with, but it's a reasonable percentage.
It's a reasonable percentage, but he's got a whole orbit now to find a spot and.
How much is Super Mario? 3.
Is that an offer to purchase Super Mario?
I think he asked how much is Super Mario worth? How much is the Mario chip? I believe was the question, but not for sale. Well, I imagine, so I haven't inquired.
6+. 7+.
Gavish now with an opportunity to get it in first, 10-9. We do suspect he has more than 70. I think we got about 140. Yeah, let's go with that.
I think I see 5 whites and a blue.
So not much fold equity here.
But some, as opposed to off 70, obviously there will be no folds.
Yeah, I think Queen 6 still going to get in here for 3.5 bigs. 4 bigs. Maybe even 5 bigs.
Oh, there we go. Graphics are up to date with the 130 it was for Gavish. Ace 8 deuce. He's still drawing live, but he is running out of cards.
Ooh.
That brings a development. Queen or 7 are included now as his outs. Alas, King is no good. We lose Gavish in 78th place. Did make that pay jump up to 5k. Although would have had, of course, designs like all these players do on the much higher spots.
Yeah, key spot for him there, obviously, a few moments ago. Bit of heroics with the ace 2. No need for it. And now he finds himself on the rail.
Yeah, that was a... I think he just came a little unstuck inside himself late on day 3 here. I think it's fair to say, David, we've kind of all been there where we've made one of these calls, and in our mind it made sense at the time. We got stuck in a loop thinking about, well, all the hands he could have are nothing. And you're not calling, and you look back at it maybe later on and you say to yourself, why on earth did I do that?
Yeah, I think he thought it was an over-bluffed spot. And therefore, combined with the slightly larger sizing than you would expect maybe on river, something that was more representative of 2-pair or a straight.
Well, slightly larger, but also slightly smaller, right? I mean, he could have jammed for less than pot and went for a non-all-in. Kind of weird.
Weird in between.
Yeah. It certainly didn't look like 1 pair. It certainly didn't look like queens. Guns in the big gonna call this open against. Oh, sorry, actions on him against Ozgoban's open from +1 with ace deuce O. Obviously, took that bad beat against the man who was sat in this seat. Got knocked down to around 1 million chips. Got speculative with 2 9s, but lost that one, and now giving it a go with far from premium holding from +1, but has got a heads up and has flopped top pair.
Yeah, king of clubs in the hand of Gunez here. I wonder if this gets him into a little bit of trouble here. Maybe a little bit more stickiness with that card in hand. Or is like, I hope not. I think versus an early position open, you can let this one go, feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah. That's a decision he arrives upon.
And workmanlike from Ozgoban, who took that body blow right out of the gate here on this feature table. His Django's, his pocket kings, falling to the rivered ace, ace king, chopping his stack in half. Fancy deep run from Andrian.
That's a kind of inside of the box shout. Impressed thus far. Ayub, ace-3 in the cutoff. It's got 50 big blinds. So when Andrian, $1.2 million career earnings.
Gunez. Wired pocket pair here. Likely comes with call.
Limps in with the sticks.
Oh, and Kibetza now has a real one. So how wide do you assign Ayub's cutoff range to be in? Could you perceive Gunez to have a hand that can't withstand further pressure, therefore go for a squeeze here out of the big, bump this one up to maybe 220k, something in that region?
There you go, you're on the same page. Does make it 245. 8 blinds. Really, really, obviously Ayub can fold this one without too much upset, but Gunez, a real tough spot with those 2 7s, right? Because this can be so many hands. And there's just a very recent dynamic that, you know, Kabacha opened a minute ago and it was Ayub who 3-bet from the big blind. And now it's kind of like returning the favor. Maybe there's some sort of ego battle here Gunez could be stuck in the middle of. I mean,
aggressive players make life so awkward. When
yeah.
all you want to do is navigate these sevens, do a little set mine, and they just don't cooperate.
Just get on with your life. Nice pick up there for Cabacha once again. I'm going to say that a lot on fills over the next couple of days. The Dolce Vita series, this is effectively our main event. It is La Notte Degli Assi. Might not be the largest buy-in of the series, but it certainly has the largest prize pool. $2,000 buy-in, over 1,100 entries.
The good is... You don't have to be sorry. Yeah, 2 is okay, always.
Smashing through our guarantee. I say our guarantee. It's kind of like our guarantee when we hit it, but if we hadn't hit it, it certainly wouldn't have been anything to do with me.
No.
I'm happy to say our guarantee when we win.
Yeah, big turnout here. Congratulations to the organisers. 1.5 million was a hefty sum, but 2.1 million producing these very, very tasty upper echelon prizes.
Mm.
Gunnar's going to deploy the king here. And interesting to see if Uzcaban goes for 3-better call with the ace-3. Going to take the latter option and battle of these two big card, small card combos. Well,
here we go.
That's tasty.
Yeah, it is. Uzcaban looking to further rebuild that stack, and he's going to get at least one bite out of Gunnars, who is going to see bet this 3-3-7 ball, which seems reasonable. Button v big blinds. Kind of paired boards. Often see very wide c-bettings.
Yeah, sort of an equity denier here. He's not likely to get better hands to fold. So just trying to clear away some two-card combos above the 7.
Wow, how good does that king look if you're Gunnars? You've somehow bet this flop with king deuce being called, and you find that. You're signifying check. You think check and let the sort of 4-5s, the 5-6s, all that sort of bluff the river?
Yeah, I think that's nicer. Obviously, he's going to target a 7 here for value, but it is wrought with danger. The badooginess of the board, maybe.
Uzcaban going full acting again.
This is.
But again, it looks genuine.
Well, after you do that, you definitely want to come with call.
The pain wiping of the brow followed by a raise certainly is a bit much.
Yeah, and just the key to this one now is recognizing that the run out is a barrelable one for your opponent, and just playing possum like you're getting real sticky here with the 6-7. That's sort of the story you're trying to tell.
Okay.
Like, I'm calling this one.
Yeah, be careful. Oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Back for raising chips.
Although versus this specific hand, he may have stumbled into a
more
profitable spot.
This felt great for a minute. The long thing, counting out the calling chips, and all of a sudden, sees raising chips. And that king deuce shrinks right up. Obviously, some hands he can beat. Those aforementioned straight draws.
Yeah, 4-5, 4-6, 5-6 could be in there.
As well as, of course, just some of the. Got to find a bluff from somewhere.
Like an 8-9 of clubs.
I don't think you've got it. Oh, wow.
Oh, this is a disaster.
Wow, wow, wow. Makes quads and has swelled this pot to 855 with 4 already back. And gonna jam it in there, and Gunners is just can never fold this one, right?
Of course not.
Castro just goes quads. Like, of course he's got quads. Come on, it's easy. Wow, what a cruel run out for Gunners. He's going to do no more money in that 7-3-3, we suspect. But then they found a way for him to lose it all.
Yeah, and had he checked turn, which I was obviously advocating, it's still going to be very tricky not to raise river.
Right.
When you face a bet, but then you probably get away from the next bet.
Maybe.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't really put your opponent on a 3 opening there. You know?
So maybe you can put yourself thinking, wait, I check back, do I have a king? Is he just trying to re-bluff me? Who knows?
Who knows? Rough one there. Oscaban obviously on the wrong side of a very rough one earlier on. Gets
a
chunk back.
It's a back with interest. One fills. So then, time to move things along a little bit. 20K, 40K coming up next. With it, Rafael Castro still leading the way here with that mountainous 3.6 million in chips. Simone Andrew, and the one you've called to go deep, he's in second. And the one I like, Basil Kabacha, he's third in chips. It is Cano Gunners, the shortest, having been on the wrong end of that rather cruel run out, it has to be said. Antonio De Lucia could have been out a couple of times, a couple of jam spots he's managed to fade. Still in here with 15 blinds. Everyone else comfortable. Look at that. Even Oscaban now over 40 blinds.
Yeah, this is a stack table. Average stack right now in the tournament about 1.5 million, and I think 7 of our 9 have 1.4 million or more.
Right.
In terms of increments, this is the bigger jump in blinds.
Addition, 33% rise.
75 players left. Would expect us to get down to maybe 50 by the end of this level. Maybe that's optimistic. Getting a furrowed brow from the other side of the booth here.
Yeah, it just seems like a lot. Third of the field in the level. Playing this ace-10 as he should, from under the gun, all the way round to the blinds. Oscaban no interest, and Castro the same. Easy pickup.
Oh, you can keep it.
That's why he's going to make a deep run. Lots like that.
Trying to nick it from under the gun and everyone folds. Yeah. I see why. What's the order, do we think? 2 of something in the drink. I don't know what it was. Sugars in a tea? Sugars in a coffee? Pens in a hand? You're trying to signify? I don't know. 2 trophies. I know that much. They look beautiful.
Yeah, I like the 2 trophy-ness of this festival.
You got a backup then,
because you can pretend that you won 2 tournaments. Years from now.
And Castro now giving a walk to Andrin. Another way to go deep in a tournament.
King queen, yeah.
Raising takes.
Maybe he defend, maybe. But he, I guess so close, he fold always. Yeah. Close player.
Now gets a walk. We'll be more than happy to take some action holding King Queen, of course.
Oh, wait to tocar.
Friends below, check the name street, take assistance.
Penalty? No penalty. Dealer, no penalty. Ok, I know, è joke. Yeah, è joke. L'ultima volta me l'ha andata a me 2. Mamma. Non ce l'hai mano, butta, io faccio così. Dai, floor.
Like we see a lot of Castro. Well, like we're gonna. We can't stack in front of him. A little bit of a character.
No, it's the other side.
Andrin going for 3 in a row, this time by limping in from the small blind with this ace-4. Zanardi with 7-3 suited in the big, a hand that he could raise with. Maybe I say that for the slightly worse hands, like the 8 deuces of the world, those kind of have some suited hands. Let me raise it up. King 9. Going to see him lead for a blind. Surely, David, he's going to complete the hat trick. 3 in a row. No wonder he's going deep.
It's a three-peat.
It's a three-peat. How American of you.
I do say hat trick as well, but I sometimes get it changed in my articles to three-peat because it's more of an American-facing publication. And apparently they don't know what a hat trick is.
Why is a hat trick called a hat trick?
Well, do you know the answer?
Maybe.
Is it like a bridge term? No? Tricks and I don't know. Go on, tell me.
I've forgotten. I was really hoping you knew. As a cricketer, I thought for sure you would know.
I never took a hat trick.
Very hard in that sport.
I was on the pitch and fielding for many. Took a slip catch as the second part of one, but
we've alienated 98% of our audience.
We're going to look for it now, but we're into the etymology of hat trick now.
Gunez jamming in this ace-10 for 10 under the gun, +1. And what's a tea with 2 sugars? All right. I understood the sign language. Turkish tea. Potent stuff. Don't have 3 of those before bed.
I haven't found it yet, but is it going to be like something as simple as like a magician doing a trick that involves a hat? And it's like you've pulled something out of a hat, that you've done something sort of amazing.
I feel like it was better than that.
Rabbit over hat type of... Yeah, no, it probably isn't. Before I get there, I just thought I'd throw out an idea.
Going to this. The phrase comes from cricket. And when a bowler would take 3 wickets for 3 consecutive balls, the club would give the bowler a hat to celebrate the achievement.
Ah.
Sounds...
Because you get to keep the ball.
Okay.
Usually you get to...
same in football. And
yeah, like at the end of the season, you'd mount that ball on a little plaque thing for the guy. Because, you know, even in a big club, we had 7 teams. You might only have like 2 hat tricks in the whole season.
Yeah.
It is very rare.
Very rare.
Mid-19th century, denoting any trick with a hat. In the context of cricket, originally referring to the club presentation of a new hat, or some equivalent.
There we go.
A bowler taking 3 wickets consecutively. So, yeah.
Found the first. The term first appeared in 1858 to describe H.H. Stevenson taking 3 wickets for 3 consecutive deliveries. Fans had a collection for Stevenson and presented him with a hat bought with the proceeds.
Lovely.
I knew there had to be a catalyst for why would you buy the person a hat. So there's the first instance. Speaking of proceeds and collections, aces, they tend to collect chips, collect hats, maybe bucket hats.
The stallion has just flatted here, trapping off this shallow stack of 13 bigs. I really like it. I think this is really nice. Not just because it's the perfect flop to trap poor Adrian, but it's just really nice. He's not going to necessarily get a lot of calls when he jams it in here versus a cut-off opening range, throwing out enough rope to Lucia. And I think you can actually fast play it now, maybe.
Right, especially that size, right? 140. It seems like
quick call coming from Adrian here, obviously. And here we go. Nicely played.
Yeah.
From Lucia. It could backfire, but, you know, long term, I think that was a lovely line to take. Deft bit of poker. I'm sure Adrian appreciates it.
We're here to gamble. Can't always just rip those boots. Deuce on the turn. Brings none of the back doors that were potential here. Just a 9 or 10. Oh my word! 9 on the river. Lucia, so unlucky. Played it so coyly, so cleverly.
Yeah.
And now failed on that board pairing 9. Well, 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 Antonio, take a bow. You played great. 73rd place for 5,000 and...
Nasty.
Yikes. He is destined for the deep run.
Well, look, I said it, and that means it's going to happen. No, terrible for Tony there. Well, we've had some rivers already in this frame. Dealer choosing violence. And she goes down to the river.
Si gioca 700 passi. Qui si gioca di più ovvio, no?
Castro. Hooks, +2. That'll do, he says. As he grabs 4 of those 25k white chips.
Casting his hook.
And Zanardi. Interestingly turned down the ace-4 suited earlier in a not a similar spot, but now appears to be eyeing up the ace-6 suited. Looks like he is going to come in with a raise here. He's already up to 200,000 chips in front of him. $260 appears to be the bet. Well, this is going to get dicey, is it not, for Castro? I mean, do we really want to be getting 45 in with jacks? Do we just proceed with calls?
Yeah, I think we proceed with calls. Certainly don't want to waste this hand by 4-bet folding it. And that tends to be the way you look at hands like this. If I 4-bet, do I call? If I 4-bet, do I fold? Well, if I 4-bet, then therefore I want to know what I'm going to do, so it should be a hand that has some good blocker potential if it is a 4-bet light. If it's a 4-bet value, well, then I want a hand that I'm very happy to call off. And Jack sort of doesn't meet either of those criteria and then gets shunted into the other range, which of course is call.
He agrees. He's going to take the flop. 600,000 chips already in this pot. Zanardi with the betting lead, but the inferior hand. And, well, far inferior now on Jack 4-3, and the kind of board that he could get spicy on. As David has fallen out of his seat. And you okay? Do we need any medical help?
I just got so excited about the top set,
I mean,
and dream spot where you can just let the guy hang himself. It's
chairs are pretty sturdy. I don't really know how that happened.
Oh, they're sturdy for skinny leaps like you.
155, quarter pot for now. Now, naturally, Castro, surely, as you mentioned, the hook's out there. He's got his fish. Just let it tire itself out.
I think he'll let it flap about in the water for a while.
Yeah. Got his invisibility coat on. Invincibility even. Invisibility will be not so useful in this game, but...
Yeah. Star power working.
Oh, he's clicked it.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no, James.
But does this one of these bets that now Zanardi thinks, hey, this is complete nonsense and
maybe
through you, but at the same time
maybe.
Doesn't really have a hand to play with, right? Like, do we need something to kind of take that line here? Does he get sticky here for 170? Do you think it could just be, you know?
I'm just really sad because, like, yes, okay, aces and kings not likely to get away here, but there's so many more hands in the range.
It's working. It's piqued the interest of the ace-6. He thinks this looks like a nonsense raise.
It's levels. We're levels here. Can he find the check now?
Well, that's the question. Surely he finds the check now.
Oh, please find the check, Castro.
$1.25 million chips in the middle.
I think he just feels like he's got his opponent in trouble with aces.
Oh, he's found it.
He does. I love it.
Now.
Oh, that is beautiful. Okay, I take it back. The click was a total levels move, and now it's worked beautifully.
I mean, we've called the check raise. Do we check back again and go to bluff for everything? It's nonsense, or do we now have to just go for it?
What do you think? Like maybe 350 here, and like the implication of ending it.
The problem, I guess, is maybe some jacks of check raise flop and now just don't like the king, and there's maybe some of the real hands he's wondered about, but looks like he is going to decide, hey, look, I've got here somehow with ace-6 high. I thought this man was full of it on the flop.
Yeah, I floated essentially.
Yeah. And exactly that. You called it 350, appears to be the bet. 325, pardon me. Well, well, well. Castro, take a bow.
Okay, now definitely just call.
Yeah. This is a monster pot, the largest I believe we've seen thus far. Yeah, casually flicks in.
Like in terms of value hands, he must be sort of wondering now, is it just aces? Because like a little bit of concern kings have overtaken, but if that's happened, that's just happened. What can you do?
Now obviously one fewer combos of sets, or two fewer combos of sets out there. With that 4 rolling off.
Is he ever worried that queens did a sort of advanced blocker on turn?
What about like a really small lead here?
Like a 10% or like a 200k
like I've got queen jack, I don't know what I'm doing here. I've somehow found myself in this spot. No, he's gone the other way. Right, he's gone for a non-all-in 600.
He's Pearl Zanardi with no room.
Yeah. Well, you say no room. There's always a path.
Well, if we do see a bluff for an extra 300k here, my goodness me, I won't just fall out of my seat. I'll throw my seat. Oh my God, he's thinking about it.
Thinking, how have I got myself in the spot?
Yeah,
what's happened? There's 2.5 million chips in the pot. I've got a6. I had no pair, no draw at any point.
Like, we fully believed we were going to watch an acting performance by Castro as he check-called slowly 3 streets here. That was the idea. Super confusing line. Zanardi, I think, still probably doesn't really know what he's up against.
Like, yeah, it's a case of what is that?
Non ho capito. Per me è jack. Però. Duro. Bravo. C'è jack.
He tells him?
I don't know.
Sort of played with the fish on the hook, didn't he? He sort of pulled it in, threw it back out again, pulled it in again.
A little go.
Dai, dammi allora. Una mano che mi trebetti. Tanto la vedo, io ti dico che ho Jack Jack e fondato bravo.
I mean, just say Jack Jack there, so.
Non devi mettere. Vedi dopo, no. Sì,
ecco perché ti faccio proprio Jack Jack.
Non ho visto... Ah, tribetta.
Flop ho visto.
Jack 4
Ecco perché ti faccio Jack Jack.
Ah, betta, tribetto, cecco. Fai 300, cosa fai? Chiamo, river push.
Okay, Castro now with 4.5 million chips. Nearly 3 times average. Wow. That is a big stack. Luca joining us first hand at the table in the hijack. He's been dealt ace-9 of clubs off 30 blinds. Welcome to the table, sir. Maher Ashur on the table as well. One time chip leader still may be with 4.8 million. We've got 2 monster stacks on our table.
Wowzers.
What the fuck?
One of the players recognizing that.
Yeah, here.
Exactly the same thing.
I mean, I'm shorter than both.
In more colorful language
Give something. Give. No.
than we chose to use.
Otherwise, we cannot go to sleep today.
1-1. 1-1. I need to sleep also.
Yeah, that's right.
Kvetsa here. Considering both options, presumably. Call and raise.
Yeah, doesn't take kindly to someone joining his table and raising his blind first hand.
I think I prefer a call with the suited king-queen, but could see him go either way.
Cool it is.
Lots of playability here, even out of position.
Eight, deuce, deuce. No hearts on the deck. No clubs either. But Luca does have that ace high. Gonna bet 1.5 blinds. Kvetsa, just with a little bit too much to fold for now.
Yeah, I think against the small sizing, this is exactly the kind of hand that has to be part of a minimum defense frequency.
Sounds so technical.
125
oh, hello.
There we go.
Scusa, 125, 325 flop. K, cecco. 400 chiamo. Andata 700 river.
Will Luca rep this king? 2 diamonds, 2 spades.
Yeah, I guess we want to deny some equity to diamonds. There are some maybe not better hands we can make fold, but yeah, maybe we can lean on 3s and 4s and stuff like that. He's going to bet again. Make life very easy for Kvetsa here. Building a pot nicely with this turn top pair.
Yeah, and I think specifically we said the king-queen would be in there as part of the minimum defense frequency, but actually a lot of king-x would fold flop. So I think this is the reason for this bet. Maybe eyeing up the possibility of getting a fold from pocket 4s, pocket 5s. Don't think he's going to get an 8 to fold just yet, but he is going to charge diamonds, which is also nice.
And there's some frequency of spades there as well against a small bet on the flop. I guess the 9-10, 10-jack of spade kind of hands are.
Yeah, absolutely. Well spotted.
Going to be interested. So, Mergy, the ace-9. It heads to the river and finds a 9 now. Interesting.
Makes it
diamonds, so of course, yeah. I was going to say the 9 of hearts would have been interesting. Whether he would have, I presume, gone for value.
Yeah, could have happily targeted that 8 then. But obviously both players with enough showdown to check it. And Kvetsa, your pick, James.
Yeah.
Just hoovering up the chips right now.
My boy. The Hoover.
vacuuming, of course, for our American audience. They get confused by that.
I imagine they would.
Sort of become one of the synecdoches in Great British and Irish life.
Synecdoche.
Synecdoche. Synecdoche is when one part of the thing represents the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was the word for it.
Mm.
Okay. Castro, at it again. Ace King under the gun. He's got a lot of action. He keeps turning over hands. Are they going to learn at some point?
Oscaban suited ace here in the big blind. Easy defend, even to the larger sizing, I feel.
He's had a good recovery, hasn't he?
This larger open from under the gun will get more folds, of course, from players all the way around, specifically the big blind, who usually gets the big reduction, but doesn't mean you can't defend some real stuff. An ace-7 suited certainly qualifies as real.
Does indeed.
Nice sizing here from Castro. Don't mind a little smaller as well, but this is pretty good. Is he going to show the king? No.
It looked like he wanted to show something, didn't it? Just making sure. Oh, did I have ace king? Did it come king high? This poker's easy. Raise jacks, get 3-bet, cool. Proper set. Fine queens, just defend. Get value from ace 2s high on the river. Yeah, no problem. Raise kings. Get jammed on. Cool, they got 10s. Sure. What a great frame it's been for the man who started the frame with the largest stack and has only extended from there. Although, he's outpipped on this table by Ashur coming in one seat. Two of the biggest stacks in the room, that's for sure. They've both got 3 times average.
Yeah, we picked a good table here for sure.
Not 10% chips in play between them. There's 70 players left. Good matchup. Would be a big stack at many tables. This table is a mere minnow coming in from the button. So Oscaban in the small. He's rocking average, and then Castro in the big. He's looking down at 6 deuce off.
Six, but no, not completely.
Some poker coming up here at Merit. Obviously, this
just a little bit.
Festival is a summer festival, but it's not the only thing here during the summer.
Do you think we're going to only have one festival here in August? Are you mad? Also, we're going to have more poker. Tell me about it. Super High Roller Bowl, David.
Super High Roller Bowl, which will be on Poker Go, I believe.
Yep.
So, won't be tuning into the Merit station as far as I'm aware, unless they also co-opt the stream.
Yeah, you never know. There might be some.
Is it behind the paywall, or is it one of those freebies that Poker Go gave out?
That I could not tell you.
They usually like to kind of tease you with an hour or two free and then go behind the curtain.
Like the 900 channels.
I honestly wouldn't know. They actually give you 2 hours. Surely that's all you need, James. That's you're waiting to find out what happens at the end of the movie. It's usually pretty predictable.
Andrew getting a walk, ace-9. Enjoy yourself, David. But yeah, Super High Roller Bowl, big buy-in, 300k. Is of course the flagship there. A bunch of 25ks, and I believe they're all going to be freeze-outs, which is nice.
Oh, that is good.
But there seems to be a little motion towards that direction at the moment.
Look, re-entries have their place, of course, and I get it from an operator perspective. I get it from a player perspective. If you've made the journey and you take a nasty bad beat in level 1, certainly the opportunity to get back in is good. But I do think we've got carried away over the last few years with the re-entry, unlimited sort of stuff, and yeah.
And super late is the thing.
And the don't get me started on the super late. So yeah, I think it would be nice to see no single re-entry or some freeze-outs be more popular again.
Cool. Jack 10 from +2. Always be wary of the man wearing a Triton hat.
Aha. Do you know, I didn't even know that was a Triton hat.
TPS, Triton Poker Series. It's discreet. Yeah, it kind of looks like some sort of snake wrapped around something.
That's what I was about to say.
Clever.
Is there a merch store, or do you have to be at a Triton playing away?
There's a merch store, yeah, you can spend away to your heart's content.
So fanboys and girls can just buy that?
Oh yeah. I've got some Triton merch. I haven't clicked register.
I remember there was a hoodie a lot of the guys were wearing. Kept bragging about how it was a very comfy hoodie.
It's nice stuff. Just like the Merit stuff's very nice.
Just saying, like, if you want to bring one from the next drop and like just come along with it. We're working together again maybe in November. Just saying. Bring me some merch. Look, James, it's fine. Look, you don't have to. But I like hoodies.
Not free, you know.
Not even free to you.
Not even to me.
Wow.
Got to protect the brand. Can't have oiks like me running around in free gear. For sure, gonna c-bet this ace-9-5 board for 1.5 blinds. And Nardi catching the slightest piece, but does have some backdoor action working here in the form of the 6, and of course that diamond, although that part of the equation not so prosperous. You know what I don't see enough of in poker? It's people firing second barrel when it comes on ace.
Yeah, good point. I think we're going to see it though.
May just.
Nope.
Zanardi sees a check back, finds the 7 of spades on the river. Well, has enough to get to showdown, one thinks. You know what I don't see enough of? Is the bet check bet as a bluff. Ah! I try to speak them into existence. It was not to be. Zanardi, very happy to see that check back.
Che ti spara una valigia, se no chiama.
Post-mortem after every hand. The Italian delegation, they like to talk.
They do like to break it down.
You know, I've not seen a lot of his hands flying around. Gesticulating.
Oh. Yeah.
I suppose
Bonucci
difficult at a table.
Bonucci last night was next level.
Oh yeah?
Expressiveness.
Okay. I'd be upset if there wasn't something like that going on. Right then, we carry on playing 20k, 40k average stack. Currently sitting at 40 blinds. Our screen showing 69 players remain in this event. Let me tell you a thing or two. 69 players means everyone's currently guaranteed $5,800. The next pay jump coming at 62, and it will be the increase of $1,000 in prize money.
I'm sorry to say we have lost Bodo Brezhny, who of course was on our feature table earlier today. Found himself on the short stack of 345k, shoved the Queen Jack suited, got looked up by Konstantin Voronin's King Queen on the outer table, and a clean run out sent him to the rail. Konstantin Voronin now at 3 million.
Nice. 3 million's a good stack. You wouldn't know it looking at this table.
We've also lost Gurkan Gungoran.
Oh.
Familiar face here in the room. Alexander Savchenko, who entertained us as well in the first frame this afternoon. Antonio De Lucia, or De Lucia, perhaps. Barun Jazar. These guys have all fallen by the wayside in the last maybe 10 or 12 bust outs.
David, I'm going to call you out because we saw Antonio bust out on our table.
We did.
You must have hit your head when you fell off the chair.
We did indeed.
Are you okay?
I just wanted
I would normally let that kind of thing slide, but I'm just doing a welfare check.
I just wanted to pronounce the Italian names in a nice way again.
Okay, you're giving them one last little look on the way out the door. That's nice. That's a nice touch from you. In the Notte Degli Assi.
Did you know we lost Daniel Gavish? He buzzed just shortly before then.
Did he now? Here's my boy Kabacha. 3 million in chips. Like I say, would be a big stack. Well, it is a big stack, but would be a very big stack at most tables. But there are 3 players at this table with more than him, and more than him by some margin.
It's wild.
Here's one of them, Castro, 2 10s in the hijack. He's got 4.6 million, but he has concern behind. The very capable Andrian is there with 3.7 million, just ready to police him when needed.
Again, the big sizing though, earning him a few extra folds.
Yeah, we've seen a mix of 100 and 110 at this level from him, but we don't really know what the bad hand raise is because he seems to just have good hands all the time.
Yeah.
11, yeah, one.
And seems to enjoy his poker in a clearer, more defined range versus range way. I suppose that is a shortcut to that. Downside, of course, is you're risking more to win the same amount, but you're building big pots, and that's partially the reason we see him sitting behind a Taj Mahal of chips right now.
Ayub continuing to get closer and closer to the dealer, but we have sight lines to think about.
More? One red. Okay, thank you.
There are card readers. There are cameras in positions. Obviously this table could accommodate 10, hence that gap we see there. Obviously we're never going to be playing 10-handed in these tournaments. But you know, sometimes there's a game, David, you're playing and you'd make it 10-handed for the right person, wouldn't you?
Yeah, or you might do a sit and go, maybe an invitational tournament, get 10 people in there.
Have you ever made it 11-handed for anyone? I played in one game where we made it 11-handed for someone.
I've played 12-handed in a kind of home game environment.
Okay. No, I'm talking about in the win.
Oh, how?
We went 10-handed for the right person, and then the right person came in, and we went 11-handed. Those win shares aren't small.
Why did you just write John Duthie down on a piece of paper?
Stop it. John Duthie's tough. Knocked me out the main event this year.
I know.
Goodness. Trying not to get knocked out. He's trying to accumulate. He's got 2 queens. All in for 400k. That's 10 blinds. Castro thinking about it, but recognizing that although this is a hand we like to play, calling a 10 big blind shove from under the pump, not going to be profitable. I want to see John Duthie back in this poker room.
Absolutely.
Make that happen. He uses sort of summer in the med vibes, doesn't he? Wouldn't need to adjust the wardrobe. Just one around here. Late iteration tournaments. Only be the 4th most aggressive player at most tables. Be told to get on a waiting list for cash games. It's something else. He wouldn't like it. One of the pioneers of sort of poker coverage.
Everything.
John Duthie.
Yeah.
For those who are unaware who we're talking of, John Duthie.
Poker Million was his baby?
I think he was involved, but I'm not sure he was the one. Obviously, he won it, which is, you know.
I thought he won it because he was like in it, and he also was running it, and he thought everyone's playing too tight. This will be terrible for the TV, so I'll play like a lunatic. And then just ran everyone over because he'd never played like a lunatic before.
He doesn't need an excuse, but I don't know.
But that's the story I heard back then. Obviously, more famous for creating the EPT.
Right, founder of the EPT, and with it, sort of high production poker streams. Obviously, that tour grew to be, well, ginormous. It's returning here in October, of course. But yeah, it really was. Obviously, the WSOP had happened, the WPT had happened, but PokerStars kind of moved it into the PokerStars EPT and the production quality that came with it kind of moved it into a new realm.
Well, I think in a big way combining the online and live as well, just kind of making that a sort of a synergy.
Yeah. Someone who certainly helped us get to where we are today. And yeah. Tell swans around the poker world. Great fun guy to have at your table, not just because he drives the action wherever he is. Just a fun guy to sit down and share a few hours with at the table. And buy the book when he writes it. That's for damn sure. But I might want to buy the first draft. An editor's going to get their hands on that thing.
Do you think there's some scandalous stuff?
Tear out some pages, I'm sure of it.
I interviewed John a few years ago for the Chip Race podcast. Little plug for the podcast there. I've
never heard of it.
I've barely done any plugging for the podcast. Jonathan Tomeo on this week's episode, by the way. Yeah, John was great. Great interview. Who haven't we had on? Ali Najad.
Have you not had Ali?
No.
No.
Had yourself, of course. Andrew Headley, of course.
Yeah, Ali. Oh, here we go. Come back to that in a minute. 100. Ace Queen from +2. He's open to Nardi with 26.5 blinds in the next seat with the Django's.
Yep. It's gonna flat and be deceptive here.
Lay a trap for those behind.
And there are some squeezy customers behind.
Are you speaking of my boy in the big blind, Kabacha?
Kabacha's been pouncing on these types of spots.
Yeah, I feel like they're less likely to squeeze when he's flatting off 25 just because they kind of get themselves caught. But I suppose there are sizes that could squeeze and fold to 25 blinds, so it's possible. Well, sure, thinking about this with a 9-7 suit, he kind of likes the idea of playing a pot against Andrin, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't hate this, actually. 9-7, pretty pure hand in position.
Now the squeeze, of course, would be more likely.
Certainly.
As with 10 bigs, going to find a couple of napkins. No interest for him. Then Musa Kabacha in the big blind. Jack 5 of clubs. You
there it is, perfect squeezable one. Can certainly call here.
Right. Scary though, isn't it, when you've got two callers, like, so likely to be dominated. So hard to realise with just one pair as well, but deciding for them in open. Clubs are enough. Try and make a flush.
Yeah. And I think a player like him will find the right board textures to represent and find bluffs too. So
okay. Yeah. Well, how about this? Flops a 5. Bashir flops a 9. Andrew with the Queen of Spades working, but a field of 3 behind. He's going to check it over to Zanardi,
who I think does need to do some betting now.
If only he could see the cards out there.
Yeah.
Then obviously a check would be the dream play here. But a bet might still look like the likes of 7s and 8s, perhaps.
Yeah, it's from this seat, it's going to be a very condensed range that flats. Some king queens maybe, some ace jack suiteds maybe, some 8s as you mentioned. Archor, I think could just come with call here. Doesn't seem to be any really good reason to bloat this one. 2 players behind who quickly get out of the way.
Is there any part of him that's tingling, concerned that this could be a trap?
Noteworthy there that Kabacha did fold a 5 with backdoor clubs.
Yeah, great fold. Again, recognizing that, yeah. If you're good enough, you can peel these hands, because kind of recognizing the times when things are looking pretty bleak. And some would say, well, he's getting the price to catch a jack or a 5. The club, it's just hard to get paid if you hit those things.
I suppose I wouldn't have hated the flat just because maybe if it comes like a 4 or a 6, that's the kind of thing you can come out betting on. Certainly if it comes kind of a low club, you could come out betting on it. You're the only one who can have the really good stuff on a wet-ish low board texture. Anyway, as played.
Sure. Picking up a gut shot to go with that top pair and facing the second barrel. Now, must at this point surely be very concerned about the strength of his current hand, but with those additional outs, getting over 3-1 direct, David, is this a spot he's going to feel compelled?
Yeah, his equity's in a few places and it's sort of all a bit murky. He can obviously spike this 6. That's a fairly clean out. Obviously 6 of spades wouldn't bring him the nuts, but it's, you know, nice. It's a nice one. Top pair could be good, but it's starting to look like it may not be. Yeah, I don't hate a fold actually. He is going to come with call. I understand why.
Fold would be very heroic, wouldn't it, at this point? Top pair with a gut shot to the second barrel, but obviously is concerning. Oh, 2 pair on the end. Well, a really grim looking river card for Zanardi to see. Remember, he was the first flatter of the open from Andrian. Ashur calling behind. Big blind came along. We were 4-way. Bet twice. Whoa.
Oh, no.
Whoa. He's gone for the all-in. Is this...
Oh, no.
Is it like a, I don't want to check and decide, so I'll just jam myself?
Sort of like he thought he would be reverse free rolled. And he just wants to try and maybe look like he can't possibly ever have a hand that would want to shove this river.
Right, but he does have them, right?
And he gets hero called by Jack 9.
Because he does have, not 9s, 8s. Maybe 7s and 6s. Probably he checks turn with those, but who knows? I guess he gets to have missed spades. It's actually a real tough spot for sure now, right? I mean,
definitely.
We just can't really fold though, can we? We've made 2 pair. It's.
I like that he's thinking about it.
Yeah, a weird one. I think, again, a little bit like the hand we saw earlier. I feel like Zanardi didn't really adjust his kind of range and perception of the hand after he's employed a trap and made it four-way. Suddenly those kings nowhere near as valuable. And I think he just got married to the fact he trapped and felt like he was in there with a lot of bluffs, but in reality, was he really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm honestly not entirely sure what levels Zanardi was operating on with that shove, whether he was feeling like there was the potential to be reverse free rolled and really wanted that Queen 9 or Jack 9 to make the hero call, feeling like his story didn't make sense, or whether he was overvaluing the kings, as you pointed out, and just not really recognizing the murky texture that had been delivered. Oh, yeah, not quite sure what to make of that one. It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I know.
If he checked there, was there any world in which Mature would check back a better hand than kings as well? Is there sometimes maybe...
I suppose I just feel like a blocker is not a bad bet there, because you know, if you get raised, you know you're not good. You make it very hard to raise over. You maybe, you know, if you do make it, you know, a third of your remaining stack, which is kind of what the blocker would be.
Right.
You can still
Two
get
pairs,
value.
Just going to call, yeah, maybe get called by somebody from one pair. Interesting. A really peculiar spot. Not often we see four-way spots.
Yeah, multi-way is hard, and he did go for the trap line, which we kind of thought was creative, given that there was some squeezable opponents behind.
Well, I see in the chat a message from Alfonso, and I don't speak Spanish, pardon me, Italian, but Disastro Zanardi, I think, tells me all I need to know.
Well, we might have a little bit more all-in drama here. Gunez has shoved button for 10 bigs, and Özkaban going to give this one some consideration here with a King 7. Certainly feels like a hand that King 10 would be in here maybe as bottom of range. King 7 feels a little light, but he's going to think about it. Getting a count obviously might be discouraged by the eventual number. Feel like maybe against, say, King 10 for this number of bigs, or maybe 7.5 bigs. King 7 becomes tempting again. So, living to fight another day is Gunez.
Just plodding along. That's okay in tournaments. You can plod for a while.
Yeah, I know we like to move it round, live stream, give a bit of love to all the tables, but I gotta say, certainly would not be against the idea of keeping these guys together here on the feature. It's not fair to everybody else. They should be moved along, of course. I just mean in the sense that this has been a very entertaining 2 hours of poker. These guys playing really deep compared to everybody else in the tournament. I can't imagine there's more chips on any other table.
Well, with that in mind, I can tell you that your next feature table coming up after the break, because we will be changing it up, which is only right and proper. Include the likes of Adrian State.
Oh, lovely.
Armano Piccini, who you were mentioning earlier, before. Francois Najar. And Yusuf Zarek in the mix as well.
Excellent.
Chip lead on that table will be Adrian Sands, who's going to be wielding 2.4 million chips, which goes to show 2.4 million chips is the chip leader on that table coming up. And here we have a 4.7, a 3.6, a 5.8, 2.8. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Achor. The ace queen off here. Gonna kick things off. Playing very deep with quite a few of these guys behind, as mentioned. Kabatsa, James's pick for a deep run here tonight and tomorrow.
And the following day.
And the following day, sorry, of course, the following day.
The final day. Culmination of Dolce Vita.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, because this one could be trouble, James.
Could be, but the thing about this is He's probably going to see a flop worse ways, right? I suppose the ace-queen off does like to come out with some full-bet bluffs now and again, but I don't think really hijack v button is the place we see it all too often, because sometimes we don't get a truthful answer if we 4-bet ace-queen here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a go both ways spot. This could be your really nice blocker filled 4-bet bluff. This can also be a handy call. Play the hand out of position, but pretty strong. He's going to get a count here, and I suppose if he is to find the 4-bet, you don't have to go very big, but you probably have to make it 6 something.
But it was asked how much he playing, and he goes, 2 something. Starting the hand with just under 3. Just a nonchalant, yeah, I'm over 2, that's all I need to know. 50 bigs plus, let's go. So we will see a flop.
Yep.
2 offsuit ace combos. 15 big blinds in the kitty. And a king jack 3 flop. The out switching, both drawing to Broadway.
Yeah, I would expect a down bet here from Kabacha, something in the region of a quarter.
Just trying to target the 9s and under kind of stuff.
Yeah, pocket 10s, pocket 9s.
In the same camp as you, betting exactly that, 25% pot.
And to this sizing, I think Achor compelled to stick around.
Yeah, one of these boards we don't love, but we got direct outs. And 3-bet are going to have some of this King X, Jack X potentially. We get to have a lot of it as well, so it's never nice when we have to start defending ace highs, but when we can hit a 10 and make the nuts, feels like not a spot we want to fold. Napkin falls off on the turn and a check follows swiftly afterwards.
Very interesting street now. Achor can certainly have hands as strong as King Queen here. Could even have pocket jacks.
Less likely on that river card. But certainly some ace jack, queen jack suited, king jack.
Hard to believe Achor would bet this one.
Right, real middle ground here, isn't it? It just feels like it's just strong enough to check. Does a bluff really achieve much? Do we get like ace-3 suited to fold maybe?
And Kibetsa does knuckle back and get the bad news that he is pipped. 910k going the way of Achor. And on that note, we are on a break. 15 minutes, guys. We don't want you to go away. We have a rip-roaring feature table on the way.
Well, with that, I'm going to bid you good night.
Oh, it's good night to you, of course.
Mr. Headley's going to step in for me. So, guys, please don't go too far. I'll take you home.
Ooh, well, speaking of liking things, Sant'Agostino, one of our Italian contingent, ace-king of clubs in the cutoff. Just a shade over 20 bigs to start, Demps. And round 2, Koza, ace-4 offsuit in the big. Tricky spots to play. You know, you are facing a cutoff raise, which can, be, of course, be a bit wider than from some of the earlier positions at the table. Tricky one. Kind of all options open. I think still James unlikely to fold this one, but could elect to turn this one into a 3-bet bluff.
I hear you. Seems to be popular at some sort of frequency, but this call seems like the most likely play.
Sure.
Just call, take a flop. Sant'Agostino is going to attack those ace-high boards a lot, obviously. Whoa! How about this? He's going to attack this ace-high board, and he's going to do so straight into Jose's flopped full house. Good. Carnage. And what a dreamy flop if you're Sant'Agostino, right? You're just ace-king. Not supposed to have credit for having an ace. Certainly not a big one. Raising from the cutoff. Betting here. Now, decision point surely rests upon this man. Does he elect to move things up?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these spots where we just have so much hand, right, that I think people feel inclined to just slow play this one. Like, we block the entire board.
Right, a lot easier to raise if you've just got a 4.
You just have a naked 4, of course.
Obviously not worried about spades, not worried about straight. You kind of don't mind your opponent perhaps catching some backdoor. And he does a little acting job there. And then makes the call.
Talent agent on the phone already.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the funny thing is, Sant'Agostino is probably thinking, "Oh, great, he's got an ace." It could be. He could perceive an acting job as. Oh, what's he doing here? Is he rechecking the card?
He's going for the recheck.
We're getting the whole thing. I thought for a second he was going to reach there to lead, but no, he's doing the whole Hollywood. Now, problematic if this is the only time he does it. He is the lead. Wow.
Okay.
A little stock take. Oh, wow. This actually, look, this is the sort of stuff I mean, in my mind, when you see people do all this and then check, it's like they're desperate for my opponent to check behind. I always feel like it's not.
Yeah, okay.
When they do all that and then check, it's like they're trying to get you to check behind.
Yeah, the old tank check and just sort of.
Yeah, like I'm thinking about betting.
Trying to buy a card.
You know, don't bluff me, be careful, I've got it. And like I say, Sant'Agostino's feeling great about this.
Yeah, this is very, very problematic stuff.
Slides out a green chip, 500k the bet into 1.275. Now, Jose, does he continue to lay this trap again? Getting into character.
Yeah.
I assume we just keep calling because if our opponent's got an ace, they're going to value river if it's a good ace. And if they're bluffing, we'll let them bluff. He could maybe have picked up some outs now. Might backdoor a hand. And yeah, he does. Takes his time. Makes the call. He's remaining consistent with this posture, at least. I'm always worried when people do this much sort of Hollywooding. But now, Sant'Agostino has left pot behind. Has seen a great river to go for it all if he thinks his man's got an ace. And again, he's doing the whole counting down. Oh, this looks so good. At first, I thought this man looks like he's flopped a big hand. And now I'm thinking, right, this man's actually quite weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't really see a universe where Sant'Agostino doesn't go for value.
Is he going to lead?
Oh, he is leading. So this is...
Wow. Now, does Sant'Agostino ever think, right, this is an ace and I'm going to go for it? Or is the chips behind just worth too much?
I think likely this is where we end up, and he is just counting out a call.
Right, he was praying to see a check and he was going to jam, right?
I think so.
Said he makes the call, sees an ace, but it's the 4 behind that causes all the damage. Sant'Agostino, well, may feel a little sick about that one, but there are plenty of worlds where he would have busted.
Blinds are now 30, 60k. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
If these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Chilberganov all in here.
All in.
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkilic can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace-King here. The 2 big stacks going to war.
Queen is no good.
Ace-Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold 1 queen.
2.7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
What, 90 starting stacks in this pot? The 163 stacks in play.
Let me,
I guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
Queen in the window.
Yeah.
Tula Berganoff. finds one of the two ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you.
I don't true.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tulip Berganoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah.
Proudly presenting a crown jewel of Dolce Vita Poker Festival, a $3,200 blind high roller event crafted in collaboration with Ogeli Poker Events. For over 13 years, the legendary Shadi Ogeli is bringing poker players from Lebanon to Cyprus. Get ready for unforgettable poker showdown.
After 15 years of working here in Merit, it means a lot to me to have a tournament under my name. Since Ms. Songul took control of the poker room, you see the great work done in 10 years. Without her work, we wouldn't be here. I started here in 2009 as a player, and after 4 years I became agent for Merit, and since 2014 till now, we did a great job together. When you're a partnership with such a big company like Merit Poker, considered now like #1 poker destination worldwide. I had a very good relation with Ms. Songul even when I was only a player here. We had a good connection, and of course without her help I wouldn't be here after 10 years. She opened for me many doors and helped me to enlarge my data and to offer a very good service for the player. Merit Poker is in partnership with EPT, MPP, Triton, Super High Roller Board. All this became in 10 years. Without her work, we wouldn't be here.
Blinds are now 30-60K. Looks like we've reduced the clock to a 15-minute clock, so that's kind of turboed things up as well for these guys.
As if these boys needed help gambling.
Yeah, Tulip Berganoff all in here.
All in?
Just going to isolate everybody else here. Dalkilic can't call with the Queen 9. Georgie, no good, but the Haidar snap in there with the Ace-King here. The two big stacks going to war.
Queen is no good.
Ace-Queen is no good. Somehow Haidar has better.
Allah, life is good.
I fold one queen. One queen?
7 million chip pot.
Okay, 3 diamonds on the flop.
4 diamonds.
What, 90 starting stacks in this pot? 163 stacks in play.
Let me,
I guess that's my way of saying it's a big pot.
For me, guys, what is the big deal?
Oh, sorry.
Oh no.
Queen in the window.
Yeah.
Tulip Berganoff finds one of the two ladies that were left in the deck.
One more queen, please.
Thank you very
I
much.
don't true.
Haidar very politely requesting a king from the dealer. Oh, but a heart will also do.
Not almost, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly,
Sorry,
exactly.
Mr. Safi.
No.
10 outs once for Haidar. Can he find it?
King of hearts.
No, he cannot. Tulip Berganoff extends his chip lead to almost 5 of the 6 million in play. Haidar, what do I do? I have no bounties. Give me some money somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that IPO generated 937 entries at 1K pop. 175 players remain. First prize will be 146K.
Oh, and this is going to show down the Jack-9 of clubs once again in the hands of Dalkilic. Not the first time he's held on to those same two cards as a previous moment.
Here we go then. Step 1. Get the first double up. Finds himself in great shape with the Jack-9, but ooh, I saw the 7, but a Jack rolls out behind. 2 cards away from making a game of it. Still be 3-1 down, but more than doable.
Ooh. Backdoor potential, but he doesn't need it.
Wow, well, Tulip Berganoff has improved, has taken the lead, but the backdoor goes the other way, of course, because Dalkilic can now find a 10 himself. He can nullify with a 5. A Jack or 9 doesn't do it.
That's it, James.
Good game.
Just like that. Tulip Berganoff is the champion. Canzonieri, 2 6s action is already on him. With 30 blinds. Coming in for a go. Oh, wow, this is funny because Arian obviously 3-bet Canzonieri just a few moments ago. Next time he raises, it's going to be met with another 3-bet, one presumes.
It's the old adage, James, that when they do it the first time, they might not have it. The second time, they always have it.
Okay.
You set it up. Yeah, this is a tricky spot when, if assuming nobody finds anything behind, and this comes back round to Canzonieri. Oh, wow. Pascucci's called found the queens.
Yeah, this is just death, isn't it? This is such a dream spot for the Cove 4-bet jam. What he's playing, what, 25 blinds? And take his time, of course. Gonna be a lot harder decisions than this one. This one, a must. And, well, bar some help from the deck. He's been dealt out of this one. Makes, you know, Canzonieri was probably in like a real tough spot here, wondering what to do.
Sure.
With these 2 6s, this will of course make things a lot easier for him. And here we go. There is the jam, as he must do. Celik. Pondering with the 8-4-0.
I wonder if we are on a pay jump.
We're not, but also he's,
interesting.
you know, with 6 million in chips, he's the big stack.
Does he know it's on him?
I mean,
I feel like he might not know.
I'm wondering.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Yeah. He checked out so long ago. I thought that must be the case, because if he was like the shortest stack, maybe he's tanking.
Sure.
Here we go, the cold deck, the announcement received. Pascucci not liking seeing Gazarian just insta-flick the chip in. Cannot be good news. There are still 5 cards away, though, from the end of this hand. Anything can happen. Gazarian, wow, look at the stack he'll have after this hand if he were to hold. 8.3 million in the pot. Here's 1.1 behind as we see a Jack 4 5-flop paint, but not of the right variety. Pascucci with no backdoor equity, but with the courtesy of the folded cards, we can see he is drawing still to 2 outs. But with just 1 pull of it, very unlikely the Italian will continue, and that is the case. Simone Pascucci eliminated in 20th place.
And what a hold that is for Sahafi, fading 2 nut flush draws. And a bunch of overs.
He knows it's on him this time. He's got the butchers. Fast-paced action here. Missed the IP Masters final day. Sant'Agostino. Getting more and more ladders, although no financial pay jump.
Yeah, I'm just
that last one.
Just having a little look. We're
15
two places away. Okay.
Yeah. 88.
Oh no! Once again.
Canzonieri finds the bullets, the rockets, the boots, the aces, whatever you want to call them, at the perfect time.
Goodness me, we've already seen one cold deck. Queens running into aces. Now Celik with the kings. Runs into them once again. And I believe we might have seen both remaining kings folded there. Which is going to make this even worse for Celik.
Koza once again.
Yeah, just looking at the clock.
Very deliberate style.
Just wanted to get as deep as possible. We're playing few hands as possible. For whatever reason. Again, makes sense, I guess, more as a short stack, but everyone has their reasons. Now, Chalek, decision point. Which way does he play this? Canzonieri just looks so strong when he 3-bets against another guy open, but at the same time, the 4-bet looks so strong, he makes so many hands fold. So he's trying to think, right, does Canzonieri just have a hand he wants to go with here, or are there going to be some... 3-bet buffs are always a possibility, but does he have hands that are going to 3-bet that think they're good and then end up folding to a 4-bet because now they get an answer they don't like? Like maybe he's got an ace-queen suited
Ace-queen
or
off
jack
or something
like, you know.
Occasionally 3-bet folds, yeah, I'm with you.
Instead, he just goes for it. And Canzonieri's going to beat him in the pot, flips over the boots. And it is the coldest of Hold'em cold decks. We see it so often. Kings into aces, pre-flop. 8 million chip pot. And, well, if you're right, then Chalek's drawing dead.
Spades only.
Ace 4, 5, and yeah, I mean, our graphics telling us that he has no chance. The deuce 3 run out being it, of course. He'd have no chance, even if the kings were live in the deck on ace 4, 5. Wouldn't change it. But I saw pre-flop, it was saying 4%. So it was, you're certainly right, all the kings were folded. And that's that, the full double.
Yeah, brutal stuff for Chalek. Nothing to be done.
Il sole è trantomato, la luna è nel cielo e alla Notte Degli Assi a Cyprus de Nord. My name is David Lappin, alongside my fellow bearded Celt Andrew Headley, and we will be commentating, critiquing and wisecracking in equal measure as we burn the midnight oil here at the Merit Poker Room. Andrew, before you comment on my Italian, we have a new ensemble. Can you introduce them, please?
Not gonna lie, I was wondering if you were having some sort of a minor stroke in the booth, but then it became very sing-songy and beautiful. Thought you did a pretty good effort, Mr. Lappin. Right, guys, level 26. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty. New table coming your way in seat 1. From Romania, we have Mr. Adrian State. 1.88 million in chips. Blinds now 20k, 50k. So that's good for around about 36 big blinds. Then we have a couple of Italians. Seat 2, Ermanno Pacini. 1.6 million, and Antonino Veneri. 1.94 million in chips. Seat 4 from Lebanon, one of our short stacks, Ramzi Karam, 530k. So he's going to have some work to do, David, just a shade over 10 blinds. Then from Morocco in seat 6, we have Adrian Sanz, 2.4 million. So around about 50 blinds to work with. Seat 7 from France, Francois Najar, 1.6 million. Seat 8, Mr. Federico Seno from Lebanon. He has 1.8 million in chips. And rounding out the lineup in seat 9 from Algeria, Youssef Zereg. He has 660k, which is good for 13 big blinds.
Yeah, very notable.
Hold on a moment. Now to do it in Italian. Il Ageruto Sita 1. I'm very sorry. It's late. We're having fun.
One thing that's very notable there is we really have sent away an absolutely loaded table. I'm just seeing here Achur, Castro and Andrian, who were on our last feature, are actually 1, 2 and 3 in the tournament right now.
Really?
That is wacky.
They were all on the same table?
They were all on the same table, so we have sent those guys away.
Right.
They were really entertaining, but unfortunately we've had to make way. Mihai Nista out there grinding away, 2.6 million now for Mihai.
Super solid player, Mihai. And lovely guy.
Lovely fella.
He's here with his family, actually. I saw them earlier in the week, if I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, it was his doppelganger, but over at the Merit Park. Lovely guy. And, you know, no stranger to deep runs.
No, not at all.
Merit Poker Room.
Very good player online and live. Actually had the pleasure of his company on a night out in Las Vegas last December.
Right.
Good crack there. Those Romanian boys know how to party. got to be said. Fausto Tantillo also in the mix there. He's got an average sort of stack around about the 2 million mark. Francois Najar, I think you mentioned him on this table, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, he's also got around the 2 million mark. And then as I go down through it here, got a fun name to mention to you here.
Okay.
Georgi Shkulukhia.
Every time, eh?
Every time.
Big G. Big G. And just gets it done, right? Just an end boss.
Speaking of end bosses,
yeah.
This poker room where we've sort of made our own celebrities. Azamat Tuliberganov.
And him. I need to pull these boys aside one time, you know, on one of our breaks, or the next time I try and make an assault on a merit event and be like, Gia, Azermat, come on, lads, give me the secrets. What's the inside information on the field? Because these guys are like beasts here at Merit, just continually plowing through these fields and getting to, you know, 60 left, so 5% of the field remaining. Yeah, they're going to be all big threats.
Yeah,
that's kind of exciting. You know, Mihai, great player. Gia, the same. Azermat, the same. Tuliberganov took down a title already this week, right? He won the Mystery Bounty. Is that right? He won something.
He won something. It wasn't the televised one, I don't think.
I think it is the Mystery Bounty.
Was it?
Because remember the Ace King versus Kings. And
of course
he
it
got
was.
there, and this hand where Gia pulled the 30k big bounty.
You're right.
I'm pretty sure that it was him.
You're absolutely right.
You should know. You were in the booth, I believe.
Sure.
There's a lot of sunshine, guys. It's hot. You know, it's late at night. We are getting to 11:30 p.m. local time, so worth referencing. Long day for both us and the players, right? They've been at it since midday.
Yeah, a bloody long intro this. They've really stitched us up, Andrew.
They did stitch us, but guys, you're enjoying listening to us. I'm not going through the names again. There they are.
So just to, you know, pull back the curtain, you know, break the fourth wall for a moment there. We jumped into the booth. Normally it's going to be, what, a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Introduce the players, fill a bit of air, mention a few chip leaders, talk about the blind levels.
Sure.
Maybe remind people of, you know, what's gone on before. But there was just a little note on our computer here saying 8.5 minutes.
Lads,
good luck.
8 minutes. 8 minutes until we get underway. I think we've done quite well.
Yeah.
A little charming Italian intro from you.
Yeah.
Spoken about the bosses out in the field.
It's getting meta now, and we're talking about the
What's
fact
next
that we're
on the
filling
list?
our
Star signs and favourite things to do on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, actually, speaking of which, we had a Mario card protector a few moments ago.
Right.
Do you do card protectors?
Well, I was just going to say that I'm a Gemini and I quite like to walk on the beach on a Sunday evening. But anyway, yeah, we'll talk about card protectors. I do have one. I never used to.
Was that in your Tinder profile back in the day? I'm a Gemini and I like
Absolutely
to
no
walk.
comment. There's a chance my fiancé is on the rail. No, I've never, ever been on such a site.
JD,
Right.
JD, did he have written down, I'm a Gemini and I like to walk on the beach?
Oh, dear. Right, card protectors. Let's get back to it. I never had one, but then I had a nice story one. We'll go with that. So, not to make it too bleak, but it was very nice. So, when my mum passed, as you know, it was a very long-term sort of illness, and we had the nurses who helped us the whole way through. Sorry, guys, to inflict this on you, but we'll keep it pretty short. And they gave us, after she passed, they gave us like a little rock that was to say, you know, it's like a memento type thing, and say, you know, something to remind you of the better times or whatever. So I used that as my card protector for a little while, and then unfortunately I lost it.
Oh dear.
So that's the sort of a bit more levity. You got to add a bit of humour in there, you know. And then my current beloved fiancée, JDK, she bought me a lucky duck from a town in the north of England near where she grew up. And it's a little duck, and I put it on my cards, and I keep it in my wallet. So there you go.
And how have you been running since?
Right, let's get into the action. Here we go. Right, we've made it, David.
Story time is over.
My God, we got there. Just a little message to the crew, like, we will never forgive you. 8 minutes is a very long time. Anyway, how was the previous frame? Like, a lot of action?
Oh, it really was epic.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard act to follow, but let's see how these guys do. 60 players left. I expect we're going to lose about a quarter of the field in this level, and then maybe another quarter to get down to 40-ish, 35, 40, which kind of was the goal, actually. That was sort of the objective.
Yeah, we're going to play 27 levels or down to 36, so it looks like we'll get to the end of level 27 before that happens, but you never know. So decision on Zereg. Interesting one there. 13 blinds, king jack off +1. Could have used it as a min-raise fold. Wouldn't have minded it, but decides to get out of the way. Round 2. Is it state or stata? Like Romanian, what do you reckon? You're good at this stuff.
No, we've always said state, but we might be doing it wrong.
All right, we'll go with state for now. Don't mind this. Ace-8 off, pretty wide. Like, you know, we are at that stage of the tournament now where the sort of blockers come into effect as our best steals. Comes in with the Ace-8. Very annoying spot this for Karam. Of course, with open shove, if folded to. Super tricky. We can feel like we don't have quite enough fold equity. You will still have some, right, against hands like this. But yeah, I like fold. It's just super tough. Can't really peel. You're worried that your 3-bet jams, you know, a hand like King Queen, for example, is probably priced into calls, so that's not good news. Round 2, Najar. Very easy defend here. Pocket. Oh, no, he didn't fold. Come on, tech team. Of course he calls. That flop is all state. Top 2.
Yeah, the state of that flop.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, speaking of card protectors, look at that, a little police car.
Well, I don't think Najar is going to play sheriff with these threes.
Oh, beautiful. I was waiting.
Oh, he is?
By the way, of hands to continue with, not the worst. We have a diamond in hand. We got backdoor wheel opportunities. I think you'll see that hand proceed as a check raise sometimes, which is very spice, but you can, you know, get just some broadways to fold, and people are going to c-bet this board very liberally, of course. 9 on the turn. Quite interesting. State won't love it. Of course, all the combinations of 6-7 offsuit and suited are going to be in there, but there's a lot to protect from, right? Backdoor hearts now becoming a thing. So, you know, a hand like a King-8 of hearts or something like this is improved. Front door flush draws are all a thing. Ace-X is a thing. 7-8 suiteds, all of these. So likely to bet pretty big here. Yeah, big fan. I like it a lot. So he's sizing this so he can jam river on blanks, of which there aren't too many, if Najar was going to check call. But we're going to be done with this. Yeah, well played hand. How's that for a card protector? What do you reckon? Little mini police car. That's nice. I'm sure there's a sweet story behind that. It would be a bit random for a grown man to just have a little police car on the top of his cards, you know.
I never had a card protector, but I did at one point. I was given in a nightclub. It was a very weird thing to give, but it was almost like your secret password for getting into a thing.
Okay.
Given like these tiny little toy soldiers. And I did wake up.
Where the hell were you?
And I did wake up one morning and go play a poker tournament. I put my hand in my arse pocket. It's obviously wearing the same pants as the night before.
Right.
And found him. And I was putting him on top of my little chipset because he was pointing a gun, like a little rifle or whatever.
Little Tommy gun.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Okay. I did kind of play around with him with the chips that day, but I don't think he made it off the table, to be honest.
All right. Now, what was this about? Something dripping on the jar.
Do you see it?
Not yet. Do you?
I could have sworn, if my eyes don't deceive me, that I saw some indoor rain.
Maybe that's why he's got his jacket on.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, limp from him. Seno with one of those hands that can decide to raise as bottom of range, but does check back with 10-4. Off to the King Jack Deuce. Neither player connecting. Queen High of the Frenchman still good. He's just going to go for one of these. Let's define what's going on. You know, Queen High's got a bit of showdown, but we do put some pressure on a deuce, kind of deny. No, is David gesticulating at the screen? I'm not seeing it. Drops of water on the jar. Anyway.
I was contemplating just calling that hand. But there's 7 people behind me. If the big blind calls, it's 5 deuce and then brings me with a straight.
In English, please.
We listen into the table talk. First look at Pacini, out of the way. Karam on the short stack, nothing to work with. A whole load of trash hands. Interesting, Najar. Queen 9 off on the button there, just electing to fold. Little on the tight side. You know, he does have Seno, 34 blinds, and Zareg with 13. Quite a tight fold into these 2 stacks. Not like they can just liberally 3-bet you.
Work is good.
Perhaps taking out the bottom of that opening range as we approach the end of the day. Another couple of levels to go, of course. Don't want to be turning down too many profitable opens. Folks, if you are just joining in the YouTube streets, this is day 3 of La Notte Degli Assi, main event here of the Dolce Vita series, the Merit Complex in Northern Cyprus. We've got 2 more levels of action this evening, then on to day 4 tomorrow, and then on to Sunday, where we will be bringing you continual coverage till we crown a champion. Everybody now $6,800 locked up, all with their eyes, of course, still on that first prize. $355,000 for the win. Not too shabby, Mr. Lappin, for a 2K buy-in.
Certainly not. Okay, if anyone in the chat, because I feel like I'm losing my mind now.
Right.
If there's anyone out there in the chat has also seen drops of rain.
I couldn't see
fall onto Najar, can you please confirm so that I don't think I'm having a stroke?
I couldn't see it at all. It's been a long day. Seno, 2.5xing from button, 10-8 off. Pretty grim this for Zareg. You know, ace high figures to be ahead of a, you know, standard button opening range. Not a fun one to reship.
No.
Don't hate it. Just gets out of the way. This can happen though, right? Also towards the end of the night, I think people start to get a bit tired. Like you might. I mean, I've done it myself, right? If you're getting tired and you think that your sort of edge or your skill level is being diluted by the tiredness.
Yeah, no, decision fatigue is a real thing.
Yeah, you don't mind taking out some of these like bottom of range opens and the like. Of course, referencing the hand previous, the Queen 9.
Do we see the fingers crossed?
I did. Quite a few card protectors here.
I didn't know we were going to get a lot of footage. We genuinely didn't know we were going to get footage of so many card protectors, but we had nothing else to talk about, so we went there, and now it looks like it was all planned.
We literally did exhaust all opportunities. All opportunities, all conversation pieces. Now this is spicy from Veneri. 100k under the gun, King 9. He's certainly not taking out the bottom of the opening range. He's expanding it.
Yeah, this is optimistic, it must be said. So far, not being punished.
Yeah, just going to get round to the big. Likely to get through his fellow Italian. Timing is everything.
Commentators must be wondering what happened to seat number 5.
Did just hear the dealer say we're wondering what's happened to seat number 5. That is Vlad Dari. Has gone AWOL. We're waiting for any additional information there. You can see his stack is in play.
Yeah, certainly hope nothing bad has happened there to Dari.
Yeah.
He'll rejoin us soon. It will create an interesting dynamic when that stack is in the blinds.
Sure.
Well, we had a king-9 off last hand. Are we about to see a queen-9 suited from Karam? Obviously, 530k, 11 bigs, looking for a spot. Is this a spot? Seems like it's close.
Wow.
Thought maybe like a queen-jack suited might get in there, but queen-9 seems a little light.
I have to say I don't really like this. I think it's too wide.
Yeah.
It is worth referencing. We are 8-handed at the moment. So it does have some impact.
Well, would you go with queen-jack suited?
Yes.
Queen-10 suited's kind of cuspy.
I might min-raise. Like
yeah, you can do that. You can
it's
do
certainly possible that I would min-raise. I might min-raise either of those hands. But like queen-jack suited, you can certainly jam. Yeah, this is the problem. Big trouble. Don't imagine Piccini will fold this. Like too strong. Might be a case of unfortunate timing from Karam. I mean, it's a little unlucky, right? I mean, if this is ace-10 in the small, you probably get this through. But for me, with the whole table to get through, it's a little too wide. Well, he has run into it. Gonna have to get there. See from the equities, though, 32% of the time, he will find that double.
And 1.16 million in the middle, 23 big blinds at stake. Should Piccini be dealt a beat here, that would be a substantial blow. But so far, so good. Karam pursuing 9 and a 9 only now. And that will be that. As we lose Karam in 59th place.
Thank you.
Yeah, good game. Ramzi Karam, $6,800. Maybe just decided. Don't want to get down to this kind of 8 big blind realm. For me, you know, you don't want to be overly critical. It's a long day. You can get this through, of course. And you know, you can run into hands where you're in better shape, like a pocket 8, ace jack, ace king, all these hands. For me, just a little wide. Like, you know, it's a 1 hour clock. You can have the whole of the next orbit, find a good spot. For me, it's a little wide. GG though.
Yeah, a little bit impetuous there. I agree with you, Andrew. And you know, while we will critique a play like that, obviously we're dealing with a big blind ante situation. He was about
I mean, it's hardly the worst jam in the world.
It can't be far off.
No, it's not. It's not horrific.
It may be losing a fraction of a big blind.
You know, I know that you're one of the kings of ICM. You talk to me about it a lot. I've been trying to put some work in that realm, but I can be a little weak there sometimes. But you know, 5% of the field left, right?
Oh yeah, it's
like it starts to become. You got to tighten up, right, with your range from under the gun, I would suggest at least. And speaking of tightening up under the gun, here comes Sands. He has the chips, though, to get away with this, potentially. Now then, this all comes down to perception. You know, obviously, under the gun, we've spoken about this. Should have a pretty strong range, but Ace-Jack does pretty well against, you know, an experienced player with a pretty big stack at this stage, right? More than average for Sands. Interesting here. Is he going to 3-bet non-all in?
It looks like it. He's going to chop a stack.
Interesting. Okay, going for the... Let's try and look a bit stronger. Right? 275, that looked like. Oh. Now, one thing I'll say about this actually gives you potential to make like a sick laydown versus cold 4. But really, though, even then, like we put 275 of 660 in. I think if we wanted to do this, then literally make it 4 bigs, like 200k. You know, then you have 460 back.
Sure.
Like, it really is, like, the margins are that fine. You put 200 in of 660, you're putting, what, 30% of your stack in? As it stands, we've put more than 40% in.
Yeah, and it's a little wonky for Adrian here. Obviously, he has a very nice hand in Ace-King, but the opener
He's just
from
gonna
under the
click
gun...
I'd imagine he just clicks. Yeah, I really like it. No need to shove here. I mean, you can make it this size, and if Sands rips it, it's going to be grim. But it's so hard for him to rip it. Like, he's going to need queens plus, maybe jacks plus.
Yeah, I don't think you'd even love jacks in that spot. Zereg left with a miserable sort of spot now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster now. I would have just 3-bet jammed this hand, I think. Well, either shoved or folded, and if I run into it, so be it.
So, holding back to 385 versus sticking it in here and creating a pot of around about, what,
yeah,
1.6?
Can't blame him. I think he's just decided. You know, I've gone for this sort of half-stackish 3-bet, try and represent a stronger hand than I have. We can get there against the cold 4. Here we go then. Critical pot, 1.1 million. If Stake can hold, he will catapult himself up to 2.7 million. Zereg, immediate outs, hunting a jack.
You know the thing? I shot the sheriff.
I gave you my luck.
Thank you, bro.
You got the jack now.
Well, crossing our fingers here for Zereg. Oh! Who has been teased.
Yeah, saw the jack of clubs in the window, unfortunately for him, followed by an ace and a king. No clubs working. Jack and a jack only. Can't find it. 4 of diamonds, river. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. A couple of quick bust outs now. I think he's gone in 58th. Obviously, we lost a player in 59th. I don't know if anyone bust in the meantime.
Thank you. Electric.
So same payout.
Are we gonna play 600?
For Yusuf Zedek.
Excuse me. Are we gonna play 600? Other player? Can you ask?
So we are down to 700, which is actually 600 with that empty seat. So these guys sort of wondering if we can get another player over here, balance it up. Next table break will be at 54. So we're 3 away. So we should really be able to go 7-handed. Yeah, we should be able to play 8-handed here on feature.
Yeah, I don't think that wish will be granted as of yet. It shouldn't be too long until new players join the fray.
Yeah, they could balance it out, but then they probably just lose it if they lose one more player, and they probably will in the next like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
have to leave a play. It's accentuated by the missing person. That's basically what's happening here. These guys are feeling like they're playing a 6-handed tournament now. Suddenly, they are actually 7 stacks at the table. State now with a much nicer stack to work with. More weapons. It's going to open up the king jack here in the hijack. And quickly round to the blinds.
Oh, Darry, he's back. Oh no, he's not back.
No.
Sorry. Thought for a moment. We're just waiting for the graphics to catch up.
Yeah, and Sands with a pretty nice hand to smooth call here, but we would see some low frequency 3-bets with this one too. I like a call personally, but again, I think when ICM is a factor, it sort of drags those low frequency plays out of the game plan.
Agree. And it's one of these just beautiful hands. King Queen suited, basically in any spot in Hold'em. Flat calling with King Queen suited is always going to be fine. Of course, keep in some of these Broadway holdings that we dominate. Hand flops really well. Lots of good things can happen. We don't have to fold on many flops. Even this one.
Yeah, facing small bet here with the backdoor flush draw possibility. And I think even without a backdoor, you probably have to be sticky with specifically King Queen here. You have to have a minimum defense frequency. It can't just be your ace highs. It can't just be your pairs. It can't just be your, you know, good shots and, you know, open enders. I think it has to include some good King X, and this is a very good King X.
Yeah, definitely not folding this one. State with that sort of spot where, of course, you don't get a better hand to fold, right? Like a 5 won't fold, pairs aren't going to fold, no ace high will fold. But it's almost a value bet on the flop that it's so dry. 5 deuce deuce, just you can just, you know, chasing out a hand like Jack 10, like something like this. It's fine, you know, no problems. Unfortunately for him, he is pipped. So 8 of spades turn. Decision point now. Do we want to turn this one into a double barrel? He is going for it.
And it feels like it might need to be a triple barrel. If you like, this feels like the story needs to be a 3-street story now, because sure, while this specifically could be a hand that he can get away from with 2 barrels, a lot of the holdings would have to be sticky here.
That's right. Like, this one's going to fold pretty comfortably. But yeah, a bunch of the kind of ace highs, especially the ones containing spades, that picked up extra equity. Hand like a 5, that's going to call turn. But we're going to get enough folds, you know, ace 9s of the world, they're going to struggle to continue against double barrel. Well timed from State, and he's finding momentum.
And we found a new player.
Oh, okay.
You gonna wait for him, or?
Who's it going to be?
No, he's not the big one.
Will it be one of the names we referenced at the top of the frame?
Oh, let it be Georgie.
Yeah.
He has been dealt in without having taken his seat.
Run! Run, new player.
That's a little rough, isn't it? To have your stack moved to the table, not by you, and then get dealt in when you haven't arrived yet?
Bit of a mug off. Not put too fine of a point on it.
It's a bit rough. Guess he's not paying a blind, at least. He will next hand, though. So is it possible that just by look at the draw, another missing player has been sent to the feature?
Maybe they just nipped to the bathroom. Thought, right, you know what? They're moving, mate. Now's the time. Did you see a glance? Yeah, and a welcome to the table. So they are arriving. Ah, and it's Osmar Ilamour. He was on the table earlier. Very spicy character. Anyway, back to the action. Sands electing just to open with a raise here with the King 4 of clubs. Looks like nice timing. Unless Najjar wants to get real spicy, turn this one into a 3-bet bluff. Likely to get it through. Does.
Yeah, perfect. You're the chosen. You are the punishment for you.
Little reference for you, David. Ilamour, who is just joining. Very spicy player. We saw him involved in some very funky spots.
Oh, not as handsome.
Myself and Ali were in the booth earlier in the day, so he's one to watch, see how he wants to proceed now. We are a little deeper, granted, in the tournament. And his stack is a little shallower. 26 bigs now. He had a much bigger stack at that stage. So may have pumped the brakes a little.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of Elamore over the years here in Merit.
Oh, it's my first look at him.
Oh no, he's been a regular on these streams, and yeah, likes to bring a loose and aggressive breed of poker. And here we go. Is he?
I like it.
Teases us.
I like the late.
He has to get warmed up here. He has to kind of, you know.
He's very fun, like a very positive presence at the table.
I will play solid.
He just says now, I will play solid. That's like when people tell you that they're really funny and wacky. You know, the people that tell you that. They're always the most boring people in the world. Back on sands, 6-4 of hearts. Gonna open from the button. 100k to go. This is a little unexpected. Najar peeling from the small with 10-8 offsuit. Can't say I'm a huge fan. We could see he does have the best hand.
Italy. You don't look very Italian.
No, everybody speaks to me in Turkish the first time.
Continues to be best on the ace, queen, queen.
You look Italian.
Okay.
Of course, the problem when we peel this combo, very difficult to withstand heat
Turkish origin.
on a multitude of these high boards.
And my parents are Turkish.
Turkish roots.
But most people guessing I'm Russian.
Yeah. There are many Russians.
Nobody is guessing I'm Turkish.
Excuse me?
Appearance-wise, nobody is guessing that I'm Turkish. Usually when I fly with Turkish airline, they say to everybody, welcome in Turkish, and to me in English.
Hand over. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Did I just miss a check raise?
Yeah, no.
From the jar?
Where are you from, sir?
You check raise the ace, queen, queen with 10-8.
You also Italian.
I must confess, lost my bearings for a moment. Thought it was hand done.
Well,
stacking chips.
Well, I just thought you'd spotted the rain coming down again.
First time? Second time here?
That is spice.
We have to repeat everything now.
Action back on state here with the queen 10.
They don't listen to what I say.
So, let's go. Where do you come from?
All over again. Believe me, they didn't miss anything.
He's going to raise 100k to go. This is pretty wide. Perhaps feeling it at this time. 60 bigs deep. Trying to get after it. Build a big stack.
Bro, you made a lot of chips. Yeah? Wow.
It's
Running
raised
up.
here.
It's for you.
You knocked 2 players out already.
Huh?
That was absolute spice from the jar, by the way.
Yeah.
10-8 off on the ace, queen, queen.
Don't do it to me, please.
It's not a lucky place, huh? Be careful.
Round 2, Ilamour does have a bag of nothing.
I'm not a good player, but I have very good energy.
Yeah.
Always positive.
You drink Red Bull?
Huh?
You drink Red Bull?
Show us.
Yeah.
You have wings.
Usually 7 to 8 every cash game session.
Do you hear that? Drinks 7 to 8 Red Bulls every cash game session. It's a dangerous road to go down.
So, I have a confession to make. When I was in my early 20s, that was probably the peak Red Bull vodka phase. I don't know if you remember the craze. Obviously, people still drink it now, but it was sort of the new drink. Red Bull was quite a new thing, actually.
It was the raving thing to do.
It was the ravey kind of thing to do, and it would be kind of a nightclub drink and whatever. And I used to drink quite a lot of them. I quite liked it. It reminded me of Benlin, the cough mixture as a child, which I used to sneak out of the fridge when I wasn't sick as a kid.
Right.
And which, you know, probably gave me some sort of high back then. Anyway, I digress. I did like the vodka Red Bulls until one night when I was about 22, 23. I was at home thinking I was having a heart attack.
Yeah, horrible.
I thought, okay, that's enough of that.
Speaking of high adrenaline combos, here's one. Pacini. And what does he have, David?
The Django's.
You love it. This is an interesting spot for Sands. Ace-4 of diamonds. 40 big blinds deep. He has been very aggressive, but shows restraint here. I think it makes sense, facing under the gun. And Pacini, we've seen nothing from him yet, right? So potential dicey waters ahead for Seno. Let's call Queen 10 of Hearts from the button. Very difficult to blame him. I would do exactly the same.
And that could bring in state here from the big. Certainly wouldn't blame this either. So Pacini going to have to go 3 ways. Can I point out that when you lose with the kings, which is something I often did, it can be extended to being Django'd.
Oh,
you can get Django'd.
Just had reminiscing about the you know when you've been tangoed adverts.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where it went from, yeah.
Well, as always is the case when you hold 2 kings. Ace deuce 3. Pacini hating this.
Yeah.
Of course, can still have the best of it. Now, Seno, let's see how he wants to proceed here. We will see a lot of small stabs in position, even on boards like this. I like this a lot. You know, we have some playability down the streets. We have backdoor Broadway, backdoor heart draws. We block some of the best ace-X, right? Like an ace-queen or an ace-10. But then it's one of these sort of goes both ways. We also block queens, pocket queens and pocket 10s that we want to fold down the streets. So an interesting one. This sizing, though, immediately putting pressure on Pacini.
You are from Turkey?
Half pot.
Yes.
Oh,
look at this.
And he just makes a read
I don't
based on profiling, I think, there.
I mean, if you give your opponent credit for an ace here, you know, it's very easy to critique that fold. But I think that people will often make the mistake of, oh, well, I just have to call one. Okay, granted here, okay, kings are good. But there are quite a lot of spots in poker where you go, right, well, I'm supposed to call one here, and then we'll call one more, and then we'll decide. Like, if he just decides, I believe that Seno is going to be pretty honest.
Yeah, and I think he did make that judgment, and I think he maybe made that judgment before deciding on his own initial action that he would get an honest response. But here's the alternate line for me. Why not just fire out a small c-bet of your own?
Well, we just have a hand.
I know our hand doesn't want to bet.
Protection,
no, but we don't really want to surrender the betting lead and put ourselves in a guessing game. I don't see any issue with betting 1.5 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Sure. Yeah, credit to Seno, I think, for finding like a larger size. Like, I think if he bets 80k here or whatever, like that never gets through. Gets away with one.
Yeah, very cheeky. And Veneri gonna ride atop that horse again here with the ace-king off under the gun. Sands, he's gonna sort of, he's got these pesky ones. What was the ace-4 suited last hand, the 3s this hand. Don't really like this flat, to be honest. We're way too shallow for set mining. This is quite a large open from under the gun, and we are far from closing the action. In fact, there are more people to act than have already acted.
Yeah, this is a little dusty. Problem is, you know, if it gets squeezed behind, our hand is worth nothing. I mean, one thing I will say again is that these guys have been playing maybe all day, at least for a few hours. Potentially thinks Veneri will play poorly out of position, or if he does hit a 3, that he has implied odds that he will always get the stack in. Always things to consider, but I'm with you. I don't like this peel from +2. He's gonna let Piccini in though. Oh, it is a large open too, right? I missed that. 2.6x. Yeah, not a fan of this peel from Sands. But it is a good peel if you flop a 3. I will put that out there.
And it's not a 4, you know, it's not pocket 4s.
It's not pocket 4s, mate. That's right. You know my feelings on the subject. Off we go. 3 ways. Oh my goodness.
Diamonds.
Here we go. A lot of this will depend on the sizing from Veneri. Quite like this. Kind of 40%, a little bit more. Let's get money in. We have a vulnerable hand, albeit the best top pair. Piccini. You know, typically, the line of choice here is check call. Can have the best hand, right? We have front door flush draw, back door straight draw. Looks like he agrees. Hot swelling.
What's your name again?
8 of hearts on the turn. I mean, this is a really, really good card for Veneri. You know, sometimes you'd be worried here about 8x, but I think when you bet 200k, you know, 8x of diamonds, for example, isn't a thing, right? So you can take away most 8x, in my eyes. Very difficult to call flop for 200k here with any 8.
He likes his big bets.
I like this.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's really good on this texture.
I really like it.
Yep.
500k. Setting up river to shove all in if check called and the board texture doesn't change. You know, look to get 3 streets from worst ace-x, charge diamonds. Lots to protect against. All the queen jacks are in there. Very nice, Veneri.
Serious discipline from Piccini there, knowing that he probably in most worlds had the right direct price, maybe some implied odds, but also just never feeling 1,000,000% out, not necessarily clean, maybe already dead.
It really feels like an 8 and an ace are the only 2 cards in the deck that we fold turn.
Yeah.
Right, because now we can't hit a jack. Like, we have very poor sort of, yeah, like it's cutting out our outs to improve river. Really like how Veneri played that, and Piccini, well played. It's tilting to have to fold a hand as good as this though, for sure.
Absolutely. I'm now wondering, because we got a nice little tracking shot there of our trophy.
Yeah.
If the trophy is not a teardrop, as I've been calling it, but is in fact a raindrop, as an homage to, I'm convinced there is rain falling.
Right, where? I'm looking. I know he's wearing a cagoule of sorts.
Do not take your eyes off.
All right.
The space above his 2 shoulders. I've seen one fall on either side.
Space between the shoulders, what? So behind his head?
Yeah. Yeah, it might not be falling on him. It could be falling right behind him.
Like a big sploosh, like 1 raindrop at a time.
And you kind of see it catch the light.
Okay.
Okay, it's gone again.
This is what you tune in for, guys. High-level analysis. And the weather report.
So hot, I can't believe it.
Here we go.
Elamore is going to engage here. 24 bigs only. I think he just sends it. I don't think there's another way to play this hand. Sands, well, he hasn't been at the table long, but one look at Sands tells me there's a man who's going to open fairly wide. Don't think we want to play this as a non-all-in 3 bet. We probably just want to jam it.
I'm with you. 10s and jacks specifically in these spots. Yeah, like it. I think we just start 3-bet calling it queens plus. Seems like the cutoff point. Just those hands that just love to just get it in. Let's put jacks in there. We can get called by worse. Multifaceted. 10s and 9s will occasionally call shove. Hands like
1.2 exactly.
ace queen off, we put them in a tough spot. Get to deny, equity, suited ace X, all that good stuff. Like it. Hand over. Oh, look at this. Hey, soul read. Stablemate announces jacks. That's got to be a little disconcerting.
Yeah, well, maybe he saw it. Maybe he lifted it too high.
No, he's like that. What hand 3-bet jams for 24? Jacks, 10s. Ace, king, ace, queen. I mean, to be fair, it's normally a fairly narrow range, right? That pile it in. Not to take away from the genius. He finds it. Nice pick up in the early going for him on the feature for Il Amor. So on we march. So as we move forward, slowly ticking down, 55 now remaining. From that starting field, 1,133 entrants. Crushed the guarantee, which was 1.5 million.
You can take it if you win.
Everybody at the moment, 6,800 locked. Pay jump is looming as we see. Interesting spot here. Il Amor opening hijack with ace-8. Pretty reasonable, a little wide, but nice hand to steal with. State in the cutoff. Has this tricky pocket 7s. Don't want a 3-bet call, don't want a 3-bet fold. Invariably, when that's the case, we're going to land on call.
Yeah, very difficult sort of C-stack combo.
Yeah, I think, you know, pocket 9s, for example, we can start to consider. Let's 3-bet call off. Veneri's been a bit spicy. I'm not a big fan of this, but that is completing from small. We can see he's in fine shape. It is the type of combo that can be dominated. It is going to speculate in 3 ways. Hello, hello. How's that for a flop, Mr. Lappin?
This is action. Even, well, what? We're going to see Veneri come with the dunk, okay. Well, that changes it a good bit because I did sort of expect it to go check to the original razor and then see maybe a c-bet, maybe a check, I'm not sure. But now it's sort of changed it altogether, sort of rearranged the order of play. Elam, we're going to have to react to this lead with second pair top kicker. I think probably just gets away.
I mean, this is great news for him.
Yeah, like, because he was certainly going to lose chips in this pot.
Even if we suspect larceny, like, it's not a typical lead. So if we start to try and assign the bluffs, it's going to be a bunch of the sort of king 10, queen 10 suited, occasional, like, ace 10 in there. But this does look a lot like what it is, like a sort of probe to find out if my jack is any good. Very nice, and State is loving life. Bottom set. You can treat this as the effect of nuts, really. I don't expect 9-10 suited to donk here. It's going to look to get a check raise in.
Now, do you look to raise immediately? That's the question. There are action killers, potentially. There are cards that your opponent may require, and you're in a little dark tunnel to what they might be. Obviously, 9 or 10.
He is going to fast play it.
I like this decision. Oh,
he
wow.
jammed! Oh, no! Veneri! Oh, he's had a disaster of a blow-up, unfortunately. Goodness me, what a gift for States. 100 bigs just somehow in the middle here. And he's drawing dead to runner. Wow, that happened fast. Oh.
Opportunities.
Your horses. Not opportunities, winner-tunities.
Oh, they're winner-tunities. Oh, my goodness me.
Oh, not like this, surely. Doesn't find it. Jack of diamonds on the river. And just like that, Veneri.
Wow.
Oh. You hate to see it in the small hours of the night.
He did the informational bet, got the answer, and then didn't care.
Yeah, that is a tough one to take. Antonino Veneri will look back on this hand with a lot of regret, unfortunately. Eliminated in 55th. Good game, sir. Perhaps leveling himself here, David, when he's led to think, well, you know, my opponent's not going to give this much credit. Maybe he could be semi-bluffing himself with like a 10x or 9x holding, and just kind of leveled himself into thinking he was good. What a spot that is, by the way, for State. 5.6 million now.
It was gift-trapped.
Yeah, you never want to be too unkind. Veneri. Bit of brain fog potentially. They have been playing all day. Unfortunately for him, sends it in.
Yeah, he doubled me out. Called his bluff.
That happened very quickly.
Yeah. Didn't give it much thought.
No, Turbo sent it.
Elamore going to get after it again. Going to go for the 2.5x here with the Queen Jack suited from early. Interesting to see this deployment of the larger open size. Don't really understand the need here. Prefer to see a min, or maybe throw a chip on min plus. This 2.5x seems like a lot, but anyway. Sands will be still getting involved here, regardless from the big blind. Ace Queen, way too much hand. I wonder if he comes with raise, or does he decide to use this as his strongest deceptive flat?
Yeah, I think you can go either way. 26 big's effective. It's kind of cuspy. You know, if your opponent has 20 blinds here, I think you just always send the chips in. The problem when you jam is that all you do is fold out worse for the most part. Like ace jack and ace 10, right? If your opponent's done this, they just fold. You never really fold out better. Maybe occasionally like a pocket sevens or something like this. I like this.
Yeah, I prefer this way of going about your business as well.
You know, it's tricky out of position, but that's fine. Like there aren't many flops we need to fold on the
well, that might be
fold on the flop. Yeah. Potentially, we'll see what sizing Elamore comes with. I would presume you'll c-bet this.
Yeah, no pair for Sands here, but likely to be facing a bet with the gutter, backdoor, flush draw, 2 overcards, so the 9.
Yeah, if he comes very small, which he has, this just makes our life very easy. And you know, can't hate on small bet here, is gonna work well, right? You know, a hand like an ace 8 type holding, you might just get to fold immediately. Don't think you get ace queen to lay it down. But you can just deny here against 2 random cards. Pretty easy check call for 50k. You're not loving it, of course.
No, but nice to be blocking ace, king, and king, queen.
Yeah. Deuce of hearts turn, no change. Pretty bad card for Elamore. In that now when we're barreling, if we do, kind of targeting a 9, right, to fold, which isn't particularly appetizing.
Although I don't think there were too many 2x's given the 2.5x open anyway.
No, sure. Be a couple of suited ones in there. The ace deuce suiteds of the world gonna be in there.
I think Elamore goes for this because I think he recognizes that the incredibly small 1 big blind bet is going to keep in so many hands, and now he has more hands to target to fold this bet.
Talk about a sizing though. Pot. Well done, gets it through. I'm always a little pernickety here. I feel like you can size down a little.
Like when you bet 300, 325, it really, you know, a hand like 9-7, for example, it's already in a horrible spot. All of the kind of pocket pairs are going to have to fold. The Queen Jack, Jack 10s of the world will fold. Like you end up, when you bet pot, okay, if your opponent has like King 6 or something like this, that doesn't feel great, but most King X aren't folding here for any size. Anyway, nicely, you know, figured out that I like your point a lot, that when he bets 50k, big blind defense range widens considerably and you're going to get a lot more turn folds.
Yeah, and he is blocking King, Queen and King Jack with his particular holdings, so they are the ones that are feeling very good about calling a larger bet.
Sure.
Whereas not a lot else is feeling great about it.
Yeah. Well done, Elamur. Bashes the door down. Wow, State. All right, he's feeling it.
Yeah, 5.5 million to the good now, looking to put a lot of pressure on his opponents over the next hour and 8 minutes. I feel as though he is likely to open his game right up here. Remember, 54 players left. And ICM ratcheting up.
Yeah, we are creeping toward that magical landmark of 36. We are going to play this evening, folks, either to the end of level 27 or to the final 4 tables. So please stick with us. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And look at this, Pacini. I like it. You know, it's wide, but against the one player who's going to have a very wide opening range and raise fold a lot.
What happened? I don't know. They just came in. I was there. They just came in this time with us. And they said he's not coming back.
Well done. Well timed. Using his image well.
Aggressive.
Where was he from? Or his name?
Poland.
It's important not to overlook a spot like this. It really shows that someone is aware, right, of what's going on, even at this kind of late hours of the night. You know, Pacini knows that State, if he's, I mean, he's opening 9-7 off. So if he's opening that, we are just printing money when we 3-bet. There's going to be lots and lots of hands that can't defend. Nicely done. Sad to see here, David, that Dari in seat 5 is just blinding out here. We really hope, best wishes to him, that nothing too dastardly has gone wrong.
Yeah.
We don't have any information on it. Hopefully everything's okay.
Elamur going with the 2.5x again from under the gun. Action rolls round. To Najar, who looks to have made the call here with King Jack. Is that right? Yes, he has. I can physically see those chips in there. And Seno may well join the party here with the ace-9 off. Tricky to navigate that particular holding, but we shall see how he gets on. Nice bit of double domination here for Elamur over his opponents. Although Najar now, with the open-ender, quickly checks through. God, this is rapid-fire action here. They checked. Quick as you like. Now Najar is going to try and stab here with the open-ender. That will clear out Seno, who has Najar's outs. And Elamur, I presume, gets sticky ones?
Oh yes, easy. Easy. Oh, now this is very unexpected.
Yeah, taking the aggressive line here, deciding that Najar's sort of proby small blind bet.
I wonder if
is to be pounced upon.
I mean, the thing about this spot
what are we repping here? Now, we're repping something really big, right? Something like literally top
Queens.
set.
Yeah. You slow play
Set of
3
10s
queens.
that didn't see bet, set of 5s, right? A turn set of 5s that didn't see bet. I mean, there's nothing we can do there with King Jack, but this is very spicy. We know that Ilamur plays that way. Kind of hard to rep value, but at the same time, does leverage a lot of pressure on the marginal kind of 1 pairs.
Oh my God.
I get some extra chip.
You got a 4?
Yeah.
No professional. We don't want any professional. Wrong table. We don't want any professional.
So, familiar face returning, we think. Is he in the right place?
Oh, it's Simone Andrian.
Yeah. Andrian,
oh, he's leaving.
Well, Andrian, one of the absolute biggest stacks in the room, or at least he was an hour ago. And he's been given seat 5, which of course is Dari's stack, or is Dari's seat, who hasn't been eliminated yet, although that will just happen automatically over the course of the next orbit or 2. So I'm guessing he should be given
seat 4.
The 4th seat. Yeah. Just making sure we have it all done right.
There we go.
Okay, so quick glance across there to see that indeed Adrian State raffle stomping his way to 5.5 million.
Sometimes good, sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, just that bottom set of 7s. What a dream.
It's just a freebie, really.
Just what a dream, right? Last 50 of a kind of major tournament.
As they say, if you cannot identify the fish on the table, you're the fish.
Ilamur cracks me up.
So we are back to full tables here, 53. Obviously, we are 1 shy of 54, which would be 6 tables of 9.
Welcome, my friend.
Again, one of our seats will remain empty.
Bro, no more seats.
I've just gotten word that Dari will not be back.
Oh, he won't be back. Okay.
So whatever has happened there, his stack will just blind out over the course of the next, I guess, like 2 orbits by the looks of things. Maybe even 1 orbit.
One more orbit, small blind, big blind before finishing.
It's been a bit of a boon for these players at this table to have that stack blinding off incrementally into their stacks for a while.
It's full table. Oh, 9.
There is the stack.
No, 9 is here. It's a sit-out prayer.
But he'll be out in 1 orbit.
In 1 orbit, 1 orbit.
Who's this guy? You don't know?
He's sleeping.
Okay, finally, we're back in the action here after a little confusion as we had table break, maybe a misplaced seat draw.
Here's a question for you.
Go on.
Do the French love 10-8 off? Because I've seen it played and V-pipped 4 times today, and it's just not really something that's a thing. But they've been French every time. Something to consider. Anyway, Pacini will consider this to be a very nice flop. King 10-7, all clubs.
I don't know. I have no information.
Yesterday he was.
I really like how he plays. I was motioning check in the booth. Just have a brilliant hand to just slow play here. Induce some bluffs, induce some bets from hands that shouldn't bet, like this one.
Yeah, Najar with very little of this now. Firing 125k. Pacini likely comes with call, and
yeah, he won't raise this, I don't think. Oh, it is 1.1 million back only, but I still expect to see just call.
Actually, yeah, 900, right?
He's impressing me, like how he's playing. You know, diving into the theory here, the button should have a lot of suited hands, right, that we don't have from +1. You know, hands like 5-6 of clubs even can get in there from the button. So we have less flushes. Let's go ahead and check. We can pot control against a hand that has us pipped like a king-queen and just some bluffs. From a pocket pair with a club in it, things like this.
Yeah, this is very out of line from Nushar. Pre-flop and on the flop. Finally takes street out and, well, want to hang your man with second nuts here. I guess you are a little bit concerned that he could have the ace of clubs in hand, so I think checking and check call inducing is better. Also, you can get worse clubs to value bet themselves.
Yeah. If a hand like pocket eights with a club started bluffing flop, for example, I mean, that one might check, but you hear where I'm coming from. Pocket sixes with a club, stuff like this, may feel compelled to go for thin value if checked to. One issue you have when you check here is that two pairs, like a king-queen or a queen-jack, right? That could be in there that bluffs flop, takes its showdown on the turn, and will take showdown on river. Pacini going to go ahead and try and just get a little bit of value.
So Pacini, rather than taking the line I suggested there, maybe thinking there is some ace-x as well that might just have to get sticky.
I think that's absolutely fine. Yeah, well done. Did manage to get a bet out of Najjar. I think if we see bet flop here, it's going to be tough for Najjar to get sticky.
Do wonder if Najjar had that checked over to him, would he have taken the bait?
I mean, you probably have to bluff. I don't think you get to the river with a worse hand.
Thank you. I'm sure you should have got to the flop with a worse hand.
That's very true. Yeah, like, there's going to be a bunch of ace-x in Pacini's hand still. Like an ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king even, right? Ace-king, no club, probably checks flop. Anyway, quick look at the leaderboard. Adrian State out in front, 92 big blinds. Followed by our new player at the table, Simone Andrian. We've seen him have success in this very room, 57 bigs. Hermano Pacini, 37 big blinds, good for 2.2 million in chips. Osmar Ilamour, never quite know what he's going to do, 1.9 million. Himself and Federico Seno on 30 big blinds or so. Adrian Sands, 26 blinds, 1.5 million in chips. And then our two short stacks, Francois Najjar, still with a shade under 20 bigs to work with. And unfortunately, Vlad Dari, your time in this feature table is coming to an end. Two big blinds and blinding out. On Pacini. Don't let me down, Pacini. I think this is a fold. I'm just going to nail my colors to the mast. Like it. I think it's a mistake we see a lot, especially towards the end of tournaments. People just still love these low to medium suited connectors off 30, 40 blinds.
Yeah, very similar to the small pocket pairs.
Right.
They just shrivel up.
Right.
When you look at the ranges, when ICM becomes a factor, it's not necessarily that they reduce in percentage terms by a huge amount, but the shape changes. That's a key part of this. The ace and king suited hands with the blockers become so much more valuable than those playability hands, those suited connectors low down, those set mining pocket pairs.
Yeah, interesting spot now for Sands. Andrian opening with sixes plus 2. 25 blinds here from hijack. You can play this a few different ways. Can 3-bet non-all in, which he's reaching for. Quite like it. Flat could be an option. Jam is an option. Kind of tricky in some ways. Makes it 5 bigs. I like this. I'm going to put Andrian in a pretty tough spot with large portions of his range. Ilamour just chilling. It's on you, buddy. Action back on Andrian. Very unpalatable spot. You know, if you think your man is too light, could potentially 4-bet jam. Typically though, just gonna get out of the way. do need a very strong read to ship it in. And of course becomes less attractive to peel when our opponent starts to hand with just 25 bigs. Well done from Sands.
Everybody calls, most likely I'll raise. Excuse me? If everybody calls, most likely I'll raise.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll act like I have
Miss deal. Most like miss deal.
What happened?
He's playing Texas 3 cards.
I have 3 cards.
I'm not gonna look at it.
3 action.
Not safe.
Not going to allow
By folding.
Elamur to play with 3 cards here. Fair enough.
You give one more card and we make a Maha. One round of Maha.
You can change the action.
I had a fun one years ago. Had a UK IPT London, 2 or 3 tables left. So, you know, getting down to the business end. And late in the day, with a lot of action, because I just didn't look at my hand until late, there was significant action. It had gone, I think, raise and call. And I looked down at 3 cards. Ooh. And I thought, oh no. I obviously have to explain that I have 3 cards.
Right.
And the ruling was made that randomly one of the cards would be taken from me.
That's a very rare.
And I had
little wrinkle.
Ace, King, 8.
Ace, King, 8.
Yes.
Oh.
And
how did we run?
14 big blinds. So I wanted a spot. Undoubtedly needed a spot.
Right.
So when they said, okay, we'll take 3, I made sure that the 8 was the middle one. Because psychologically I thought people,
honestly, what a
when the guy they always pick the middle one, or they pick the middle one like 40% of the time, if it's at random.
Credit to you for landing on that in the heat of the moment. I thought you might have been like, you know, using some Jedi mind tricks.
Yeah.
I don't know, somehow get the word middle into the sentence to the foreman.
Little
subliminal
messaging.
You put me in the middle of a right pickle here.
I like it. I wish.
I'm right in the middle of the eye of the storm. Pick the middle card, please.
It's just middle. Take the middle one. I want the middle one. Take the 8 away. They did pick the middle one, and I got to shove my Ace King.
You run into aces?
No, I got it through.
Justice.
But I made it really clear to everyone because here's what happened. I put the cards out, and the split second the middle one was taken, I went, I'm all in.
Oh, you fist pumped in.
The minute I knew which one was gone.
By the way, now this is unexpected. I don't like this from Pacini. So we have a raise from Elamur, button, 2.5x, off 30 bigs, and Pacini, 3-bet bluff in a hand as good as Queen 9 of diamonds. I'm not a fan. Yeah. Always have to be honest with our opinions here. Like, I would rather shove here than do this.
It's such a slam dunk call.
It's just, it plays so well. Okay, granted we're dominated, right, against ace queen. But in the long term here, this hand just plays so well as a defend. And like, don't really want to 3-bet fold strong hands. And Queen 9 of diamonds is a strong hand here, facing button open from the big. Curious decision. Maybe thinks that Elamur is using this large size too often and just wants to clear out some kind of offsuit ace X or like king X hands that just won't be able to defend.
He looks like a man who almost thinks he has to shove, doesn't really like it.
I mean, one thing I will say is we've made it 2.5x and our opponent has just made it 7 bigs. It does look very strong.
Looks very strong.
It's the super polar. This is why this is interesting, because normally we're polar here, right? Really strong hands and 3-bet bluffs. You're not folding this, are you? I'd be shocked. Could be some
He is.
Is he?
Fold.
Whoa!
Show for the fans. Now it's your turn.
Whoa, and he shows?
You'll see.
You'll see. Absolutely, Pacini cannot
believe his luck.
Pacini cannot give away this information in the next 49 minutes.
And by the way, Pacini, I've just critiqued you hard, but perhaps you are a genius of all geniuses. Maybe just spooked his opponent with the 7 bigs.
Yeah, I think he did.
Like, it really is nutted looking. All right, I'm wrong. I'm open to being wrong.
I don't expect you to fold the screen. I can't say to you that.
I guess he's just convinced his man that he has a top-tier hand.
I don't expect myself to fold ace queen.
Before you get 3, now you get 1.
He's on TV.
Yeah, pure spookage there.
Exactly. He would have won.
He knew he wasn't meant to, but he was just like he got sent a vibe that was a bluffing vibe, but he got sent a kind of a feeling that it was not good.
You asked me to show
and
my
he
hand
believed
before
it.
I showed. Now I'm asking you. I didn't ask.
Really interesting spot in that.
And I showed. No, I didn't. You did. Oh, he did.
No, it's not him.
No, he never said that he would. He did get shown the ace queen, but he never promised to show back.
It was a bluff.
That's pretty wild.
It was a bluff, they say. It's almost like they've used this moment now as a read.
No, I never said that.
Pacini with another one here. Wow, this is a 3-bettable candidate against State.
I'm going to go ahead and try and be wrong again. I think he's going to call here.
The whole table did a big, here we go. As he counts out. He may well call, as you say here, keep in some stuff he dominates, but also, well, he does seem to like the aggressive lines.
Yeah.
He does seem to be making them work as well.
When he takes this long, he's going to 3-bet.
And now sizing is going to be interesting from our point of view. Obviously, we saw the small sizing, and now we're going to see, looks like a big sizing from the small. Or should I say, the sizing you would expect.
Yeah, pretty reasonable size to choose. Looks like 500-ish, 445. Well done. Yeah, I'm still sort of reeling from the ace-queen fold and just thinking,
Since the beginning.
what's the best way to proceed? Like when someone's this polar,
Which one was better? This
we have 30 bigs. Feels like call is the best kind of option here. Like if you give your opponent
Come on, at least which one
jacks
was
plus and you jam, you just run into like a really good hand and you're in trouble. Whereas when they are bluffing, you know, with just like queen 5 off, like these are the type of hands that can go ahead and just go for some super wide 3-bet, you know, like a king 6 off, stuff like this. Might be better served just to call in position, allow them to keep bluffing.
I think I probably shove. Maybe I flat the
Shove's fine
suited. I might call the suited variety and shove the north suited variety.
For 30, you can just send it, obviously. Just such a non-standard thing to see, this sort of 7 bigs with queen 9 of diamonds. There you go. Pacini on the move.
from south or north? North. I don't play with you.
Tight.
Fold. Against South Italy,
Yeah, south splashing. North tight.
for sure. The other guy from Napoli, I called him in the cash game with ace high.
Even queen eye, I think, was good, right?
No, he had queen high.
Yeah, queen eye. Yeah, so chop.
But he gave me the information before. I asked him, where you from?
Where are you from? Naples, go.
And Leanne
No, wait. No, wait, I didn't.
hasn't made a decision
No,
yet,
no,
dealer.
No, I didn't check.
Yeah, he's right.
That's interesting. Didn't he just motion quite aggressively to check?
I'm gonna rewatch it.
Or maybe it was just gesticulating, but you've got to be careful with those. It's going to ISO 210. Lutka, very nice combo here to limp shove for 25 blinds. Whether that was the plan Could potentially feel a little spooked when his opponent.
Oh my goodness!
I mean,
I just did an instant replay.
That's a check, isn't it?
He was motioning to the player across the table to whom he was having the conversation, and it was in that context, but it was absolutely a tapping motion.
It may have spooked Lutka, right? You know when you insist, no, I didn't check. You can be worried that your opponent has a big hand, right?
Yep.
So potentially spooks Lutka into not limp shoving. Off to the 8-4 deuce board. This one could get spicy. Andrian gonna c-bet, of course, just jack high. Let's have 6 of clubs in hand, blocking some continues. Overcard to the board, Lutka with 5s. Can't go anywhere for this size in. Does limp call, check call, excuse me. Now then, King of Spades. This is the classic spot. Big Blind's going to barrel this card heavily. Whether Lutka can solve the riddle here when he faces the turn double barrel, which feels like it is mandatory. Here it comes. Half pots from Simone. These 5s, of course, now shrinking by the minute. Have to decide. How often is my opponent just raising pre-flop with a no equity holding and barreling? Big decision on this turn for Lutka. And we're actually pretty high up our range. Look at this. Love to see him find it. Finds the turn check call with just a pair of 5s. Smells a rat. Ace of clubs on the river.
Oh, it's so tough to hang on.
I mean, I think Andrian just has a mandatory send here. We've got this far. Our opponent shouldn't have too many ace-X. Not any strong ones anyway. They're going to limp shove. Can have some King X type holdings, sure. King Jacks, King Tens of the world that check call flop. But through to the river ace of clubs. And he does jam. Finds it.
What a sicko.
What a sicko indeed. I mean, I think we just kind of have to jam. Like, the run out has been pretty perfect for us to represent. Now, look, can he make the hero call of all hero calls?
I think he might be able to. Because the story does sort of keep changing. Now, of course, it only needs to be a real story now.
Sure.
But at some point along the way here, unless it's like specifically the King X of clubs, the story has a little fish to it.
Yeah, like how many hands are value jamming on the flush completing river? It's a great point from you, David. Is a hand like an ace 10 always going for 3? Maybe not. It really depends on how Andrian is constructing Lutka's limp call range pre, check call flop, check call turn range. Trying to get some one pair hands to fold.
Oh, this would be epic. And remember,
can he
as
find
well,
it?
Calling off your tournament life in a spot like this takes balls.
I wonder what he reads into this. Like, no, I didn't check.
Oh,
he can't find it. I mean, you can't blame him. It's a pretty bad bluff catcher.
There is a stream.
You want to see?
Credit to Andrian, well done.
Savage.
Finds the triple barrel. That's a massive pot in the context of this tournament.
plays like a
during the last frame, I did pick Adrian as my man to go deep here.
Very strong player. He's won an event here, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Get down the Hendon mob.
Maybe several.
Get down the rabbit hole.
Everything on every street.
I know he's won something here.
On the flop, you had an overpair. On the turn, you had the set. On the river, you had a flush. But this is how he's playing. When the opponent checks.
Yeah, Eulenberg smells a rat.
Imagine if he wins it, it keeps on blind up.
It's kind of why I just keep this spot simple and just limp shove 5 spree.
Yeah, right.
Like 25 blinds. Okay, if my opponent has an overpair, well done. He's aggressive. I've limped. He's going to isolate enough. Let's go.
So he did win the warm-up event
Here we go.
at the Western at the beginning of the year in January, and then just before that, actually, last June, and I actually was in the room for this. I don't know why this didn't come to my mind immediately. He won the Poker Stars Summer Festival in Malta, the one that David Doherty came fourth in, and actually the two of them basically flipped for the tournament four-handed. They both had monster stacks. He's also won the WPT Prime back in 2023. He's won a European Poker Tour side event, one of the 2K 6 max ones there. Yeah, just a really, really cool resume.
Yeah. A lot of flags, a lot of wins. We see Sands here under the gun, Queen 10 of clubs. By the way, Dari is now all in the big blind, so that's a little extra wrinkle here. State factoring that in, perhaps thinking to himself, Sands can now be a little wider than normal. Oh, this is lovely.
Here we go.
Very aggressive. Worked this out well. Does 3-bet. Looks like 360k. Good for 6 BBs. Action back on Sands. Tough spot. 30 bigs to start. Queen 10 of clubs. Graphics not showing at the moment, but I assure you, that's what he has. Wonder if he can sniff this out. The answer is no. Very tough, right, to continue. Don't want to 4-bet fold this hand. 4-bet shoving for 30 seems like a lot. Well played, Mr. State.
Okay. I mean, it's the same.
Sad news.
Oh, come on.
Let's make a
Dari has been eliminated.
GG, buddy.
One card.
If everyone agrees, it's okay.
I agree to the rule for everyone, but everyone has to.
They are ticking down.
Okay, so a little bit of fun here. 35 minutes left on the clock. It looks like the entire table have agreed. They will show one card at the end of the hand.
Classic.
Mr. Romano,
You
I agree.
You decide.
My friend for sure agrees.
The players decide.
Yeah, would be nice if we
Down to 44, by the way.
Is okay?
Only 8 away.
That's a good roll.
And that landmark figure to end the day.
All right.
But we choose which
So
card.
the player on the left
We
decides.
choose which
Yes,
card we want.
The
yes.
player on the left
The player
decides
who
which
folds
175?
decides.
Yeah.
Okay,
okay.
okay.
Yeah,
But it's not
or,
you.
yeah. Yeah, not
Najar getting after this.
But we choose the card we
King
want
8
to throw.
suited, the
Yeah, the
full
player who
3x under the gun.
pick one card.
Okay.
Ranges have been a little bit
We
squiffy,
finish from here, we go down the casino.
as we say.
Finish from here, we go down.
Go for it here.
Let's take this game after
Round to
cash
Pacini.
game. Continue cash game.
King, Queen.
Reveals.
Interesting to see how he
Last time I
perceives this
struggled.
full 3x.
High roller. Day 3, I struggled.
Yeah, like I think it's a pretty clear fold, to be honest, against most players. But Najar is
what
so
Yeah, he's
wide and
so spicy that I really don't mind it.
big
He has
blind just
seen
call,
Najar,
and then check fold the flop.
you know, in there with some hands that
175.
typically wouldn't be played from a variety of positions. Besides King Queen performs well enough.
I wasn't focused.
All of a sudden, could have a three-way pot here. This doesn't feel great for Sands. Facing 3x and call.
No, very grim.
Yeah, your hand can be in pretty bad shape. We can see it is the best hand currently.
And Pacini with a bit of a soul read on the jar.
Yeah, it really is.
Because it's just like, it's a hand obviously you would like to play in a lot of situations, but not the one where the guy raises off 15 bigs or 17 bigs or whatever this happens to be from under the gun.
Yeah.
Sands trying to get a read, I think, on Najar more than Pacini here.
Yeah, it's basically what we've just referenced. You can tell it's not a comfortable spot to call, but just making the cut by the fact that we're suited. You know, there are going to be a bunch of flops that we can try and run it.
What's really problematic for Najar now is he's dominated both ways.
There's some light at the end of the tunnel.
But there is a way, there is a path.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what that path is.
If he just sticks it in here.
That's the path.
Yeah, if he just sticks it in here, he gets 2 cry folds.
That's the path.
And it's probably not a bad line for 1.5x pot, given this board texture, given the fact that you're in there somehow with the king 8.
Sure.
Got backdoor spades, you've got an open ender and an overcard. You probably have 40% when called. Just probably stick it in here. You're probably manufacturing the right price.
Yeah, we're very much in the weeds.
Whereas this sizing could actually just make it very awkward now. Pacini has the overs and gutter. Sands would be open-ended. It's just, oh.
He may shed Pacini. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
You know, we have Sands in the big. This board should hit Sands pretty hard.
And Sands might just send it now.
He might. He might.
And now it's grim.
Yeah, we really are just going down a branch of the game tree that we don't really see ever. 3x under the gun, call at these depths with these holdings. I mean, we can't fold. That's the one thing we can rule out. So, do you want to run it? Do you want to call? Decision on Sands.
Yeah, I wonder like, if somehow Sands just flats and it bricks, and then does Najar get to win somehow?
He might.
Like, that's really sick and sort of undeserved in a way. But
that's a bit strong.
Ah, come on, he's opening up here.
Listen, if he finds a way to win this pot, he deserves it. I hear where you're coming from.